Chapter 1. The wrath of the Destiny Emperor clan descends upon the mortal realm. Beneath the Xian Huang star domain, myriad races thrived, and various great doctrines vied for supremacy. In the ancient wilderness realm, the Destiny Emperor clan, the Chen clan, it has been 16 years. I wonder how little one is faring. A middle-aged woman of noble bearing and exquisite beauty lamented with a furrowed brow, steeped in self-pity. At this moment, a tall and imposing man gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "My lady, in truth." Before Chen Budheo could finish, Yi Qinyun abruptly turned, a tempest of anger in her eyes. "In truth what? Do you intend to placate me with your usual excuses?" Seeing Chen Budheo attempt to justify himself only fueled her fury further. "What do you mean I? If it were not for your ineptitude, could we have been separated from our son for 16 years, without even a fleeting glimpse of him? A dignified clan leader who cannot even protect his own child. What use are you? What good are you?" As her voice crescendoed, Yi Chunyun became increasingly distraught. Wu, watching his wife break down into soft sobs after her outburst, Chen Budheo silently embraced her. His eyes, calm yet brimming with tumultuous storms, seemed to harbor an unfathomable rage within. This turmoil traced back to 16 years prior. Their youngest son, Chen Wen, faced a calamity upon his birth that a tempest of calamity surged across millions of miles, heralding numerous forbidden omens. In this world, such calamities were far from auspicious. Legends foretold that those born under such dire fates would ultimately bring about apocalyptic disasters. Especially for a clan like theirs, the Destiny Emperor clan, which inherited the mandate of heaven and thrived under celestial protection. The commotion soon drew the attention of various powerful factions and doctrines. In that pivotal moment, they demanded the execution of Chen Wen. Even a tiger does not consume its cub. How could a human do such a thing? Under Chen Budheo's insistence, the Chen clan managed to negotiate and save Chen Wen from death. However, this came at a steep price. Chen Wen was to be exiled to the mortal realm and placed under strict surveillance. Though the Chen clan could ensure his safety for the remainder of his life, they could offer no form of support. Countless thoughts swirled in Chen Budheo's mind before he finally spoke. "My lady, rest assured, as long as I am here, little one will be safe. Let it be so. If anything happens to him, I will never forgive you," Yi Qinyun replied vehemently. "Calm yourself. I have everything under control. If there were any issues, we would have been notified long ago." Chen Budheo reassured her with a light chuckle as he patted her shoulder. "Leader, it's terrible. It's terrible." At that moment, an urgent voice rang out. The smile faded from Chen Budheo's face as Yi Qinyun's eyes widened, bloodshot with alarm. The newcomer, Chen Nu, was tasked with monitoring Chen Wen's situation. Seeing Chen Nu's demeanor, their apprehensions deepened. Chen Budheo placed a comforting hand on Yi Qinyun's shoulder. "I am certain it is nothing to worry about." Chen Nu trembled uncontrollably. It was Chen Budheo's expression that was truly terrifying. "Speak, what is the situation?" Chen Budheo demanded, his eyes crackling with fury. Reporting to the leader, the young master's soul tablet has shattered. Chen Nu stammered, bending low in fear. "What did you say?" In that instant, Chen Budheo could no longer contain himself. A wave of murderous intent erupted, threatening to overturn the very foundation of the Destiny Emperor clan. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura he had held in check surged violently, causing the Grand Hall to erupt into a cloud of dust. At that moment, it felt as though countless stars were on the verge of collapse. Chen Nu cowered in silence, unable to utter another word, but his silence spoke volumes. "Damn the rules, damn the constraints. Whoever dares to obstruct me this time shall face my wrath," Chen Budheo roared, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Yi Qinyun, too, shed her previous vulnerability. A seething inferno erupted behind her, incinerating half the sky into ash. In the next heartbeat, she produced 2 tokens, her voice a fierce growl. "Xiao Di, Xiao Mian, your brother's been harmed. I do not care where you are, you must come here immediately. Even if you have to raise the mortal realm, I will shoulder the consequences. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Good." From the tokens came 2 voices brimming with murderous resolve. "Let's go, we shall take vengeance." Yi Qinyun shattered the tokens in her grip, her voice echoing with ferocity. Simultaneously, in the ancient Yuan realm, at Qingshi town, the Chu clan. At this moment, within the grand assembly hall of the Chu clan, a youth clad in bloodied garments and disheveled hair was being held aloft on a stone platform. Crimson droplets cascaded from his limbs and clothing, hitting the ground with a rhythmic plop. The stench of blood pervaded the assembly hall, inducing waves of nausea. On the high platform, the members of the Chu family coldly regarded the youth below. Shortly, the clan leader, Chu Baiqiong, rose to his feet. Addressing the crowd, he announced with a commanding tone, "Upon investigation, our clan's outsider, Chen Wen, harbored resentment after being spurned by the disciple of the Tai Palace, Cheng Qingxue. Seizing the opportunity while she trained, he first insulted her, then brutally murdered her. This act is heinously cruel, a violation of humanity, and he is indeed guilty of a grave sin. After deliberation, our clan has decided on the death penalty to uphold our ironclad laws." As these words fell, a chorus of furious shouts erupted from the assembly. "It's over, a disciple of the Tai Palace has been killed in our Qingshi town. We might face dire consequences. He must die, he absolutely must die. Indeed, if he lives, our Qingshi town will surely suffer. I believe merely executing him won't suffice to appease the Tai Palace. He must be delivered to them for execution. Yes, only in this way can we hope for their forgiveness." Listening to the crowd's outcries, Chu Baiqiong nodded silently. His objective had been achieved. In this manner, the Chu clan would have a justifiable cause. In the ancient Yuan realm, who would dare defy the Tai Palace? That entity is a subordinate force deriving from the supreme doctrines of the upper realm. Unless someone from the upper realm intervened, few could withstand the ire of the Tai Palace. The Chu clan could not only seize this opportunity to forge ties with the Tai Palace, but also soar to great heights. As he contemplated this, his excitement grew. Amidst the raucous uproar, Chen Wen gradually regained consciousness. "What is happening? I wasn't killed in a car accident. No, I have transmigrated in an instant." The memories of his former life surged upon him like a tidal wave. From the beginning of his recollections, he had been taken in by an elder of the Chu clan. That elder, childless and without kin, regarded him as his own son. After the elder perished during an expedition, he found himself alone once more. Yet, due to his remarkable talent, he thrived within the Chu clan. However, he was infatuated with Chu Yue from the Chu family. For her sake, he had gone to great lengths, even venturing into forbidden grounds to procure rare treasures to enhance her cultivation. Moreover, he had even sacrificed his own unique blood to aid her breakthroughs. Such devotion was beyond what even her biological parents could offer. Gradually, Chu Yue became dissatisfied with the extent of his assistance. Upon meeting Luo Hao, a fellow practitioner, they conspired to ensnare him in a trap. They first crippled his cultivation, then extracted the essence of his divine body, and finally stripped him of all his treasures. In the end, he met a fate of being publicly executed by the Chu clan. Goodness, isn't that a supreme figure akin to a grand emperor? A true talent indeed. In my previous life, I had seen many things, yet I had never encountered such a remarkable specimen. What is most infuriating is that this fellow didn't even get a taste of the flesh. How utterly useless you are. At this moment, even he, a mere newcomer, couldn't help but feel the urge to strike that Chen Wen. However, despite the verbal jabs, Chen Wen had no choice but to confront the dire situation before him. As his thoughts settled, he couldn't refrain from cursing. What a disgrace. While others transmigrate, not only do they arrive in ancient noble families, but they also enjoy the ups and downs of fortune. As for me, I find myself trapped in a deadlock. To reverse this predicament is akin to erasing one's name from the death register. Pray tell, how does one navigate such a fate? Chapter 2. The Chaotic Sequence Body, the Furnace of Destiny. At this juncture, a series of footsteps echoed softly in Chen Wen's ears. He slowly lifted his gaze. Instantly, a tall woman with a voluptuous figure, breathtaking beauty, and an air of cold elegance came into view. This woman was none other than Chu Yue. Indeed, her beauty surpassed that of many internet celebrities from my previous life. Yet, was it necessary to fawn over her so? Is she adorned with gold or diamonds? Brother Wen, you truly are befuddled. You actually survived. What a remarkable fate you possess, Chu Yue remarked, a smirk curling her lips, her cold mockery audible only to the two of them. Yet another instance of a wicked woman's derision? As a seasoned reader of fantasy novels, I have seen this trope far too often. With this in mind, Chen Wen forced a cold smile. You, a venomous vixen, remain alive, so how could I possibly perish? Yu Chu Yue was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Wen's demeanor had always struck her as that of a refined gentleman. When had he become so base? His icy voice grew more intense. What do you mean, you? Did you think I was some sort of sycophant? Now I am your superior. Without my contributions, you are nothing. Stop pretending in front of me, go eat dirt. You are utterly crude. Chu Yue felt a surge of anger and indignation. Silence. I have not finished speaking. Do you have a right to interrupt? With that, Chen Wen turned his gaze towards Luo Hao, his voice cold. You two vile creatures conspired against me for the sake of my divine essence, and then accuse me of being lustful and murdering Cheng Qingxue. Damn you. If I were truly motivated by lust, Chu Yue would have been a corpse ages ago. People like you, who are utterly disgusting, can't even find a proper excuse. You're truly pathetic. Upon hearing these words, the aggrieved cultivators were momentarily stunned. It seemed Chen Wen had a point. As the saying goes, it is easier to change the mountains and rivers than to alter one's nature. Could a seasoned sycophant like Chen Wen really be capable of murder? It seemed rather unlikely. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Chu Yue hastily adjusted her mindset and replied coolly, facts speak louder than words. Your claims of innocence are merely self-justification. As for my achievements today, they are the result of my painstaking efforts. The sacrifices I have made are known only to me. Conversely, you, in your desperation to absolve yourself, have lost all sense of dignity. Do you not find that shameful? I finally understand why Brother Wen fell for her tricks. With such a shameless facade, who wouldn't be ensnared? TSK, are you referring to the mere 2 pounds of flesh on your chest? Indeed, some people are drawn to that sort of thing. What say you, my dear sir, across the way? Chen Wen let out a cold laugh, casting a pointed glance at Luo Hao. Yu Chu Yue seethed with rage, yet managed to suppress her tumultuous emotions. Honestly, I am quite disappointed in you. When this incident first occurred, I was somewhat unsettled. As you are a clansman of the Chu, I thought I might plead for your sake when the people from Tai Palace arrived. Now I realize I was too kind-hearted. Someone like you deserves death as penance. Plead for me? Ha, that's rich. I've spent 10 years toughening my skin, yet yours is still thicker. Chen Wen erupted into laughter. Huffed. In the midst of his laughter, Chen Wen inadvertently coughed up a mouthful of blood, appearing quite tragic. Enough. Suddenly, Luo Hao interjected with a stern voice. The scene fell into a profound silence. Luo Hao stepped forward, coldly stating, whether you have committed murder is for us at Tai Palace to determine. As for the divine essence, even if we take it, what of it? Such things rightfully belong to the strong. Blame yourself for lacking power or influence, merely a solitary cultivator without backing. To put it bluntly, not only does your divine essence belong to us, but even a single hair on your head is ours. If Tai Palace wishes you dead at 3 in the morning, you want C5. As he spoke, Luo Hao's condescending demeanor was laid bare for all to see. With these words, the previously silent crowd understood the gravity of the situation. At this point, the truth no longer mattered. In essence, they coveted what Chen Wen possessed. And even if Tai Palace resorted to outright theft, what could Chen Wen do? At this moment, Chu Beiqiong found his courage and barked coldly. You wretched creature, on the brink of death, dare to slander others? You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Today, I will ensure you do not leave here. As he spoke, a wave of energy surged forth, striking Chen Wen squarely in the chest. The excruciating pain engulfed Chen Wen like a tidal wave, causing him to spit out blood once more. The agony rendered him breathless, and darkness began to cloud his vision. That sensation of nearing death resurfaced in Chen Wen's mind. The onlookers regarded him with cold disdain, their indifference palpable. To them, whether Chen Wen lived or died was inconsequential, as long as they remained unscathed. Especially Chu Yue, her eyes glimmering with a cold light, appeared heartless and cruel. In this moment, she truly wished for Chen Wen's immediate demise. Only then could she cleanse herself of past stains. Once she entered Tai Palace, it would mark a fresh beginning, and she would soar to great heights. As for Chen Wen, to serve as her stepping stone would be his greatest honor. Goodness, I have just been reborn. Am I to face death once more? At this moment, Chen Wen felt an overwhelming urge to curse. System, are you there? Great system, I am your loyal servant. Please show yourself. This is no time for games. After a prolonged silence, Chen Wen took a deep breath and called out within, Grandfather? Grandmother? Master Ding? Master Tower? He uttered every name he could think of, hoping for a response. Yet, silence remained. Damn it. So this is how you want to play? While others transmigrate, I too have crossed over, yet I find myself in hell without even a golden finger to assist. What a joke. Enough. I am weary, let me perish and be reborn swiftly. This moment. Chen Wen felt numb, overwhelmed by despair. His life force waned. An unprecedented surge of power erupted within him. Absolute talent. Absolute ignition passive activated. Hidden physique. Chaotic sequence body passive activated. Additional golden finger. Furnace of Destiny passive activated. Absolute ignition. Possesses the strongest attributes. Ensures absolute immortality. The chaotic sequence body. The most formidable constitution among the myriad realms. Transcending all others, possessing 9 sequence shackles yet to be unlocked. The 9 sequence shackles can be unlocked by absorbing the Destiny Nirvana liquid. Each unlocked shackle bestows an absolute talent. Attributes of the Destiny Great Furnace. A fusion of system and traditional golden fingers, capable of shielding all heavenly secrets and suppressing all forces of destiny. Function of the Destiny Great Furnace. It can refine all chosen ones of destiny, transforming them into Destiny Nirvana liquid or yielding random rewards. The refining effects are cumulative. In an instant, a series of prompts appeared before Chen Wen's eyes. Is this my golden finger? Goodness, how does it feel as though I am truly capable now? The once desolate heart of Chen Wen ignited with fervor, a state more intense than any drug-induced high. Shall I activate all talents? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed suddenly. Add. Whatever it takes, just pile it on. Chen Wen shouted without hesitation. On the brink of death, he cared not for consequences. All that mattered was to amplify his power to the utmost. Chapter 3. Chaos spanning millions of miles, descending to the lower realm. The absolute fire seed ignites. The essence of chaos sequence is released. The ruined body is being restored. The cultivation is recovering. One by one, messages appeared before Chen Wen's eyes. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled incessantly. The primordial energy erupted like sparks in midair. The endless depths of the sky rippled, and billions of chaotic energies surged outward rapidly. At the same time, chaotic manifestations emerged, stirring up astonishing waves that left everyone breathless. Chen Wen's cultivation gradually restored, an ancient aura emanating from within him, rippling with sequential marks. At first glance, it was enough to move anyone, leaving them in awe. How is this possible? Chu Yue gazed in terror at the astonishing phenomenon before her. Luo Hao's expression also changed dramatically, unable to believe what was unfolding. They were all too aware of Chen Wen's condition. Firstly, his cultivation had been utterly wasted, and secondly, the essence of his divine body had been completely drained. Currently, Chen Wen was merely a useless shell of a body. Without timely treatment, not only would recovery be impossible, but even survival would be a problem. Yet now, Chen Wen was not only gradually recovering, but even the essence that had been drained was revitalizing. Indeed, he is the legendary ancient killing body. Just then, a resounding voice suddenly echoed. Everyone turned toward the sound. Before them descended an elder, his entire being enveloped in the power of life and death. Clearly, this elder was a formidable being of the life and death realm. In this world, the cultivation realms are divided into 13 major stages: spirit aperture realm, body forging realm, dual polarity realm, yin-yang realm, heavenly human realm, life and death realm, nirvana realm, heavenly king realm, sovereign realm, saint realm, supreme realm, Tao witnessing quasi-emperor realm, and emperor realm. Each major stage is further divided into 10 levels. Upon seeing the elder, Luo Hao immediately approached and bowed, saying, "Disciple pays respects to master." Qin Mu's greedy gaze shifted from Chen Wen to Luo Hao, asking, "Is this the one you spoke of, the culprit who killed my palace's disciples?" Indeed, this disciple witnessed it firsthand and has brought master here to seek justice. Luo Hao replied earnestly. "Then his identity has been thoroughly investigated?" Qin Mu inquired pensively. "Absolutely clear. He is merely an orphan with no background," Luo Hao quickly affirmed. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Mu's eyes. "An orphan, you say? Excellent. This dispenses with any concerns." He then coldly remarked, "You have done well in this matter. Whoever kills my palace's disciples must pay the price. By the way, master, he was already crippled. How was he able to recover? Luo Hao suddenly asked. Qin Mu chuckled lightly. That is not surprising. Some top-tier divine bodies possess a chance of regeneration. However, I sense that his divine body essence is lacking. Could it be that someone acted against him before you captured him? As he spoke, Qin Mu fixed his hawk-like gaze on Luo Hao, his eyes glinting with intensity. Curse it, this cunning old man saw through my intentions. Luo Hao thought to himself. Realizing he had been discovered in his scheme to seize the essence during Chen Wen's recovery, he quickly produced the prepared essence and presented it with both hands, saying, "This is the essence of that boy's divine body, best handed over by Master." Well done. I did not misjudge you, Qin Mu replied, satisfied, as he accepted the essence and solemnly patted Luo Hao's shoulder. It is entirely due to your worthy guidance, Master, Luo Hao flattered, then turned to the hopeful Chu Yue, saying, "This is the Chu clan disciple who discovered the boy's misdeeds alongside me. Please take note, Master." Qin Mu, fully aware of Luo Hao and Chu Yue's intentions, remained silent and turned his gaze toward Chu Yue. She immediately tensed up, instinctively lowering her head. In the distance, Chu Beiqiong and others also grew tense. For this was a matter that could determine their clan's opportunity to ally with the Tai Palace. With just a glance, Qin Mu discerned Chu Yue's condition. Her talent was merely mediocre. Her only redeeming quality was her physique. However, this did not imply she possessed a spiritual body, but rather that her body had been nurtured by various heavenly materials, allowing her to cultivate unique body-refining techniques in the future. Thus, she was not entirely without merit. Just as Chu Yue felt her heart sinking, Qin Mu finally spoke. In light of her contributions, I can accept her as my disciple. Disciple pays respects to Master. Chu Yue, perceptive as she was, immediately bowed. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of relief. Simultaneously, she became more resolute in her choice. Relying on Chen Wen would undoubtedly deny her a chance to join the Tai Palace. Excellent, excellent. The distance, Chu Beiqiong and others could not contain their excitement. The onlookers were equally envious of Chu Yue. Being directly accepted as a disciple by an elder was far superior to those who gained entry through assessments. Conversely, Qin Mu merely cast a fleeting glance at Chu Yue without speaking. Luo Hao then transmitted a message to her. Little junior sister, you cannot go back on your word. Chu Yue was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Rest assured, it is an honor for me to bond with senior brother." Luo Hao's expression brightened, his gaze wandering over Chu Yue, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Wen had regained his vitality, yet the essence of the chaos sequence was still being released. Just then, Qin Mu suddenly looked at Chen Wen, a glimmer of greed shining in his eyes. "Master, what are you?" Luo Hao noticed Qin Mu's actions and couldn't help but ask. "You are still young, besides the essence. The blood of the divine body is also a valuable resource. Not to mention, he now possesses a newly sprouted divine body essence." Qin Mu remarked to Luo Hao beside him. Then, Master, Luo Hao took a deep breath, gathering his courage to ask, "Might the disciple be able to obtain a drop of that blood?" Qin Mu smiled faintly. "Given your merit in upholding the iron laws of my palace, you may receive a share." Luo Hao's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling within him. Though a single drop appeared modest, it was far better than nothing. Moreover, the terrifying manifestation Chen Wen had unleashed earlier suggested immense power within. A flicker of greed also crossed Chu Yue's eyes, though she dared not voice her desires. Yet inwardly, she mocked Chen Wen even more. Look, what use is mere talent? Without a background, he is ultimately nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter time and again, until he is completely drained. Master, how shall we extract it? Would you like me to assist? Luo Hao suppressed his excitement and inquired eagerly. Qin Mu shook his head. This time, I shall handle it myself. You merely observe. Understood, Luo Hao replied promptly. Qin Mu disregarded him further, striding towards Chen Wen. This old dog is insufferable. Senior, what shall we do? Chen Wen, though filled with rage, remained composed and quickly inquired. Fear not, he is merely a trivial ant of the life and death realm. Even if he has life, he has no means to utilize it. The voice of Xian Hong Xiao echoed once more. Ha! Do you think you're amusing? I'm asking how to resolve this, not how you'll proceed, Chen Wen replied, utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, outside the ancient Yuan realm, a man and a woman descended from the upper realm, exuding overwhelming power. In an instant, the ancient realm of Yuanguang was engulfed in turmoil as ceaseless thunderbolts descended, rendering all of existence into nothingness at that very moment. Chapter 4. The sky has fallen. Boundless fury, the man possessed an unparalleled handsome visage, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, concealing a universe within. Clad in a flowing black robe, he emanated an aura of lethal intent. As he descended from the heavens, he appeared as a deity gracing the mortal realm. Yet, at this moment, his brow was furrowed with rage, and beneath his gaze surged a tempest of fury. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, causing dust to rise in tumultuous clouds around. The woman beside him was equally extraordinary, tall and impeccably formed, with a crimson lotus mark adorning her brow, accentuating her fiery red battle armor. This only heightened her ethereal beauty, adding an air of fierce elegance. In her grasp was a flaming spear, exuding an essence of destruction that harmonized with the crimson lotus insignia on her forehead. At first glance, she resembled a goddess of war, exuding an aura of supreme nobility. In contrast to the man's silent menace, the woman displayed her murderous intent and icy demeanor with unrestrained clarity. At this juncture, the envoy of the Realm Guard arrived. Over a dozen middle-aged men and women positioned themselves before Chen Wen and Chen Hongmian, inquiring with trepidation about the cause of their wrath. If assistance was needed, they would readily comply. A man named Zhao Long bowed deeply in deference. The Realm Guard belonged to a unique faction, primarily tasked with maintaining stability between realms and preventing unnecessary upheaval. The two individuals before them were renowned figures even in the Xianhuang star domain. Chen Wen was famed as the unparalleled prodigy of the ancient wilderness realm, whose brilliance shone brightly upon his birth and persisted for 81 days. Upon reaching maturity, he ventured into the depths of the demonic abyss, single-handedly overcoming it, and upon his emergence, he ascended to the sovereign emperor realm. Thereafter, he chose to immerse himself in the world, vanishing from the ancient wilderness. In comparison, Chen Hongmian was a living legend. On her coming-of-age day, she single-handedly withstood 1,000,000 foes from foreign realms. Subsequently, she wielded the red lotus suppression spear, guarding the borders of the domain, her spear's might stretching across countless miles. Unmatched by any. For this, she was revered as the queen of the Red Prison, her youth commanding respect from all. Get lost. Chen Hongmian's icy glare struck like twin fiery spears upon the envoys of the Realm Guard. Chen Wen remained silent, yet the murderous aura emanating from him was equally formidable. Merely standing there, he exuded an invisible pressure. Zhao Long and his companions felt an immediate chill, their blood turning to ice, their hairs standing on end. Despite this, they could not retreat. As envoys of the Realm Guard, their duty was to uphold stability between realms and prevent unauthorized entry. With such fearsome beings before them, allowing them to descend into the lower realm would yield unimaginable consequences. Suppressing their fear, Zhao Long inhaled deeply. We implore you to temper your anger, esteemed lords. It is not our intention to obstruct you, but there are explicit regulations forbidding any unauthorized crossing between realms. Of course, should you insist on proceeding, I must inform higher authorities. Such trivialities. Chen Hongmian coldly interjected, her spear trembling violently in her grasp, flames swirling uncontrollably. With a single thrust, Zhao Long was obliterated into a mist of blood. Half of the Realm Guard palace shattered in the wake of her wrath. The remaining envoys stood aghast, their pupils dilating as they struggled to breathe. To kill at the slightest provocation, were they not demons incarnate? Realizing the situation with the subordinate, Chen Wen murmured softly, his eyes flashing with fury as a tempest of blood lightning coalesced around him. My brother is in peril. We must go. With that, he turned, pursuing the sensed presence with blinding speed. Chen Hongmian followed suit, leaving a stark warning, you best pray my brother remains unharmed. Otherwise, the entirety of your Realm Guard shall accompany him to the grave. As they vanished, the remaining envoys felt an icy dread wash over them, an oppressive aura descending like a blade upon their throats. After a long silence, Fengdu finally broke the stillness. Are we to simply let them go? Another leader, Mu Chun, slowly turned. What would you propose instead? Fengdu's words caught in his throat, unable to articulate further. This is absurd. We are mere gatekeepers, not warriors. Mu Chun erupted in frustration. To offend whom but the heirs of the celestial dynasty? In truth, their crisis was far from resolved. Chen Wen had mentioned that his brother was in trouble below. If a member of the Chan clan perished in the lower realm, perhaps the realm guard could evade repercussions. Yet those who obstructed would undoubtedly be sacrificed to quell their fury. At that moment, a man named Li Chong spoke up. We must act swiftly. The Chen clan's patriarch and matriarch are en route. This news struck like lightning, leaving everyone stunned. The urgency that had enveloped Mu Chun and his comrades dissipated, leaving them paralyzed with fear. If Chen Wen and Chen Hongmian posed a threat, the arrival of Chen Bidao and Yi Chenyan signified the stance of the two celestial dynasties. How could the realm guard withstand the wrath of such formidable powers? And what worth did they have to shoulder the blame for the sins of others? The sky has truly fallen. Mu Chun and his companions collapsed to the ground, their resolve crumbling. Who was the fool that instigated this? Why provoke the heirs of the Chan clan? If I discover who it was, I shall unearth their ancestors' graves. Such a menace must be eradicated at the root to prevent further harm. No, I cannot remain idle. I must inform the palace master. He must share this burden of blame. With renewed determination, Mu Chun rose, quickly retrieving a communication talisman. Chapter 5. The sky was torn asunder, exhibiting an extreme display of cruelty and violence. At the same moment, in the assembly hall of the Chu clan, Qin Mu approached Chun when under the watchful gaze of the crowd. His eyes were filled with an insatiable greed. In the next instant, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing a tumultuous energy from within as intricate symbols danced between his fingers. Observing Qin Mu's movements, Chen Wen instinctively struggled, only to find himself utterly immobilized. What's happening? Your body is currently assimilating the chaotic sequence entity, so your inability to move is entirely normal, Xian Hong Xiao remarked calmly. Damn, I'm utterly paralyzed. 9 Extremes Blood Guide. Qin Mu extended one hand as a swirling force entwined between his fingers, manifesting complex patterns. Noticing Chen Wen's resistance, he paused momentarily. Stop struggling. This is your fate. Ha ha! As Qin Mu's laughter echoed, he forcefully pressed his hand against Chen Wen's chest. However, at the moment of contact, a chaotic primordial essence instinctively activated a defensive barrier, forming a 9-colored shield that stood before Chen Wen. For a moment, Qin Mu and Appo's power could not penetrate. Qin Mu furrowed his brows, instinctively increasing his strength. With a resounding impact under the force of life and death, Chen Wen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his entire being flushed crimson. Interesting, Qin Mu smirked, intensifying his power once more. The force of life and death morphed into a devouring black hole, countless tendrils extending forth, once again descending upon Chen Wen's chest. To Qin Mu, the stronger Chen Wen's protective spirit shield, the more potent the new source of life he would obtain, leading to greater rewards for himself. Amidst these thoughts, an insatiable greed flickered across Qin Mu's face. Chen Wen felt the relentless force clashing within him, the ensuing agony akin to his flesh being gradually torn apart. Instantly, his face contorted in anguish, with veins the size of pinkies writhing on its surface, and blood seeping from his pores. The chaotic primordial essence was indeed remarkable, yet Chen Wen had only assimilated a fraction of it, compounded by the incomplete fusion with his true self. Under the continuous assault of power, the shield gradually waned, visibly drawing the essence away. Ha ha ha, it's all mine. All mine. In an ecstatic frenzy, Qin Mu could no longer contain his maniacal laughter, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Old dog, as long as I, Chen Wen, do not perish, I will kill you. I will kill you. Chen Wen roared in fury, his face a mask of rage, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Just you? Ha ha, you won't get a chance even in your next life. Qin Mu, witnessing Chen Wen's plight, grew even more arrogant. The crowd, observing this spectacle, wore mocking expressions. He deserves it, he deserves it. This is the fate of those without a background, yet holding themselves in high regard. Look at how careful every step I, Chu Yue, take. What is it for, if not to emerge as the ultimate victor? Your talent may surpass mine, yet you have merely become a stepping stone for my ascent. But fear not, being my stepping stone is not in vain. I shall tread upon your corpse, step by step, to the pinnacle. In Chu Youwei's eyes burned a fierce ambition, embodying the essence of a victor. Quickly extract it, quickly, quickly. In contrast to Chu Youwei's demeanor, Luo Hao was exuberant, almost eager to lend a hand, for doing so would allow him to soar to great heights. Who is harming my brother? At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, reverberating throughout the ancient Yuan realm. Endless thunderbolts cascaded down, inciting a series of astonishing phenomena. In that instant, the entire Qingshi town felt as if the apocalypse had arrived, with countless beings bowing low, too fearful to raise their heads. Boom! The assembly hall of the Chu clan was at the epicenter of a maelstrom as the palace and ground shattered, exploding into a sky filled with debris. Weaker cultivators were obliterated into blood mist, and a pervasive atmosphere of slaughter filled every corner. In an instant, anguished cries echoed, a scene of utter devastation. Is someone from the upper realm arriving? Meanwhile, powerful beings concealed within the ancient Yuan realm emerged, gazing at the unfolding chaos. This shouldn't be possible. Barriers exist between realms, and the realm's protective palace guards against such audacity. Who dares to act so recklessly? Thoughts swirled in the minds of these formidable figures. The assembly hall's occupants also turned their gazes skyward, especially Qin Mu, who felt his power rendered insignificant, akin to that of an ant. Fortunately, these forces did not target him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but look up in trepidation. The sky was being ripped apart by a colossal hand, with chaotic spatial currents raging. The laws of heaven appeared as intersecting chains, forcibly torn asunder, shattering into streams of light. In the next moment, two imposing figures stepped forth from the rift. Wow, what is happening? The sky has been torn. The crowd was gripped by fear, an icy chill coursing from their heads to their toes. They had never witnessed such a terrifying and violent scene. These two figures were none other than Chen Wen and Chen Hongyan. Chen Wen, barehanded, with lightning coiling around his arms, radiated an aura akin to a celestial deity. Chen Hongyan, clad in fiery armor, wielded a red lotus spear, with a blazing fire lotus igniting at her brow, her form exuding perfection, resembling an unparalleled goddess of war. Rumbling, the realm's barrier was torn apart, and the heavens echoed with the resounding thunder of calamity, as if seeking to subdue the two. Instantly, the calamity transformed into waves of destructive force, hurtling towards Chen Wen and Chen Hongyan. Such petty forces of tribulation dare to hinder me? Preposterous. Chen Wen stepped forth, grasping the calamity with his hand. Rumbling, the might of heaven reverberated through the cosmos, serving as both a warning and a threat. In this world, no one can threaten me. With a thunderous declaration, Chen Wen shattered the calamity before all witnesses. In that moment, Chen Wen's might surged to its zenith, collapsing all heavenly authority, becoming the radiant beacon of this realm. At that juncture, Chen Hongyan also stepped forward, her spear aimed at the endless expanse of the sky. Today, as the Chen clan acts, whoever obstructs us shall perish. If the heavens do not acquiesce, let them come and test me. I, Chen Hongyan, do not mind piercing through this very sky. What is arrogance? This is it. What is tyranny? This is it. What is invincibility? This is it. Gulp. What manner of monsters are these? The ancient Yuan realm fell into a profound silence. The elders and extraordinary beings, witnessing this spectacle, lowered their heads in reverent silence, too fearful to draw breath. They understood that someone had dared to breach the heavens. Soon, the tumult in the cosmos subsided, and the calamity dissipated into nothingness. Has the heavenly law conceded? Impressive. The crowd was left in awe, shaken by the unprecedented scene. Chu Youwei, meanwhile, cast a furtive glance at Chen Hongyan, jealousy bubbling within her. Not only was Chen Hongyan's beauty unparalleled, but her power was equally formidable. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Hongyan embodied the very image of the woman Chu Youwei aspired to be. Why is it that some are born with everything while she must strategize from every angle? It is unfair, utterly unfair. The more she contemplated, the more her resentment festered. In that moment, Chen Wen and Chen Hongyan retracted their powers, scanning the scene below. Qin Mu realized he had been singled out, and terror washed over him. Yet, at that moment, he still took a stance. The scoundrel Chen Mu bowed and addressed the two dignitaries, inquiring what they were searching for, expressing his willingness to alleviate their concerns. As he spoke, he hastily lowered his body. Upon witnessing this, Chu Beiqiong and the others dared not remain seated. They quickly prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces marked with terror as they awaited further developments. My younger brother is over there. Chen Hongyan suddenly pointed towards the execution platform. Instantly, the fury and murderous intent surged anew, permeating every corner of the space, while in the grand hall. Each breath of tension transformed into a chilling blade, poised at the throats of all present. Chapter 6. Do you believe no one will stand behind my brother? Today, everyone must die. With these words, Chen Hongyan surged toward the direction of Chen Wen. Little brother? It can't be. Instantly, Chen Mu and the others froze in place, turning their heads like lifeless corpses. Before their eyes, Chen Hongyan shattered the shackles binding Chen Wen into dust and embraced him. How is this possible? A wave of despair washed over them. Regardless of whether it was Chen Mu or Luo Hao, they felt a chilling sensation, their minds muddled and chaotic. Little brother, what happened to you? Sister is here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Chen Hongyan, filled with both anger and fear, tremblingly placed a 9-turn soul recovery pill into Chen Wen's mouth, channeling her spiritual power to aid in its refinement. What is going on? Am I not an orphan? Chen Wen's face was a mask of confusion, feeling as if he had leaped from hell to heaven. Steady, brother. What is this situation? Do you actually have such a background, and yet you act like a sycophant? Have you lost your mind? Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new identity. At that moment, a female voice echoed in Chen Wen's ear. Senior, what is happening? Can you be more straightforward? You hail from the Destiny Imperial Clan, the Chen clan, with your father as the clan leader and your mother as the princess of the Destiny Imperial Clan, the Yi clan. Your brother is renowned as the greatest genius of the millennium, the foremost figure of destiny, known as the primordial tyrant. Your sister has achieved great renown, establishing unparalleled contributions in the ancient wilderness realm, wielding the Red Lotus prison suppression spear to guard against external threats, ensuring eternal peace. Revered by the world as the queen of the Crimson Prison. This is my background? Goodness, how do I feel like I can accomplish anything now? Steady, brother. I take back what I said before. You are not a fool. I am the true fool. Rest assured, I will enjoy this family on your behalf. Ha ha. Ultimately, Chen Wen could no longer contain his elation. In stark contrast to Chen Wen's exuberance, Chu Yue felt as if she had been struck by lightning, completely shaken to her core. No, this cannot be. He is an orphan. I had already uncovered his background. This cannot be real. It must not be true. If I had not betrayed him, would this glory not also belong to me? Could I not soar to great heights because of it? As for the title of disciple of the Tai Palace, what did that even matter? A myriad of thoughts intertwined in Chu Yue's mind, filling her with regret and an urge to spit blood. But soon, her emotions shifted, replaced by a deep-seated hatred. No, he must have deceived me. It has to be that way. Who possesses such a background, yet remains unaware of it? The only explanation for this is intentional concealment. With this realization, Chu Yue felt an impulse to confront Chen Wen, driving her further into madness. This is what you call liking me? This is your love, Chen Wen? What do you take me for? If you had said this from the beginning, would I have treated you this way? Do you even realize that all of this is your doing? You said he was an orphan. What is happening now? At that moment, Luo Hao's thunderous rebuke shattered Chu Yue's self-deception. Chu Yue froze, then stammered, You really did tell me this. Luo Hao's expression twisted into a snarl. Now you tell me you heard this? You wretched woman, do you have any idea how you've ruined us? If anything happens to us, I will ensure you pay with your life. Chu Yue's face turned as pale as a sheet, nearly fainting from the pressure. At that instant, Chen Wudi withdrew his gaze from Chen Wen. The imperial bone has been excavated. My cultivation has been crippled. My essence has been seized. A second extraction of the essence. Very well. These lowly ants dare to treat my brother, Chen Wudi's kin in such a manner. Very well then, today, everyone shall perish here. In an instant, an overwhelming fury surged within Chen Wudi, a force of unmatched power radiating from his being, enveloping the entire venue. The tremendous pressure crushed every aura, and the heavens resonated with echoes of wrath. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled down, obliterating space and dust into nothingness. This is the end. With a series of explosive sounds, a multitude of cultivators below were reduced to blood mist. Fear and despair filled their eyes as wails echoed in every corner. As Chen Wen prepared to unleash his wrath, he suddenly sensed the presence of Chen Wen's divine essence emanating from Chen Mu. "So it was you, old dog." In an instant, Chen Wen's eyes sparked with fury as he reached out, summoning forth a tremendous force as if divine wrath had descended. "No, no, no. Please spare me, my lord. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." Chen Mu shouted in a panic, truly terrified, his mind a chaotic mess. Chen Wen ignored Chen Mu's pleas for mercy, yanking him forward through the air. "I can explain. My lord, please spare me." Chen Mu trembled in fear. "Explain? What do you have to explain?" Chen Wen's hand descended upon Chen Mu's head, directly employing a soul-searching technique. In an instant, Chen Mu's agonized screams filled the air, the sound so pitiful it sent chills down everyone's spine. As Chen Wen absorbed information, the murderous intent on his face became palpable, his eyes bloodshot. Finally, he dragged the now limp Chen Mu before him. "Do you believe no one stands behind my brother? Today, I shall show you what it means to have no one behind you." Saying this, he cast Chen Mu to the ground. Simultaneously, Chen Wen inhaled, drawing the divine essence from Chen Mu's arms into his own grasp. Gazing at the essence radiating divine energy, Chen Wen recalled his little brother's tragic state. At that moment, his fury ignited to its utmost peak. "Tai Palace, is it? Today, I, Chen Wen, shall erase you from existence." As the thought crossed his mind, Chen Wen leaped into the air, his power surging, summoning forth raging thunder dragons that swept across the vast expanse. The heavens trembled under the onslaught of the thunderous dragons, as if the entire sky were about to collapse. Boom! At that moment, Chen Wen struck, his fist crashing toward the firmament, unleashing countless thunder dragons that filled the atmosphere with solemnity. The sky shattered like a mirror under his fist, cracking and trembling as the lightning surged across it. With hands tearing the heavens and fists shattering the skies, was he a tyrant or a demon? All who witnessed this felt an overwhelming suffocation. Soon, they saw that this punch shattered the heavens, sweeping across millions of miles, breaking through layers of spatial barriers. A chain of mountains emerged in their sight, and at the highest peak stood a magnificent palace. Before the palace, a towering stone tablet inscribed with the words Tai Palace loomed. "This is," gasp. Witnessing this scene, everyone inhaled sharply. Across millions of miles, a single punch pierced through layers of obstruction, exposing the Tai Palace to their gaze. Such a display was truly extravagant. Injured and on the brink of death, Chen Mu was struck with a terrifying realization upon witnessing this. His face turned pale with shock and fear. He had truly pierced the heavens. If given another chance, he would never have greedily sought Chen Wen's divine essence. Yet, in this world, there are no second chances. Who dares to spy on my palace? Withdraw immediately. In that instant, a voice of authority echoed from the Tai Palace. "Withdraw? Today, I come to annihilate the palace." Chen Wen roared in fury, preparing to strike once more. Chapter 7. A devastating onslaught on the Grand Tai Dao Palace. An unstoppable carnage before long. Chen Wen extended his hand, which transformed instantaneously into a formidable dragon claw, enveloped in crackling heavenly thunder, unleashing boundless divine might. Within this manifestation, layers upon layers of ethereal resonance coalesced, continuously flashing with astonishing phenomena. At the moment the dragon claw took form, the very heavens and earth trembled incessantly, the laws of the celestial order crumbling slowly under the pressure of the dragon's force. In a swift motion, the outstretched claw shrouded the entirety of the Grand Tai Dao Palace, locking away all vital energies in that fleeting instant. This was the very essence of the heavens collapsing, unable to contain himself any longer. The ancient ancestor of the Grand Tai Dao Palace surged forth from the ancestral grounds. Upon gazing at the dragon claw suspended in mid-air, a wave of paralysis washed over him. In an instant, an overwhelming dread coursed through him like electric currents, rendering his body icy cold. Have we transgressed the celestial laws? Is there anyone who can elucidate this chaos? At that moment, Qin Fuqian was utterly disoriented, akin to a fragile boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, feeling helpless and terrified. He had merely secluded himself for a brief period of cultivation, yet the grand Tidal Palace was on the brink of annihilation. Who could comprehend this feeling of despair and innocence? Suddenly, the palace master and elders of the grand Tidal Palace rushed forth from below. Compared to Qin Futian's relative composure, Qin Qianlong and the others were nearly paralyzed with fear. They had lived for so long without witnessing such a monumental spectacle. Who was responsible for this calamity? Qin Futian bellowed, his voice tinged with desperation. It was not I. I know nothing of this. I had just emerged from seclusion. If I were to indulge in relations with my female disciples, would that be a crime? And what if it were with my male disciples? Though I do practice dual cultivation, it is merely for playful interaction with spirit beasts. Surely, that cannot offend anyone. Listening to the frantic confessions of the elders below, Qin Futian's ire surged. Do you hear this? Is this the conduct of respectable individuals? How could the Grand Tidal Palace, a distinguished sect, produce such disgraceful figures? Damn it! The more he pondered, the stronger his urge to commit violence became. Yet, anger aside, some matters required resolution. Just as he was about to plead for mercy from Chen Wen, a voice suddenly resonated. Chen Xianshi, this incident is solely the doing of Qin Mu and Luo Hao. If you punish the perpetrators severely, it would suffice. As for the Grand Tidal Palace, they were entirely unaware. Perhaps you might spare them this time? In that instant, Qin Futian and the others grasped the reality. It was indeed Qin Mu's misdeeds. Chen Wudi's eyes crackled with blood-red lightning, summoning forth the wrath of the heavens. What are you to impede me? I, Jiang Taichu, was both furious and aggrieved. As the master of the Guardian Pavilion, he had never been so insulted. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall obliterate your Guardian Pavilion. Chen Wudi's voice thundered. Arrogance. Jiang Taichu was incensed. The Celestial Imperial Clan was indeed a force he could not provoke, but to be scorned by such a junior was unbearable. What if the Chun clan is arrogant? Do you think you are worthy to contend with the Celestial Imperial Clan? Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the infinite skies, the aura of a half-step emperor penetrating the vast void. Boom! With a resonating explosion, the entire heavens were reduced to powdered white. Countless beings of the void were subdued, their lamentations echoing endlessly. In that moment, Jiang Taichu, hidden in the air, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, plummeting from the void, appearing utterly wretched. Is this the terror of the Celestial Imperial Clan? Those witnessing the battle felt as if they could not breathe. They had unwittingly offended the Celestial Imperial Clan. Qin Futian and the others finally comprehended the gravity of their predicament. At this moment, they harbored a profound loathing for Qin Mu. His usual arrogance was one matter, but now they realized the weight of the enemies he had incited. The Celestial Imperial Clan, that was one of the most formidable forces. How many of them? Mere ants in the Nirvana realm would it take to meet their doom? Yet, as the specter of death loomed closer, Qin Futian still mustered the strength to bow low. I beseech you, Great One, for the sake of the Changshan Dao Palace, spare the Grand Tidal Palace. We are willing to pay the utmost price. Please have mercy. As he spoke, Qin Futian lowered his body once more, granting Chen Wen the respect he deserved. Qin Qianlong and the others, too, did not dare to slacken their posture. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within them. The Grand Tidal Palace was a subordinate force of the Changshan Dao Palace, which was also among the top-tier powers. They could not possibly fear the Celestial Imperial Clan. Surely, Chen Wen, no matter how arrogant, would harbor some reservations. Indeed, they hail from the Changshan Dao Palace. In terms of background, they may not be inferior to the Celestial Imperial Clan. At that moment, Qin Mu's survival instincts ignited fiercely. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope for the Grand Tidal Palace, and perhaps he would not meet his end. Changshan Dao Palace? What does that even matter? If you seek revenge, then come forth. I shall take on the Changshan Dao Palace. As Chen Wen roared, he forcefully grasped downwards, unmatched power shattering all heavenly barriers. The crowd was rendered breathless. The dragon claw obscured the sky, its descending force reducing everything to mere dust. And no, Great One, please, Qin Futian and the others cried out in desperation. In the next heartbeat, all cultivators in the palace were obliterated into a mist of blood. Bang! With a firm grip, Chen Wen detonated the entire Grand Taidao domain, extinguishing all life within a 100-mile radius. It was over, completely over. Qin Mu's face turned ashen as he beheld the scene before him. He watched in horror as his kin and the Grand Taidao Palace were reduced to ashes in an instant, their anguished cries echoing in his mind. At that moment, he finally understood the meaning of being left with no support, as Chen Wen had proclaimed. This individual was merciless, utterly ruthless. Chen Wen retracted his claw, suddenly turning to the onlookers. Now, it is your turn. And no, this has nothing to do with us. We merely came to spectate. The cultivators of Qingshi town shouted in panic. That too is a capital offense. Chen Wen's fierce gaze ignited with murderous intent, unleashing bolts of lightning. Uft, uft. In an instant, a multitude of cultivators had no time to react, annihilated into mere ashes. The slaughter continued. Chen Wen raised his hand, killing yet another group. Before long, not only had the grand venue descended into chaos, but the entire Chu clan was engulfed in a wave of carnage. Run, run. I do not wish to die. Please, do not kill me. The venue was soon filled with pleas for mercy and cries of despair. Yet, none of this could elicit a shred of sympathy from Chen Wen. The memory of his younger brother's inhumane treatment haunted him, and as he bore witness to the indifference and mockery of others, he yearned to eradicate this world. Enough! They are innocent. How does this differ from Qin Mu's ilk? Unable to endure the massacre any longer, Jiang Taichu could no longer hold his tongue. Chen Wen abruptly turned, his icy gaze locking onto the middle-aged man suspended in the air. You are mistaken. My actions will be far more ruthless than theirs. Innocent? What of it? I shall slay the innocent without hesitation. If you have the courage, step forth. If not, silence yourself. With that, Chen Wen once again unleashed a lethal strike before Jiang Taichu's eyes. Uft, uft. Blood mist erupted, staining the sky crimson. Jiang Taichu gritted his teeth, watching, yet he refrained from striking. Chen Baidu and Yi Chenin had already arrived. Should he take action, his fate would be sealed. Sacrificing himself for a handful of insignificant beings was simply not worth it. The massacre continued until only Chu Yuwei, Chu Baiqiong, Qin Mu, and Luo Hao remained at the scene, at which point Chen Wen ceased his onslaught. In that moment, the entire Chu clan had been transformed into a veritable hell on earth, the stench of blood permeating the grand hall. Chen Wen's gaze shifted once more, landing coldly upon the four ashen-faced individuals, as he icily remarked, "You four dogs." However, Chen Wen's words were abruptly interrupted by Chen Hongyan's urgent cry, "Elder brother, something is amiss with the younger brother. You must come and see." Hearing Chen Hongyan's frantic shout, Chen Wen could no longer attend to anything else and hastily rushed over. Chapter 8. The wretched servant deserve 1,000 deaths. Internal strife and mutual blame. What has happened? Chen Wen asked urgently. At this moment, Chen Hongyan was in utter disarray, repeatedly exclaiming, "I just assisted him in refining the 9 revolutions soul-returning pill," and he fainted immediately, his breath erratically swirling within him. "Do not panic. Let me take a look." Chen Wen comforted Chen Hongyan before extending his hand to Chen Wen's forehead. In an instant, a terrifying force rebounded, exploding from between Chen Wen's fingers. Is this the essence of chaos? And it is not just any ordinary essence of chaos. Should my younger brother be awakening the primordial killing body? Chen Wen's expression shifted slightly, a multitude of thoughts surging within him. However, it was undeniable that the chaos essence now possessed by Chen Wen was significantly stronger than before. It is crucial to note that he possessed the primordial war god body, with the Tao rhythm of a war god capable of vanquishing all beings, reaching the pinnacle of both offense and defense. Yet, as he touched Chen Wen's forehead, he was still repelled by the essence's automatic defense. "What is happening?" Chen Hongyan inquired. Chen Wen did not respond, but instead tore open Chen Wen's bloodied clothing. Instantly, an astonishing sight was revealed before them. Chen Wen's upper body was adorned with 9-colored chaotic sequence patterns. Ancient divine rhythms flowed upon it, gradually merging into Chen Wen's being. Thud, thud, thud. Simultaneously, a sound akin to war drums emanated from Chen Wen's body, wave after wave, faintly resonating with an indomitable spirit, as if battling against heaven and earth, unyielding to the ages. "This is an exceptionally peculiar power," Chen Wen inhaled deeply. At this moment, Chen Hongyan also regained her composure amidst her earlier panic. Recognizing Chen Wen's condition, Chen Wen remained silent, quietly casting seals to conceal the aura emanating from Chen Wen's body. Chen Hongyan immediately understood his actions. Chen Wen had triggered a taboo from birth, regardless of whether he had gained fortune from misfortune or encountered other opportunities. They must protect him at all costs. After completing these actions, Chen Wen stated, "I will ensure my younger brother is safe. None of those people shall escape. Once he awakens, he will execute them personally to avoid any lingering inner demons." Are the four of them the main culprits? Chen Hongyan's gaze turned icy. I have searched Chen Mu's memories, and while the specifics of the events are unclear, I can confirm they are the main offenders. Understood, Chen Hongyan replied coldly. Chen Wen said nothing further and flew towards the Chu clan's location with Chen Wen in his arms. Chen Hongyan turned towards Chu Yue and the others, with each step amplifying her murderous intent. Upon reaching them, the aura of death had already enveloped half the sky, various phantoms howling, reflecting a landscape of corpses and blood. Is this a devil? The exquisite beauty before them left Chu Yue and her companions trembling with fear, the oppressive killing intent rendering them breathless. I demand the truth. Who is the mastermind? Chen Hongyan declared frostily, her murderous intent palpable. It is her. Both Chen Mu and Chu Beiqiong pointed at Chu Yue. In that moment, terror gripped them. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Chu Yue frantically shook her head, denying it vehemently. Did I permit you to speak? Chen Hongyan rebuked, raising her hand to slap Chu Yue to the ground. In the next moment, she reached out, capturing Chu Yue effortlessly. You have no right to explain. Ignoring Chu Yue's struggles and terror, Chen Hongyan directly employed the soul-searching technique. As she absorbed more memories, her expression grew increasingly somber, culminating in an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. My younger brother has sacrificed so much only to be met with such betrayal. To cripple his cultivation, extract his essence, publicly judge him, and draw his blood a second time. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Wretched servant, did you ever have a heart? My younger brother treated you this way, and this is how you repay him? You deserve 1,000 deaths. In a fit of rage, Chen Hongyan tightened her grip on Chu Yue's throat, increasing her strength. MMM. Chu Yue struggled desperately, but darkness engulfed her like a tidal wave. At that moment, all she felt was boundless fear and regret. If she had not schemed from the beginning, if she had genuinely been with Chen Wen, would everything have turned out differently? Given Chen Wen's love for her, he would never have abandoned her, treating her as a treasure. In that case, she could have returned to the Imperial family with him. That was the Imperial family. At this moment, she truly regretted her choices. Just as Chu Yue began to accept her fate, Chen Hongyan suddenly released her grip, easing her strength. My elder brother is right. It should not be us who kills you. A wretched servant like you must be dealt with by my younger brother. Chen Hongyan suppressed her killing intent, speaking each word deliberately. She then unceremoniously tossed Chu Yue to the ground. Huff! Chu Yue gasped for air as if granted a reprieve. Clutching her throat and inhaling deeply, her face flushed crimson. Chen Mu and the others trembled at the sight, instinctively huddling in a corner. The person before them was terrifying, her aura of death more potent and pure than Chen Wudi's. None of you shall escape, Chen Hongyan declared, wielding her spear. A streak of light shot past the four of them. They found themselves ensnared by a powerful force, surrounded by an impenetrable shield, severing any chance of escape or self-harm. Having completed these actions, Chen Hongyan pursued the direction in which Chen Wen had departed. You scoundrel, I will kill you. Did you not say he was an orphan? I will make you pay. The first to react, Chen Mu, dragged his battered body towards Luo Hao, raining punches upon him. I dare you to hit me again. Luo Hao retaliated, shoving Chen Mu away with a furious palm. Puff! Already severely injured, Chen Mu could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood from Luo Hao's strike. Now you blame me? In the end, it was your own greed. That boy's body essence was yours. Later, seeing his essence regenerate, you wanted to extract it and draw his blood, and yet you dare to blame me? Damn you. I curse you and your entire family. Luo Hao became increasingly animated, his voice rising in desperation. Chen Mu glared fiercely at Luo Hao, refraining from acting impulsively this time. In truth, he had lost the strength to retaliate. Look again, and see if I won't kill you right now. Luo Hao glared at Qin Mu, a murderous intent radiating from him. You. Qin Mu was filled with anger and frustration, reflecting on the times when Luo Hao had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Honestly, instead of engaging in internal strife, why not seek a solution? Chu Beiqiang's cautious voice broke the tension. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao halted his actions. If survival was possible, who would wish for death? He then turned to Chu Beiqiang and asked, "So, do you have a solution?" Chapter 9, Chu Yuwei felt a sense of empowerment. The world of the self-assured woman was truly formidable. Chu Beiqiang inhaled deeply, asserting that the one who unties the knot must also be the one who ties it. Let us not beat around the bush. Speak plainly, Luo Hao urged anxiously. At this moment, even Qin Mu turned his gaze toward Chu Beiqiang. Chu Beiqiang continued, "What I mean is, as long as Xiao Wei can earn that boy's forgiveness, we might have a sliver of hope." Luo Hao furrowed his brow, remarking, "That boy is a sycophant, but he is not a fool. Can we truly hope to smooth this over after our cruelty? Perhaps under normal circumstances. This would indeed be impossible, yet that boy is anything but ordinary." With a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth, Chu Beiqiang elaborated, "Over the years, that boy has gone to great lengths to please Xiao Wei, often pushing the boundaries of human decency. Therefore, if Xiao Wei is willing to soften her stance and show him some affection, there's a genuine possibility of reconciliation. Of course, if you believe there's a better approach, feel free to disregard my words." Luo Hao found himself at a loss for words. He had no viable alternatives. In the distance, the recently recovered Chu Yuwei wore a complex expression, lost in thought, fully aware of Chen Wen's kindness towards her. After a prolonged silence, Luo Hao made up his mind. At this juncture, he could only take one last gamble, even if it was but a flicker of hope. He refused to succumb to despair. With this resolve, he approached Chu Yuwei, respectfully assisting her to her feet. "Miss Chu, are you all right?" Chu Yuwei shook her head, no longer resembling her previous desolate self. "Miss Chu, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. As long as I remain alive, I am willing to serve you loyally," Luo Hao stated earnestly, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. "Miss Chu, I must apologize for my prior attitude. This is a small token of my sincerity. Please accept it. Furthermore, if I survive this ordeal, my life shall belong to you." Qin Mu staggered over, offering his spatial ring as well. At this moment, he shared the same sentiment as Luo Hao. Chu Yuwei regarded Qin Mu with a faint glance before accepting the spatial ring. Observing these two once mighty figures now bowing before her, Chu Yuwei felt a sense of fulfillment, as if she were finally experiencing her long-held aspirations. All of this was made possible by Chen Wen. If she were to truly gain his forgiveness and successfully integrate into the Imperial Clan, what a magnificent scene that would be. Contemplating this, she began to evaluate the feasibility of her situation. Just as Chu Beiqiang had suggested, given Chen Wen's feelings for her, a little charm could indeed turn the tide. Moreover, throughout this ordeal, she had never laid a hand on him, whether during the first extraction of the source or the second drawing of blood. As long as she devoted herself to Chen Wen, everything would revolve around him. Even if Chen Wen's family did not accept her, they would find no fault in her actions. With this in mind, everything could fall into place. However, once she had secured her position within the Imperial Clan, all who opposed her must perish, starting with Chen Hongmian, who had nearly ended her life earlier. Furthermore, Luo Hao and Qin Mu could not be spared. She knew someone had to take the blame, or else the wrath of Chen Wen and his family would never be quelled. With this comprehensive plan forming in her mind, Chu Yuwei felt a sense of clarity. Chu Beiqiang observed her demeanor, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. His objectives were finally being realized. What followed would be the true performance. Chu Yuwei reigned in her thoughts, stating, "Rest assured, we are now united. As long as I live, you shall not perish." "Excellent. I shall depend entirely on you," Qin Mu affirmed, adding, "I always sensed you were a person of great loyalty. It appears my instincts were correct." The others echoed his sentiments. Chu Yuwei subtly smirked. Did they truly believe they would survive? Chen Wen held affection for her, not for them. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, Chu Beiqiang pointed towards the sky. Two towering figures loomed, their presence so imposing that even the surrounding laws of the heavens seemed to yield. The invisible force distorted the very firmament, resembling crashing waves. Most terrifying of all was their aura, truly unparalleled, exuding an air of supreme nobility that rendered everything beneath them insignificant. Yet in an instant, they vanished from sight as if nothing had transpired. Those were the patriarch and matriarch of the Imperial Clan, beings of immense power capable of obliterating the ancient Yuan realm with a mere gesture. At some point, Jiang Taichu appeared beside Qin Mu and the others, his voice a haunting whisper. What? Qin Mu and the others were once again engulfed in bewilderment, an overwhelming dread coursing through their veins. The patriarch and matriarch of the Imperial Clan? The mere thought of their capability to annihilate the ancient Yuan realm sent shivers down their spines. Only Chu Yui's eyes sparkled with determination. She was more resolved than ever to gain Chen Wen's forgiveness and join the Imperial Clan. Meanwhile, Chen Baidu and Yi Chenin had arrived at Chen Wen's chamber. Where is Wen? How is he? Yi Chenin inquired urgently. He is fine, merely asleep. He will recover upon awakening, Chen Wudi replied. Yi Chenin pushed Chen Wudi aside, hastening to Chen Wen's side. Upon seeing Chen Wen's grown-up visage and a lingering pallor on his face, she froze, trembling in fear. Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. Chen Baidu watched his son's condition, his eyes gradually reddening. Noticing his wife's emotional instability, Chen Baidu pondered before speaking. Actually, he is not silence. Yi Chenin suddenly lifted her tear-streaked face, shouting, if not for your incompetence, Wen would not have faced such calamity. We would not have been separated for 16 years. Not a single day has passed in these 16 years without me longing for him and blaming myself. We selfishly brought him into this world, yet lack the ability to protect him. What use are we as parents? In her fervor, Yi Chenin's voice rose to a shout. I am sorry, Chen Baidu replied, raising his head to stifle his tears. Though Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi remained silent, their own tears flowed freely. Please leave. I wish to be alone with Wen for a while, Yi Chenin said, struggling to contain her tumultuous emotions. Let us go, Chen Baidu instructed his children before stepping outside. However, as soon as they crossed the threshold, Yi Chenin's anguished cries echoed. It is my failure as a mother. I could not protect you, my son. It is all my fault. With each word, she struck herself in despair. Chen Baidu clenched his fists, a tempest of fury surging within him, an overwhelming impulse to obliterate everything consuming him at that moment. Chapter 10. Get Lost. Chen Wen finally awakens after a long while. Chen Baidu gritted his teeth and growled. Have all the involved parties been eliminated? Only a few masterminds remain. The rest have been eradicated without a single one escaping. Chen Wudi replied. Excellent. Now, create a substantial uproar until those old dogs arrive. I want everyone involved from 16 years ago to perish here, Chen Baidu roared. His teeth clenched. Understood, Chen Wudi responded coldly. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. I am Jiang Taichu, the master of the Guardian Temple. I implore you, sir, to step out for a meeting. What nonsense! Get lost! Chen Baidu thundered like an enraged lion, shouting towards the door. Instantly, an invisible pressure surged through the door, striking Jiang Taichu with tremendous force. His face changed dramatically, and he instinctively erected a divine defense. Channeling the utmost power of the Supreme Realm, waves of rule power locked down the space, forming barrier-like shields. However, in an instant, that invisible force pierced through the shields as if they were mere glass, shattering them and exploding the space into a cloud of white dust. This Jiang Taichu's face morphed into one of profound horror. Suddenly, he was pierced through, the invisible pressure flowing through him and into the boundless void beyond, creating a massive hole as spatial beasts plummeted downwards. The sight was utterly shocking. Jiang Taichu was sent flying, crashing heavily into the assembly hall. Blood and flesh were mangled on his upper body, his hair disheveled, appearing exceedingly tragic. This gulp, the elders of the Guardian Temple, waiting in the assembly hall, felt their scalps tingle upon witnessing their master in such a state, an unseen chill rising from their heads. Twice now, the opponent had merely shouted, and their once invincible master was sent flying. It could only be said that the legendary patriarch of the Imperial Clan was terrifyingly powerful. Jiang Taichu, his face pale, struggled to rise from the ground, silently mending his internal injuries. Who did he offend? Why was he always the one to suffer? Yet, he understood that Chen Bideo had held back. Otherwise, that roar alone could have been fatal. Having barely repaired his injuries, Jiang Taichu turned to his subordinates and bellowed, "Why are you still standing there? Summon all the prominent families from Qingshi town and have them kneel here. If they cannot earn the Lord's forgiveness, they shall all die. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, yes. We will do it right away." Mu Chun and the others nodded vigorously before hurriedly departing. "Useless. All of you are utterly useless, ouch. This hurts like hell." Jiang Taichu, both angry and in pain, was infuriated even more when reminded of his injuries. "What are you looking at? You're all to blame for this. Why did you have to provoke a descendant of the Imperial Clan? You fools should die 1,000 times over." Noticing Chu Yuwei and the others staring at him, Jiang Taichu's anger flared once more. They instinctively lowered their heads, trembling in anticipation, not daring to utter a word. At this moment, neither the Imperial Clan's representatives nor Jiang Taichu, the master of the Guardian Temple, were figures they could provoke. As time passed, Chen Wen finally awoke from his slumber. At this moment, his chaotic sequence body had fully assimilated, his injuries healed, and his internal vitality surged like a vast ocean, roiling like waves. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased, breaking through from the duality realm to the first level of the yin-yang realm. As a transmigrator, Chen Wen truly felt the superiority of his body at this moment. It is no exaggeration to say that he could easily engage in a battle for 300 rounds, or even endure 10 days without rest. "My child, you have finally awakened. How wonderful." At that moment, Chen Wen was enveloped in a warm embrace. In his past life, he had been an orphan, unfamiliar with the concept of maternal love. Thus, the sudden heat left him frozen, entirely at a loss. "My child, I am sorry for what I put you through. Will you forgive me, please?" Yi Qinyun sobbed while holding Chen Wen tightly. Chen Wen was at a loss for how to respond. Yet, when warm tears fell upon his face, he was utterly bewildered, goosebumps rising all over him. If the absence of familial love felt like a dream, then these drops of tears were undeniably real, striking deep into his heart. Perhaps this was the maternal love he had longed for. Mother Chen Wen opened his mouth, his voice strained and hoarse. Yi Qinyun immediately froze, stuttering. "Why you call me what?" "Mother," Chen Wen repeated. Wailing, Yi Qinyun broke down completely. I'm so sorry. No, it's I who have caused you worry, Chen Wen." For reasons unknown, felt tears welling up in his own eyes. It turned out that what he had never possessed was so beautiful. In that moment, every void in his heart was filled. Yi Qinyun trembled with emotion. "How can you be so understanding? How could you have grown up so, well, how could I not have protected you back then? It's my failure. Her cries drew Chen Bideo and the others' attention, and they hurriedly burst through the door. Upon witnessing the mother and son weeping together, Chen Bideo, Chen Hongyan, and Chen Wudi were momentarily stunned. Chen Wen had been sent away shortly after his birth. At that time, although Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi had memories, they did not truly know Chen Wen. This moment marked their first conscious meeting, filled with shared memories. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Qinyun's sobs finally subsided. Chen Wen gently patted her shoulder. "Mother, I'm fine now. Your tears make me want to cry too." All right, mother won't cry anymore," Yi Qinyun replied repeatedly, her gaze fixed on Chen Wen, unable to hide her smile. "He's your useless father." Yi Qinyun suddenly pointed at Chen Bideo. Chen Bideo, taken aback, opened his mouth several times, yet could not utter a single word. Taking the initiative, Chen Wen chuckled, "Father." Chen Bideo shuddered, responding with a trembling voice, "Ah. Look at you, acting as if nothing happened. Get away from me." Yi Qinyun still held a grudge against Chen Bideo, who's been crying all this time. Chen Bideo muttered softly. "What did you say?" Yi Qinyun snapped back coldly. Chen Bideo quickly retorted, "I said my wife is right." Seeing Chen Bideo's humble demeanor, Chen Wen and the others burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and their estrangement was subtly bridged. "This is your elder brother, Chen Wudi, always wearing a stern face. He hardly speaks, just like your useless father." Yi Qinyun pointed at Chen Wudi. "Mother, you misspoke. My brother is simply steady and truly capable of shouldering responsibilities when it counts," Chen Wen replied with a grin. Chen Wudi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Yi Qinyun smiled back, feeling gratified. Though her words may have seemed harsh, she was very pleased with Chen Wudi. Yi Qinyun was about to introduce Chen Hongyan when she was abruptly interrupted. "Mother, I can handle this myself." Chen Hongyan rushed over, looking at Chen Wen before enveloping him in a tight embrace. Chen Wen's face was buried in Chen Hongyan's chest, nearly suffocating him. How old are you now? Yet still acting like a child? Get away from here. Yi Chenyan laughed, playfully swatting Chen Hongyan on the shoulder. Chen Hongyan casually released Chen Wen's song, nonchalantly stating, "He is my brother, not an outsider. So what does it matter?" Chen Wen's mind was filled with confusion. While everything that had just transpired was indeed vibrant, the fact remained that this was his sister. One had to wonder if the outside world was aware that their goddess was such a person. Truly, all goddesses meet their demise in the light of reality. Ah, my little brother is quite handsome. I can only imagine how that enchantress will take advantage of him in the future. As Chen Hongyan scrutinized Chen Wen, she jested. The absurdity of her remarks escalated, prompting Yi Chenyan to angrily push Chen Hongyan aside. You keep saying I've grown up, yet you treat me like a child. What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Hongyan protested vehemently. Yi Chenyan placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Oh, so you wish to reason with me, do you? Very well, you're older. Hence you were right." Chen Hongyan shrugged dismissively. "I see you're just itching for trouble," Yi Chenyan said as she raised her hand to strike Chen Hongyan. "Little brother, assist me in vanquishing this demon." Chen Hongyan swiftly dodged and took refuge behind Chen Wen. Witnessing Chen Hongyan's antics, Yi Chenyan felt a mix of frustration and amusement. After a considerable amount of playful banter, Chen Baidu finally interjected, "Little one has only just awakened. Let him rest for a while." The smile on Yi Chenyan's face gradually faded as she gently patted the back of Chen Wen's hand. "Little one, should you require anything, do not hesitate to tell your mother. I assure you, with your father and me, there will be no formalities." Chen Wen nodded in response. That's good. Yi Chenyan affirmed repeatedly, her eyes involuntarily reddening. Chen Baidu said nothing, stepping forward to gently embrace her shoulders. "By the way, little brother, the 3 men and 1 woman outside are reserved for you. How you choose to handle them is entirely up to you," Chen Hongyan suddenly interjected. Chapter 11. The Great Crucible of Destiny. The novice gift package. Upon these words, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. Yi Chenyan's sorrowful demeanor transformed, her eyes glimmering with a chilling, murderous intent. For a mother, any harm done to her children is akin to a death sentence. Whoever the perpetrator may be, they must pay a steep price. Chen Wen quickly discerned that Chen Hongyan was referring to 4 individuals, Chu Yuwei, Luo Hao, and Chu Beiqiu. Coincidentally, he harbored a desire to personally eliminate these 4 scoundrels. With this thought, Chen Wen spoke coldly. "I understand what must be done. Remember, our Chen clan may not seek trouble, but no one can trample upon us. You may act as you wish. We will support you in all endeavors." At this juncture, Chen Hongyan's voice grew increasingly frigid. "Even if you find yourself in conflict with the entire world, know that we 4 will stand by your side. We shall never part, nor cease to fight. At worst, we shall all be buried beneath this eternal sky." Chen Baidu, Yi Chenyan, and Chen Wudi all wore solemn expressions, their imposing presence exuding fearlessness. Chen Wen stared blankly at the 4 for a considerable time before nodding gravely. "I understand." Perhaps, prior to this moment, he had been moved by Yi Chenyan's genuine emotions. Now, however, he truly considered himself a part of this family. These individuals cared for him more than he had ever imagined. Enough. Let us step outside and allow Xiao Wen some time to compose himself," Chen Baidu suggested. This time, Yi Chenyan and the others did not hesitate, exiting the room and closing the door behind them. Yi Chenyan's expression suddenly darkened. "I need to know everything Xiao Wen has experienced over the past 16 years. I will take care of it," Chen Wudi promptly replied. "Please be thorough. I do not wish to miss any aspect of his growth," Yi Chenyan added once more. "Understood," Chen Wudi affirmed before departing. Meanwhile, after regaining his composure, Chen Wen spoke. "Senior, are you still there? Is there something you need?" A feminine voice responded. "May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" Chen Wen probed cautiously. "Xianhong Xiao." The voice replied coolly. "What a splendid name. It truly befits a senior," Chen Wen complimented, attempting to flatter her. "Heh, it seems you have an ulterior motive." "Speak your mind," Xianhong Xiao remarked indifferently. "What is this? My flattery has reached an advanced level, yet it is ineffective here? This person must be devoid of human emotions." "It's certainly not my fault," Chen Wen mused to himself before smiling again. "It is like this. Could you enlighten me about the functions of the Great Crucible of Destiny and the chaos sequence. Oh, and it seems others have received novice gift packages. Surely, a presence stronger than the golden finger must grant us one as well. Xian Hongxiao replied, the chaos sequence is the most ancient physique of all realms, without exception. Moreover, it harbors the potential to transcend its limitations and transform into an entirely new body. How is it powerful? Chen Wen could not help but inquire. It possesses 9 sequence shackles. Each unlocked grants an absolute talent. Is the absolute fire seed powerful? Every subsequent absolute talent you unlock will be equally formidable. Beyond these tangible benefits, the hidden advantages of this physique are its greatest strength. Under equal development conditions, it can suppress all other physiques. Furthermore, every attribute it possesses has the highest potential cap, be it attack, defense, strength, and so forth. The Great Crucible of Destiny serves as an auxiliary golden finger for this physique. Without it, your physique cannot truly develop. Of course, the Great Crucible is an independent entity with its unique functions. Its primary roles are threefold: Destiny Refinement, Fate Shielding, and Destiny Suppression. Doomed Refinement refers to the process of refining all things possessing Destiny aura to obtain the Destiny Nirvana Liquid. The Destiny Nirvana Liquid can be used to unlock the shackles of your physique, which you should be aware of. Naturally, you may also opt to convert the Nirvana Liquid into random rewards. However, this method carries a high probability of yielding nothing. Does this crucible imply that destinies are categorized into tiers? The higher the tier, the better the quality of the Nirvana Liquid obtained? Chen Wen pondered before asking. Xian Hongxiao nodded. Destinies are divided into 3 categories: Conventional Destiny, Legendary Destiny, and Eternal Destiny. The classification is based on the color of the fateful souls they condense. Conventional Destiny encompasses 11 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gray, black, silver, and gold, with ascending levels from red to gold. Legendary Destiny, however, consists of only 7 colors, known as the fabled 7-colored Destiny. Eternal Destiny is 9-colored. This 9-color Destiny is said to be non-existent, yet theoretically possible. Furthermore, the destinies you refine can also be merged in various combinations. At that point, the power of the Nirvana Liquid may stack, potentially yielding unimaginable surprises. How can I identify the possessors of destiny? Chen Wen took a deep breath and inquired. These functions seem inconspicuous when considered separately, but when integrated, they can only be described as defying heaven itself. In that moment, he realized that his purpose was to confront the children of destiny. Only by defeating them could he grow stronger. With just a thought, you can activate the heavenly illumination, Xian Hongxiao stated coolly. Chen Wen was about to ask what the heavenly illumination entailed when he suddenly perceived a world of dual pupils unfolding before him. So this is the power of thought? Impressive. Aside from this, what else could he say? Next is the shielding of fate. Its function is straightforward. It allows you to shield against any probing, preventing premature annihilation by the laws of destiny. Do not underestimate the ancient Yuan world's fate. The true power lies ahead. Xian Hongxiao spoke leisurely. This is splendid, A timid soul requires such potent medicine. Chen Wen nodded repeatedly. As a member of the transmigrating army, he understood the importance of cautious development all too well. Quietly growing stronger, then astonishing everyone with the sheer weight of his power. That was the essence of his journey. Lastly, the function of destiny suppression enables you to activate a suppression domain. For a duration of 10 breaths, you can suppress 10% of your opponent's strength. As you grow stronger, the amount you can suppress will increase, with the upper limit depending on your own capabilities. Naturally, the duration of suppression will also extend as your strength increases. However, once the suppression period elapses, you will require a day to recover, so utilize it wisely. This is excellent. This is truly remarkable. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though 10% may seem minimal, it can indeed be lethal at critical moments. And the potential for continual enhancement is paramount. What might transpire if it were to reach 100%? Just a thought sends shivers of exhilaration through him. And now, regarding the novice gift package, would you like to receive it now? Xian Hongxiao inquired. Of course. I have been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Chen Wen replied eagerly. Chapter 12, A Family of Giants, and I'm the only odd one out as you wish, Xian Hongxiao responded. As her words fell, a torrent of information surged into Chen Wen's mind. Supreme Chaos Technique, unknown rank, entry level. Can be used to cultivate chaos sequence bodies and realm training. Great Rebirth Technique, exceptional secret art, growth type, initial insight. Can be used to completely alter one's appearance in its ultimate form. It can erase all traces of the original body's rebirth, independent of destiny. Chaos over Heaven Hand, supreme divine ability, growth type, entry level. Can be combined with chaos sequence bodies for unparalleled strength. In its ultimate form, it can shatter all defenses. After digesting all the information, Chen Wen felt an epiphany, and the power within him erupted like a geyser, stronger than ever before. This is absolutely extraordinary, he sighed after a lengthy pause. Through the remnants of the original body's memories, he gleaned the cultivation rules of this world. The methods of attack here are myriad, including martial skills, secret arts, forbidden techniques, treasure arts, and divine abilities. Ordinary martial skills are categorized from rank 1 to 13. As for divine abilities, treasure arts, secret arts, and forbidden techniques, they are divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with exceptional, supreme, and legendary classifications. Each type of cultivation is further divided into 5 levels. Initial insight, entry level, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Now, he had acquired a rare, divine secret art, and it was already at the entry level. What more could he say about this beginner's gift except that it was astonishingly powerful? Are you satisfied? Xian Hong Xiao inquired. Chen Wen nodded vigorously. Satisfied? It's simply incredible. Keep up the hard work. As long as you refine enough destiny, there are even more rewards awaiting you. Don't mention it. I feel utterly energized, as if the entire world is mine, Chen Wen declared, rising with excitement. Xian Hong Xiao showed no regard for Chen Wen's display of bravado. You truly understand the ways of the world. Chen Wen felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. By the way, a portion of your memories prior to the age of 10 has been sealed. Would you like to unlock them? Xian Hong Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Memories before the age of 10? Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, so that's why the original body only had memories from after 10. They were sealed away. I must see what kind of memories warranted such a seal. Unseal them, as you wish. With that, a flood of chaotic memories surged into Chen Wen's mind. It turned out that before the age of 10, his imperial bone had already been taken by a youth named Chu Tianlong. His imperial bone was no ordinary thing. It was the unique supreme Emperor Immortal Bone, renowned as the Emperor Bone Immortal, capable of vanquishing all in its path. Possessors of such an imperial bone are destined to achieve the realm of Emperor, and the highest tier of Emperor at that. Strangely, the boy's accomplice only sealed his memories and did not kill him. As for Chu Yue, she was merely a tool arranged to get close to him, and he had unwittingly fallen for her, as intended. However, what Chu Tianlong did not anticipate was that Chu Yue would become dissatisfied with her original role and, in alliance with Luo Hao, would strike at him again, resulting in the current predicament. After digesting all the memories, Chen Wen's eyes grew cold. This was undoubtedly the work of an acquaintance, someone who knew that once he died, his imperial family parents would surely come for vengeance. Otherwise, unless one was a fool, they would have simply killed him. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Very well. Once I eliminate those few from Chu Yue's side, I will deal with you properly. Little brother, how are you doing over there? At that moment, Chen Hongmian's voice came from outside the door. Chen Wen quickly composed himself and opened the door. Chen Hongmian leaned in with her flawless face. What? Wow. 7-color destiny? Chen Wen felt an overwhelming urge to activate the destiny melting furnace upon seeing her. What's wrong, little brother? Chen Hongmian noticed the changes in his expression and immediately grew anxious. I'm fine. I almost lost control for a moment. Chen Wen suppressed his tumultuous emotions and continued. I just wasn't prepared to see such a beautiful woman as you, sister. Not bad. Not bad. Your words are far sweeter than your elder brother's. Chen Hongmian laughed heartily, patting Chen Wen on the shoulder. Beauty indeed, but she has a mouth, Chen Wen replied with a grin. What brings you here, sister? Chen Hongmian's expression turned serious. It's time to address the matter at hand. All right, Chen Wen's smile faded, and he coldly stated, first, eliminate these 4, then find Chu Tianlong. Chen Hongmian said nothing more and stepped outside first. As Chen Wen entered the Great Hall, he found Chun Baidu and the others already waiting. All seven-colored destiny? You guys are remarkably powerful. Chen Wen observed the destiny souls floating above Chun Badu and the others' heads. It was evident that this family was composed entirely of giants, with him being the sole odd one out. Unexplainably, he felt a pang of anxiety. Let us go, Chun Badu stated coldly, leading the way out. In an instant, the family marched forward in unison, their overwhelming presence suffocating, especially Chun Badu and Yi Chunyun, who, despite having retracted their auras and powers, still exuded an air of dominance that was intimidating. Some individuals could be discerned at a glance as untouchable, standing there as if in communion with the heavens. Soon, the group arrived at the venue of the assembly, where each member of the family held their own ground, instilling an unspoken sense of dread in the previously solemn atmosphere. Is this the might of the Imperial Clan? Truly terrifying, the onlookers dared not raise their heads, casting furtive glances. Chun Badu's gaze swept over the scene, landing on the thousands of cultivators kneeling before them, creating a sea of black. It could be said that all the prominent families from Qingshu Town had gathered. Before them stood Jiang Taichu and a host of powerful guardians. Although they did not kneel, they dared not utter a word, trembling with their heads bowed. They considered themselves of noble descent, having heard of the Destiny Imperial Clan more than once. Yet, when faced with the clan's patriarch, they could truly feel the weight of the invisible pressure. At this moment, Qin Mu and the others looked up in terror at the five figures above, especially the man and woman at the forefront. They realized these were the true supreme beings, capable of ending their lives with but a glance. Chu Yue had been watching Chen Wen the entire time. At that moment, she seemed to see the spirited, extraordinarily talented prodigy once more. Yet for some reason, she felt that Chen Wen had changed. But if pressed to articulate what that change was, she could not. Could this be my delusion? No. It must be my overthinking. He is still the one who loves me deeply. Chu Yue fervently denied her own unease. At that moment, Jiang Taichu once again cupped his fists and began to speak. Jiang Taichu, did I give you permission to speak? One more word, and I'll end you. Chun Badu's sudden roar interrupted Jiang Taichu's words. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled violently. The clouds above the assembly hall burst apart, and a series of astonishing phenomena cascaded down, with terrifying spatial turbulence raging. Jiang Taichu spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Long and the others collapsed to the ground, their bodies erupting in blood mist. In an instant, they were filled with terror, barely holding back their exclamations. What the hell are you doing? Haven't you learned your lesson after being hammered twice? For heaven's sake, just keep quiet. If you want to show off, can we do it at home instead? As they beheld Jiang Taichu's pitiful state, they were filled with both fear and anger. Is it not sufficient to simply play the part of a coward? Why insist on making a spectacle? Foolishness. Chun Dao surveyed the eerily silent scene before him and turned to Chen Wen. Proceed with what you wish to do. Your father will shield you from all harm. With your mother present, should anyone dare to trouble you, I shall deal with them. Yi Chenyan was even more forthright than Chun Dao. Very well, Chen Wen replied solemnly. At that moment, the crowd's gaze shifted towards the four troublemakers in the distance. Their eyes held no pity, only a steely resolve. Were it not for these four fools, Qingshu Town would not have faced such calamity. Chen Wen acknowledged, and made his way towards Chu Yue, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, to Qin Mu and the others, that smile appeared more demonic than angelic. Miss Chu, we are entirely relying on you. You must save us. Qin Mu and Luo Hao urged in unison. Chu Yue swallowed hard before responding. Do not worry. Chen Wen loves me deeply and will ensure our safety. Excellent. We knew we could count on you, Miss Chu. The two were instantly filled with excitement. Of course, she was certain of her own safety, but their fates remained uncertain. A cold smile crept into Chu Yue and Appo's heart as she observed the two grateful men. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Wen soon approached the vicinity of Chu Yue and her companions. Is Chu Yue truly the chosen one? Such a waste. Upon noticing the orange soul above Chu Yue's head, Chen Wen momentarily froze. No, Senior, you are not suggesting she is a counterfeit, are you? Chen Wen chuckled derisively. You are the counterfeit. Your entire family is counterfeit, the elegant Xian Hongxiao retorted, having fortified her resolve. What you see is reality. It proves that Chu Yue is indeed the chosen one. Very well, Chen Wen sighed in resignation. Indeed, it seemed that goddesses had all encountered death. Yet, he no longer doubted that Chu Yuwei was the chosen one. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuwei summoned her courage to meet Chen Wen's gaze, only to find him staring at her in a daze. In the next moment, she felt a surge of excitement. This devoted admirer must be recalling past memories. I knew it. He loves me to the core. I've only betrayed him once. What is there that cannot be forgiven? After all, I shall serve him wholeheartedly in the future. Reflecting on this, Chu Yuwei straightened, reclaiming her previous haughty demeanor. The time had come for Chen Wen to lower himself in order to earn her forgiveness. Naturally, if Chen Wen were sincere, she could consider forgiving his previous indiscretions. At last, the skies cleared. I, Chu Yuwei, am destined to rise above. With this thought, a smile gradually emerged on her lips. Qin Mu and the others noticed Chen Wen's peculiar demeanor, exchanging glances as if to say, by heavens, such talent truly exists. We might be saved. With that, they all became increasingly animated. Chen Wen, however, gathered his thoughts, yet a subtle smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Chu Yuwei's expression had already shifted, now tinged with arrogance. Once more, Chen Wen stepped closer to Chu Yuwei, ultimately halting before her. Apologize at once. This time, I might consider forgiving you. But your attitude must be proper. Chu Yuwei maintained her poise, lips pursed, exuding an air of arrogance and satisfaction. In response, Chen Wen's smile grew wider. As a time traveler, he had encountered many like Chu Yuwei and could only conclude that she was a typical, shallow woman. Did you think I would apologize to you? He said languidly. For a moment, Chu Yuwei was taken aback, for that was precisely what she had anticipated. But why had Chen Wen so bluntly articulated it? Did he no longer desire her? What was happening? Qin Mu and the others were equally bewildered, an ominous premonition rising within them. Chen Wen, do not treat me this way. I can always retract my words. Chu Yuwei inhaled deeply. I was momentarily foolish, so I apologize. Before Chu Yuwei could revel in her own cleverness, Chen Wen swiftly delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, "Fool, did you think I would say such a thing?" With a sharp crack, Chu Yuwei was sent sprawling, her face nearly shattered from the impact. You, she stammered, filled with both rage and fear. What of you? I am striking down scum like you. Chen Wen stepped forward again, delivering another slap to her left cheek. With a thud, Chu Yuwei was once more hurled backward, crashing hard against the ruins. She could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was over. This time, it was truly over. At that moment, Qin Mu and the others felt as though the sky had collapsed. Was this truly the promise of forgiveness? Chen Wen had no intention of halting. If he could not render Chu Yuwei's existence unbearable, he would feel he had failed himself. As Chen Wen advanced step by step, fear finally gripped Chu Yuwei. All her fantasies evaporated into thin air. I see my mistake. I am sorry. I am sorry. Please spare me this once. I am willing to serve you. Whatever you desire. Observing Chu Yuwei's terror, Chen Wen shook his head. No, you are not regretting. You are merely aware that death is imminent. That is not true. That is not true. Chu Yuwei denied frantically. Is it not so? Chen Wen questioned, his foot crashing down. No, with a crunch. Chu Yuwei's legs were reduced to a mist of blood. Next, it will be your hands. Despite her desperate struggles, Chen Wen's foot came crashing down once more. With another sickening crunch, her limbs were completely obliterated. Yet, Chu Yuwei remained alive, the excruciating pain and humiliation rendering her pale and stricken with terror. In that instant, the atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming sense of impending doom, accompanied by Chu Yuwei's blood-curdling screams. How ruthless! Qin Mu and the others crumpled to the ground, realizing that their turn was next. Chen Wen leaned close to Chu Yuwei's ear, whispering, "Next, it shall be your soul and body. You have taken from me, and I shall make you regurgitate every bit." Please, no. No, Chu Yuwei shook her head frantically. Losing her limbs might still leave room for recovery, but if her soul and body were destroyed, she would be utterly finished. I know you're anxious, but do not rush. I am about to send you to the heavens. Chen Wen's eyes were icy as he prepared to stomp down upon her soul. No, Chu Yuwei's anguished scream echoed, reverberating through the air. But just as Chen Wen's foot was about to crush her soul, a protective barrier suddenly sprang forth, blocking his strike. Boom! Simultaneously, Chen Wen was forced back by the rebounding force. Who dares to kill a member of the Chu clan? You seek death. A cold voice resonated from within Chu Yue, reverberating through the air. This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. What was the meaning of this? Qin Mu and Luo Hao were momentarily dazed. Huh, finally, it has arrived. In contrast, Chu Beiqiong was filled with exhilaration. Only he understood that Chu Yue, too, possessed a formidable background. To this day, he vividly recalls the scene when Chu Yue was brought here, escorted by the Imperial carriage across 1,000,000 miles, accompanied by dozens of top-tier warriors clearing the path. The majestic aura and the astonishing spectacle remain etched in his memory. As for why the Chu clan was chosen, perhaps it was simply due to their shared surname. Subsequently, he took it upon himself to adopt Chu Yue, hoping to forge a connection with her one day. Chen Wudi and Chen Homian approached Chen Wen, observing the swirling runes upon the protective shield and the distorted power emanating from it. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the Guardian Talisman, a protective measure employed by esteemed families for their disciples' training in the lower realms. This talisman was also intertwined with a teleportation array, ensuring the descendants could be summoned and arrive at the earliest opportunity. Chen Wudi spoke leisurely. Why is it, my friend, that I do not possess such a privilege? Chen Wen was not concerned about Chu Yue's background. Rather, he was perplexed as to why he was not afforded the same treatment. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's thoughts, Chen Homian sighed. Your situation is somewhat different. In due time, your parents will explain it to you. Very well, Chen Wen replied with a resigned smile. Meanwhile, Chu Yue absorbed Chen Wudi's words, and suddenly, a surge of hope blossomed within her. So, I too am of noteworthy lineage. You all must perish. In a heartbeat, Chu Yue's excitement transformed into an overwhelming fury. I care not for your grievances. Cease this instant. The voice echoed once more. Cease? I shall do precisely as I please. And you vile creatures will meet your end. Chen Wudi surged forward, his fists crackling with thunderous energy, a cataclysmic force coalescing in an instant. Dare you? The voice roared incessantly. Help me. Save me. Chu Yue was instantly engulfed in terror. What does it mean to plummet from paradise to hell? This was it. Boom. Under the terrified gaze of Chu Yue, Chen Wudi unleashed a punch, shattering the protective shield. Chu Yue coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face drained of color. She loathed Chen Wudi for not adhering to the expected course of events. Why did he not wait for her family to arrive? Do as you wish. Whoever comes shall die, Chen Wudi declared, turning his gaze towards the distorted void above. This was the very sign that the teleportation array had been activated. He possessed the ability to destroy the teleportation array, but chose not to. At this moment, his sole desire was to kill. Let them come. I shall slay them all. A faint smile crept across Chen Wen's lips as he comprehended the situation. One could not deny the exhilaration of having such a powerful family as a backing. Chapter 14. At last have you arrived? I have waited long enough in the distance. Jiang Taichu observed the situation with a twitching smile at the corners of his mouth. Is this not sheer bullying? How many forces in this world can rival the celestial destiny Imperial Clan? At this moment, he could fully foresee the tragic scene that was about to unfold. Perhaps those who rushed over would bring about the annihilation of their own kin. On the high platform, Chen Baidu and Yi Qingyan remained silent, yet their attitudes were unmistakable. Indeed, it was a matter of life and death for anyone who dared to approach. Sweet dreams, my beloved. Chen Wen elegantly lifted his foot, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Yue, his eyes deep and icy. The gentle smile that illuminated his face appeared to Chu Yue like the fangs of a deathly specter. No, I have allies behind me. They're already on their way. You cannot do this, you mustn't. Chu Yue cried out in horror, her eyes filled with fear, resentment, and regret. That is precisely why I intend to end your life. Chen Wen's lips curled into a smirk as he forcefully stepped down. No! Chu Yue screamed in despair. Boom! With a single step, an overwhelming force erupted upon Chu Yue's spiritual core. She was crushed into the ground, the earth cracking beneath her, dust rising into the air. One side of her body was obliterated, blood splattering in all directions. Witnessing this, Chen Wen lifted his foot once more, aiming for Chu Yue and Appo's head. Under the guise of transforming her into a mist of blood, he activated the celestial destiny Great Furnace. Refinement. At the same time, as Chen Wen opened the Great Furnace, An invisible force enveloped Chu Yuwei entirely. In an instant, the soul above her head was forcibly drawn in. Refinement complete. One portion of orange, celestial destiny, nirvana, liquid obtained, can be exchanged for a random reward. The host has completed the first refinement, achieving a new accomplishment, and will receive an additional opportunity for a random draw. The host has completed the refinement of orange, celestial destiny, achieving an accomplishment, and has received an orange, celestial destiny treasure chest. In an instant, a series of notification sounds echoed in Chen Wen's mind. Remarkable, truly remarkable, he thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the additional rewards. Meanwhile, the onlookers were stunned by Chen Wen's ruthlessness. His actions were not only efficient but merciless. It was one thing for the Chen clan to be unafraid of any challengers. It was another entirely for Chen Wen to deny Chu Yuwei even a semblance of hope for rescue. Suddenly, the sky trembled. The power of the Imperial realm parting the heavens, stirring up towering clouds. Subsequently, regal figures began to materialize, reflecting the image of multitudes in worship. The heavenly mandate of imperial authority, the populace in reverence. This was the emblem of the Imperial realm. From the level of shock permeating the scene, it was evident that numerous individuals had arrived, yet the strongest among them were only at the Imperial realm. Jiang Taichu and the others exchanged sympathetic glances. Was this not a long journey to deliver a head on a platter? No matter how powerful they were, could they surpass the two half-step Emperor realm individuals present? Who dare slay the children of our Chu clan? As figures emerged, their thunderous voices preceded their appearance, reverberating like the sound of heavenly thunder. An overwhelming force radiating in all directions. Presumptuous. Chen Baidu suddenly looked up, his voice booming as he grasped the air. The magnificent Imperial might instantly sealed the surrounding space. Ancient and terrifying laws swirling chaotically. As he gazed, the chains of the laws of the world shattered under his grasp, a boundless storm of chaos raging. Puff, puff, puff. The dozen or so who had just emerged felt as though the sky had collapsed, a colossal golden hand descending upon them. What is happening? The leading man watched in horror as his defenses crumbled like paper, utterly astounded. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We were merely passing through. The man reacted swiftly, begging for mercy. Yes, we're just passing through. We will leave immediately. The others echoed in desperation, realizing they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. They cursed the reckless disciple who had led them into this predicament. Chen Baidu had no intention of engaging in dialogue. He swiftly grasped his hand. No, we are from the sacred clan of the Azure Sky realm. You cannot. Enough of your prattle. Chen Baidu snorted coldly, crushing the man in an instant. The newcomer exploded into a cloud of blood. How is this possible? Chu Baiqiang's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. After executing this act, Chen Baidu calmly retracted his hand, revealing a token in his grip. The token bore ancient engravings, prominently featuring the character for Chu at its center. Yi Qingyan glanced at it. The sacred clan of the Azure Sky realm. The Chu clan. Are you familiar with them? Such a minor clan. How could I possibly recognize it? I can investigate later, Chen Baidu replied nonchalantly. This family must be uprooted entirely. Not a single one left behind, Yi Qingyan stated coldly. Agreed, Chen Baidu nodded. Meanwhile, far away in the Azure Sky realm, the Chu clan remained oblivious to the impending calamity. Lo and behold, it seems it is still my convenient father, Chen Wen mused. Initially, he thought Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi were formidable, but compared to Chen Baidu, they were mere fledglings. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Chen Wen approached the ashen-faced Qin Mu and the others. As he drew nearer, Qin Mu and the others instinctively huddled together, gripped by genuine fear. Three little brothers? Had he been waiting long? Chen Wen halted, gazing at the three with a leisurely tone. Aye. Qin Mu's lips moved, but fear rendered him speechless. Look at you, so tense. Where has that bravado gone? The one that just drained my essence. Chen Wen leaned closer to Qin Mu, his voice teasingly soft. Qin Mu's face turned as pale as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably. Brother Luo, what do you think? Chen Wen suddenly turned to Luo Hao. I was wrong. Truly wrong. Luo Hao scrambled to his feet, bowing deeply to Chen Wen, blood smeared across his face, oblivious. Chen Wen shook his head. No, you are not at fault. The fault lies with me, Chen Wen. After all, I am but an insignificant ant, lacking power, influence, or background, unable to compare to you from the Tai Palace. Not to mention my divine body. Even a single hair on me belongs to Tai Palace. Brother Luo, do you see any resemblance to your grandeur and my arrogance? Chen Wen leaned closer to the bowing Luo Hao, his tone languid. Luo Hao stiffened. I apologize, I was wrong, I truly was. Almost immediately, Luo Hao resumed his frantic bowing. Go and speak of it elsewhere. Chen Wen's expression grew cold, and at that moment, as Luo Hao bowed, he brought his foot down. Boom! Luo Hao's head burst like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. His body slumped on the ground, maintaining the same expression of contrition. The scene was utterly tragic. Now it is your turn. If anyone was to bear Chen Wen's deepest hatred, it was undoubtedly Qin Mu. The torment he endured while conscious was all at Qin Mu's hands. No, no, no. Upon witnessing Luo Hao's fate, Qin Mu instinctively recoiled. Thinking of fleeing? Chen Wen's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he seized Qin Mu. No. Amid Qin Mu's abject terror, Chen Wen's hand descended upon his chest. In an instant, the entire venue echoed with Qin Mu's anguished screams. As Chen Wen continued to torment him, Qin Mu convulsed violently. His body racked with spasms. Blood dripped from his body and garments, akin to a relentless downpour. Unlike Luo Hao and Qin Mu, who resorted to means of extraction, Chen Wen delved within using his bare hands. This was no longer an endeavor to obtain the source. It was pure torment for the sake of torment. Qin Mu's harrowing screams echoed for nearly 100 breaths before he succumbed to the agony. Chen Wen calmly discarded the lifeless Qin Mu onto the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Beiqiong was rendered unconscious from sheer terror. The onlookers were left with a profound sense of dread in response to Chen Wen's methods. With a fleeting glance at Chu Beiqiong, Chen Wen placed a foot upon his third leg. Instantly, Chu Beiqiong awoke from his stupor, crying out in anguish. Upon seeing Chen Wen, his expression shifted wildly as waves of unending fear surged over him. Who is Chu Tianlong? Chen Wen inquired suddenly. Chu Tianlong? Chu Beiqiong dared not delay, hastily responding. He is the child brought back by my kin, Chu Beiqing, claiming him as his own. And where is Chu Beiqing? Chen Wen pressed further. Dead, Chu Beiqiong replied. Dead? Chen Wen's brow furrowed slightly. My lord, I assure you I have not deceived you. My knowledge of Chu Tianlong is quite limited. The lad possesses a maturity that belies his age. He had remained with the Chu clan for no more than 6 months before vanishing entirely. Chu Beiqiong, sensing Chen Wen's displeasure, hastily elaborated. Then you may meet your end, Chen Wen declared, raising his foot to crush Chu Beiqiong's head. No, spare me. With a resounding thud, Chu Beiqiong's skull was reduced to a gruesome pulp beneath Chen Wen's foot. What a clever concealment, this Chu Tianlong, Chen Wen mused coldly within. At that moment, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically, as over a dozen enormous fissures rapidly tore open. Witnessing this scene, Chen Bidao and Yi Chenin exchanged subtle smirks. These old dogs, have they finally lost their restraint? Let them come. They had awaited this moment for a full 16 years. Chapter 15, Today. You all shall perish here, Jiang Taichu gazed at the unfolding scene, his mind in a state of utter chaos. As for Mu Chun and the others, they had already begun to tremble in fear. They were not fools. They could easily sense that the newcomers were not significantly weaker than Chen Badao. Most importantly, there were not just one, but a total of 16 of them. The question remained, who were they truly after? Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi instinctively shielded Chen Wen behind them. No way. They can't be coming for me. Can they? A dreadful thought suddenly crossed Chen Wen's mind. But, Sister Xiao, didn't you say the Destiny Great Furnace could obscure the heavenly secrets? After only pretending for a short while, I and Oppos. Have you been discovered? Don and Oppos. Do you think you might be exaggerating just a bit? Clearly, Chen Wen believed that the enemies had come because his chaotic sequence body had been revealed. First, I am Xiao of the peony, not the spoon. Second, this is not a matter of the Destiny Great Furnace. It is because you have offended the heavenly mandate. Third, if you call me Sister Xiao one more time, I will end you. What do you mean I have offended the heavenly mandate? Chen Wen was bewildered. Go ask your parents, Xianhong Xiao replied coolly. Can't you explain things a bit more clearly? Chen Wen felt disoriented. Perhaps noticing the change in Chen Wen's expression, Chen Wen spoke softly. Some matters cannot be explained in just a few words, but rest assured, with us here, no one can harm you. This is now the battlefield of your father and mother. We will only observe. Chen Wudi echoed her sentiment. Just as Chen Wen was about to inquire further, the tumultuous phenomena in the heavens interrupted his thoughts. He watched as the sky began to shimmer with intertwining chains of law, their intricate patterns radiating an ancient and mysterious aura of destiny. As the laws reached their zenith, sealing the entire realm, the 16 fissures finally burst open. In the next moment, imposing figures, both male and female, emanating a tremendous aura and radiant light, stepped forth. As they entered the ancient origin realm, the entire domain quaked. An endless spatial turbulence swirled around them. Had it not been for the previously established laws of destiny, the ancient origin realm would have already crumbled. These 16 individuals gazed upon the world as if it were beneath them, their noble presence making it impossible for anyone to look up in admiration. The myriad cultivators kneeling on the ground were consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread, feeling as though they were mere grains of sand in an infinite desert, insignificant and powerless. Suddenly, Chen Badao and Yi Qinyun sprang into action, soaring into the air, their auras swelling. One was entwined in heavenly thunder, countless bolts roaring and raging around him, while the other was engulfed in celestial fire, flames surging and rampaging. The two supported half of the heavens, standing defiantly against the 16 formidable figures. At the forefront stood an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face. He finally spoke. Chen Badao, you have overstepped your bounds. This elder, known as Long Outyen, hailed from the Destiny Imperial Clan, the Dragon Clan. He held greater authority than Chen Badao within the Dragon Clan and the entire Destiny faction, owing to his lineage, personal strength, and fair dealings. The last time Chen Wen had been forced into exile, it was at the hands of Long Outyen. Clearly, he had come to settle this matter once more. Chen Badao replied nonchalantly, yes, I have indeed overstepped. What are you going to do about it? Impudent. Long Outyen's voice turned grave. In response, Chen Badao's eyes sparked with 1,000 bolts of thunder. Then I shall be impudent. What can you do to me? Long Outyen fixed his gaze on Chen Badao. Do you know what you're doing? No one knows better than I do, Chen Badao retorted, his voice turning somber. Do you know what I regret the most? First, not being able to protect my son, leaving him without a father or mother for 16 years. Second, not being able to protect my wife, allowing her to bear the burden of my absence. As a father, I have failed. As a husband, I have also failed. With that, Chen Badao's voice rose. For this day, I have waited a full 16 years. Today, all of you shall die here, one and all. Boom. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of half-step Emperor realm surged forth, rapidly escalating. Yi Qinyun glanced at her husband and unleashed all her power alongside him. Long Outyen's eyelids twitched. He sensed the fearlessness emanating from both Chen Badao and Yi Qinyun. Moreover, when had they grown so formidable? Soon, Long Outyen's gaze shifted past the two and landed on Chen Wen. At that moment, Chen Wen's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. The fiery love emanating from Chen Badao and Yi Qinyun moved him deeply, filling every pore with exhilaration. With such family, even if he were to perish today, it would not be in vain. The primal essence of the ancient killing body has dissipated. Long Outyen soon confirmed Chen Wen's current state. As for the chaotic sequence body, it had long been concealed by the Destiny Great Furnace. Naturally, a mere half-step Emperor realm like Long Outyen could not perceive it. Long Outyen slowly withdrew his gaze, focusing once more on Chen Badao and Yi Qinyun. I can understand your emotions, but rules are rules. Your son is fated to die. That is an ironclad fact. Death is his only destiny. The last time, due to the conflict between your two clans, he was granted a mere 16 years of life. Living an additional 16 years is a tremendous blessing. You need not cling to it so tightly. Think of your family. The destiny bestowed upon us is our greatest honor. Is it truly worth sacrificing the foundation of your entire clan, built over countless millennia, for one son? At this moment, the gathered crowd was struck by awe. Only now did they comprehend the sequence of events. Chen Wen had been exiled because he was fated to bring calamity. Such individuals were said to have the potential to overturn destiny and cause apocalyptic disasters. Therefore, such individuals must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, It would be they who would suffer in the future. I see now why these despicable beings want me dead. Chen Wen gritted his teeth, a low growl emanating from within. To hell with their legacy. Let them all perish. With a deep roar, Chen Badao surged forward, surrounded by thundering lightning that cascaded down from above. Strikes of calamity thundered around him as an invisible law rapidly took form. Overwhelming imperial might unfurling and pressing down upon the entire realm. In an instant, the heavens reverberated as if roaring in defiance. Long Outyen's expression darkened immediately. The powerful figures behind him, part of the Destiny faction, also lost their patience. For them, having spoken so calmly with Chen Badao was already a significant concession. Yet, Chen Badao seemed oblivious, boldly declaring his intent to kill them. Such audacity was beyond measure. Attack! Long Outyen commanded with a grand gesture. Understood. The powerful figures behind him responded. They began to form seals, channeling their strength, as the half-step Emperor laws rapidly coalesced. Ancient, domineering, mysterious, and unparalleled. This was the sensation felt by all below, had it not been for the deliberate suppression by Long Outyen and the others. The residual might of these laws alone could have turned them to ash. Soon, the skies above the ancient origin realm were forcibly torn apart, creating an otherworldly battlefield. Due to the inherent rules of the ancient Yuan realm, it simply cannot withstand the battle between these 18 individuals. Should they desire it, annihilating an ancient Yuan realm would be but a mere flick of the wrist. Little D, little Mian, protect your brother. We shall return home together shortly. Yi Qingyan abruptly turned her head, glancing at the three below, and after leaving those words, she surged forward. No! Chen Wen was instantly alarmed. How could two face 16? It was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, it would be for his sake. Little brother, do not act rashly. Our parents are far stronger than you might imagine. As Chen Wen attempted to charge forward, Chen Hongyan swiftly blocked him. They are merely a bunch of insignificant figures. Our parents can subdue them with a mere wave of their hand. Chen Wudi added calmly from the side. Observing the composed demeanor of the two, Chen Wen's turbulent emotions abruptly ceased. He then turned his gaze towards the battleground above. It was a sight that left him dumbfounded. Chen Badao's imperial laws erupted violently, one hand wielding a mountain of thunder, while the other unleashed a myriad of illusory worlds. With a single motion, he shattered the imperial domain erected by Long Outyen and his companions. Even the chains of rules beside them were reduced to dust. You are woefully inadequate. Chen Badao bellowed coldly, delivering a heavy punch that sent ripples through space, creating a tempest of chaos. How is this possible? The 8 middle-aged men and women confronting Chen Badao paled, instinctively launching a barrage of attacks. Yet, their assaults were effortlessly obliterated, and they were sent flying by a single punch. Chen Badao strode forward, emanating an overwhelming aura as heavenly thunder descended, transforming the entire celestial realm into a purgatory. Boom! Unmatched power surged forth, pressing down upon everything in its path. Retreat quickly. At that moment, even Long Outyen's expression shifted in alarm, instinctively shouting. But it was too late. Under the crushing force, the 3 middle-aged individuals were obliterated into a mist of blood, their very souls ground to nothingness. Yi Qingyan's prowess was no less formidable than Chen Badao's, as she summoned an ancient celestial phoenix amidst an endless sea of flames. Its ancient and mysterious pressure engulfed the battlefield, incinerating every trace of energy present. The 8 who besieged her found themselves entirely suppressed, unable to muster any resistance against the heavenly flames. Die, you wretches! Yi Qingyan resembled a goddess of war, sweeping her spear, causing the very heavens to tremble, stars to fall, and countless beings to turn to ash. Bang! The group led by Murong Juyo was sent flying by her strike, their defenses shattered. Gulp! At that moment, they could no longer contain themselves, spitting out blood. Regroup, we must gather ourselves. Seeing this, Long Outyen finally felt fear, shouting urgently. At this moment, he understood why Chen Badao had claimed to have waited 16 years. It was to avenge their previous joint punishment of Chen Wen. Such terrifying restraint, such astonishing talent. In a mere 16 years, he had surpassed them, achieving absolute domination. Meanwhile, Jiang Taichu and the others stood in stunned silence, their scalps tingling with shock, unable to breathe. They had not realized how formidable this couple truly was. "Come at me together, if you dare," Chen Dao shouted coldly, a fierce killing intent radiating from his eyes. Chen Dao took another step forward, his hand reaching out towards Long Outyin and the others. A colossal hand, shrouded in imperial laws and divine blood, descended, swirling with ancient principles. Ancient battlefields and beings surged forth, exuding an unrivaled presence. "Not good. We must strike with everything we have." Long Outyin sensed the terror of that giant hand and cried out in alarm. The others did not dare to delay, unleashing their own imperial laws. As their bodies surged with power, ascending into the sky, the heavens and earth transformed into layers of protective shields. As the terrifying imperial barrier trembled violently, the surrounding space twisted and was soon obliterated. The sight was astonishing, breathtakingly shocking. "Is this all you have? Then you may die," Chen Dao shouted as his colossal hand collided with the imperial laws. Bang! The two forces erupted, shattering the illusions of the heavens. And half of the alternate battlefield was obliterated by the overwhelming force. "No!" At this moment, the voices of Long Outyin and the others rang out in panic. The giant hand crushed all resistance, striking down upon the imperial barrier before them with unparalleled speed. This barrier was their final line of defense. Crack boom! The imperial barrier held for only a fleeting moment before being violently shattered, releasing torrents of chaotic energy. Under the oppressive force of that hand, only Long Outyin managed to hold his ground, while the remaining four were reduced to mere sprays of blood mist. One hand's residual force annihilated the four half-step emperors. "Damn it, hold on." Long Outyin gritted his teeth, desperately channeling his imperial body, his eyes blood red. Each half-step emperor condenses an imperial body, akin to a second life. Their last line of defense. As Long Outyin watched in horror, his imperial bodies were obliterated, scattering into a rain of dust. How is this possible? Long Outyin was stunned and terrified. "Oomph." Chen Dao sneered coldly, his hand crashing down, obliterating Long Outyin-'s power into nothingness. Long Outyin was left dangling like a lifeless dog, blood cascading from him. Yet, a half-step emperor is still a half-step emperor. The drops of imperial blood that fell upon the battlefield created a terrifying spectacle, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. At that moment, a spear of light, capable of piercing through eternity, burst forth from another part of the battlefield. 8 figures burst into flames like firecrackers. Gulp. The onlookers dared not even breathe. It was too surreal. The half-step emperors were killed with such ease, and not just one. Most importantly, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. This was a scene once relegated to legend, now witnessed in reality. This couple was indeed invincible. Chen Dao yanked Long Outyin towards him. Long Outyin's eyes widened in terror as he pleaded, "Brother, save me, save me. You dare." A cold roar echoed from the boundless void. The sound struck like heavenly thunder, shaking the entire ancient Yuan realm. Space tore open, revealing ascending cultivators and celestial beings reduced to blood mist. The entire ancient Yuan realm was engulfed in a murderous atmosphere, with all cultivators bowing in submission. "No one in this world can threaten me." Chen Dao's eyes flared with murderous intent as he clenched his fist. Boom! In that instant, Long Outyin was crushed into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 17. No one can stop those I wish to eliminate. You seek your own demise. An endless fury, laced with the majesty of heaven, cascaded from the heavens, transforming the entire battlefield into a cloud of dust. The overwhelming pressure morphed into a chilling intent to kill, bearing down upon Yi Qinyang. Undoubtedly, Long Qingbei had developed a murderous intent towards Chen Bidheo. To slay his brother before his very eyes, disregarding his warnings, was a capital offense. The might of Long Qingbei was not to be provoked. "Do you wish to kill me? You are woefully inadequate." Chen Bidheo's power surged, summoning a tempest of heavenly thunder. A thunderous deity emerged, towering towards the sky. As the laws of thunder began to unfurl, saturating the realm with a sense of slaughter. The sound of thunder resonated like a war drum, merging with the cosmos, causing the very heavens to tremble and roar. the thunder god's war hammer, striking against the heavens, commanding the ages. Chen Wen transformed into the thunder god, wielding the celestial hammer with great ferocity, bringing it down upon the sky. The atmosphere, once tranquil like a vast ocean, erupted into tumultuous waves as boundless thunder surged forth. In an instant, the descending celestial might was obliterated by a single blow, shattering the void itself. Witnessing this, the onlookers glimpsed a figure of profound darkness through the torn fabric of space. It was none other than Long Qingbei. This is truly terrifying. One strike pierced through the barrier between realms, reaching the upper worlds beyond countless realms of the undead. The worldview of Jiang Taichu and others was irrevocably altered once again. Chen Wen had previously crushed a celestial palace from across 1,000,000 undead realms. Yet in comparison to Chen Wen, it was merely child's play. My esteemed father is truly formidable. Chen Wen found himself at a loss for words, unable to adequately express his feelings or the immense power of his father. What is confidence? This is it. What is dominance? This is it. What is invincibility? This is it. What a magnificent Chen Wen. You are courting your own demise. Long Qingbei's voice of wrath reverberated once more. Cowardly jester, come forth. As Chen Wen bellowed, the imperial patterns around him radiated, releasing ancient power. His physique suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal shadow that resonated with the heavens. In the next moment, Chen Wen struck with breathtaking speed, delivering another colossal blow of the heavenly thunder hammer towards the sky. This time, the barrier between realms crumbled, unable to withstand such unparalleled force. Long Qingbei, suspended in the ancient realm, was utterly unprepared for this turn of events. The speed of Chen Wen's assault was simply too rapid. By the time Long Qingbei reacted, he had already been struck from the ancient realm into the ancient primordial realm. Ancient beings emerged from their domains, gazing in horror at the unfolding scene. Yet, they dared not draw breath, fearing the repercussions. Jiang Taichu and others were rendered speechless. Their worldview had shattered. Whatever transpired now was no longer surprising to them. Falling into the ancient void, Long Qingbei appeared disheveled, his aura in turmoil, a sight of utter disarray. I have awaited your arrival. Chen Wen instantly materialized beside Long Qingbei, his voice a haunting echo. The one who acted against him back then was Long Qingbei. Long Qingbei's hair stood on end, his rage morphing into boundless terror. When did Chen Wen arrive at his side? He had not sensed a thing. This speed, this power, truly terrifying. Once, Chen Wen had been rendered powerless under his suppression, forced to submit and accept the banishment of his son. Yet, how brief a time had passed for the other to grow to such heights. Bang! Chen Wen struck down upon Long Qingbei's chest. Long Qingbei's imperial form imploded, his power scattering. Gushing forth, he spat blood, his body sent flying by a single palm strike. Chen Wen stepped forward, reappearing at Long Qingbei's side, raising his hammer high. No, I was wrong. In that moment, Long Qingbei finally felt fear, crying out in terror. Now he realized that Chen Wen had never exerted his full strength, and he lacked even the power to retaliate. Wrong? No. You only comprehend that you are about to die. Chen Wen chuckled coldly. Enough. At that moment, the true powerhouses could no longer remain passive. A chilling command echoed, binding the very heavens. Chen Wen found himself ensnared. Upon hearing this, Long Qingbei finally exhaled in relief. No matter how strong Chen Wen was, he could not surpass the might of the figures behind him. Those I wish to eliminate shall not be thwarted. Chen Wen trembled, shattering the chains of binding power. Death! The murderous intent in Chen Wen's eyes surged as he swung his hammer towards Long Qingbei. Chen Wen, I offer you one more chance. Stand down immediately, or the armies of the 16 divine forces shall descend upon the lower realms. At that time, not only will you perish, but your entire family shall meet the same fate. I curse you. Chen Wen roared, striking Long Qingbei into a mist of blood. The residual force reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the universe. You believe I fear an assault upon the lower realms? Where's the Chen clan? Where's the Yi clan? Present. Colossal figures ascended, their voices resounding through the heavens. In an instant, the sky was filled with a dense throng of silhouettes. The laws of the universe quaked, teetering on the brink of collapse. If someone seeks to harm your kin, what shall we do? Chen Wen bellowed. Kill. Fight. In that moment, the cries of battle filled the air, echoing through the firmament. Is this truly my paternal and maternal lineage? So united, so powerful. Chen Wen felt an inexplicable surge of fervor. The figures behind him were silent, clearly taken aback by the formidable unity and strength of the Chen and Yi clans. So you wish to kill me? Come forth. Chen Wen shouted into the vast void, his aura monumental and unmatched. The figures behind him remained quiet. Eventually, the leader, Long Tianjin, spoke up, addressing Chen Wen's grandfather and maternal grandfather, who had been closely observing the events in the ancient primordial realm. Chen Wen calmly stated, I have awaited this day for 16 years. My Chen clan has also awaited this day for 16 years. What do you mean? Long Tianjin inhaled deeply. It means we intend to confront you. Do you comprehend? Chen Wudao's voice turned cold, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Long Tianjin's countenance darkened as he retorted sharply. Chen Wudao, do not forget that the Chen clan is also a divine force, with an obligation to uphold the righteous path. You would instigate conflict over a calamity? Surely, you must be out of your mind. Chen Wudao replied icily. The fate of my clan is ours to determine, not yours. What is decreed by heaven cannot bind us. What a formidable Chen clan. It seems you truly wish to overturn the heavens. Long Tianjin seethed in both anger and frustration. I will raise the heavens. What can you do about it? Chen Wudao countered with a cold roar. By the heavens, is this family truly so domineering? Jiang Taichu and others were collectively shaken. Long Tianjin recognized that Chen Wudao was resolute in his intent to confront them to the end, his expression shifting to a grim uncertainty. Although their dragon clan represented the divine forces now, this time they were primarily leading the charge, with the other factions merely in support. Once the conflict ignites, it is uncertain whether they can truly contend against the Yi and Chen clans. More crucially, Chen Wudao exudes an overwhelming confidence, suggesting he has been preparing for this battle for quite some time. Given this factor, they dare not act impulsively. The most prudent course of action is to take a step back, gather their resources, and seek retribution when adequately prepared. With this in mind, Long Tianjin reached a resolution. If the Yi and Chen clans insist on this path, then we shall observe for the time being. I hope you do not come to regret the decision made today. As he spoke, Long Tianjin's voice began to fade. Clearly, the representatives of the Heavenly Mandate faction chose to submit. Whether this matter concludes here rests solely in my hands. Chen Wudao's voice echoed languidly. Ah, is it truly the case that you have become this audacious? Those prostrated on the ground, like Jiang Taichu and his companions, were rendered numb by the gravity of the situation. Chapter 18. The Might of the Destiny Emperors. Leaving you know, escaped Chen Wudao. Do you truly believe we fear you? Long Tianjin seethed with rage. Countless bolts of destiny calamity thunder rained down, seemingly to intimidate, yet more so to warn. Kill. Chen Wudao commanded coldly, sparing no words. Kill. Kill, kill. In an instant, the heavens and earth reverberated with the sound of slaughter. Shadows surged forth, reflected in the sky, creating a scene of immense shock. Before long, wails filled the air as blood and corpses fell continuously between realms, resembling a rain of death. I can't believe it. I'm going to get rich. Chen Wen gazed at the falling bodies, many of which belonged to the children of destiny. Elder, can these corpses be refined? Of course, Xian Hongxiao replied. But she swiftly added, however, the aura of destiny will gradually fade after death. If you wish to refine them, you must act quickly. Upon her words, Chen Wen noticed that the fate souls atop these individuals were diminishing at an alarming rate, even faster than he had anticipated. Seeing this, Chen Wen felt a pang of urgency. This was a treasure trove. Yet, even in death, the residual power of these bodies was beyond his reach. Moreover, if he intervened, he would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. The Destiny Great Furnace was his greatest trump card. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Sister, could you assist me with something? Chen Wen turned to Chen Hongyan. Speak, she replied. Help me gather those corpses. I have great use for them, Chen Wen urged. All right, Chen Hongyan agreed, albeit with some confusion. My sister is truly reliable in times of need, Chen Wen mused inwardly. Stop. Speak. How do you wish to negotiate? Upon the onset of battle, Long Tianjin realized that elders and disciples from the Yi and Qin clans had already laid ambush around him. Meanwhile, Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang stood opposite, maintaining control of the situation. He wished to intervene, but found himself at a loss. He could only watch helplessly as his disciples fell one by one, their cries echoing through the air. It was crucial to note that many of these disciples and elders were core members of his clan. If this continued, the losses would be catastrophic. Chen Wudao regarded Long Tianjin with indifference. Now you wish to negotiate? It is too late. Continue the slaughter. Kill. With Chen Wudao's command, the killing intent among the clan elders intensified, akin to wolves entering a flock of sheep. Are you intent on annihilation? Long Tianjin roared, his eyes bloodshot. Chen Wudao raised an eyebrow. Haven't we already reached that point? Very well, we concede. Speak. What compensation do you desire? Long Tianjin suppressed his fury, taking a deep breath. Concede? Compensation? Chen Wudao laughed coldly. Do our clans lack trifles? What I desire today is your lives, all of you. Kill, leave none alive. With that declaration, Chen Wudao bellowed fiercely, and the bloodlust surged anew. This time, the tide of battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. As he witnessed the elders and disciples falling, Long Tianjin's heart bled, his eyes a crimson hue. Grandfather taught me. Ancestor, save me. No. Listening to the harrowing cries around him, Long Tianjin could no longer contain himself. You two are bullying us beyond measure, die. With a ferocious roar, he charged at Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang, his power erupting, shaking the heavens and earth. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought. Even if it meant death, he would make Chen Wudao and Yi Kuang pay a price. Old man, will you come, or shall I? Chen Wudao inquired of Yi Kuang. Today is your home ground. You should lead, Yi Kuang replied with a hearty laugh. Then I shall not hold back. Chen Wudao returned the laughter, and in an instant, he surged forward. The clash of their powers caused the very fabric of reality to warp, splitting the horizon as they unleashed their formidable techniques, severing space and unleashing chaotic currents. The battle intensified, realms shattering, cascading like celestial debris. Creatures from alternate dimensions suffered heavy casualties, corpses floating for countless miles. This confrontation raged for several hundred breaths before it finally ceased. Under Chen Wudao's relentless assault, Long Tianjin ultimately met his demise within the river of time, his half-step emperor form collapsing the eons of space and sinking into the unfathomable abyss. I hate this. Long Zhen's death scream reverberated throughout the cosmos. In that instant, the heavens mourned, thunderous roars resonating far and wide. Chen Wudao stood alone within the river of time, surveying the aftermath. Henceforth, all individuals of the Destiny Force were extinguished. What magnitude of battle is this? Jiang Taichu and the others were left numb, unable to articulate the scene before them. 4. In comparison to the clash between Chen Bidao and Long Outyin, this battle transcended multiple tiers of power. The pinnacle of the world was indeed far beyond their reach. Chen Bidao and Yi Chenin exchanged knowing smiles. For this moment, they had waited 16 years. Their clans had also waited 16 years. Is this truly my grandfather? So immensely powerful, so domineering. Chen Wen gasped in awe, his heart unsettled for a long time. Stop marveling. Soon, the destiny essence from those corpses will be fully depleted. Xian Hongxiao interrupted Chen Wen's reverie. Indeed, the essence of destiny is of utmost importance, Chen Wen responded, snapping back to reality as he looked at Chen Hongyan, who had already collected the corpses. Sister, hand me the corpses. Be cautious. Among those corpses are disciples of the saint level. Even their residual auras could be lethal. Chen Hongyan warned, refraining from questioning Chen Wen's intentions. Understood, understood, Chen Wen replied hastily. Chen Hongyan said no more, simply handing him the spatial ring containing the corpses. Chen Wen received the ring and hastily activated the Destiny Refinery. Yellow Destiny Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a portion of Yellow Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Yellow Destiny Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a portion of Yellow Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Green Destiny Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a portion of Green Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Purple Destiny Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a portion of Purple Destiny Nirvana Liquid. A series of notifications chimed. Of the dozens of corpses, only 10 portions of Destiny liquid remained. What does this mean, only 10 portions? Aren't these individuals all from the Destiny Force? Chen Wen found himself momentarily stunned. Ha! Do you truly believe that children of Destiny are as common as dirt? Xian Hongxiao rolled her eyes at him. It's not merely strength that defines a child of Destiny. It hinges upon their fate. Just like in your blue star, while many are intelligent, not all can amass wealth. Ultimately, it is about fortune. The essence of being a child of Destiny is not tied to strength or the faction one belongs to. It is intrinsically linked to one's fate. But what of achieving new accomplishments? Why is there none of that? Chen Wen queried. Part of their Destiny essence has dissipated. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered half an achievement, Xian Hongxiao replied. Are we playing with concepts here? Chen Wen was left speechless, astonished that it could be played this way. The rules are established thus. I have no means to alter them. As she spoke, Xian Hongxiao shifted the topic, reassuring him not to be overly concerned. These achievements would eventually be unlocked, and rewards would follow. Well, Chen Wen sighed in resignation, although he felt a tinge of regret. The sight of a single drop of purple Destiny, Nirvana, brought him immense relief. At last, this effort had not been in vain. At that moment, Chen Badao and Yi Chun Yin gracefully descended from the sky. Xiao Wen, you weren't frightened just now, were you? Yi Chun Yin hurried to Chen Wen's side, her voice soft and gentle. In that instant, she had shed her previous commanding demeanor. Chen Wen shook his head. I merely didn't expect our paternal and maternal clans to be this formidable. This is just the beginning. As long as you are willing, Xiao Wen, you can traverse this world with ease. Yi Chun Yin replied with a light laugh. Traverse with ease? That sounds delightful. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. By the way, Mother, I plan to enter seclusion for a few days, Chen Wen suddenly declared. Now, he was eager to discover the effects of the Destiny Nirvana liquid. That sounds splendid. Our family will safeguard your path, Yi Chun Yin responded eagerly. A mere shrimp entering seclusion, with a family of magnates to protect him. How remarkable. Look. This is the significance of one's reincarnation. Jiang Tai Chu and the others gazed at Chen Wen with envy. Chapter 19. Chen Wen's initial battle. Dominance unveiled. Is this the fabled Destiny Nirvana liquid? With a flick of his hand, 11 droplets of a translucent liquid hovered in his palm. Within these droplets, he sensed a potent surge of energy, intertwined with an enigmatic rhythm of the Tao. Particularly striking was the singular purple droplet, exuding an ancient and terrifying Tao resonance. He felt an instinctual recognition that even the combined essence of the other 6 droplets could not rival its might. Sister Xiaozi, how should I utilize this? Chen Wen inquired. Curiosity etched across his face. Simply ingest it, Xian Hongxiao replied nonchalantly. Is it really that straightforward? Chen Wen regarded her with skepticism. Ultimately, he decided to trust her and swallowed the droplet of Destiny Nirvana liquid. Although Xian Hongxiao's reliability was questionable, he resolved to take a leap of faith. The moment the liquid entered his being, an overwhelming force erupted within him. Yet, its potency was gentle and refreshing, akin to a divine rain cleansing his body. Simultaneously, his chaotic sequence body radiated a kaleidoscope of chaotic light as chains of sequence burst forth, intertwining in mid-air, reflecting various ancient celestial phenomena. Boom! In the next instant, Chen Wen was enveloped in a tremor, his physique surging with waves of vitality, his aura climbing steadily. Though he did not achieve a breakthrough, his strength had undeniably escalated. This is a remarkable substance. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with realization. He had anticipated that the Destiny Nirvana liquid could aid in unlocking sequence chains to facilitate the growth of his chaotic sequence body. However, he had not foreseen its substantial benefits in enhancing his cultivation. In this instance alone, its effects were equivalent to a month's worth of training. If this Destiny Nirvana liquid were inexhaustible, would not his cultivation speed soar to unprecedented heights? As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Wen's eyes gleamed brightly. Xian Hongxiao remarked, while your aspirations are commendable, do not forget that as your strength increases, the quantity of Destiny Nirvana liquid required will also escalate. That's inconsequential. After all, there are many children of Destiny in this world. Chen Wen chuckled lightly. Without further hesitation, he consumed the remaining 10 droplets of Nirvana liquid in one swift motion. Instantly, The potency of the 10 droplets detonated within him. With the experience of the first droplet, Chen Wen found the absorption process much more intuitive this time. Boom! As he absorbed the final traces of energy, the barriers of his realm shattered at last. The spiritual energy in the air began to coalesce rapidly, pulsating violently as if boiling like water. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Crack! With a sound of shattering, the first of his sequence chains within finally loosened. The ancient and mysterious aura of the chaotic sequence erupted forth. In that fleeting moment, the heavens trembled, and the primal essence exploded like sparks in the air, radiating outward in concentric circles. From the depths of the boundless sky, billions of chaotic energies surged forth. Ethereal figures from antiquity emerged, and 9 colossal chaotic dragons roared across a battlefield of chaos in the infinite void. What kind of aura is this? At that moment, Chen Dao and others were stirred, gazing in awe at the unfolding spectacle. Even they, seasoned as they were, had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Suddenly, the sky darkened. An endless deluge of calamity thunder descended from the celestial depths, manifesting as formidable beings wielding black prison lightning. This is bad. This is the divine demonic prison lightning. Chen Dao's expression shifted drastically. Such thunder only appeared during the ascendancy of emperors to sainthood. How could a mere yin-yang realm trigger such calamity? Could it be that Chen Wen's constitution was overwhelmingly powerful? I will assist Chen Wen, Chen Wudi declared resolutely. Just as Chen Dao was about to comply, Chen Wen's voice echoed. A mere calamity thunder does not require my elder brother's intervention. With that, a figure surrounded by a radiant 9-colored aura surged forth to confront the calamity thunder. Boom! The divine demonic calamity, lightning, seemed to perceive the provocation and struck down upon Chen Wen with a hammering force, infused with overwhelming might. Come at me. Chen Wen laughed heartily, charging headlong into the fray, his chaotic sequence body's shield absorbing the force of the descending lightning. Chaotic horizon hand. Chen Wen propelled himself forward. One hand extended towards the divine demonic being, a colossal hand that overshadowed all obstacles. Bang! With a single strike, the divine being was obliterated, transforming into countless shards of black lightning that scattered chaotically. Sister, lend me your spear for a moment. Chen Wen understood that to dissipate the calamity lightning, he required weapons of equal caliber. Without hesitation, Chen Homian tossed the red lotus prison suppression spear to Chen Wen. What fine spear! The instant he grasped it, he felt a surge of power within, perhaps attuned to its master. The spear's energy seemed to respond instinctively, allowing him to wield its might without concern for his lower realm. Grant me your strength for this battle. Chen Wen focused his intent, channeling chaotic energy throughout the spear. The spear resonated with him, vibrating with a thunderous roar, the red lotus hellfire ready to unleash. You got some talent, little brother, Chen Wudi remarked. He had previously attempted to wield the red lotus prison suppression spear, yet its spirit was notoriously proud, dismissing even the most formidable. He never imagined it could resonate with Chen Wen, forging a bond of understanding. Chen Homian shot Chen Wudi a glance. Maybe it's because you're just ugly. Chen Wudi was left speechless. Ugly? Him? While he might not be as handsome as Chen Wen, he certainly wasn't hideous. Though Chen Homian's words were sharp, her astonishment mirrored Chen Wudi's. No one understood their spiritual spear better than she. It was notoriously proud. It would not even acknowledge those stronger than Chen Wudi. So why did it resonate with Chen Wen? Let the chaos commence. Chen Wen felt the spear's excitement, igniting his own fighting spirit. With that, he surged upwards, the spear trembling as it unleashed torrents of red lotus hellfire, a terrifying aura in tumult. The 9 divine demonic calamity lightnings were once more provoked. In an instant, they unleashed their overwhelming power, saturating the sky with black prison lightning. The heavens trembled incessantly, as if a cataclysm were imminent. Brennan, observing the descending calamity, Chen Wen unleashed a single, powerful strike. The momentum was colossal, terrifying in its ferocity. Chaotic energy coiled around the red lotus hellfire, shattering all calamities in a single blow, piercing through the sky itself. At that moment, Chen Wen's aura surged to its zenith, the chaotic light illuminating the heavens. Now it's your turn. Chen Wen dashed before the divine demonic figures once more, launching another fierce strike, an act of sheer brutality. This blow nearly exhausted Chen Wen's strength. Yet the spear responded to his resolve. A massive flame of red lotus erupted forth towards the 9 divine demonic beings, descending with overwhelming force. Boom! With that strike, the 9 divine demonic beings were obliterated, their tumultuous energy vanquished by the searing flames of the red lotus. Thus, the divine demonic prison lightning dissipated into nothingness. Standing tall with the spear, Chen Wen loomed against the firmament, his silhouette reflecting the grandeur of the cosmos, a figure of undeniable dominance. Is this family truly extraordinary? Jiang Taichu and others could only feel their scalps tingle at the sight. One could only wonder how many in the world could withstand such a calamity in the yin-yang realm. Particularly, the sheer might of Chen Wen's physique resonated even from half a sky away, revealing the tremendous strength he possessed. Chapter 20. Ascending 9 Minor Realms. Another absolute talent having completed all this, Chen Wen did not linger and rushed once more towards the training room. Indeed, he is my son, Chen Badeo exclaimed with exhilaration, his large hand trembling. Yi Qinyang shot a glance at Chen Badeo, teasingly remarking on his prideful demeanor. Yet, it was evident that her smile radiated with unparalleled brilliance at that moment. He is my son. How can I be boastful? Chen Badeo murmured discontentedly. Yi Qinyang shot him a knowing look. Oh, perhaps I spoke too soon. Clearing his throat, Chen Badeo finally admitted, admittedly, I am a bit boastful. Only then did Yi Qinyang retract her critical gaze. This is the essence of familial imperial status. Chen Badeo exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, upon returning to his chamber, Chen Wen found his realm stabilized. He had successfully broken through from the first layer of yin-yang realm to the 10th layer. Furthermore, his first sequence shackles had been unbound. The absolute talent he had acquired was known as absolute battle power. This talent could infinitely enhance his combat prowess until his physical form collapsed. Just moments ago, he had resisted the heavenly tribulation with the power of the 10th layer. Utilizing this very absolute battle power, undoubtedly, his physical limits could still support further breakthroughs in his combat strength, though there was no necessity, as excess could be detrimental. How about that? This absolute talent is certainly on par with the absolute fire seed, Xian Hongxiao remarked. Each has its own merits, Chen Wen replied earnestly. From this moment forth, he finally possessed the capability to stand firm in this brutal fantasy realm. As a seasoned fan of fantasy novels, he understood this truth well. While having a powerful background is undoubtedly significant, the most crucial factor remains the strength of one's own capabilities. Only then can one truly hold the reins of their fate. Future absolute talents will only grow stronger, Xian Hongxiao continued. However, let me preface this with a word of caution. Do not let this small fortune lead to arrogance. The subsequent unbinding of shackles will only become increasingly challenging, yet the rewards will also escalate correspondingly. Particularly, the hidden benefits associated with the chaos sequence body far surpass what the absolute talent can offer. Keep your sights set on the long term. Do not lose sight of the bigger picture. I understand, Chen Wen nodded emphatically. He naturally appreciated Xian Hongxiao's reminder. The true strength of the chaos sequence body lay within the constitution itself, not merely in the bestowed absolute talents. The efficacy and magnitude of these so-called talents depend heavily on the degree of development of one's physique. By the way, Sister Xiaozi, I can't help but feel that the power contained within destinies of the same tier varies somewhat. Is it true that the strength of the nirvana liquid refined depends on the cultivation level of the destined one? Chen Wen pondered aloud. Indeed, the cultivation and foundation of the destined one result in different qualities of the refined nirvana liquid. However, this comparability only holds true for destinies of the same tier. The nirvana liquid produced by higher tier destinies will always surpass that of lower tiers. Moreover, the disparity grows significantly with ascending tiers, to the point where it cannot be measured by mere multiples, Xian Hongxiao responded. Ah, I see. Chen Wen sighed in resignation. The rarity of high-tier destinies was indeed a pressing concern. If only he could acquire a few more high-tier destinies, he would have the confidence to ascend to even loftier realms. Perhaps noticing Chen Wen's thoughts, Xian Hongxiao warned him again. While the nirvana liquid has no side effects and no barriers to enhancement, do not forget that you, as an individual, do have barriers to your own advancement. It's best to remain grounded and not entertain fanciful notions. Only when your chaos sequence body reaches its zenith can you be considered truly free of barriers. Understood, Chen Wen replied, shifting his focus to the random extraction of rewards. This was the opportunity he had been granted upon refining the Destined One for the first time. Extract, he murmured, initiating the random draw. Moments later, a series of notifications chimed in his mind. Congratulations on completing your first extraction. You have received a King Tier Formation card. 9 Extremes Suppressing King Formation. This formation can eliminate any cultivator at the King Realm or below. Wow, to draw a King Tier Formation right off the bat? Chen Wen exclaimed, elated. What he needed most at this moment was indeed such an unparalleled killing move. Although it was a one-time consumable, its lack of restrictions was extraordinary. It was akin to having an Imperial artifact at his disposal. Even if he were to utilize it, he might not be able to unleash its full potential. Thus, when it came down to it, this formation was of utmost utility. As for his sister's Red Lotus suppressing prison spear, that was an exception. He had the permission of Chen Hongmian, and the spear's spirit acknowledged him. The reasons remained unclear. It was a fact. Ultimately, his ability to manifest such power was also due to the spear's autonomous enhancements. Ah, what a thrill! Chen Wen exhaled deeply, unable to mask the smile on his face. Let me take another look at what the Orange Destiny treasure chest contains. With a wave of his hand, he opened the chest, and information flooded his mind. Sky-slaying sword technique, a sacred tier swordsmanship that can be continuously upgraded, merging speed and strength into a singular art. When perfected, one sword can cleave the heavens. This swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the starting point of sacred tier sword techniques is not exceedingly high, it perfectly suits his current stage. What's more, it has the potential for continuous upgrades, making it possible to reach the Imperial tier eventually. This was a massive windfall. Chu Yue, you truly hold some value. My effort in sending you off was not in vain. However, it was time to venture out, for his parents must be anxiously awaiting him. With this thought, Chen Wen stood up and opened the door. Before him stood 4 figures waiting outside. Seeing this, a smile crept onto his face. This is family, after all. No matter how long the wait, they would always remain close. At the same time, Chen Bideo and the others stared wide-eyed at Chen Wen. You ascended 9 minor realms? And without any sense of instability? They were utterly astounded. Chen Wudi gasped in disbelief. As someone who had experienced it himself, he knew precisely how unfathomable such a feat was. To describe it as impossible would be an understatement. Chen Hongmian was equally stunned, genuinely shocked by the revelation. Haha, he is indeed my son, Yi Qinyang. Yi Qinyang laughed lightly, her gaze brimming with pride as she looked at Chen Wen. Wait a moment. Why is it that when you say it, it's acceptable, but when I say it, it's considered boastful? Chen Bideo felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet, he dared not voice his doubts. I am far inferior to my brother and sister, Chen Wen replied with a smile. Them? Yi Qinyang shook her head, choosing not to delve into that topic. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi were equally taken aback. What do you mean? Let's not talk about it. Are we truly that unworthy? Mother, if you insist on saying such things, then I must have a word with you. Chen Hongmian interjected, approaching with a determined expression. Go away, you annoy me, Yi Qinyang said, pushing Chen Hongmian's face away. Oh, look at my temper. Chen Hongmian felt an urge to roll up her sleeves. Hold on, sister, this is your spear? Chen Wen interrupted. Chen Hongmian instinctively took it. By the way, how did you establish a connection with it? Chen Wudi also turned his attention to Chen Wen, still troubled by this matter. It's simply a matter of holding it, Chen Wen replied candidly. Is that all? Chen Hongmian remained silent, prompting Chen Wudi to interject with a question. Is there an issue with this? Chen Wen retorted. No problem at all. It's quite good, really, Chen Wudi replied, though his smile appeared somewhat strained. Ah, that's a relief. Chen Hongmian exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of the moment lift. The critical damage had been dealt. Someone was undoubtedly more affected than she was. All right, my father and the others are still waiting for Xiao Wen. Chun Badao finally spoke, recognizing that the playful banter had reached its conclusion. Grandfather is waiting for me? Chen Wen felt a jolt run through him, his heart instinctively quickening. Chapter 21. The opportunity to return early to the Imperial Clan and participate in the holy war. This grandfather, whom I refer to affectionately, leaves an indelible impression on me. Dominant, formidable, and fiercely protective, he single-handedly suppresses the 16 major fated powers, executing his will with unparalleled resolve. Such audacity is indeed rare in this world. However, the fact that he sought me out could not help but stir my thoughts. Enough of the formalities, just listen to me for a moment. Chen Wudao's voice resonated through the hall. Chen Budheo immediately bowed towards the void, addressing his father. I pay my respects, father. Chen Hongmian and the others quickly followed suit. Greeting their grandfather. Chen Wudao replied, his tone devoid of joy or sorrow. This grandfather, so aloof and unapproachable, yet it certainly aligns with the demeanor of an extraordinary figure. Chen Wen felt a shift in his perception of his grandfather. Little one, you have indeed suffered over the past 16 years. With that, Chen Wudao pivoted the conversation. However, enduring hardships is the path to greatness. Chen Wen silently withdrew a feeling of gratitude. Thank you. Why are you dawdling? Chen Hongmian lightly nudged Chen Wen, whispering, I. Chen Wen, muttering curses internally, forced a smile and replied, Grandfather's teachings will be etched in my heart. Well said. Chen Wudao nodded before continuing. What I wish to discuss next concerns the clan's rules. The Chen clan has upheld an unalterable tradition since time immemorial. The younger generation must undergo trials before reaching adulthood and may only return on their 18th birthday. However, given Xiao Wen's unique circumstances and the fact that he has been away for 16 years, I hereby grant him special permission to return early. He shall be able to participate in the clan's coming-of-age ceremony to determine his imperial rank. And the compensation? You cannot think this matter is settled so easily. Chen Wudao's words had barely settled when Yi Chunyun interjected. Raising her voice, she continued, Do not forget, my son has endured 16 years of hardship due to the clan's inadequacies. Father, Xiaowen has indeed suffered. Chen Budheo sighed deeply. Chen Wudao disregarded Chen Budheo's plea and turned to Yi Chunyun. Little Yi, what compensation do you seek? Directly assign an imperial rank. Grant access to the ancestral grounds 10 times, and an opportunity to participate in 2 holy wars, along with a reward of 10 billion divine essence. For now, that is all. I will propose further demands later. Chen Wudao's lips twitched in disbelief. This is not compensation. It is a division of the clan. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Little Yi, I understand your concern for your son. We indeed allowed Xiao Wen to suffer. Yet, everything the clan does is to ensure its everlasting prosperity. So I hope you can appreciate the clan's difficulties. Yi Chunyun shook her head. I understand, but as a mother, I cannot acquiesce. If a mother cannot fight for her child's rights, what purpose does she serve? After a moment of silence, Chen Wudao said, How about this? 1 quota for the Holy War or 1 opportunity for training in the ancestral grounds. You may choose either. This is the utmost compensation I can secure for Xiao Wen. A quota for the Holy War? What is that? Chen Wen's eyes suddenly brightened. Chen Hongmian began to explain. That is a remnant from the ancient era, tracing back, potentially, to the ancient immortal period. It is said that those who can participate in the Holy War have the chance to receive unparalleled legacies and find opportunities to break through to the realm of emperors. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hongmian continued. Furthermore, there may be a chance to challenge the legendary realms. This Holy War only occurs once every century, and our fated Imperial clan has only 20 spots. Everyone in the clan strives diligently for the chance to obtain one. The fact that grandfather is willing to offer a spot is nothing short of astounding. As for the opportunity to train in the ancestral grounds, it is indeed a splendid chance, but it pales in comparison to the quota for the Holy War. Now I see. I must participate in this Holy War. In an instant, Chen Wen had made his decision. Yi Chunyun fell silent. She understood that nothing should be taken to extremes. Balance must be maintained. Training in the ancestral ground presents a superb opportunity for growth with minimal danger. The Holy War, however, is fraught with peril. Yet, one must acknowledge that a mother's desire to protect her child cannot stifle his future. Given Chen Wen's displayed talents, it is not impossible for him to participate in the Holy War a year from now. Let your son decide for himself. Chen Budheo interjected at the appropriate moment. Yi Chunyun nodded and then turned to Chen Wen, asking, Son, what are your thoughts? There are no others here. You need not hold back. Chen Budheo echoed her sentiment. Mother, I understand your feelings, but I aspire to be someone who can protect you both. With that, Chen Wen lifted his gaze to the void, addressing his grandfather. As a member of the clan, I shall adhere to its decisions. As for the quota for the Holy War, I shall not refuse it. This young man, Chen Wen, found himself momentarily speechless. Moments ago, he genuinely thought Chen Wen would decline the offer, yet he suddenly came to a complete halt. Phew! You scare me to death. Chen Wen exhaled in relief. He had genuinely feared that Chen Wen would reject the opportunity, but thankfully, he was not a fool. Very well. Grandfather awaits your return to the clan. With that, Chen Wen shifted topics. Now that this matter is settled, you all should return promptly. The clan cannot remain leaderless for even a day. Yes, father. Yes, grandfather. Chen Wen and the others bowed respectfully as they bid farewell to Chen Wen. Once tranquility was restored, Yi Chenyun spoke. Xiao Wan, let us return home. Chen Wen shook his head. There is still one matter to attend to before we leave. It concerns the Imperial bone, does it not? Chen Wen suddenly interjected. Chen Wen turned to Chen Wen, surprised. Brother, how did you know? The only thing you lack is the Imperial bone, and now you mention having matters to handle. Combining these 2 points, the conclusion is quite evident, Chen Wen explained. This elder brother is no simpleton. Chen Wen took a deep breath. Indeed, it was a youth named Chu Tianlong. It is likely that the forces behind him are well aware of my identity, which is why they refrain from dealing fatal blows. As for their intentions, I need not elaborate. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen and the others' expressions darkened. Yi Chenyun, in particular, felt a primal urge for vengeance. I do not care what methods you employ. You must unearth those involved. I want everyone associated with them to regret ever existing in this world. Yi Chenyun seethed through clenched teeth. Chen Wen took a deep breath. Do you have any information on that scoundrel? Not at the moment, but I will eventually uncover him. Along with those behind him, Chen Wen shook his head. Isn't Jiang Taichu out there? With the protector of the ancient Yuan realm by his side. Finding someone should not be too difficult, Chen Wen suggested. Jiang Taichu, come forth. Chen Wen bellowed loudly. Chapter 22. Another Chen Wen, the assumed identity of the man, known as Jiang Taichu, staggered into the room, quickly dropping to the ground. I ask you, is there a youth named Chu Tianlong in the ancient Yuan realm, of an age comparable to my son Chen Wen? Chen Wen fixed a cold gaze upon Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu felt utterly bewildered. Yes, he is the lord of the Guardian Hall, overseeing the entirety of the ancient Yuan realm. However, he does not control the populace. It is impossible to know each individual precisely. Yet, he realized he owed Chen Wen a satisfactory answer. After contemplating Chen Wen's intentions, Jiang Taichu finally spoke. If you grant me a month, or even just 10 days, I assure you I will provide a satisfactory response. 5 days. If you cannot find him, you shall die. Chen Wen replied coldly. Jiang Taichu felt a surge of frustration. How could he possibly find someone with merely a name and an age in such a short time? Then it struck him. When Chen Wen had slain Chu Beiqiong, he had inquired about Chu Tianlong's whereabouts. Chu Beiqiong had mentioned that he was the son brought back by Chu Beiqing and had remained with the Chu clan for half a year. Could it be that this Chu Tianlong had also offended Chen Wen? Indeed, it was peculiar for such a prominent figure as Chen Wen to concern himself with a mere youth from the lower realms. Wait a moment, Chen Wen? The name seemed familiar. Where had he heard it? My sister, he recalled. Yes, it was my sister who mentioned it. If this is true, then it is indeed a grave matter. At that thought, Jiang Taichu felt his heart tremble. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he summoned the courage to ask, may I first confirm something? It's crucial, as it may pertain to the individual you seek. Chen Wen gazed intently at Jiang Taichu before responding, it better be so. Jiang Taichu trembled as he retrieved a communication talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into it. After a moment, a soft, slightly syrupy female voice emerged. Brother, did you call for me? I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully, Jiang Taichu declared, taking a deep breath. Very well, replied Jiang Qingren, sensing the gravity in his tone. You once told me that in your sacred land, there exists a holy son named Chen Wen, who hails from the upper realms Imperial Clan, correct? Jiang Taichu inquired. Jiang Qingren fell silent for a time before affirming, yes. Our holy son is indeed named Chen Wen and comes from the upper realms Imperial Clan. However, he is a modest individual and does not take kindly to disturbances from outsiders unless he extends an invitation. Therefore, many factions, even upon knowing his identity, refrain from publicizing it. If you wish to meet him, I can arrange a chance for you, though whether he agrees is beyond my knowledge. At that moment, Jiang Taichu felt a sense of numbness wash over him. His mind buzzed with the implications. There truly were people audacious enough to offend a genuine imperial scion while impersonating his identity. Brother, are you all right? Speak to me, Jiang Qingren called out repeatedly, noticing Jiang Taichu's prolonged silence. Is your holy son present in the sacred land? I was considering a suitable time to pay him a visit, Jiang Taichu asked again. I do not know. His whereabouts are known to very few. Not even our sacred lord, Jiang Qingren replied, then changed her tone. The next time I see him, I will inquire for you, but this matter cannot be rushed. Very well. Just inform me when the time comes, Jiang Taichu said, feeling the last traces of doubt dissipate. You may continue with your affairs. I have matters to attend to as well, he added. Understood, Jiang Qingren responded, promptly severing the connection. Jiang Taichu exhaled a long sigh of relief, having successfully navigated the situation. He feared that any misstep might alert those involved to the precariousness of the situation. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was thick with silence. The circumstances were neither favorable nor dire. They could only hope that Chu Tianlong had not received any messages from those lurking in the shadows, nor had he been silenced. You have performed admirably, Qin Budheo remarked. Jiang Taichu hurriedly replied, It is merely my duty. Is it true that the celestial maiden's sacred land is involved? Chen Budheo suddenly inquired. Though taken aback by Chen Budheo's knowledge, Jiang Taichu nodded, indeed. How remarkably bold, Chen Budheo scoffed coldly. Jiang Taichu dared not speak further, lowering his head in submission. Step outside and wait, Chen Budheo commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, my lord, Jiang Taichu replied, hastily exiting. Once tranquility returned, Chen Budheo began, Young one, are you aware that you have an intended bride? An intended bride? Chen Wen furrowed his brow, uncertain of Chen Budheo's sudden declaration. Your betrothed hails from the ancient nation of Lulan, a hidden force with a legacy spanning millions of years. Her backing is formidable, and her talents are exceptionally rare. Her beauty, likewise, is unparalleled. She is currently undergoing trials in the celestial maiden sacred land. Upon hearing this, Chen Wen was taken aback and grasped the implications of Chen Budheo's words. Chu Tianlong's audacity not only involved impersonating him, but also seeking to claim his fiancée, Yi. The extent of the scheme remained unknown. You mentioned familiar acquaintances orchestrating this. I now believe it, for they even know of your betrothal. Chen Budheo remarked with a sudden cold laughter. Chen Wen was struck by a terrible realization. Father, did you leave me any tokens? Indeed, a unique Imperial dragon pendant. Crafted from the essence of a millennia-old true dragon, Chen Budheo replied. Then this plan is remarkably foolproof. My exclusive Imperial bone, the token, and the age. It seems that before long, I shall be able to return to my clan in a most legitimate manner, with the falsehood becoming truth, Chen Wen smirked. At this revelation, Chen Budheo and the others' expressions grew even more severe. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. The Imperial bone was one of a kind and could regenerate. With a bit of manipulation over time, this deception could indeed succeed. Chen Wen scanned the faces around him before continuing, based on the current clues. The one orchestrating all of this is likely within our Qin clan. Now that you have descended in force, they must have received word. Their optimal course of action would be to eliminate Chu Tianlong before I can respond and destroy the Imperial bone, erasing all traces of this affair. He paused, then added, However, I can still sense the presence of the Imperial bone in a vague manner, and it has reached a certain maturity. Thus, it is likely that those behind this have not yet contacted Chu Tianlong. Chen Wudi's eyes brightened at this notion. So, they have lost their prime opportunity to act. Under such circumstances, they would not dare to strike again, not even with the simplest hint. They fear we might lure them out, exposing their identities. Chen Wen nodded in agreement. Precisely. Now we can only hope that Chu Tianlong possesses some clues. If he does, none of them will escape. Upon hearing this, Chen Budheo made a decisive resolution. In that case, your mother and I shall return to the clan. On one hand, we must prevent certain individuals from resorting to desperate measures, seizing the opportunity to incite chaos. On the other hand, we will discreetly establish control over everything, effectively sealing off the entire ancient Yuan realm. When the time comes, should they dare to act, they shall meet their demise. Xiao Di and Xiao Mian. I need you to investigate the individuals from the upper realms who have entered the ancient Yuan realm in recent days and keep a close watch on them. The moment they exhibit any unusual behavior, take immediate action. I will ensure everything is under my protection. Understood? Chen Homian and Chen Wudi nodded in succession. As for you, Xiao Wen, you have two choices. One is to visit the Heavenly Maiden's sacred land to ascertain the situation there. If all goes as expected, you will have an opportunity to exact your vengeance personally. The second option is to return with us. As for Chu Tianlong, we will hand him over to you so that you may take your revenge with your own hands. Without hesitation, Chen Wen declared, I shall go to the Heavenly Maiden's sacred land. I also wish to confront that Chu Tianlong. He preferred the satisfaction of witnessing Chu Tianlong's despair to achieving his goals through another's hand. Only in this way could he find closure for himself and his original self. Chapter 23. The accompanying Imperial weapon. Hundreds of betrothals. Chun Baddao nodded and said, Very well, I shall assign a helper named Chen Nu to you. His strength is such that few from the upper realms can rival him. As for how to arrange his duties thereafter, you may decide for yourself. Chen Wen quickly nodded in agreement, pleased with the arrangement. Once everything was settled, Chun Baddao instructed, You may enter now. Jiang Taichu, waiting outside, promptly opened the door and stepped in. Esteemed sirs, I greet you, he said, bowing deeply once more. Chen Baddao regarded Jiang Taichu and continued, You will escort my son to the sacred land of the celestial maidens. Simply follow his orders. If you execute this task well, I shall overlook any past grievances and even commend you. Should he encounter any misfortune, however, everyone connected to you shall perish. Jiang Taichu felt a mix of shock and fear. I assure you, I will not disappoint, esteemed sir. Please rest easy. Go and prepare. Chen Baddao waved his hand dismissively. Yes, esteemed sir, Jiang Taichu responded solemnly, bowing again before hastening away. By the way, your fiancé is named Lulan Xingxue. If you confirm her involvement with that young man, feel free to annul the engagement. Of course, if she aids him in any wrongdoing, then she must be eliminated. At this point, Chun Baddao's demeanor was imposing. The offspring of the Chun clan shall not settle for less, and we fear no power. Father, how majestic you are, Chen Wen thought to himself, wishing to applaud Chun Baddao. However, he pondered, if Lulan Xingxue were truly entangled with Chu Tianlong, there would be no room for negotiation. Without Chen Baddao's prompting, he would never allow her to exist. At this moment, Yi Qinyun interjected, My son, your father speaks wisely. This is a firm boundary that none may transgress. Regardless of her status as a princess from a secluded ancient kingdom, she shall face death if she oversteps. She continued, When your coming-of-age ceremony arrives, I will arrange hundreds of potential matches for you to choose from until you are satisfied. Even if you wish to accept them all, I can facilitate that. Hundreds of potential matches? All to be accepted? You truly are my mother. Chen Wen took a deep breath before replying, Father, mother, I understand what must be done, and I will handle this matter appropriately. That is good to hear, Yi Qinyun said, patting Chen Wen's hand reassuringly. By the way, here is your accompanying Imperial sword, which your father has kept safe for you. It is time for it to be returned. With that, Chen Baddao handed Chen Wen a space ring. An accompanying Imperial weapon? I possess such an extraordinary item. As a fan of fantasy novels, Chen Wen was well aware of the significance of Imperial weapons. An accompanying Imperial weapon was a rare treasure, typically wielded only by exceptional prodigies. Upon receiving the space ring, Chen Wen's expression shifted as he peered inside. What he saw was astonishing. An immense pile of top-tier spirit crystals and divine sources, easily exceeding 1,000,000 in total. 1,000,000? Which faction in the ancient Yuan realm possessed such wealth in top-tier spirit crystals? Not to mention the presence of divine sources within. Additionally, various spirit pills and materials were abundant, countless in number. It was no exaggeration to say that he could consume spirit pills like mere beans. Suddenly, Chen Wen's pupils constricted as his gaze fell upon an unmatched sword, radiating imperial light and exuding an aura of divine might. Could this be my accompanying Imperial weapon? At that moment, he felt his consciousness being pulled into a different space. Before his eyes, the Imperial sword quivered violently, releasing an overwhelming Imperial power that shattered the laws of the cosmos. In an instant, All surrounding spirit artifacts bowed in deference, trembling uncontrollably. Then, the sword's brilliance erupted, piercing through the ancient void to reach the boundless expanse. In the next moment, he beheld a towering figure wielding the Imperial sword, standing between heaven and earth, emanating an awe-inspiring presence that gazed down upon the world. The sight was so majestic that it rendered onlookers speechless. This Imperial sword is truly terrifying. Yet, who was this figure? Chen Wen felt an unsettling sensation, as if even his father could not match this being's prowess. Stunned by the spectacle before him, Chen Wen took a long time to regain his composure. Through the memories of his original self, he understood this world quite well. Despite the myriad factions and ancient legacies vying for dominance, the true Imperial weapons imbued with divine aura were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the top-tier powers had lost the ability to forge such weapons. Thus, the value of such an Imperial weapon was self-evident. Gradually, the sword's tremor subsided, and the extraordinary phenomena converged back into the blade. Chen Wen's consciousness returned to him, and he inhaled deeply. "Father, can I wield this Imperial sword?" "Absolutely," Chen Wen replied calmly. "It was forged to accompany you. The Imperial might within cannot harm you." Chen Wen felt reassured and reached toward the Imperial sword suspended in the space ring. As he approached, the sword showed no signs of rejection. "This is promising," Chen Wen thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he hastened his movements. Upon grasping the sword, he felt a chilling sensation course through him. The sharp and fierce aura emanating from the blade sent shivers down his spine. "What a magnificent sword!" he exclaimed in awe. Though the Imperial might had receded, he could still sense the terrifying power contained within. Especially when held in his hands, it felt as though his own strength surged in response. "Father, how much power can I unlock from it?" Chen Wen inquired eagerly. Chen Wen replied, "Let me put it this way. Unlike ordinary Imperial weapons, it is akin to a unique life form. Over the years, it has not been beside you, preventing it from maturing. Currently, it is in its juvenile stage, with vast potential for growth, likely surpassing that of a typical Imperial weapon. The extent of its power depends on your own strength and how well you nurture it. Do not ask me how to cultivate it. Sentient beings will resonate with their master and understand when the time is right." "That sounds wonderful." Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "But do not become overly reliant on it, or it may hinder your cultivation," Chen Wen cautioned, providing a timely reminder. Chen Wen smiled lightly, understanding the wisdom behind his father's words. With his current resources and background, advancing in his cultivation would pose no challenge. He would take the Imperial sword, and his own strength would rise accordingly. What is this?" Chen Wen's gaze suddenly fixed on the top of the sword, where two elegant characters caught his eye. Chi Chu. Could this be the name of the Imperial sword? Yet, it felt as though it was a tribute to a certain ill-fated romance. As a person experienced in life, he easily discerned such nuances. But this should not be the case. Why would an accompanying Imperial weapon bear inscriptions? Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's thoughts, Chen Wen spoke again. "Some things exist for a reason. Pursuing the truth at the wrong time will yield nothing but loss." "Very well," Chen Wen acknowledged, realizing the wisdom in his father's words and exhaling deeply. "It is time for us to prepare. We shall return home immediately after the matter is settled." Chen Wen looked at Chen Wen. "Rest assured, I am eager to return for the coming-of-age ceremony," Chen Wen replied with a light smile. Chen Wen and the others did not hesitate further and turned to leave. After watching them depart, the warmth in Chen Wen's eyes gradually turned cold. Having traversed through time with great difficulty, he unexpectedly suffered such a significant loss. If he does not compel Chu Tianlong to regurgitate the ingested item bit by bit, how could he possibly show his face in this world again? As for those behind him, none shall escape unscathed. Chapter 24. Ascending the Sacred Land of the Celestial Maiden. Legacy of the First Saint. Half an hour later, Chen Wen arrived at the outskirts of the Chu clan. At this moment, only Jiang Taichu remained, as the others had long been dispersed. Upon spotting Chen Wen, Jiang Taichu promptly approached him, saying, "Greetings, young Master Chen." He silently breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that Chen Bedu was no longer present. The pressure of facing Chen Bedu had been overwhelming. "Indeed," Chen Wen nodded. "May I inquire if we are departing now?" Jiang Taichu asked. "Let us go," Chen Wen replied. "Then, Please follow me. Jiang Taichu gestured, and a colossal spirit vessel, suspended in mid-air, gracefully descended, exuding an extraordinary presence. Unbeknownst to Chen Wen, this was a divine-grade spirit vessel, the highest tier of flying apparatuses utilized by the Guardian Temple, specifically summoned by Jiang Taichu from the main hall. In his view, whatever Chen Wen intended to undertake necessitated the utmost regard. He truly wished to avoid reliving the previous ordeals. Even reminiscing about them now sent shivers down his spine. Chen Wen's gaze fell upon the spirit vessel, and he nodded in approval, acknowledging its excellence. It pleases me that you are satisfied, young Master Chen, Jiang Taichu responded, cautious not to take undue credit. Chen Wen offered no further remarks, lightly stepping aboard the vessel, with Jiang Taichu hastily following suit. Soon, the vessel soared through the clouds, vanishing into the expanse above. On board the vessel, Jiang Taichu inquired softly, young master, what are your intentions? We shall proceed with grandiosity and declare my arrival to the hidden forces, provided my identity remains concealed. Furthermore, ensure that you have thoroughly investigated Chu Tianlong's influence and associates. I intend to eradicate them entirely, Chen Wen replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He harbored no concerns regarding anyone alerting Chu Tianlong in advance to thwart his plans. His father had already orchestrated an intricate web throughout the ancient Yuan realm, ensuring that any unusual movements would be detected promptly. When the time came, it would be a simple matter of following the trail to apprehend them all. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Jiang Taichu affirmed repeatedly. By the way, my surname is Yi. Remember that, Chen Wen suddenly stated. The celestial realm harbored numerous hidden forces, among which was the relatively lesser-known Yi clan. This hidden force was weaker compared to the ordained factions, and being positioned towards the end of the hierarchy made it an apt disguise against Chu Tianlong. Yes, young Master Yi, Jiang Taichu acknowledged, nodding vigorously. Very well, you may leave, Chen Wen gestured dismissively. As you wish, Jiang Taichu nodded and exited the room. Chen Wen did not linger, turning towards the chamber he occupied. Upon entering, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. Although Chu Tianlong's power paled in comparison to his own, he had been refining his imperial bone over the past 6 years. It was evident that Chu Tianlong must have reached an immensely formidable realm by now. Consequently, he needed to dedicate every moment to his training, as he desired to confront Chu Tianlong himself. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long, deep breath. A closer inspection would reveal a thick layer of white powder accumulating at his feet. Within this span of 3 days, he had consumed nearly 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals and divine essences. Yet, despite this, his realm barely reached the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level. A breakthrough would require additional time. The Nirvana liquid is indeed essential, Chen Wen sighed wistfully. Now, he looked forward to arriving at the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden, anticipating the presence of numerous ordained children within. Eliminating Chu Tianlong was one objective, but reaping the harvest of ordained children was another. With this thought in mind, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, and his spirits lifted. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound echoed from outside the door. Chen Wen ceased his musings and stepped out of the cultivation chamber. As he opened the door, Jiang Taichu's figure came into view. Greetings, young master. Jiang Taichu began, but his gaze fell upon Chen Wen, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. As a practitioner of the Emperor realm, he immediately recognized the transformation in Chen Wen. His vitality surged like a tidal wave, and his aura was as profound as the ocean, markedly stronger than 3 days prior. Particularly remarkable was that this was Chen Wen's state without having achieved a breakthrough. Is something amiss? Chen Wen inquired, having noticed Jiang Taichu's fluctuating emotions. Jiang Taichu quickly suppressed his inner turmoil, responding, I apologize, I was momentarily distracted. Please forgive me, young master. He was no novice and understood the need to refrain from directly mentioning Chen Wen's changes, even if he had witnessed them firsthand. As a servant, he recognized the necessity of maintaining a servant's demeanor. Is there something you need? Chen Wen did not expose Jiang Taichu's apprehensions. Jiang Taichu straightened, stating, We have arrived at the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden. I request that you accompany me, young master. Have we arrived? Chen Wen remarked, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Chu Tianlong, we shall meet soon. Jiang Taichu observed Chen Wen's expression and, inexplicably, felt a chill run down his spine. Is everything arranged? Chen Wen inquired. Your identity has been communicated to the Lord of the Sacred Land in advance, and we have nearly clarified Chu Tianlong's influence and associates. In a short time, I will provide you with a satisfactory report, young master, Jiang Taichu assured him earnestly. Well done. Lead the way, Chen Wen replied, tempering his emotions. Please, this way, Jiang Taichu gestured, stepping aside to clear a path. Upon exiting the room, Chen Wen's gaze fell upon the continuous mountain range ahead. A palace stood amidst the peaks, with ethereal clouds gathering above, casting various wondrous phenomena. Within the gathering spirit energy, one could even glimpse spirit cranes soaring gracefully, trailing streams of light, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Truly magnificent, Chen Wen sighed in admiration. The Chu clan in Qingshi town was commendable, but in comparison to the sacred land of the celestial maiden before him, it was vastly inferior. As the spirit vessel gradually descended, the mountain gate of the sacred land came into view, expanding before them. Ah, the four characters of sacred land of the celestial maiden seem to harbor a profound essence of Tao. Chen Wen mused. Perhaps noticing his intrigue, Jiang Taichu explained, this is the Tao rhyme left by the first saint, intended for future disciples to comprehend. Yet to this day, no one has been able to grasp its teachings. It is indeed a pity. Even Chu Tianlong has failed? Chen Wen questioned, somewhat astonished. Indeed, he has not succeeded. Jiang Taichu confirmed. I am curious to see what sort of enigma could deter even Chu Tianlong. Chen Wen remarked, a slight smile playing on his lips. However, he refrained from making an immediate attempt, as his primary objective at present was to confront Chu Tianlong and ascertain the nature of the individual bold enough to impersonate his identity. Chapter 25. Bowing only to heaven and earth, not to mortals. Meanwhile, the disciples at the mountain gate were captivated by the gradually descending spiritual vessel. As they speculated about which eminent personage had graced their sacred ground, the sanctum suddenly quaked with disturbance. Figures surged forth from the depths of the sanctuary, racing towards the mountain gate. What is happening? Why are all the sovereigns emerging? The faces of the gathered disciples were painted with astonishment as they beheld these familiar, yet unfamiliar silhouettes. This matter was not entirely unknown to me. At this moment, a man with a sword cradled in his arms and an air of aloofness spoke languidly. What do you have to say? The crowd turned their gazes towards Chu Chang'e. Of noble birth, it was no secret that he commanded respect within the sanctuary, and few dared to offend him. Yet, one could not overlook the fact that he possessed information that they lacked. This spiritual vessel belongs to the domain Protector Hall. I once visited there as a guest with the elders of my clan. As he spoke, a faint smirk of arrogance curled at the corner of Chu Chang'e's lips. At that time, the hall's master personally used this vessel to escort us. Disdain rippled through the crowd, unable to tolerate Chu Chang'e's pretentious demeanor. I heard from the elders that our sovereign has invited Master Jiang on multiple occasions to become an honorary sovereign. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The master of the domain Protector Hall bears the surname Jiang. Hey, you understand, don't you? The crowd forced smiles in response to Chu Chang'e's arrogance. Satisfied with their reactions, he continued, if I am not mistaken, Master Jiang has likely acquiesced to our sovereign's request. Thus, it is not unusual for the entire clan to come forth to welcome him. Ah, I see now. I thought it strange that all the sovereigns would come out to greet them. The crowd began to comprehend, their expressions growing solemn. Ultimately, the barbarians of the lower realms remained uncouth. The domain Protector Hall was merely a gatekeeper. The truly formidable powers resided within the primal races of the upper realms. Chu Chang'e shook his head, his eyes filled with contempt. Unbeknownst to him, the sovereigns and elders were unaware of his thoughts. They stood solemnly, slightly bowing in respect. In particular, Sovereign Ji Yue had received a transmission from Jiang Taichu, informing her that the son of a hidden clan from the upper realm would be visiting for training. Upon hearing this news, she had leapt from her coffin in alarm, her cultivation interrupted. A son of a hidden power coming to train in such a minor faction? It was ludicrous. The most absurd aspect was that there was no way to conceal his identity during this training. Rather than training, it felt more like an exhibition of superiority. If she were unaware of his identity, she could feign ignorance. But now, who would dare to act foolishly? Regardless, She must serve this esteemed individual well, even if it meant offering herself. The longer one cultivates, the more one understands the terror of those great powers. With this thought, Ji Yue instinctively lowered her spine even further. On the spiritual vessel, Jiang Taichu spoke, "Young master, we may descend now." "Very well," Chen Wen nodded. The first to appear before the crowd was Jiang Taichu. As he emerged, the suppressed aura he exuded caused the atmospheric pressure to drop significantly. The oppressive presence of a heavenly king was akin to the heavens themselves bearing down upon them. Is this the master of the domain protector hall? Truly terrifying. The crowd held their breath, daring not to exhale. Chu Chang'e, having encountered Jiang Taichu before, recognized him instantly. However, he remained composed, unshaken by the overwhelming reactions of the others, deeming them exaggerated and naive, as if they had never seen a true authority. But wait, why is Jiang Taichu bowing? The crowd soon noticed this peculiar situation, their expressions filled with confusion. As they pondered this anomaly, Chen Wen stepped forward, gradually coming into view. Clad in white robes, with a countenance like a jade crown and an air of grace, he radiated a remarkable presence. Chen Wen walked forward with an air of nonchalance, stopping at the edge of the vessel to survey the scene below. Jiang Taichu, on the other hand, quickly took a step back, his body half-bowed, an expression of solemnity upon his face. Moreover, he had suppressed his aura to the utmost degree, rendering the unique presence of a heavenly king virtually undetectable. At this moment, Jiang Taichu's demeanor was entirely subdued, as if he were but a servant. What's going on? Wasn't it agreed that we would welcome Master Jiang? The crowd looked on in astonishment. Chu Chang'e's expression shifted slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Wen, seemingly seeking to ascertain the authenticity of the situation before him. "We welcome young Master Yi," a chorus of voices led by Ji Yue exclaimed, bowing deeply. Their words thundered through the air, resonating throughout the entire sacred ground. Young Master Yi? Who is this person? Even the likes of their sovereign and Master Jiang must bow in submission. Simultaneously, many disciples turned their gaze toward Chu Chang'e, as if questioning him. Didn't you claim to know everything? Didn't you say that the sovereigns were here to welcome Master Jiang? What do you say about this situation now? Chu Chang'e, keenly aware of the mocking glances directed at him, felt his composure falter. He was a scion of a holy clan. When had he ever endured such humiliation? As a dignified attendant of an emperor, when had he ever been treated in such a manner? "What are you doing? Kneel." Seeing the disciples frozen in confusion, several peak masters and elders were filled with exasperation. "What are your identities? This is one whom even my mother must kneel before. And yet you stand here?" The more they thought, the more they felt an overwhelming urge to chastise these foolish disciples. In an instant, a wave of kneeling swept through the assembly, creating a strikingly dark scene that was utterly shocking. "We have seen young Master Yi," the resounding voices echoed, unwavering and relentless. Yet amidst this sea of kneeling disciples, one figure stood defiantly apart. This disciple stood tall, sword cradled in his arms, with an expression of unyielding defiance, as if embodying an indomitable spirit. The Grand Elder, who had finally breathed a sigh of relief, almost choked in disbelief upon witnessing this disobedience. He recognized this disciple, notorious for his arrogance. He was the protege of the Sixth Peak's master, Lu Piaomiao, hailing from a great power in the upper realm. Of course, as elders, they had no intention of suppressing these gilded youth from prestigious families. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Their sacred ground had no need to be embroiled in such matters. But now, in such an occasion, how could he still flaunt his individuality? Damn it! Ji Yue's expression darkened, casting a cold glance at Lu Piaomiao, who stiffened at her gaze. She realized that her sovereign was genuinely enraged. If she mishandled this situation, it could lead to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Lu Piaomiao subtly retreated to Chu Chang'e's side, suppressing her anger as she hissed, "Kneel down. Did you hear me? I regret to inform you, I cannot comply." With that, Chu Chang'e's voice rose, and he lifted his proud head to gaze at Chen Wen. "I, Chu Chang'e, have bowed only to heaven and earth since my cultivation began, not to mere mortals. And he, quite simply, is not worthy." Chapter 26. There always exists a fool in every sect. Though Chu Chang'e's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated powerfully in the solemn atmosphere. Lu Piaomiao, felt a surge of frustration. What kind of fool is this? How can one be so oblivious to such an obvious hint? Claiming to only kneel to heaven and earth, not to mortals. If you wish to act with such arrogance, at least sever ties with me first. Do not drag me into your folly. Meanwhile, Ji Yue and the others stood frozen, as if plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies chilled to the core. At that moment, Chu Chang's voice had echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. Any attempts to conceal this act of defiance were utterly futile. Chen Wen gradually lifted his gaze to rest upon Chu Chang'a. Above his head shimmered an orange soul essence, while basic information materialized before his eyes. Name, Chu Chang'a. Age, 23. Personality, conceited, unruly, exceedingly jealous. Identity, third son of the Chu clan, a prestigious force in the Qingtian realm. Soul essence, orange, physique, ancient true dragon body, realm, triple heaven human realm. So that explains his unruly nature. He hails from an extraordinary lineage and possesses the ancient true dragon body. Even among divine physiques, it holds a prominent position. Upon reaching full mastery, he could withstand ancient divine beasts, with dragon power capable of shaking the heavens. Indeed, he possesses the capital to be defiant. Just as I, Chen Wen, relished tackling tough challenges. A faint smile crept across his lips at this thought. Through discreet inquiries, it became clear that Chu Chang'a had clandestinely allied himself with Chu Tianlong, regarded as one of his trusted confidants. Their relationship was shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few within the sacred realm. Chu Tianlong mainly sought to leverage Chu Chang'a's influential background to further the power of the Qingtian realm. Moreover, it was revealed that he and Chu Yue were siblings. Jiang Taichu quietly recounted the findings of their investigation. Oh, does this imply a complete buff? Who could possibly perish if not him? The curve of Chen Wen's smile deepened. At this moment, Lu Piaomiao realized that if Chu Chang'a continued his reckless antics, the entire sacred realm would likely suffer the consequences. Thus, suppressing her fury, she spoke again. Rebellious disciple, do you comprehend the identity of young Master Yi? He hails from. Chu Chang'a abruptly interrupted Lu Piaomiao, a hint of arrogance gracing his lips. Master, you are unaware. I, indeed, come from the Qingtian realm's sacred clan, and I am the third son of the clan leader. Within the clan, I rank third. My presence in the heavenly maiden sacred land is merely compliance with clan regulations for training. In terms of status, can he possibly compare to me? Master, feel free to rise. I shall take charge for you this time. As these words left his mouth, Lu Piaomiao felt as though her very crown had been shattered. Silence, fool, she roared, akin to a wrathful lioness. Simultaneously, her life and death realm pressure bore down upon Chu Chang'a. In that moment, she truly wished to annihilate him. What does the sacred clan amount to? How dare he flaunt his arrogance before other hidden powers? He audaciously claims he will take charge for me. Does he seek my demise? Furthermore, she abandoned the notion of revealing Chen Wen's identity to Chu Chang'a. This fool had already made enemies of everyone. Should she be perceived as deliberately aiding him, her fate would be sealed. Boom! In an instant, Chu Chang's entire being trembled. Under the oppressive force of Lu Piaomiao, his body gradually sank. Thud! Ultimately, he could no longer withstand it and knelt upon the ground, the surface shattering into dust. Yet even so, Chu Chang'a remained unyielding, striving to rise once more. As the pressure continued its assault, a green luminescence enveloped him, and the sound of dragon roars echoed from within. You, a mere elder of the sacred land, dare to humiliate me? You shall pay, he bellowed, his eyes a furious crimson, radiating madness. At this moment, boundless humiliation and wrath consumed his reason. Since his birth, no one had ever dared treat him in such a manner. Never. He vowed to bring death to all. This man has gone mad. Witnessing Chu Chang's obliviousness, the onlooking disciples were rendered speechless. The sect leader was clearly attempting to save him, yet he not only threatened her, but also her ally. Such a person, living, is a waste of resources, too foolish to endure. Fool perish. Lu Piaomiao's voice grew ferocious, her aura intensifying once more. Boom! Chu Chang'a, who had only just straightened his back, was once again bent under the weight of her pressure, the ground exploding into a cloud of white dust. Nevertheless, Chu Chang'a persisted. Even his blood began to seep from his pores. At that moment, Chen Wen, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. Enough. Lu Piaomiao was momentarily taken aback. Yet the sight of Chen Wen's faint smile filled her with an inexplicable chill. Consequently, she involuntarily ceased her actions. Chu Chang'e suddenly felt the pressure ease, straightening his form. His eyes fixed on Chen Wen with a furious glare. Chu Chang'e, is it? Chen Wen intoned leisurely. Chu Chang'e retorted coldly, his demeanor brimming with defiance. And if so, this fool is beyond redemption. Lu Piaomiao felt cold sweat trickle down her back, her body quaking. She believed she had done her utmost. Yet fate had placed her against a self-righteous fool. Chen Wen's expression remained unchanged as he stated nonchalantly, among all, I have always held a particular admiration for talents, such as yourself, so unruly and defiant. But do you realize that those who threaten me are all dead? As he uttered these words, Chen Wen's tone turned frigid, his smile vanishing entirely. To kill me? Just you? Huh. Chu Chang'e erupted into raucous laughter, a face filled with disdain, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Setting aside his backing from the Imperial Clan, with the sacred clan's power standing behind him, no one could touch him. Who in the world could dare offend the son of an Imperial Clan? Ji Yue felt a chill run down her spine. At this moment, how could this fool still possess such confidence? Can he truly not see the actions around him? He had already declared himself a member of the sacred clan, yet he remains uncowed. It is clear to anyone with common sense that they had made their choice. Chen Wen, throughout, maintained an impassive expression, watching as Chu Chang'e laughed maniacally. Soon, the laughter subsided, and his countenance twisted into a sneer. You all shall perish, one and all. Especially you. Boy, relying on your connections to suppress me? Today, I shall show you what despair truly is. With a low growl, he produced a directional teleportation token. Could it be that he truly intends to end it all? The onlooking disciples' expressions shifted dramatically, realizing that Chu Chang'e was about to make a drastic move. Chapter 27. If death is inevitable, let be far away. Instinctively, their gazes fell upon Chen Wen aboard the spiritual vessel. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression remarkably serene, the white fabric of his attire billowing gracefully in the gentle breeze, exuding an air of nonchalance. Is he truly this confident? The disciples inhaled sharply. Soon, their attention shifted to their own sovereign and elders, only to observe cold smiles adorning their lips, devoid of any semblance of fear. It seems that this young man possesses a formidable background. The disciples' apprehension began to dissipate. After all, they were aligned with Chen Wen now. If one were to perish, let it be that foolish Chu Shixiang instead. Seeing no hint of regret among the crowd, Chu Chang'e's fury intensified. Still pretending, are we? May you all perish. He injected spiritual energy into the directional teleportation talisman. In an instant, light radiated, and the energy flowed wildly across the talisman. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 10 breaths, there was still no response. Chu Chang'e's face stiffened. Yet soon after, he produced another directional teleportation talisman. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After another 10 breaths, silence persisted. How could this be? Chu Chang'e's expression shifted dramatically, fixating on the 2 directional teleportation talismans in his grasp. Could it be that the spiritual energy infused was insufficient? In a frenzy, he began to pour more energy into them. As he infused more and more spiritual energy, his complexion grew paler, and his eyes betrayed his increasing panic. How amusing! He can't even manage to shake the talismans. And he dares to call himself a disciple of the sacred clan? The disciples erupted into laughter. However, Ji Yue and her companions were not as naive as the others. They understood that Chu Chang'e had a significant background. Yet why was there no reaction? This was not how it was supposed to be. Could it be that he had foreseen everything, allowing him to remain so composed? At this moment, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Chu Chang'e's forehead, and he frantically retrieved a communication talisman from his robe, pouring spiritual energy into it with fervor. Time trickled by, and just as despair began to take hold, the communication talisman lit up. Chu Chang'e was instantly filled with joy. He had finally connected. Just as he was about to call for help, a thunderous roar erupted from the talisman. Is this never-ending? If you are to die, do it far away. The smile on Chu Chang'e's face froze, and he responded, Father, what do you mean by that? It means you should die, you fool. Do you understand? Came the roaring voice again. Chu Chang'e took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Father, I don't know what you are experiencing, but please calm down and listen to me. Our Chu clan is on the brink of extinction. Calm down? What nonsense! You all are nothing but trouble. Chu Beifeng roared before abruptly severing the connection. Chu Chang'e felt a numbness wash over him. Their clan was on the verge of annihilation? What on earth was happening? At that moment, his mind became a chaotic mess. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. They too had heard Chu Beifeng's thunderous shout. Ji Yue and her companions cast a deep glance at Chen Wen, their eyes reflecting shock, inquiry, and fear. If everything was indeed anticipated by Chen Wen, then he was truly a formidable figure. At that moment, Chen Wen spoke leisurely. You wish to leverage your background against me? Pray tell, where's your background? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Chu Chang'e, as if to inquire. Where's your background? Oh, background prince. Chu Chang'e clenched his fists tightly, his expression regaining its haughty demeanor. Do you truly believe that the fall of my family would lead to my demise? You are woefully ignorant. Do you not know that I am the attendant of the Emperor's son? Our Emperor's son, Chen Wen, hails from the celestial mandate Imperial Clan, the oldest and most domineering Chen clan. As he spoke, Chu Chang'e's icy gaze locked onto Chen Wen. You seek a background? Is this sufficient? You may also inform this young man that my status is sufficient. With this proclamation, the scene was plunged into an eerie silence. Ji Yue and her companions were left dumbfounded. The son of the sacred land is the Emperor's son, originating from the celestial mandate Imperial Clan. This was no secret. However, they had not anticipated that Chu Chang'e would be associated with the Emperor's son, and so deeply hidden at that. Such circumstances could only imply one thing. Chu Chang'e's standing in Chu Tianlong's eyes was far from ordinary, containing undisclosed dealings. It was no wonder that Chu Chang'e had exuded such confidence from the beginning. Nor was it surprising that he remained unfazed despite their incessant insinuations. Were they in his position, being associated with the Emperor's son, they too would not bow to any force, for it represented the Emperor's face in the outside world. Before me, the Emperor's son is of no consequence. Chen Wen's voice rang out, shattering the silence. What? At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Emperor's son is of no consequence to him? How dare he? Especially Ji Yue and others who were aware of Chen Wen's identity. Their minds buzzed. They had initially thought Chu Chang'e was arrogant, but now a more audacious, foolish individual had emerged, declaring the Emperor to be of no consequence. You hidden forces hold no significance before the Imperial Clan. Do you not realize what you are saying? Chu Chang'e's expression darkened. In his heart, the Emperor's son was beyond reproach. In fact, in the hearts of all disciples within the sacred land, the Emperor's son was untouchable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the Holy Sovereign held less prestige than the Emperor's son within this domain. I'm not only aware of what I'm saying, but I also know precisely what I am doing. As he spoke, the smile on Chen Wen's face vanished completely. Elder Jiang, shatter his bones for me. I wish to see if that so-called Emperor's son can shield him. Understood. Jiang Taichu stepped forward, unleashing the might of the heavenly king realm, causing the clouds above to part. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon Chu Chang'e, the surrounding dust erupting, and the very fabric of space warped. No! Chu Chang'e's face changed dramatically, feeling an overwhelming suffocation. He had not anticipated that Chen Wen would truly dare to act, disregarding the Emperor's son's authority. At the moment, the oppressive force bore down. His ancient true dragon body shattered, flesh tearing apart, blood splattering in all directions. Boom! In an instant, Chu Chang'e fell to his knees, the ground beneath him erupting into a cloud of dust. Puffed. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, appearing utterly wretched. At this juncture, Jiang Taichu stepped forward once more, his power surging again, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. He truly dares to strike. This is madness. This young man is undoubtedly insane. The onlookers trembled in fear, their eyelids twitching incessantly. In their eyes, Chen Wen was courting death. They understood that the moment Chu Chang'e's identity was revealed, any action against him would be tantamount to an affront to the Emperor's son. Crack! The renewed pressure bore down on Chu Chang'e, and he could no longer endure it. His bones emitted a series of cracking sounds. The rhythm of his bones shattering was unmistakable. Chu Chang'e finally succumbed to fear. If his bones were to shatter, what use would he have left? I was wrong. I am willing to kneel. No, I will lay prostrate. I am willing to lay prostrate, as long as you spare me. Seems your Emperor's master is of no use either, not daring to utter a word, Chen Wen remarked leisurely. Chu Chang'e froze, for the Emperor was not present in the sacred land. Chen Wen's expression turned icy as he continued, I do not wish to see a single unbroken bone upon him. Understood, Jiang Taichu replied, exerting his force once more. No, you cannot do this, ah. Chu Chang'e's terrified cries were instantly drowned by a series of horrific cracking sounds. Crack, 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 splatter, splatter, splatter. Soon, the air was filled with the ghastly sounds of shattering bones, accompanied by bursts of blood. In no time, the ground was awash with blood, and Chu Chang'e lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of mush, his breath barely lingering. The scene was as bloody as it was brutal. What a ruthless method. Observing Chu Chang'e's condition, the onlookers could not help but glance at Chen Wen. Yet, Chen Wen maintained a serene smile, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. However, that handsome and gentle smile sent chills down their spines, raising the hair on their necks. The shift in the crowd's emotions did not escape Chen Wen's notice, but he was utterly indifferent. What did it matter that the entire world feared him? Having lived through a lifetime already, he felt no need to placate anyone. Noticing the stillness in the surroundings, Chen Wen furrowed his brow slightly. In this state, either Chu Tianlong was absent from the sacred ground, or Chu Chang'e simply did not warrant attention. What a pity. Nevertheless, he had ample time to toy with them. With that thought, a cold smirk crept upon Chen Wen's lips. Back to you, young master. All of Chu Chang'e's bones are shattered. Not a single piece remains, Jiang Taichu reported, still partially bowed. Well done, Chen Wen nodded approvingly. It is an honor for a lowly servant to serve the young master, Jiang Taichu hastily added. Chen Wen did not reply, but slowly descended towards the mountain gate, exuding an extraordinary aura. They had arrived. The crowd's breaths quickened, instinctively lowering their bodies, nearly pressing themselves against the ground. For reasons unknown, the moment Chen Wen touched the ground, their anxious hearts began to race, as if an invisible pressure bore down upon them. Chen Wen did not pause. Striding towards where Chu Chang'e lay, the onlookers silently retreated to the sides, instantly clearing a path. As Chu Chang'e peered towards the horizon, he could only see that figure growing larger, looming over him. At that moment, all rebellious thoughts vanished from his eyes, replaced solely by fear. Even though his bones lay shattered, he still did not wish to die, for once life was lost, nothing remained. Upon reaching Chu Chang'e, Chen Wen gestured, and a flow of power enveloped Chu Chang'e, lifting him up. It seems your imperial master has abandoned you, Chen Wen said languidly. Chu Chang'e's eyes reflected a desperate plea for mercy. He attempted to speak, but was unable, only blood oozing from his mouth. Do you know Chu Yue? Chen Wen's voice echoed ominously in Chu Chang'e's ears. Chu Yue? Isn't she my sister whom I have never met? Chu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? Was the annihilation of his family connected to his sister? As this thought crossed his mind, his brain went blank, a dull, buzzing filling his head. It turned out the other party had known everything all along, playing with him from the very beginning. Chen Wen's voice pierced through again, just as you guessed. It was my family that annihilated the Chu clan. Upon learning the fundamental details about Chu Chang'e, he had suspected the connection between him and Chu Yue. It was amusing to think that both siblings were of similar ilk, and both had fallen into his hands. Yet he had to admit, he shared a peculiar fate with the people of the Chu clan. With his suspicions confirmed by Chen Wen, the weight on Chu Chang'e's heart dissipated. Good night, brother. Do not choose the wrong master again, Chen Wen declared, his hand gripping tightly, the power enveloping Chu Chang'e. Chu Chang'e's pupils trembled, a torrent of fear, regret, and unwillingness surged forth. At that moment, he truly regretted and feared. Having already been reduced to a mere breath, Chu Chang'e's body exploded under Chen Wen's oppressive force. Blood rained down, splattering across the ground. In silence, Chen Wen activated the Fate melting furnace, dissolving Chu Chang'e's life essence. Furnace complete. Congratulations. You have obtained one portion of orange Fate Nirvana liquid. Ah, how refreshing, Chen Wen smirked. With this Fate Nirvana liquid, along with an abundance of spiritual crystals and divine essence, he felt confident in advancing to the celestial realm. After placing the Fate Nirvana liquid into his storage space, Chen Wen finally turned to Ji Yue and the others. By this time, Ji Yue and the others had already adjusted their stances, positioning themselves beside Chen Wen. "No need to kneel. Rise," Chen Wen said with a gentle smile. Seeing that Chen Wen's expression was sincere, Ji Yue beckoned the elders and disciples to stand. In their eyes, even if Chen Wen had offended the Imperial Master, it was not something they could afford to do. Their only duty was to serve the two factions well. Everything else was beyond their concern. "Young Master, should you require anything, please inform me. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes." Ji Yue inhaled deeply before speaking. Chen Wen's gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting upon a stunning woman whose demeanor was as soft as water. This woman possessed a voluptuous figure, her allure and gentleness perfectly blended, unmistakably a rare gem. Chen Wen's attention did not go unnoticed. Could it be that this young master has taken a liking to her? Yet, this was not entirely unacceptable. Ji Yue's eyes flickered over Jiang Qingrun, and a plan began to form in her mind. Goodness, what a beast! The disciples' sentiments diverged sharply from Ji Yue's, erupting in indignation. Who is Jiang Qingrun? The master of the Fairy Peak. Her beauty, character, and figure were all top tier, especially her enchanting and gentle aura, making her the object of admiration for all male disciples. Upon witnessing Chen Wen's interest in Jiang Qingrun, they collectively felt a surge of resentment. Jiang Qingrun, on the other hand, felt uneasy under Chen Wen's scrutiny, her clenched hands hidden beneath her sleeves, barely containing her dissatisfaction. Chen Wen chuckled lightly, calmly retracting his gaze. He was not focused on Jiang Qingrun herself, but rather the life essence hovering above her head. It was remarkable that, among all present, only one was a child of fate. That individual was Jiang Qingrun, and her life essence was notably high, reaching the green tier. He pondered whether he should seize the opportunity to pursue her. "Young master, that is my sister. If you are interested, I can assist in persuading her," Jiang Taichu remarked, wearing a wry smile. "Do not be fooled by her gentle appearance. Her stubbornness rivals that of a bull." "Enough. I understand your intentions. I have no interest in your sister." Chen Wen waved his hand dismissively. "I have spoken too freely." Jiang Taichu promptly fell silent. However, he did not believe Chen Wen's claim of disinterest. While he may not understand women, he certainly understood men. Chen Wen disregarded Jiang Taichu's thoughts and transmitted a message. "Speak up. Who among those present is connected to Chu Tianlong? Today, I shall collect a bit of interest." Chapter 29. Ruthless and Unyielding. All perish. There are still 15 left, 2 of whom are peak masters, Jiang Taichu remarked. "Eliminate them all, but leave their corpses," Chen Wen stated calmly. "Understood." Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Taichu acted. Instantly, the aura of a king surged forth, enveloping everyone in a terrifying force. What is happening? The expressions of Ji Yue and the others changed dramatically. The sudden turn of events left them bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Taichu moved, his hand reaching out towards an elder, enveloped in a formidable power that tore through layers of space. "No!" The elder's face paled, instinctively voicing his terror. Crack! With a single jolt, Jiang Taichu's grip crushed the elder's head, blood splattering across Ji Yue's face. In an instant, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Both elders and disciples became anxious, some even brimming with combat fervor. Ji Yue's pupils trembled violently as she shouted to the elders and disciples below, "Do not move. I shall handle this." Once the crowd managed to regain some semblance of calm, Ji Yue turned to Chen Wen, asking, "We have not offended you, have we?" "You have not offended me, but they have." "Continue the slaughter," Chen Wen replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "No, you cannot do this," Ji Yue exclaimed, her agitation palpable as she attempted to rise. Seeing this, Jiang Taichu pressed a hand against her forehead. "Do you wish to die as well?" Ji Yue's complexion turned ashen. However, after a brief moment, she mustered her courage, asserting, as the sovereign of the sacred ground, "It is my duty to prevent the elders from perishing, even at great risk to myself. I implore you, Lord Jiang, to consider this and provide an answer." Jiang Taichu remained silent, glancing at Chen Wen, as if inquiring, "What shall you say, young master?" Chen Wen regarded Ji Yue and stated, "I am not unreasonable. If the Holy Master seeks an answer, let us provide one." "Very well." Jiang Taichu acquiesced and tossed a spirit tablet containing the names and deeds of the 15 individuals to Ji Yue. This action captured everyone's attention. They fixated on the spirit tablet with unwavering intensity. Ji Yue remained silent, trembling as she absorbed the contents of the tablet. In an instant, the names of 15 individuals appear before her, including 2 peak masters. Upon realization, Ji Yue's pupils constricted sharply. Initially, she merely sought to inquire why Jiang Taichu intended to kill Elder Zhao. Yet, upon seeing the list, she understood that Jiang Taichu planned to eliminate all 15. This revelation shattered her worldview and expanded her capacity for acceptance. Nevertheless, she was not naive. She quickly suppressed her shock and meticulously reviewed all the information. By the end, she felt numb. Each of the 15 individuals had betrayed the sacred ground, exploiting its resources for the benefit of the Imperial offspring. Some had committed heinous acts, leading to the deaths of numerous disciples within the sacred ground. The misdeeds were numerous and appalling, a grim reality that could hardly be overstated. Of course, if these matters were left to the sacred ground to handle, it would be quite difficult. Firstly, they would not risk offending the Imperial offspring for the sake of the sacred ground's ironclad rules. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if this issue reached the Elder Council, many senior elders might support this decision, viewing it as a means to curry favor with the Imperial offspring. Secondly, among cultivators, few are purely benevolent. Most pursue their goals by any means necessary. Thus, the misdeeds of these individuals hardly seemed significant. However, this was a different matter in the eyes of young Master Yi. Having already offended the Imperial offspring, why not seize the opportunity to eradicate the threat and diminish their strength? She could not protect these individuals. With this thought, Ji Yue collapsed onto the ground, her expression a mix of bewilderment and helplessness. Do you understand now? Or is there still dissent? Jiang Taichu coldly inquired. In Ji Yue's vacant gaze, there was no hint of emotional fluctuation. What do you mean, there is none? What truly lay within? Could it be that Elder Zhao had genuinely offended this young Master Yi? The crowd watched in shock, struggling to believe the unfolding events. Jiang Taichu cast a fleeting glance at Ji Yue before striking again. No. Crack. Another elder was struck down, his body exploding, blood splattering everywhere. After eliminating one elder, Jiang Taichu pressed on, his speed increasing further. You cannot harm me. I am a person of the Imperial offspring. Holy Master, save me. Soon, the air was filled with anguished cries, sending chills through all who heard. The elders and disciples on site had become numb, their faces reflecting nothing but fear. Under the overwhelming might of the king, they were paralyzed, unable to even move. After several breaths, Jiang Taichu's slaughter ceased. There lay 16 corpses, sprawled grotesquely before the eyes of the crowd, their deaths gruesome. Yet, no one dared to speak out. It seemed that Chu Tianlong was either a master of stealth or simply absent from the sacred ground. Chen Wen confirmed his suspicions once more. However, considering the possibility, if Chu Tianlong were truly within the sacred ground, he likely would have been silenced before he could arrive. My lord, all have been slain, and their bodies remain intact. Jiang Taichu reported calmly. Have you seen that sacred monument? Nail them to it, so everyone can witness, Chen Wen instructed coolly. Jiang Taichu immediately grasped Chen Wen's intent. It was to humiliate Chu Tianlong. What mattered most to Chu Tianlong was his reputation and public image. His subordinates had been slain, and now they faced such disgrace. To maintain his own dignity, he would surely not let Chen Wen go unpunished. This plan was perfect. Understood. I shall see to it at once, Jiang Taichu replied promptly. As Jiang Taichu began to levitate the corpses, the expressions of the onlookers shifted once more. What was he planning? Was he not finished with them yet? Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Jiang Taichu began to nail the corpses to the distant sacred monument. Crimson blood flowed down the stone, a sight that pierced the eyes of everyone present. At the same time, this act infused the previously silent venue with an air of chilling solemnity. At this moment, Ji Yue could no longer contain herself. Young Master Yi, is this not a bit excessive? Chen Wen's indifferent gaze fell upon Ji Yue. She felt a chill run down her spine. With a cold tone, Chen Wen declared, the leniency I just extended was in light of your earnest hospitality. But this is by no means a justification for your overreach. Do you understand? With that, Chen Wen's tone shifted, if you truly wish to die, I would not mind fulfilling that wish. As he spoke, a palpable murderous intent enveloped the air. Guo's expression shifted. In that moment, she felt as though a blade was pressed to her throat. Terrifying, exceedingly terrifying. In this instant, her perception of Chen Wen deepened. Taking a deep breath, Guo finally spoke. I understand. My actions were rash. Once all were nailed to the sacred monument, Jiang Taichu approached Chen Wen, stating, everyone has been affixed. Well done. Chen Wen nodded in approval. Jiang Taichu refrained from seeking glory for himself, instead standing quietly to the side. All eyes in the venue were fixed on Chen Wen, their depths reflecting sheer terror. If previously they had been compelled to lower themselves due to Chen Wen's status, now they are utterly filled with dread due to Chen Wen's ruthless and merciless nature. I have heard that your saintess is renowned as the most beautiful in Qingzhou. I wonder who she might be. Chen Wen gazed at Guo and spoke languidly. Chapter 30. The demon approached our saintess, showing an unusual interest in his fiancée, Yi. He was eager to uncover the nature of this situation, wondering if she had already fallen under his influence. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Their saintess was named Lulan Xingxue, a being akin to an immortal. If Jiang Qingren captivated hearts with her complex and contradictory aura, Lulan Xingxue mesmerized all with her ethereal beauty. She was a celestial being who could overshadow any accomplishments or talents. Yet her innate gifts were unrivaled within the sacred land of celestial maidens, with only the Holy Sun barely able to compare. The demoness gaze then turned to senior sister Lulan. Many disciples, realizing the implications, began to simmer with indignation. Yet they dared not voice their grievances. Guo took a deep breath and said, our saintess Lulan Xingxue is currently cultivating on the sacred master peak. If young Master Yi seeks her, I can guide you to her. However, she enjoys absolute freedom here, and I cannot impose upon her. Understood. This was a subtle warning that Lulan Xingxue's status was formidable, advising him not to harbor any intentions. Yet, did he need to harbor such intentions? Chen Wen smirked slightly. He was unafraid even of the Emperor's son. Did she truly believe he would be intimidated by mere saintess? Guo's expression froze. This individual was audacious beyond belief. The other disciples found themselves at a loss, unable to refute Chen Wen's claim. Relay a message to her, stating that I have matters to discuss. She may choose to come or not, but the consequences will be hers to bear, Chen Wen stated nonchalantly. Guo, relieved that Chen Wen did not intend to confront her directly, understood that she must convey the message. Neither Lulan Xingxue's nor Chen Wen's backgrounds were something she could provoke. Should Chen Wen take an interest while Lulan Xingxue remained indifferent, chaos would surely ensue. Young Master Yi, which peak do you wish to reside on? You may choose freely, Guo continued, explaining that each peak had its own independent summit, ensuring privacy from others. The Celestial Maiden Peak, perhaps? Chen Wen recalled Jiang Taichu mentioning that it was his sister's domain. This would conveniently spare him any trouble. Jiang Qingran in the crowd stiffened. This demon was indeed targeting the peak Master Jiang. If he were to press the issue, could she possibly resist? Clearly, she could not. The male disciples felt as though the sky was collapsing. He claimed he was uninterested in my sister. How laughable. Jiang Taichu secretly scoffed. Young Master Yi was evidently drawn to such a lure. He hoped little Qing would not be too stubborn. Guo, meanwhile, had no objections to Chen Wen's request. Young Master Yi, please follow me. Chen Wen nodded in agreement. The sacred land was larger than one might imagine, with each peak akin to a small sect. While the 9 peaks belonged to the sacred land, they maintained their autonomy, often engaging in overt and covert conflicts over resources. Before long, under Guo's guidance, Chen Wen arrived at the Celestial Maiden Peak. The environment surpassed expectations, with spiritual energy swirling like mist, casting a dreamy glow. Upon witnessing the sacred master personally escorting a male disciple with utmost reverence, several cultivating disciples paused in astonishment. This is the peak we have prepared for you, where the spiritual energy is the most abundant, Guo stated, then added, you may explore it first. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I can make other arrangements. Chen Wen remained silent, surveying his surroundings. The peak was embraced by 9 others, with spiritual veins cascading from the heavens, forming a magnificent gathering of energy. In addition to its superior location, it was adorned with numerous spiritual herbs, the faint aroma of medicinal plants refreshing the spirit. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. And Chen Wen nodded appreciatively. Unbeknownst to him, this peak, although classified under the Celestial Maiden Peak, was the oldest and most advantageous summit within the entire sacred land. Known as the Heavenly Maiden Peak, it had been left vacant since the first Heavenly Maiden ascended to the higher realms, and no subsequent sacred master had taken residence there. Now, with Chen Wen's arrival and choice of the Celestial Maiden Peak, they dared not place him elsewhere. Should he perceive their actions as dismissive, it would spell disaster for them. This will suffice, Chen Wen declared. Very well, this shall be your residence, young Master Yi. Ji Yue felt a mix of relief and disappointment. She had not anticipated that such a coveted location would be settled in this manner. You may all leave now. I prefer solitude, Chen Wen stated. Young Master Yi, please rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me, Ji Yue replied, handing him a token. Chen Wen accepted it without hesitation. Once the others had departed, Jiang Taichu inquired about the next steps. Naturally, we shall proceed until we provoke the true confidence of Chu Tianlong, Chen Wen responded. One of my objectives is to compel them to gather all their forces to eliminate me. At that moment, I will ensure Chu Tianlong witnesses the collapse of all he has diligently built. I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Jiang Taichu stated. Why not stay here? Chen Wen suggested. Jiang Taichu quickly shook his head. I reside at the adjacent Qinyuan Peak. Should you need anything, simply call for me. He then offered another token. Chen Wen did not refuse. In that case, I shall not insist. Moreover, you have performed admirably. Continue your efforts, Chen Wen added, causing Jiang Taichu to be taken aback, his heart swelling with excitement. To serve young Master Yi was his utmost honor. At this moment, he was genuinely exhilarated. All his endeavors had led to this singular moment. Though it was merely a phrase, the weight of such words from a royal descendant was immeasurable. Depart. Chen Wen waved his hand. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Jiang Taichu turned and left, while Chen Wen smiled. A little praise could indeed inspire great motivation. With that thought, he made his way to the meditation chamber within the palace. He was eager to absorb the nirvana liquid, a splendid opportunity to enhance his cultivation. As Jiang Taichu descended the mountain, he suddenly halted, the smile on his face vanishing. Something felt amiss. What did that remark about continuing efforts imply? Was he hinting at something? Soon, his pupils dilated in realization. Yes, he must be alluding to his sister. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. I must go speak to her. To be favored by young Master Yi is a tremendous blessing. Why remain so reserved? With that thought, Jiang Taichu quickened his pace, appearing quite anxious. Chapter 31. The unparalleled beauty of the mortal realm. Lulan wind snow at the same time. The nefarious deeds of Chen Wen spread throughout every corner of the sacred land. The peaks of the Holy Master and the Holy Maiden buzzed with excitement. My lady, today outside is quite lively. That little rascal, Chu Chang'e, attempted to show off. And guess what happened? A spirited young girl clad in a green dress observed the woman before her, who was engrossed in studying a chessboard. The woman was dressed in simple black garments, her skin resembling snow, with her hair elegantly pinned up with a single hairpin. Apart from that, she adorned herself with no other embellishments. As she slightly leaned forward, a strand of her hair slipped from her face, surpassing the allure of any earthly beauty. Oh, what could possibly have stirred our dear green so? The woman gently tucked the loose hair behind her ear, revealing half of her stunning visage. It was only half, for she wore a black veil. Yet, even this could not conceal her exquisite beauty. A hint of red silk adorned her brow, and her eyes sparkled with both wisdom and vivacity, even awe-inspiring brilliance. It is said that true beauty lies in an innate grace, and indeed, the woman before her epitomized this. Though her attire was plain and unadorned, her every gesture radiated an ethereal quality, as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. Particularly, the subtle smile at the corner of her eyes was enough to enchant all who beheld her. Indeed, a young Master Yi has just arrived at the sacred land, and the Holy Master and the others went out to greet him. Lulan Green eagerly recounted the events to her mistress, sensing her interest. Lulan Wind Snow paused, her hand hovering over the black chess piece. That young Master Ye openly provoked the Holy Sun and even impaled his victims upon the sacred steel? Yes, indeed. What of it? Lulon Green replied, unable to contain her excitement. Seeing Lulon Win's Snow's silence, she added, "Oh, and that young master ye asked the Holy Master to convey a message to you, saying he wishes to see you. He even warned that there would be consequences should you refuse." At this, Lulon Green chuckled derisively. What does he think he is? Provoking the Holy Sun is one thing, but daring to offend Our Lady is quite another. I suggest we let Elder One take action and eliminate this presumptuous insect. How amusing indeed, to know the identity of the Holy Sun and still act with such audacity. After all is said and done, he has set his sights on me. No matter his intentions, I shall pay him a visit, Lulon Win's Snow mused, casually placing her black piece on the board. Who is the Holy Sun? He is to be my future husband. From Lulon Green's words, it became evident that this young master Yi might be deliberately targeting her future consort. Therefore, she felt compelled to meet Chen Wen. What do you mean? Lulon Green was taken aback. She anticipated that her mistress truly intended to go. Just as I said, accompany me outside, Lulon Win's Snow commanded, rising to her feet. The air around her shifted. Her wise and intellectual demeanor gave way to a regal presence that felt almost otherworldly, making it unwise for anyone to disrespect her. Meanwhile, Jiang Taichu descended from the heavenly maiden peak and made his way toward the main hall where Jiang Qingren resided. "Brother, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the hurried Jiang Taichu, Jiang Qingren momentarily froze, instinctively calling out, "Come here, I need to speak with you." Jiang Taichu grasped Jiang Qingren's hand and led her into the inner chamber, leaving her bewildered. What could be so urgent that it couldn't be discussed in the hall? "Sit down. I have something very important to discuss with you." Jiang Taichu took a deep breath. "This matter concerns your future, as well as mine, and even the future of our family. You must consider it very carefully." "Brother, what is this about?" "I'm utterly confused," Jiang Qingren replied, exasperated. "It seems that the young master Yi has genuinely taken an interest in you. As long as you..." Before Jiang Taichu could finish, Jiang Qingren's expression darkened. "Get out, right now. You." Jiang Taichu inhaled sharply. "Shao Qing, this is not the time for pride. He is the young master Yi, a scion of a top-tier power. If you become his partner, it wouldn't just elevate you. It would elevate our entire Jiang clan. Why do we cultivators strive so hard, if not for such opportunities?" Jiang Qingren glared at Jiang Taichu. "Did he send you here?" Well, one could say that. Jiang Taichu believed he had interpreted Chen Wen's intentions correctly. "Get lost. Tell him to get lost." Jiang Qingren's anger flared. "Even if I forsake cultivation, I will never barter my body for gain. Your actions only disgust me. What on earth are you doing?" Jiang Taichu was taken aback, shivering from her outburst. Seeing her brother's disconcerted demeanor only fueled Jiang Qingren as fury. "Get out. You too." Recognizing her intensity, Jiang Taichu refrained from pressing further. "I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, but think it over. You need not rush to respond. Get lost, do you hear me? Are you serious?" "Ouch, that hurts." After Jiang Taichu scrambled away, Jiang Qingren slumped into a chair. She understood her brother's words all too well. The stakes involved were clear to her. However, she had never been one to seek glory through such means. Regardless of the young master Ye's status, she held no interest in him. Moreover, those who could not resist the allure of women, no matter their background, were nothing but scoundrels, especially considering the recent actions of Chen Wen, which only solidified her belief that he was a merciless demon. At that moment, the heavenly maiden peak became lively. A throng of disciples rushed towards the peak upon hearing of Lulon Win's Snow's presence. "Peak Master, trouble is brewing." A sudden exclamation interrupted Jiang Qingren's reverie. Quickly regaining her composure, she instructed, "Come in." Instantly, a servant entered. "Speak. What is it?" "Lulon Win's Snow has arrived." "She just entered our peak," the servant reported. Jiang Qingren furrowed her brow. Who is Lulon Win's Snow? She was never one to intrude recklessly into other peaks. Moreover, given her status, she seldom engaged in outside interactions or made enemies. It was rare for even the elders and peak masters to be well acquainted with her. Why, then, would she suddenly come to my heavenly maiden peak? Could it truly be because of that demon's words? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After a moment, Jiang Qingren quelled the turmoil within her. "All right, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, Peak Master." Once the servant departed, Jiang Qingrun sighed and stepped out of the main hall. Regardless of whether Lulan Wen Snow had come for the young Master Yi, she needed to see for herself. Chapter 32. Shangwan Shengxue arrives, shaking the entire Holy Land on the other side. Lulan Shengxue, guided by Green, made her way towards the direction of the Heavenly Maiden Peak. Sister Lulan, where are we headed? I thought the Peak Master's Hall was not in that direction. Is she perhaps looking for a certain disciple? But that doesn't seem right. There's only the vacant Heavenly Maiden Peak in that direction. Ah, you are unaware, aren't you? Young Master Yi has just settled at the Heavenly Maiden Peak. No way. That's absolutely impossible. Various male disciples lamented, struggling to accept this reality. Ha! Who just said that if Sister Lulan came looking, he would twist off his head and kick it like a ball? You have such a good memory, don't you? Upon realizing that Lulan Shengxue might be seeking Chen Wen, the previously noisy surroundings erupted into chaos. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing the entire Heavenly Maiden Holy Land. The Holy Maiden personally seeks out Chen Wen. Who is the Holy Maiden? A celestial being. Thus, this event was akin to thunder striking from a clear sky, leaving everyone in a state of shock. However, as Lulan Shengxue arrived at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Taichu obstructed her path. Jiang Taichu glanced at Lulan Shengxue and said indifferently, "Halt, do you know who my lady is?" Lulan Green immediately retorted, "Please, stand down, Green." Lulan Shengxue spoke. "I am Lulan Shengxue, here to meet young Master Yi. I kindly request you to relay my visit." Lulan Shengxue? The Holy Maiden mentioned by young Master Yi just recently? I can't believe she has come here personally. Young Master, how impressive. Jiang Taichu thought to himself, feeling a mix of admiration and frustration at his sister's stubbornness. Look at the Holy Maiden. Her beauty and talent are undoubtedly superior to yours. Yet she came here seeking him. Is my introduction unclear? Lulan Shengxue noticed Jiang Taichu lost in thought and spoke again. Jiang Taichu snapped back to reality, returning a salute to Lulan Shengxue. Unfortunately, this is quite unfortunate. Young Master Yi is in seclusion. How long will that take? Lulan Shengxue inquired after pondering for a moment. Jiang Taichu shook his head. I truly do not know. This is troublesome. Lulan Shengxue offered a slight bow, preparing to leave. At that moment, Jiang Qingrun approached, and the surrounding disciples immediately parted to create a path. Jiang Qingrun stood before Lulan Shengxue and asked, "May I inquire why the Holy Maiden has come?" Jiang Taichu cast a glance at his sister, thinking, "Isn't this a question you already know the answer to?" Lulan Shengxue replied, "I heard that young Master Yi had matters to discuss with me, so I came. If I have caused any inconvenience to Peak Master Jiang, I apologize." Look at that. Both women, yet the disparity is astonishing. If I were young Master, I would undoubtedly choose her over you, Jiang Taichu thought inwardly. Meanwhile, he speculated whether she had indeed come solely for Chen Wen and Appo's sake. Do you know each other? Jiang Qingrun asked instinctively, her thoughts mirroring Jiang Taichu's, believing Lulan Shengxue had no reason to concern herself with Chen Wen. Lulan Shengxue subtly glanced at Jiang Qingrun, thinking, surely this is outside the scope of Peak Master Jiang's inquiry. No. Jiang Taichu frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. The gathered disciples also noticed the tension, their gazes shifting between the two women, attempting to discern the underlying truth. Jiang Qingrun's expression faltered, and she inhaled sharply. As your elder, I must say, that young Master Yi is not a good person. What is my foolish sister saying? Jiang Taichu exclaimed in disbelief. Get back immediately. He stepped forward, grabbing Jiang Qingrun's hand and barking fiercely. Realizing her mistake, Jiang Qingrun refrained from arguing back. Lulan Shengxue observed Jiang Qingrun with keen interest. Her opinion of Chen Wen mattered little. If not for Chu Tianlong and Chen Wen's unusual actions, she would not have come at all. Instead, Jiang Qingrun's overreaction amused her. Suddenly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged from the depths of Heavenly Maiden Peak, dispersing the clouds above. Is young Master Yi about to break through? The amount of gathered spiritual energy is astounding. The gathering crowd expressed their shock at the increasing density of the energy. Lulan Shengxue's gaze was drawn to the sky, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Such a vast amount of spiritual energy could only be seen during her own breakthroughs into life and death realms. Yet she wondered which realm young Master Yi was attempting to transcend. In contrast, Jiang Qingren was aware of Chen Wen's true level, the 10th layer of Yin-Yang realm. If he were to break through now, it indicated he was ascending to the celestial realm. The implications of such a breakthrough were not lost on her, and her expression changed dramatically. Now you understand, being noticed by young Master Yi is a blessing. Stop being so pretentious. Jiang Taichu chastised Jiang Qingren after regaining his composure from the shock. Jiang Qingren bit her lip, remaining silent. She acknowledged that she had underestimated Chen Wen and his talents. Yet, this did not change her perception of him as a debauched young master. Was it wrong to dislike such a person? Seeing his sister's stubbornness, Jiang Taichu felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness. If this person were not his sister, he would have long since dealt with her. As the spiritual energy continued to gather, it eventually surged far beyond the horizon, the atmosphere becoming increasingly chaotic and awe-inspiring. At this moment, the accumulation of energy reached its zenith. It's coming. Is it a dragon or a worm? The truth will soon be revealed. Lulan Shengxue mused quietly within herself. In that instant, a fierce aura erupted from the heavenly maiden peak, sweeping away the clouds in its wake. The aura of the Yin-Yang realm. How is this possible? Lulan Shengxue gasped, her face reflecting pure astonishment. This intensity of talent not only surpassed her, but even exceeded that of her future betrothed, who possessed a rare imperial bone, destined to become a great emperor. Now, a suddenly emerging youth had surpassed them both. What did this signify? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she pondered this revelation. Chapter 33. Who is it? Who the hell has drained all the spiritual energy? In the next moment, the surging spiritual energy began to stir. Instantly, like a torrent unleashed, it rushed towards the depths of the heavenly maiden peak. The surrounding spiritual energy also vanished at a visible speed. Such an absorption rate, such a pace, could it truly signify a breakthrough to the celestial realm? Everyone present watched in awe, their breaths quickening, due to the unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy at the heavenly maiden's sacred land. Ji Yue and her companions were also shaken and rushed from their respective peaks. Upon witnessing the astonishing phenomena in the sky, they all displayed expressions of disbelief. Is this the young master Yi achieving a breakthrough? Such a terrifying talent. Ji Yue and the others wasted no time and hurried towards the direction of Heavenly Maiden Peak. In merely a few dozen breaths, the gathered spiritual energy in the air was entirely consumed. Even the residual spiritual energy of the Heavenly Maiden Sacred Land was forcibly drawn in, leaving nothing behind. With a resounding explosion, Chen Wen finally welcomed his breakthrough. As the dual forces of Yin and Yang within him evolved into celestial power, numerous celestial manifestations appeared in the sky. Some depicted an unparalleled warrior capable of blocking 1,000 foes, others illustrated an invincible sword god, and yet others portrayed an ancient deity who could unravel countless martial laws. In total, the celestial manifestations reached a staggering 99, dominating the vast expanse of the heavens and triggering an ancient calamity. 99 celestial manifestations? What kind of monster is this? Ji Yue and her companions gazed in terror, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even in earthly legends, there had never been mention of 99 celestial manifestations. The reality before them surpassed their understanding. Lulan Shengxue stared blankly, her astonishment beyond words. 99 celestial manifestations, and none were identical. That was the most frightening aspect. Reflecting on her own past, she had only managed to evolve 59. For this, the ancient nation of Lulan had elevated her status to that of a saintess, bestowing upon her the title of the first in hierarchy. In comparison to this young Master Yi, was she truly a prodigy? At this moment, even someone as astute as she was unable to suppress her self-doubt. Who is it? Who the hell has drained my spiritual energy? Just as everyone was engulfed in shock, an enraged roar reverberated through the air, resonating in every ear. What is this? The crowd turned to look. Boom! The sky suddenly erupted, releasing a terrifying force of life and death. The blood-red aura of slaughter filled the atmosphere, staining half the sky crimson. Who is this person? Such a dreadful killing intent. The hearts of the disciples sank, all harboring the same thought. Thud! In the next moment, a figure enveloped in a blood-red aura surged forth from the distance, shaking the heavens. This person didn't seem to be a disciple of our sect. As the figure came into view, the expressions of the disciples shifted dramatically. Ji Yue and her companions wore faces as grim as death. Just moments ago, they had thought their own sect as disciples had acted foolishly, but upon realizing the newcomer was not one of their own, they felt a wave of relief. Who is this person? Do you recognize him? Ji Yue turned to Jiang Qingren, for he had emerged from the fairy peak. Jiang Qingren replied hastily. His name is Zhao Tianlong, a disciple I encountered during a recent expedition. Among his peers, he not only possesses a strong sense of self-reliance, but also remarkable talent. I believe he is an exceptionally rare talent, which is why I brought him back to the peak. Then why wasn't this reported? Ji Yue spoke in a low tone. Because young Master Yi happened to be breaking through at that moment, I simply forgot, Jiang Qingren quickly explained. Have you investigated his background? Ji Yue pressed further. Jiang Qingren nodded, confirming that he hails from a humble background. Ji Yue scrutinized Jiang Qingren for a moment. Though she found Jiang Qingren to be a commendable individual, she noted her tendency to be overly cynical, especially towards those who were self-reliant and of modest origins. If it weren't for her brother Jiang Taichu, she would have expelled him long ago, as such individuals, though possessing strengths, often bore glaring weaknesses that could lead to calamity. With this in mind, Ji Yue decided to give Jiang Qingren an opportunity. Handle this matter properly. I do not wish for you to disturb young Master Yi. Otherwise, you shall both face dire consequences. Understood, Jiang Qingren replied hastily. So it turns out a mere insect that just broke through to the celestial realm has stolen my spiritual energy. A genius, indeed, an unparalleled genius. As Zhao Tianlong spoke, his tone turned icy. I, Zhao Tianlong, delight in slaying such exceptional talents. With that, the overwhelming killing intent within him surged once more. Seeing Zhao Tianlong in such a state, Jiang Qingren's expression shifted slightly. In her recollection, Zhao Tianlong had always been a sunny, self-reliant young man who cared for others. How had he suddenly become so cold and envious? Yet, she quickly reassured herself. Zhao Tianlong's anger was understandable. After all, anyone would react similarly if their spiritual energy were stolen at a critical moment of breakthrough. With that thought, Jiang Qingren stepped forward to block Zhao Tianlong. Are you trying to stop me? Zhao Tianlong's cold gaze locked onto Jiang Qingren. You. Seeing Zhao Tianlong's demeanor, Jiang Qingren felt a mix of anger and frustration. But she took a deep breath and said, I'm trying to save you. Huh? Save me? You arrogant dog. Do you think too highly of yourself? Zhao Tianlong sneered, casting aside any pretense. Since he had decided to sever ties with the heavenly maiden's sacred land, he no longer felt the need to feign civility. At worst, he would simply abduct Jiang Qingren. It would yield the same result. Do you truly think you are a reincarnation of a saint? Do you realize how nauseating your preachy ideals make me? If it weren't for the fact that your body still held some value, I might have sought some amusement elsewhere. Don't think I would follow you blindly. Get out of my way, or I will deal with you later. Zhao Tianlong coldly warned. You, shameless. Jiang Qingren pointed at Zhao Tianlong, her hand trembling. It was her first time hearing such crude words and being treated in such a manner. Most importantly, she had genuinely regarded Zhao Tianlong as a brother. She never expected him to reveal such a side. At that moment, her worldview shattered. Step aside. I will handle this, Jiang Taichu said as he approached Jiang Qingren, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. His expression had turned icy. For him, whether it was to defend his sister's honor or protect young Master Yi, the best course of action was to eliminate Zhao Tianlong without hesitation. If young Master Yi were endangered, the consequences would be dire. Brother. Jiang Qingren looked at Jiang Taichu with reddened eyes. Listen, I will take care of this, Jiang Taichu reiterated. Very well, Jiang Qingren acquiesced, stepping aside. The Heavenly King Realm? This is getting interesting, Zhao Tianlong smirked, then turned to Jiang Taichu, saying, this person is yours to deal with. All right. At that moment, a detached voice resonated from the void. Chapter 34. Breaking free from the barrier, the ancient overlord's slaughter body. As the words fell, a figure gradually materialized. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Tiandu Peak, causing every breath of energy to grow cold. The 8th layer of the Heavenly King Realm. Upon sensing the visitor's realm, Jiang Taichu who was only at the 6th layer, could not help but change his expression dramatically. At their level, even a slight difference in realm equated to a vast chasm. Ji Yue and the others also displayed looks of shock. If the newcomer truly stirred chaos, they would be unable to contain it. How could he possess such a background? Why is this happening? Jiang Qingren trembled all over, her face gradually paling. The realization that she had brought disaster back to the sacred land filled her with deep regret. Li Yunyu's gaze swept across the scene, finally landing on Zhao Tianlong. And he calmly stated, "You may choose the death of one disciple or the preservation of the sacred land." As his words echoed, his aura surged violently once more, waves of heavenly king power cascading towards Jiang Taichu and the others. This is bad. Jiang Taichu's face changed, attempting to retreat. Yet he suddenly found himself immobilized, his internal strength sputtering as if extinguished, leaving him to thrash helplessly. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlong grew even more arrogant. "Ha! The illustrious Tianu sacred land is nothing. And you cur, keep pretending in front of me. If I cannot deal with you, my master surely can." With that, Zhao Tianlong's killing intent surged, declaring, "Today, I shall kill before your eyes. What will you do about it?" He charged towards Chen Wen's location. "This is bad. Protect the young master," Jiang Taichu instinctively shouted. Upon hearing this, Ji Yue and the others frantically struggled, yet they remained trapped by Li Yunyu's restraint. If a scion of a hidden faction were to perish in the sacred land, their troubles would be immense. Too late. Zhao Tianlong reveled in their fury, relishing their despair, which only heightened his thrill for bloodshed. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying power surged forth from deep within Tianu Peak, dominating the heavens and the earth. "Are you here to kill me?" Quite interesting, a leisurely voice resounded. Everyone instinctively halted their movements, turning towards the source of the sound. A figure with an ethereal presence, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, gradually came into view. Chen Wen, having broken through to the celestial realm, had achieved the state of unity with heaven and earth. His aura was reclusive, his entire being glistening like jade, radiating with a 9-colored brilliance. The faint aura he exuded was ancient and mysterious, an invisible pressure that rendered onlookers hesitant to gaze upon him. When did the first layer of the celestial realm become so formidable? The crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. At this moment, Li Yunyu's gaze also fell upon Chen Wen. This fluctuation of power, this extraordinary aura, what an exceptionally remarkable young man. After scanning Chen Wen, Li Yunyu could not help but admire him. As a member of the Upper Realm's sacred clan, he had encountered many young talents, but few had left such a profound impression on him at first glance. Zhao Tianlong, his own disciple, could be considered a dragon among men, having reached the first layer of the life and death realm at a tender age, rising from humble beginnings through sheer effort. Yet, compared to the young man before him, aside from a slight superiority in cultivation, he was lacking in all other aspects. To describe the difference as crushing would not be an exaggeration. Zhao Tianlong fixated on Chen Wen, his murderous intent swiftly morphing into intense jealousy. Coming from a lowly background, his aura had always been his Achilles heel, especially with Chen Wen's striking handsomeness, which struck deep into his fragile and sensitive psyche. If he had previously harbored murderous thoughts over the theft of spiritual energy, now it was purely driven by a desire to eliminate Chen Wen. Simultaneously, Chen Wen's gaze fell upon Zhao Tianlong. Name, Zhao Tianlong. Age, 23. Personality, arrogant, unruly, envious. Identity, a lowly youth from a remote town. Destiny soul, yellow, physique. Ancient overlord slaughter body, realm. First layer of the life and death realm. A yellow destiny soul. The ancient overlord slaughter body. Remarkable. This one is even more exceptional than Chu Chang'e. At the same age, he has already attained the first layer of the life and death realm, and possesses the legendary ancient overlord and Apos as slaughter body. If Chu Chang'e's true dragon body could transform into a dragon in human form, then the ancient overlord slaughter body, once matured, could truly contend with true dragons and tear apart the true phoenix of ancient lore. With his overwhelming killing intent honed to perfection, he could indeed achieve the status of an ancient slaughter deity through the path of killing. It is no exaggeration to say that such a person is a born god of slaughter. However, your fate is unfortunate, for you have encountered me. With this thought, Chen Wen's lips curled into a slight smile, particularly at the fact that Zhao Tianlong possessed a yellow destiny soul. The first refinement of a yellow destiny soul could unlock new achievements. Now, he began to anticipate what rewards the yellow destiny treasure box might hold. As Chen Wen's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor, Zhao Tianlong's murderous intent surged to his mind, oblivious to the impending doom. As his words fell, the powers of life and death from the surrounding heavens intertwined with the killing intent, violently erupting from Zhao Tianlong's body. In an instant, it pierced through the clouds, staining the sky crimson, while an endless echo of dread reverberated through the blood mist. This person is terrifying. The disciples gazed at Zhao Tianlong, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with shock. At that moment, they felt a twinge of concern for Chen Wen. The disparity between the first layer of the celestial realm and the first layer of the life and death realm was substantial. Despite Chen Wen's extraordinary background, combat did not heed one's lineage. Let's hope that the powers behind this young Master Chen will intervene. With this thought, they collectively sighed. Miss, whom do you think will win? Lulan Luer whispered. Lulan Xingxue blinked, her expression contemplative. If he loses, then I have come to the wrong place today. Then, miss, do you wish for him to win or lose? Lulan Luer inquired, her eyes wide. Lulan Xingxue's expression remained unchanged. In truth, whether he wins or loses bears little significance to me. I hope he loses. It would be best for such a demon to perish, Lulan Luer pouted. Before Zhao Tianlong's overwhelming killing intent, Chen Wen remained composed, undisturbed in the slightest. Boy die. Seeing Chen Wen still flaunting bravado, Zhao Tianlong extended a hand towards him, his killing intent coiling around him, the powers of life and death tearing through space itself. Wait. At that moment, Li Yinyu spoke up. Zhao Tianlong's fierce expression halted abruptly, turning sharply to face Li Yinyu, as if questioning his intervention. Li Yinyu ignored Zhao Tianlong's gaze, instead addressing Chen Wen. Young man, you are impressive. May I inquire about your origins? What are you afraid? Chen Wen replied languidly. All eyes turned to Li Yinyu, filled with the same confusion. Li Yinyu's expression remained unchanged. I hail from the Upper Realm's sacred clan, one of the most prestigious sacred powers. Should you agree, this matter can come to an end today, and I may even take you as a disciple. Only by ascending to the Upper Realm can your talents be fully realized. Consider this carefully. It may be the greatest opportunity of your life. Chapter 35. The emergence of the Imperial Sword and speculation of identities. Is this person a fool? Jiang Taichu felt a sense of numbness. He had anticipated that Li Yunyu would say something profound, yet this was all there was. The members of the Celestial Maiden's sacred land regarded him as if he were a simpleton. Come on, after all this, you're merely a member of the sacred clan? The last person who boasted about being from a sacred clan is long gone, and he spoke of taking on disciples? Truly absurd. Upon witnessing the reactions of those present, Li Yunyu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Shouldn't the appropriate response be one of astonishment? What kind of place is the Upper Realm? And what power does the sacred clan possess? How could such a trivial realm dare to look down upon the sacred clan of the Upper Realm? Conversely, the one who reacted the most strongly was Zhao Tianlong. Being accepted as a disciple by Li Yunyu and joining the sacred clan of the Upper Realm had always been his greatest achievement, elevating him above all the savages of the lower realm. Now, he heard that his master seemed to hold this insignificant boy in high regard, even considering taking him as a disciple. What does that make him? The recognition he had painstakingly earned now seemed trivial. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Tianlong's eyes turned crimson, consumed by jealousy that incinerated his rationality. No, he absolutely could not allow this boy to become his junior. No matter the cost, this boy must die. Perhaps sensing Zhao Tianlong's emotional turmoil, Chen Wen smirked slightly and said with a leisurely tone, "It seems your disciple is not in agreement. Look at that twisted expression on his face. He is clearly scheming." Zhao Tianlong nearly ground his teeth in fury. Yet, in front of Li Yunyu, he dared not act recklessly. Even if he longed to kill Chen Wen, he had to suppress his rage. Li Yunyu cast a casual glance at Zhao Tianlong, dismissing his opinion as irrelevant. "Ah, but I fear you might be assassinated before you even join." Chen Wen shook his head. "So, without him, You would become my disciple? Li Yunyu inquired, looking at Chen Wen. Chen Wen nodded slowly. You could interpret it that way. Li Yunyu hardly hesitated. Very well, from this day forth. He is no longer my disciple. Master. Zhao Tianlong's face paled, staring at Li Yunyu in disbelief. Considering our bond as master and disciple, you should leave now, Li Yunyu commanded coldly. No. Master, you cannot do this. Zhao Tianlong's face drained of color. Without Li Yunyu's backing, all his past misdeeds would come back to haunt him. He did not believe that as a mere being at the life and death realm, he could withstand the retribution of these individuals. Realizing this, Zhao Tianlong collapsed to the ground, his eyes void of life. Seeing this, Chen Wen's smirk widened. It was indeed amusing to toy with this master-disciple duo. As for Zhao Tianlong, he must perish here. Come, kneel before this king. Li Yunyu stood tall, hands clasped behind his back. He was somewhat satisfied with Zhao Tianlong, yet when compared to Chen Wen, he was hardly a choice. Though Chen Wen's cultivation was inferior to Zhao Tianlong's, he was significantly younger. Their sacred clan lacked resources but craved genuine talent. Unexpectedly, his expedition to the lower realm yielded such a reward, quite remarkable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile began to curve on Li Yunyu's lips. Yet moments later, the atmosphere remained still. Chen Wen, observing with a look of derision, showed no signs of action. Li Yunyu's expression gradually darkened. What do you mean? The onlookers turned to Chen Wen, evidently curious about his intentions. With a mocking smile, Chen Wen finally spoke. Of course, I am merely toying with you, fool. Kill him. Someone kill him. In an instant, Li Yunyu's fury erupted, his murderous intent boiling over, his face contorting in rage. No one had ever dared to mock him in such a manner. Filthy scoundrel, die. Zhao Tianlong, who had felt despair moments before, surged with rage. Enveloped in a tempest of killing intent, resembling a vengeful deity emerging from hell. At that moment, he too was consumed by murderous zeal. Very well, I shall use you to test my sword. Chen Wen extended his hand, grasping the Imperial sword. As the sword was drawn, two beams of light shot into the sky, transforming into an Imperial dragon and a phoenix. The two powers merged seamlessly, indistinguishable yet harmonious. The sword aura shattered the heavens, as if the sky itself were torn apart. Chaotic energies swirling in all directions. The remaining vestiges of Imperial might descended instantaneously. A multitude of weapons trembled in response, all soaring toward the heavens in a breathtaking spectacle. What kind of sword is this? So terrifying. The onlookers gazed in shock, their scalps tingling with dread. The Imperial sword was indeed a sight to behold. Though they had never seen an Imperial weapon, Jiang Taichu quickly deduced its significance, given Chen Wen's background. The sword's blade, resembling solidified blood, bore a hilt entwined with dragon and phoenix motifs, its aura utterly unique. Li Yunyu, also fixated on the Imperial sword, felt his pupils constrict. This was certainly an Imperial sword, without a doubt. However, whether it was a remnant was beyond his knowledge. Even his own clan did not possess such powerful weapons, not even a half-step Imperial one. Could it be that I have inadvertently uncovered something monumental? The thought sent shivers down Li Yunyu's spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Just then, Chen Wen moved. As he raised his sword, an overwhelming force surged forth from within him, vast as the ocean and terrifyingly unmatched. The nine-colored chaotic light erupted, cleaving through the heavens like a blade, reducing the surrounding space to dust. In an instant, Zhao Tianlong's momentum was crushed to nothingness, akin to a grain of rice obscured by the brilliance of the moon. Could such power truly be possessed by someone at the celestial realm? Once again, the crowd was left in awe of Chen Wen. He was far stronger than they had anticipated. The most shocked of all was Jiang Qingren. Initially, she had thought Chen Wen merely a spoiled scion relying on his family's influence to bully others. Now, she realized how profoundly mistaken she had been. He was indeed a force to be reckoned with, needing no family backing. This noble son, bestow upon you death. Sky-splitting sword technique. Cut. Chen Wen's expression hardened, his gaze icy, and the sword radiated a chilling aura. With a single stroke, he severed the light to its core, leaving only darkness in its wake. In that moment, it seemed as though the world contained only this one sword. Filthy scoundrel, even if you wield a superior spiritual sword, Zhao Tianlong will not be outdone. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Qianlong's killing intent reignited, and he roared fiercely. He then activated the ancient dominance body to its peak. A surge of overwhelming power enveloping him, black-red divine light erupting forth. With a resounding impact, Zhao Tianlong threw a powerful punch against Chen Wen's descending sword. The heavens trembled, casting a massive shadow of dominance across the realm. "Stop! For the love of all that is holy, stop!" Li Yunyu bellowed in shock, instinctively striking out at Zhao Tianlong. At this moment, he could only eliminate Zhao Tianlong. For if Chen Wen were harmed, none would survive. After all, he was a disciple more formidable than the sacred clan itself. Yet, Chen Wen's lethal strike was swifter and more decisive. "Are you jesting? If you kill him, my achievements will be in vain." A single sword fell. Zhao Qianlong's towering silhouette was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. And even his perfected ancient dominance body could not withstand the blow. Raindrops fell from the heavens, striking the hearts of all present with a sense of dread. In the realm of life and death, a single stroke of the sword severed existence. Is this truly a being of humanity? An overwhelming chill enveloped the crowd, cascading from the crown of their heads to the soles of their feet, leaving them in a state of icy paralysis. What manner of power could possibly cultivate such a disciple? An ancient hidden nation, the lineage of the first emperor, or perhaps the most terrifying of all, the fated Imperial Clan? It is all over, utterly finished. Li Yunyu stood in stunned silence, her actions frozen in time. No, I cannot resign myself to inaction. I must find a way to save myself. Soon, Li Yunyu began to tremble, hastily reaching into her bosom. Chapter 36. The Unfortunate Son. The entirely clan has suffered because of you. Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of yellow destiny nirvana liquid. Congratulations on achieving a milestone. You have received a yellow destiny treasure chest. It's that simple. Chen Shi let out a breath of stale air. Meanwhile, Li Yunyu had already taken out a communication talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy at the first opportunity. "Brother Li?" A resonant male voice echoed from the talisman. "Yes, Brother Gu, it's me. I have a matter that I wish to seek your assistance with," Li Yunyu said earnestly. "Brother Li, you are too courteous. Speak. What is it? I may lack in many things, but I still have some connections." "I must commend your righteousness, Brother Gu. It is like this. Your sister is acquainted with the descendants of the Imperial family, and I wonder if you could assist me in requesting a favor." Silence fell, a deathly stillness. "Who is this little nobody? Do we know each other?" "Get lost." In an instant, the connection was severed decisively. Li Yunyu felt his body stiffen, a chill breeze sweeping over him. The onlookers could only find the situation laughable. "Now you know fear? Where did that arrogance go?" With a sigh, Li Yunyu took another deep breath and retrieved another communication talisman. "Brother Zhao, it's me, Li Yunyu." "Haha, I certainly know it's you, Brother Li. What is the matter? I would like to request your assistance." "Please, there is no need for such formality between us. Speak, what do you need? I recall you mentioning that you know people within the hidden forces. Could you possibly assist me in requesting a favor?" "What do you mean? Have you offended a hidden power? Perhaps, which is why I'm seeking, are you out of your mind? You've offended hidden powers, and now you come to me?" Li Yunyu clenched the now disconnected talisman tightly, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. "Don't bother, my friend. That devil doesn't understand human sentiment. Take my advice and let it be. That way, you might still have a glimmer of hope." The crowd sighed as they observed Li Yunyu's actions. "Right? I'll go to my father. He might have a solution." Thinking this, Li Yunyu hurriedly took out another talisman. This was his last hope. After inhaling deeply, he infused it with spiritual energy. "Little you? Father, I made a grave mistake," Li Yunyu exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Do not panic. Everyone makes mistakes. I will support you," Li Qingtian replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. "I have offended a force that possesses imperial weapons." Li Qingtian inhaled sharply. In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded from the other end, turning tables and chairs into a cloud of dust. "Unfortunate son, do you realize that you've brought disaster upon the entirely clan? Damn it!" Li Qingtian roared like an enraged lion, his voice echoing through the talisman. Li Yunyu trembled, his face as pale as a sheet. "Immediately go die. Do you understand?" Li Qingtian shouted again. "Father, you said you would support me. Who is your father? Get lost." Li Qingtian nearly succumbed to his fury. Li Yunyu felt numb. "Should I give you more time?" Chen Wen's voice drifted into Li Yunyu's ear. Li Yunyu's rigid body shuddered. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground. I'm a fool who failed to recognize greatness. Please forgive me, my lord. He then began to pound his head in prostration. Forgiveness? How novel, Chen Wen remarked, his gaze growing colder. This young master truly does not comprehend what that means. Ali Yunyu felt as though the sky had fallen. Kill him. Chen Wen's voice was devoid of warmth. Wait. Li Yunyu rushed to speak. I am willing to be your servant. Just please spare my life. You should never have harbored thoughts of killing me, Chen Wen coldly declared. For that alone, you are already dead. As Li Yunyu lowered his head, madness flickered in his eyes. Since it's death either way, I will take you down with me. In an instant, Li Yunyu charged forward, a murderous intent surging within him. Be careful, my lord, Jiang Taichu exclaimed in shock, his face filled with terror. Ji Yue and the others were equally horrified, feeling a chill run through their bodies. If Chen Wen were to perish here, the entire sacred land of heavenly maidens would be reduced to ashes, and everyone present, along with their families, would meet the same fate. Li Yunyu bellowed, his eyes filled with madness. Despite this, Chen Wen remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Just as everyone believed Chen Wen was doomed, a bolt of thunder suddenly descended from the sky. With a loud bang, Li Yunyu was obliterated into ashes, leaving no trace behind. The Heavenly Maiden Peak was left with a massive crater from the impact, half of its summit reduced to dust. What has happened? Everyone stared in stunned silence, unable to swallow their disbelief. In an instant, a powerful figure was slain, half of the Heavenly Maiden Peak turned to powder. How absurd! If that bolt of thunder had been any stronger, would the entire sacred land of Heavenly Maidens have turned to ashes? I knew it. Shinbadu would never place all his bets on just one. After all, this was his own flesh and blood. Jiang Taichu let out a long breath, realizing he was soaked with sweat. Chen Wen's lips curled into a slight smile. He was not surprised at all. At a critical moment, there would always be someone to intervene. His life was not something insignificant beings could extinguish. However, today's events served as a reminder. While it is vital to possess strength, one must also cultivate their own influence. Only that which one can control is truly powerful. We congratulate you, young master, on your successful cultivation. May you soon ascend to the throne. After a brief silence, Ji Yue quickly led the disciples in prostration. This time, the disciples did not need prompting. They knelt swiftly, as if competing to do so. Chen Wen's gaze swept across the scene, noticing only two individuals who remained standing. Particularly, the young woman clad in a black veil, her face adorned with white silk. What wise and bright eyes! A truly ethereal beauty. Chen Wen's gaze lingered on Lulan Shengxue, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Before him stood a woman whose physique, demeanor, and striking features were nothing short of perfection. These qualities combined harmoniously, creating an unparalleled beauty, the brightest gem in the room. Even his sister would not dare claim superiority over her. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's scrutiny, Lulan Shengxue maintained her poise, calmly meeting his gaze. Chapter 37. Lulan Shengxue's Invitation. Their first conversation at the same time, the basic information of Lulan Shengxue caught Chen Wen's eye. Name, Lulan Shengxue. Age, 18. Personality, wise, calm, aspiring, warm on the outside, cold within. Identity, princess of the hidden ancient kingdom, Lulan, and the current saintess. Destiny soul, 7 colors. Physique, destiny emperor's body. Realm, 9 layers of life and death. Lulan Shengxue? Is this not the name of my betrothed? A 7 colors destiny soul, a destiny emperor's body, and an 18-year-old at the 9 layers of life and death. This is truly invincible. Soon, Chen Wen was captivated by Lulan Shengxue's destiny soul and physique. A legendary level destiny soul speaks for itself in strength. However, what genuinely astonished him was the destiny emperor's body. It could be regarded as one of the most superior physiques, embodying the highest fortune. When the emperor's body reaches its peak, it can merge with destiny, drawing in the fortunes of heaven and earth, becoming the mother of the universe, and reigning supreme through the ages. Was the true child of destiny? This is it. Suppressing the turmoil within, Chen Wen marveled. At that moment, Lulan Shengxue initiated the conversation. Lulan Shengxue, Yi Wuqing. Chen Wen reined in his thoughts and replied. Won't you invite me in for a moment? Please, Lulan Xingxue responded calmly. Her reaction was quite unexpected. He was eager to discern Lulan Xingxue's true attitude. Green, wait here, Lulan Xingxue instructed, before striding towards the palace. Intriguing, Chen Wen chuckled softly and followed her inside. Wait, we are still kneeling, the onlookers remarked in confusion. What is their relationship? Ji Yue glanced at Jiang Taichu as if seeking answers. She had some understanding of Lulan Xingxue, considering them both mentor and friend. However, she had never witnessed such proactive behavior from Lulan Xingxue. Whether it was the disciples of the sacred land seeking her favor or the talents from external sects approaching her deliberately, she had always remained aloof. Her greatest interests beyond cultivation were chess and playing the piano. Even as a woman, she perceived Lulan Xingxue as nearly flawless. Now, she could not fathom why Lulan Xingxue would extend an invitation to Chen Wen, and more so, take the initiative. Could it be that she too was attracted by Chen Wen's status? Jiang Taichu shrugged. He was equally perplexed. Jiang Qingren's expression was inscrutable, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chen Wen led Lulan Xingxue into the inner hall. Lulan Xingxue seated herself, first pouring a cup of tea for Chen Wen, and then for herself. Chen Wen glanced at Lulan Xingxue, not hesitating to take a sip. I heard, young master, ye has matters to discuss with me. What might they be? Lulan Xingxue asked, delicately sipping her tea. Chen Wen replied with a light tone. This young master is in need of someone to warm his bed, and your identity as the saintess barely qualifies you to match my standards. Thus, I wish to inquire if you might be interested. Young master, you jest. Lulan Xingxue responded without anger, her tone serene. However, if you truly have such needs, I could assist you in finding a suitable candidate. This woman is indeed intriguing. As a princess of a significant power, she remains unperturbed even when teased so boldly. Truly remarkable. A slight smirk played on Chen Wen's lips as he observed the sincerity in Lulan Xingxue's every word, devoid of any pretense. In other words, she genuinely wished to assist him in finding someone for his needs. Such a betrothed is either foolish or exceedingly clever. What if I am only interested in you? Chen Wen's tone grew serious, his gaze turning assertive. Lulan Xingxue paused, her expression steady. The young lady is already betrothed. I hope young master ye understands this. What is a betrothal? It can be easily discarded. I can bear that burden. Chen Wen leaned closer to Lulan Xingxue, the atmosphere turning suggestive. A unique fragrance enveloped him, fresh and inviting, prompting an urge to inhale deeply. Due to Chen Wen's overstep, Lulan Xingxue's expression finally darkened. Young master ye, please conduct yourself with restraint. I do not wish to repeat myself. Chen Wen regarded Lulan Xingxue intently before resuming his seat. You did not approach me merely to listen, did you? Lulan Xingxue picked up her cup of spirit tea, taking a delicate sip before responding. Since we have broached the topic, I shall not conceal anything further. You are targeting Chen Wen specifically, aren't you? Of course, the Chen Wen she spoke of is the one impersonating Chu Tianlong. Chen Wen remained unfazed. And if I am? I neither wish to know your motives nor the circumstances surrounding this matter. Let it end here. I can ensure that no one will pursue your responsibility. Lulan Xingxue's tone shifted as she continued. I hope you will contemplate this carefully and not squander your talents. Lulan Xingxue harbored some suspicions regarding Chen Wen's origins. While others might be intimidated by the Imperial sword, she, born of a hidden ancient kingdom, had witnessed true Imperial swords. Though she sensed a certain Imperial might emanating from Chen Wen's sword, it felt juvenile. If one were to compare it to a child, it was merely in its early stages. Such a situation could only arise from inherent cultivation. It could not be a relic of family lineage. Thus, she concluded that it was certainly not an heirloom. Furthermore, even if it were, it would not instill fear in her. Not only did she hail from a hidden ancient nation, but her future husband's paternal and maternal families belonged to the Destiny Emperor lineage. The combined might of the three great powers was enough to instill fear in any force beneath the heavens. Chen Wen chuckled coldly. What gives you the authority to make decisions on his behalf? Could it be that you're betrothed? Is he? Lulan Xingxue neither confirmed nor denied. Whether it is or not is inconsequential to you. It seems these two, even if not entangled romantically, share some connection. It remains to be seen how far it extends. A realization flickered in Chen Wen's mind before he asked, what if I refuse? Lulan Xingxue regarded him steadily, her eyes betraying no emotion. I have stated that the choice is entirely yours. I merely hope you can bear the consequences. If your confidence were as strong as you claim, you would not have come here to plead. With that, Chen Wen's tone shifted. I may lack many virtues, but I possess a stubborn head. I have made my decision. If you have the capability, feel free to challenge me. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on him, a cold glimmer surfacing in her eyes. To her, Chen Wen was disregarding a warning. Yet, her expression soon returned to calm. Very well, I shall observe closely. With that, Lulan Xingxue rose and walked out. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Wen narrowed his eyes. Moments ago, he sensed a fleeting threat from her. For Chu Tianlong, does she truly wish to eliminate him? Fascinating. Truly fascinating. I will see if she can protect him once his identity is revealed. As for the hidden ancient kingdom, should it wish for annihilation, let it come forth. Young master, I have urgent matters to report, Jiang Taichu's voice interrupted. Chen Wen then reined in his cold demeanor and replied, Come in. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 38, A Journey to Kill, Unafraid of Any Power Soon. Jiang Taichu entered the room. What is it? Chen Wen glanced at Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu immediately responded, The matter you asked me to investigate has yielded results. Oh, do tell. Chen Wen's interest was piqued. Over the years, Chu Tianlong, leveraging his status as a young master, has developed forces both overtly and covertly, exceeding 100 factions in total. Among these, there are 30 royal families, 15 imperial clans, 5 sacred factions, and 2 hidden sections. It can be said that Chu Tianlong currently has no rivals in the entire ancient Yuan realm. Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. Oh, he possesses some skill. Furthermore, Chu Tianlong is quite astute. Despite employing somewhat dubious methods in the shadows, he maintains a commendable facade. Take the sacred land, for instance. Nearly all disciples support him and are even willing to lay down their lives for him. The peak masters and elders within the sacred land hold him in high regard. Any request he makes is fulfilled without hesitation. At this point, Jiang Taichu paused, remaining silent for a while. What's wrong? Chen Wen inquired. I also discovered that Chu Tianlong is the only person able to enter Lulan Xingxue's residence, and not just once. However, their interactions seem inconspicuous, and Chu Tianlong publicly claims they are merely friends. The people of the sacred land believe this, seeing him as someone who wouldn't deceive them. Chen Wen's expression remained unchanged as he replied, I see. Continue. Having just conversed with Lulan Xingxue, he was already mentally prepared for this revelation. So Jiang Taichu's words did not shock him. Yes, young master, Jiang Taichu replied and continued. Did you not mention your intention to consolidate all of Chu Tianlong's forces and eliminate him in one fell swoop? There is now an opportunity. It depends on how you wish to proceed. Chen Wen's eyes brightened. He had finally encountered something intriguing. Oh, what opportunity? It is this. Chu Tianlong possesses an independent peak within the sacred land, located at its very core. This peak is unique, constantly struck by heavenly lightning, rumored to house a gravity lightning field above. It is said that anyone who can assimilate this gravity lightning field could transform their internal spiritual energy attributes or even alter their physical constitution. For years, no one has been able to tame it, but Chu Tianlong has claimed it for himself, utilizing his status. However, despite his efforts, he has been unable to subjugate it. Cleverly, he recognized his limitations and has instead used it as a tool to win hearts. He hosts tea gatherings there annually, inviting talented individuals with the promise that whoever can tame it shall claim it as their own. Consequently, he has befriended many talents and, through them, has forged connections with their respective forces. Given his title as the son of the emperor, these forces are naturally inclined to ally with him. Thus, his personal power continues to grow. Are you suggesting that I could take advantage of this tea gathering? Chen Wen began to understand. Jiang Taichu solemnly nodded. Indeed, the tea gathering is occurring in these days, and the disciples from various factions have already arrived. However, this year, Chu Tianlong is absent, and his trusted subordinates are attending to the guests. Therefore, this presents a splendid opportunity. How shall we proceed? It is for you to decide, young master. Chen Wen comprehended Jiang Taichu's intentions and declared, Lead the way. Since Chu Tianlong is not present, I, the true Chen Wen, shall host this tea gathering in his stead. Young master, please follow me, Jiang Taichu said without further comment, leading Chen Wen towards the heavenly Thunder Peak. Before long, Chen Wen's descent from the mountain was observed by numerous disciples. "Why is that demon coming down again?" One murmured. "Has someone offended him once more?" Another queried. "Look in that direction. Could it be? Let us follow him and see." Many disciples whispered anxiously as they discreetly trailed behind him. Upon realizing that Chen Wen was heading towards the heavenly Thunder Peak, the scene erupted in chaos. Connecting this to the enmity Chen Wen had established with their sacred son, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread. At this moment, even the dimmest among them understood that Chen Wen was targeting their sacred son. This cannot continue. We must not let him destroy the heavenly Thunder Peak. We must inform Sister Lulan and the Sacred Lord. With this thought, many disciples hurriedly activated their communication talismans. Having just returned to the heavenly Maiden Peak, Lulan Xingxue promptly received a report from Lulan Luer. "Not good, miss. That fellow is heading towards the heavenly Thunder Peak." Lulan Luer rushed to Lulan Xingxue's side. Being her personal maid, she was well aware of the delicate relationship between Lulan Xingxue and Chu Tianlong, so upon learning this news, she hurried over. Lulan Xingxue furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. It seems some people truly do not heed warnings. She had initially thought that Chen Wen would temper his actions after a warning, but to her surprise, he charged towards the heavenly Thunder Peak almost immediately after she left. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. This also extinguished any remaining goodwill she had towards Chen Wen. "Should we ask Elder Wan to eliminate him?" Lulan Luer suggested urgently. In truth, she held a favorable view of Chu Tianlong, believing his appearance and talent were worthy of her mistress. Thus, she often played a role in fostering their relationship. Now that Chu Tianlong's peak was in peril, she naturally hoped her mistress would intervene. "We shall observe his intentions first before deciding on any drastic measures," Lulan Xingxue responded. "Very well, let us go and see," Lulan Luer agreed, nodding decisively. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Lord's hall, reporting to the Sacred Lord, "I have matters to discuss," Ji Yue declared as she settled into her seat, only to be interrupted by a subordinate's urgent report. With a sigh, she lamented the overwhelming events of the past few days, leaving her no time to breathe. "At this rate, I shall surely collapse. Dealing with someone like Chen Wen is a challenge I dare not voice my frustrations about." "Come in," Ji Yue composed herself before speaking. Soon, a servant entered, bowing low. "Your servant greets the Sacred Lord." "Enough, speak directly," Ji Yue waved her hand. Reporting to the Sacred Lord, "Young Master Yi is heading towards the heavenly Thunder Peak." The servant relayed, not daring to be negligent. "What did you say?" Ji Yue sprang to her feet, unable to conceal her astonishment. The servant swallowed hard before repeating, "I said, young Master Yi is heading towards the heavenly Thunder Peak." "Damn it, is this never-ending?" Ji Yue exclaimed, throwing down a remark before hastily making her way towards the heavenly Thunder Peak. Chapter 39. The Onslaught of Thunderous Wrath under the leadership of Jiang Taichu. Chen Wen swiftly arrived at the entrance of Tianlai Peak. Behind them, a multitude of disciples followed, eager to discern Chen Wen's intentions for visiting Tianlai Mountain. "Halt! No entry without permission." At the mountain's entrance, two guards clad in sacred attire obstructed Chen Wen and Jiang Taichu's path. "Begone, or face death." Jiang Taichu's voice was cold and resolute. The guards trembled at the ominous aura radiating from Jiang Taichu, yet their allegiance to the Imperial Prince emboldened them. "This is the private domain of the Holy Sun. We must ask you to leave. Then you shall perish." With a decisive step forward, Jiang Taichu unleashed a wave of formidable energy. The guards, caught off guard, were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. This demon has indeed come to kill. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding disciples quaked in terror. Some concealed guards hastily retreated towards the main peak, evidently intent on reporting the incident to the responsible elder. These minor actions did not escape the notice of Chen Wen and Jiang Taichu, yet they remained unfazed. "Young master, this way." Jiang Taichu resumed, leading the way. "Understood." Chen Wen nodded and followed suit. "Let us pursue them." Without hesitation, the disciples surged forward in pursuit. Before long, a continuous range of peaks lay before Chen Wen's gaze. The mountains appeared ominous, with torrents of lightning raging through the sky and arcs of lightning cascading downwards like a torrential storm. The sight was utterly breathtaking, evoking a chilling sensation. Moreover, an unparalleled gravitational force pressed upon them. This mountain possesses intriguing qualities. No wonder Chu Tianlong claimed it as his own. Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. This is Tianlai Mountain, home to the legendary gravitational thunder array. However, that is merely a legend. I cannot ascertain its truth. Jiang Taichu explained thoughtfully. What lies above is not a gravitational thunder array. At that moment, Xian Hongxiao interjected. Chen Wen's expression shifted. What is it then? If I am not mistaken, it should be the Shattered World Thunder Pearl, fragmented during the primordial era, Xian Hongxiao replied languidly. Shattered World Thunder Pearl? Chen Wen instinctively echoed. Indeed, it is one of the 10 divine artifacts of antiquity, containing the terrifying Shattered World Thunder. The famed Thunder Monarch of old used it to vanquish countless gods and demons. At that time, the Shattered World Thunder swept across millions of miles, obliterating even the fabric of time itself. However, following that battle, the Shattered World Thunder Pearl was shattered, vanishing along with the Thunder Monarch into the ether. The current Shattered World Thunder Pearl has likely only regained a fraction of its power. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is there a way to acquire it? While obtaining the complete Shattered World Thunder Pearl may prove impossible, securing one that has only partially regained its strength could be feasible. Do you see the gathering thunder? Xian Hongxiao continued. Chen Wen nodded. That phenomenon is the result of the Thunder Pearl absorbing the heavenly lightning from the 9 heavens. There is but one method to tame it. Absorb the heavenly lightning yourself and become a more potent source of thunder. Once it senses a new source, it will willingly enter your body. At that point, you merely need to mark it with your imprint. However, this process may entail danger. Consider your decision carefully. Xian Hongxiao advised. Do I possess the certainty to subdue it with my chaotic sequence body? Chen Wen inquired. Absolutely, Xian Hongxiao affirmed calmly. Then it is settled. Even if danger lurks, I shall seize this opportunity. Chen Wen decisively resolved. Xian Hongxiao refrained from further commentary, allowing Chen Wen to make his own choice. Young master, those individuals are atop Tianlai Peak. Jiang Taichu's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Let's proceed to slay them. Chen Wen gathered his thoughts and nodded in agreement. Understood. Jiang Taichu moved ahead, but paused momentarily. I almost forgot to mention, during our ascent, we will encounter gravitational and thunderous attacks. You must be prepared, young master. Indeed. Chen Wen nodded once more. Jiang Taichu chose not to elaborate further and continued guiding Chen Wen forward. Soon, they reached the foot of the mountain. As they approached, the sheer terror of the contained thunderous energy and gravitational force became palpable. Notably, some of the thunder energy had fused with the gravity, transforming into an even more fearsome thunder. This was significantly more potent than singular attributes of thunder or gravity alone. At the foot of the mountain, numerous disciples were engaged in training using the heavy thunder. These disciples were all subservient to Chu Tianlong, granted entry for their training. Upon noticing Chen Wen, they halted their activities, simultaneously struck by awe and envy at the genius cultivators who had arrived over the past few days. They saw in Chen Wen the embodiment of their aspirations. Wait, what is that? One disciple suddenly exclaimed. All eyes turned towards the source of the commotion. They beheld a large contingent of sacred disciples following closely behind. Those are our sacred disciples. How they gained entry. Another exclaimed. This is bad. These two may not have come to partake in the tea gathering. Realization dawned upon the crowd. Quickly, they clustered together, fixating their gaze on Chen Wen and Jiang Taichu, particularly the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Taichu, which instilled terror in their hearts. Meanwhile, atop the shattered god Thunder Mountain, a grand palace stood, encased by a golden array that shielded it from incessantly cascading arcs of lightning. Within the palace, nearly 50 young men and women had already assembled, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Particularly, the 8 individuals seated at the forefront radiated an aura so profound it was befitting a tempest. Their inner strength was as deep as the ocean. Among these 8, 2 men stood out with an especially striking demeanor. Even in repose, their unyielding energy clashed, asserting dominance over the atmosphere. On a raised platform sat 2 elder figures, their strength formidable, both at the realm of heavenly kings. At this moment, a guard entered, kneeling before the 2 elders. I humbly greet Elder Feng and Elder Dong, the guard announced promptly. Speak, what is it? Zhao Feng inquired coolly, reporting to the esteemed ones. "There are intruders causing a disturbance," the guard replied hastily. Upon hearing this, the gathered disciples were taken aback, instinctively turning to the source of the commotion. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered who dared to disrupt the Imperial Prince's domain. Who? Zhao Feng's expression darkened. Tasked with overseeing the tea gathering by Chu Tianlong, any disruption was unacceptable. Just that newcomer, the one referred to as young Master Yi, Ning Wei interjected quickly. Utterly reckless. Zhao Feng slammed his palm onto the table, which exploded into dust. In truth, they had already received reports of Chen Wen brutally slaying Chu Chang'e and nailing the fallen elder to the sacred monument. He had been engrossed in preparing for the tea gathering, leaving him unable to address other matters. However, what he did not anticipate was that, before he could confront Chen Wen, the latter audaciously came forth. Who is this young Master Yi? At that moment, the enigmatic Mu Jiuzhou, shrouded in dark mist, spoke up. Simultaneously, Shimin Zhantian, seated nearby, slowly lifted his eyelids, golden light flickering in his gaze. A lad who claims to hail from a hidden power, Zhao Feng remarked coldly. The mention of a hidden power sent a tremor through the pupils of over 60% of the disciples present. In contrast, Mu Jiuzhou and Shimin Zhantian remained unfazed. They bore no fear of disciples from such clandestine forces. At this juncture, Zhao Feng gradually rose to his feet, addressing the assembly, esteemed guests. Would you care to join this old man in witnessing a thrilling spectacle of murder? I am indeed inclined. Mu Jiuzhou responded first, his voice low and spine-chilling. I too wish to partake in the excitement. Shimin Zhantian echoed as he stood. Soon, others began to rise as well, eager to join the unfolding drama. Chapter 40. A step into the path of invincibility, shocking the world. Look, isn't that Master Zhao? And Master Li is here too. No, it's not just them. All the talented youths have emerged. With one person's exclamation, the crowd at the foot of the mountain quickly grasped the situation. They turned their gazes upward, towards the esteemed assembly of gifted men and women who looked down upon the world. Chen Wen, who was about to ascend the mountain, halted his steps. He slightly raised his head, his eyes calm as tranquil waters, exuding an air of supremacy. Unbeknownst to him, he was forming a counterforce against the dozens of geniuses above, showing no sign of inferiority. So it's that kid, thought Mu Jiuzhou and Shimin Zhantian, as they quickly focused on Chen Wen. Upon noticing Chen Wen's composure, unfazed by their imposing presence, they couldn't help but furrow their brows. To them, Chen Wen, at the first level of the celestial realm, was hardly a concern. Yet, his aura and personal charisma were remarkably outstanding. Even having encountered numerous prodigies before, they felt a pressure upon seeing Chen Wen. Chen Wen calmly withdrew his gaze, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Among the assembly of talented youths, there were 6 fated ones. 2 of them possessed soul ranks that had reached the green level. If his conjecture was correct, these 2 were likely the heirs of the reclusive powers mentioned by Jiang Taichu. He then shifted his attention to 2 elder figures nearby, sensing a murderous intent emanating from them. It seems these 2 intend to kill me, Chen Wen remarked with a smirk. Those 2 at the King's realm are among Chu Tianlong's trusted subordinates, held in high regard by him, Jiang Taichu noted, then added, I will handle them. You take care of the talented youths, is that acceptable? As for Chen Wen's safety, I have no worries, especially after what transpired with Li Yunyu. I am even more certain that a formidable figure is secretly protecting him. Very well, Chen Wen replied with a nod. Among the youths, the strongest were the 2 standing at the forefront, yet they were merely at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. He held absolute confidence in his ability to eliminate them all. At that moment, Zhao Feng, who was fixated on Chen Wen, spoke up. Are you that young Master Yi? Come down and talk. As he finished speaking, Chen Wen moved. In front of everyone, he stepped forward. Instantly, a chaotic sequence of power surged forth from his feet. Boom! The earth trembled and the skies roared. That terrifying force surged forward, pushing everything aside as if it were a cosmic decree. The 9-colored waves of power swept through the environment, shattering all obstacles and creating a massive surge. Thunder, rocks, and mountain peaks were reduced to dust, causing the entire mountain range to erupt. How is this possible? The cold smiles on Zhao Feng and his companions' faces vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. In an instant, an invisible force swept past them, forcefully pushing them back. Bang! They crashed violently against the protective barrier behind them. The force that coursed through them shattered the barrier along with the palace, sending clouds of dust into the air. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were directly forced down from the sky, engulfed by a wave of turbulent dust. Meanwhile, Mu Jiuzhou and the other talented youths were swiftly consumed by the debris. This scene was witnessed by the arriving Lulan Xingshu, Ji Yue, Jiang Qingrun, and others, all of whom displayed expressions of shock. One step, and the mountain was flattened. To them, this was exceedingly exaggerated and brutal. After all, Chen Wen was merely at the first level of the celestial realm. No one can look down on me while speaking. Chen Wen's calm voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned even more alarmed. Such a simple statement, no one can look down on me while speaking, exuded an arrogance and dominance of unparalleled magnitude. Jiang Taichu could not help but glance at Chen Wen, unable to conceal his astonishment. This method, this manner of handling things, he had never envisioned it. Chen Wen had once again surprised him. Miss, this young Master Yi is exceedingly domineering, Lulan Luer remarked. Lulan Xinxue fixed her gaze on Chen Wen's profile for a moment before responding. Indeed, he is a dragon among men, but he is too stubborn. Lulan Luer fell silent, as she too felt that Chen Wen was excessively arrogant, knowing full well the consequences of offending the Emperor's son, yet behaving so haughtily. What use was such a person, no matter how powerful or extraordinary? Swish, swish, swish. Moments later, figures emerged from the ruins, except for Shimin Zhantian and Mu Jiuzhou, who suffered little damage. The others were somewhat disheveled. Surprisingly, they were not enraged. To be precise, they were suppressing their fury. As prodigies, it was humiliating to be trampled by a mere celestial realm practitioner. But without a doubt, Chen Wen had crushed their pride. Meeting the gazes of these individuals, Chen Wen nonchalantly dug at his ear and said, "You may speak now. How would you like to die?" As these words fell, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. This scoundrel is too arrogant. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong were instantly filled with rage, unleashing their terrifying King's realm powers, manifesting a vast domain of authority in the air. In an instant, the scene was suffused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, rendering it nearly suffocating. Here it comes. The two peak masters are finally making their move. Witnessing this, the disciples could not help but swallow hard. The peak master of Thunder Peak was not comparable to that of Sacred Land Peak. This disparity was not only evident in strength, but also in the lineage of their cultivation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the master of the Sacred Land might not be a match for these two peak masters. "Scoundrel, you shall die," Zhao Feng bellowed, lunging at Chen Wen with his hand outstretched. "Zhao, may I have a word?" Ji Yue interjected, deciding to step in, as the conflict would ultimately harm their heavenly maiden Sacred Land. "Get lost, or you shall die." Zhao Feng turned abruptly, his icy gaze locking onto Ji Yue. Ji Yue's expression faltered. Yet, recalling that Zhao Feng was backed by the Emperor's son, she swallowed her words. Zhao Feng hurled his hand towards Chen Wen without hesitation. A terrifying force tore through all obstacles, the golden power of the king pulsing in his grasp like a raging torrent. Your opponent is me." Jiang Taichu confronted him directly, blocking Zhao Feng's attack with one hand while sealing off Li Yundong on the other side. "Gentlemen, that scoundrel is yours to handle," Zhao Feng declared before engaging Jiang Taichu in combat. They were aware of Jiang Taichu's strength, and thus, from the outset, they placed their hopes on Mu Jiuzhou and the others. They could not believe that so many could not deal with a single Chen Wen. Of course, had they known that Chen Wen had slain a practitioner of the first level of the life and death realm with a single sword strike, their confidence would have been shaken. Chapter 41. With a single strike, I simply wish to strike you down, child. How do you wish to die? As he spoke, Shimin Zhantian's voice turned icy, an overwhelming murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Mu Jiuzhou, realizing that Shimin Zhantian had made the first move, decided not to escalate the conflict further. He was well aware of Shimin Zhantian's formidable strength and saw this as an opportunity to gauge Chen Wen's abilities in direct confrontation. The other talented youths regarded Chen Wen with disdain, their superiority evident in their demeanor. Suddenly, Chen Wen made his move, vanishing from sight in an instant. Not good. Both Shimin Zhantian and Mu Jiuzhou's expressions changed drastically, while the other talented youths remained oblivious to the unfolding events. When Chen Wen reappeared, his hand was already descending towards Shimin Jiantian. Chaos overarching hand. His palm blotted out the sky. The chaotic energy emanating from his palm surged forth, awakening the might of a million forces roaring in unison. As his hand descended, the space trembled, unleashing an unparalleled power that radiated outward. A nine-colored wave of light expanded, forcing Mu Jiuzhou and the others to be violently thrown away. How is this possible? Shimin Jiantian was instantly filled with terror. The force that descended upon him shattered his protective aura entirely. The power surging within him was forcefully suppressed, causing chaos within his body. The next moment, the hand struck down upon Shimin Jiantian's head. Knowing his panic, Shimin Jiantian hastily activated his nine-wheel sun body, his surrounding solar energy bursting forth like a series of blazing suns, radiating immense light. However, one after another, the divine radiance was struck down, dissipating under the overwhelming force that coursed through Shimin Jiantian's body. How can he be so strong? Shimin Jiantian felt death looming closer, shouting in desperation. I am a scion of an ancient hidden clan. Do you dare to kill me? Chen Wen remained unfazed, his hand descending directly upon Shimin Jiantian's head. Boom! Shimin Jiantian was obliterated into a mist of blood, the ground beneath him sinking to reveal a palm-shaped crater. Silence fell once more, enveloping the surroundings in a deathly hush. Every cultivator present displayed expressions of shock and fear. A single strike had annihilated a genius of the third realm of life and death without leaving any room for resistance. How utterly absurd. Even the offspring of emperors can be dealt with. Were you then? Chen Wen calmly withdrew his hand, his voice echoing in the stillness. Yet, no one dared to voice any dissent. The power demonstrated by Chen Wen in slaying Shimin Jiantian commanded absolute respect. How formidable! Lulan Luer could not help but exclaim. Indeed, quite powerful. Lulan Xingxue inhaled deeply, her gaze towards Chen Wen shifting once again. How can this be possible? Zhao Feng also took note of the scene, involuntarily halting his actions. The thought of Chen Wen effortlessly killing Shimin Jiantian was beyond his comprehension. They had initially believed that Shimin Jiantian would be more than capable of eliminating Chen Wen, while they merely needed to distract Jiang Taichu. However, it was clear they had gravely underestimated Chen Wen. Haha, what are you looking at? This is only the beginning. Just wait. All of you shall perish. Jiang Taichu burst into laughter upon seeing Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's terrified expressions. Their faces turned even more grim. Refinement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a green destiny nirvana liquid. Congratulations on achieving a new accomplishment, receiving a green destiny treasure chest. While the previous human was somewhat wasted, hopefully, the rewards from the chest will be worthwhile. A slight smirk appeared on Chen Wen's lips. And what about you? Do you wish to ask how I intend to end your life? Chen Wen collected his thoughts, raising his gaze to Mu Jiuzhou and the others, whose faces now bore expressions of extreme discomfort, but they dared not voice their anger. One strike to kill Shimin Jiantian was something they could not achieve unless they utilized their strongest methods. Yet, from Chen Wen's demeanor, it was evident that he had executed the attack with ease. Thus, no matter how furious and humiliated they felt, they had to acknowledge a harsh reality. In terms of individual strength, none of them stood a chance against Chen Wen. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were left in utter astonishment. A single, simple statement could render the hundreds of top-tier geniuses in Qingzhou utterly speechless. What is true dominance? This is it. What is invincibility? This is it. Chen Wen shook his head. I thought you lofty geniuses possessed great courage, but it turns out you are nothing more than cowards, fearing the strong. Mu Jiuzhou clenched his jaw, his fists tightening and loosening in frustration. When had he ever suffered such humiliation since his emergence in the world? It was infuriating, yet he dared not act recklessly. Chen Wen's gaze shifted, landing on Mu Jiuzhou. Why don't you step forward and take a strike from me? To be honest, I was just getting warmed up. In an instant, everyone turned to Mu Jiuzhou, as if silently urging him to give it a try. Mu Jiuzhou's lips twitched uncontrollably, feeling utterly paralyzed. What are you all staring at? My life matters too, you know. If you wish to test it, you can do so yourselves. Suppressing his inner rage, Mu Jiuzhou forced a smile. Brother, you're putting me in a difficult position. He suddenly had an idea. If you truly require excitement, I happen to have a suggestion. Have you seen that thunder domain above? It is said to be a gravity thunder array formed by the essence of heaven and earth. If one can merge its source into their soul sea, unimaginable power will be gained. I believe, with your strength, you could easily claim it. Oh, that is worth a try. Chen Wen nodded thoughtfully. Mu Jojo let out a silent sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If that gravity thunder array was so easily tamed, would it even fall into your hands? Go on, let the two of you exhaust each other, and I shall reap the benefits afterward. In that moment, Mu Jojo found himself harboring fewer ill feelings towards Chen Wen. Yet, he now longed to deal with Chen Wen directly. At that moment, Chen Wen shifted his tone abruptly, striking Mu Jojo's face with sudden ferocity. Mu Jojo's expression changed dramatically, caught completely off guard by Chen Wen's unexpected attack. By the time he attempted to defend himself, Chen Wen's palm shattered his divine defense and landed heavily on his face. Bang! Mu Jojo was sent sprawling, half of his face obliterated. You bastard, you seek death. In an instant, Mu Jojo surged back to his feet. Black mist enveloped him, the shadows of divine beasts roaring in fury, casting a blood-red hue across the heavens. The crowd was taken aback, witnessing Mu Jojo's power for the first time. He was far stronger than Zhao Tianlong. How would Mu Jojo respond now? Lulan Xingxue cast a glance at Mu Jojo before turning her attention back to Chen Wen. Chapter 42. Alone, he buries the divine thunder of the nine heavens, breathing the laws of heaven and earth, overstepping his bounds. With a thunderous roar, Chen Wen extended a hand towards Mu Jojo. The hand, entwined with the power of the chaotic sequence, swiftly pierced through all of Mu Jojo's attacks, including the towering shadows of divine beings. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Mu Jojo bellowed, his power surging once more as he relentlessly squeezed the essence of his divine body. You are far from my level, Chen Wen coldly asserted, his speed unyielding as he crushed Mu Jojo's counterattack with an unstoppable force. Subsequently, he brought his hand down heavily upon Mu Jojo's head, unleashing unmatched strength that rapidly spread throughout his entire being. Bang! Mu Jojo's knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and disintegrate around him. Puff! Unable to withstand the onslaught, Mu Jojo spat forth a mouthful of blood, and soon after, his divine body shattered with blood splattering everywhere. The spectators could not help but swallow hard, feeling only an endless chill coursing through their veins. Such a state left Mu Jojo devoid of any ability to resist. What manner of monster is this? The geniuses of Qingzhou had seen many formidable individuals, yet none compared to this horrifying entity. Lulan Xingxue clenched her fists, her gaze towards Chen Wen completely transformed. Chen Wen had once again redefined their understanding. Looking down at Mu Jojo, Chen Wen sneered. You merely sought to entice me into subduing the thunder array for your own gain. Your schemes are well thought out. But do you truly believe you can extinguish me so easily? Very well. Today, I shall make you kneel as you witness how I tame that power. With a shift in tone, Chen Wen continued, all of you present, one and all, do not say I'm not giving you a chance. Immediately summon your allies. I will take on all of you single-handedly. At this proclamation, the entire assembly fell into astonished silence. One man against everyone? And he dared to have these prodigies summon reinforcements? It was nothing short of audacious. On the ground, Mu Jojo, pale and ashen, stared up in shock. But all he beheld was Chen Wen's disdainful silhouette. In that moment, he felt not only a loss of strength, but an utter defeat in spirit as well. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Chen Wen strode towards the thunder array. Did he truly intend to conquer that formidable force alone? As the onlookers witnessed his actions, they were once again taken aback. Throughout the years, many had coveted the gravity thunder array, yet none had succeeded. Even their most gifted prince could only lament in despair. Miss, do you think you could do it? Lulan Luyo inquired, taking a deep breath. The other disciples turned to Lulan Xingxue, now fully convinced of Chen Wen's prowess. Like Lulan Luyo, they sought an answer from her. Lulan Xingxue shook her head, uncertain. She had also aimed for the thunder array, but had never found a way to approach it. The lethal intent and mysterious inner source were beyond what a mere celestial realm individual could contend with. Yet this was Chen Wen, a man who had shattered her understanding time and again. The last person to do so was her former fiancé. I see. You lack confidence, Lulan Shengshue's companions thought, and they chose not to press further. Mu Jiuzhou struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth with eyes ablaze. Meanwhile, Chen Wen reached the direct center beneath the gravity thunder array, gazing upwards at the tumultuous storm of lightning. Only by getting closer could one truly appreciate the terror of that power. The arcs of lightning, as thick as pillars, resembled dragons swimming through a sea of thunder. The ferocious, incinerating force seemed to be coiling, ready to unleash its wrath. It was no exaggeration to say that without the chaotic sequence body, he would not even have the right to approach. Sister Shaozi, what must I do? Chen Wen inhaled deeply. Very simple. Plunge into this vast sea of thunder. Release the chaotic sequence body and absorb all that lightning into yourself. You only need to withstand the relentless waves of impact. The rest will be handled by the chaotic sequence body. Xianhong Shao's voice echoed softly. Understood, Chen Wen nodded. In an instant, he activated the supreme chaotic art. At once, the power of the chaotic sequence surged within him, erupting like a volcano. Simultaneously, his body responded in an orderly manner, releasing the energy contained within his cells. This power is astonishing. As Chen Wen unleashed his might, a tremendous wave surged forth, an invisible pressure descending, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to ripple. Bang, bang, bang. Under the invisible oppression, the onlookers could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Although Mu Jiuzhou and the others managed to hold on, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, they realized that the power Chen Wen had just wielded was still far from even a third of what he was capable of now. Amidst the astonishment, Chen Wen made his move, charging into the gravity thunder array. It appeared as though a cow had plunged into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. What is he doing? Is he trying to show off? The entire assembly was left dumbfounded. To them, his actions were indistinguishable from seeking death. To confront the divine thunder alone, especially such an overwhelming force, would reduce even the strongest of beings to ash. Even Lulan Shengxue, who had remained composed throughout, furrowed her brow. Chen Wen's actions shattered her understanding. Even she, born of supreme lineage, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Ha ha ha! Well done! Well done! In stark contrast, Mu Jiuzhou was momentarily stunned before erupting into uncontrollable excitement. Although he had hoped for Chen Wen's demise within the gravity thunder array, it was merely a prayer. He never imagined that Chen Wen would actually fulfill his wish. If Chen Wen survived this time, he would have consumed all that thunder. Boom! At that moment, the gravity thunder array above began to boil. The arcs of lightning writhed as if awakened, thrashing violently. The atmosphere grew tense, filled with an ominous aura as endless thunder raged, relentlessly descending. If the previous barrage of lightning was but a light drizzle, this was a torrential downpour. The terrifying spectacle rapidly spread outward, instilling fear in the hearts of all. What is that? A sudden cry pierced the air. All gazes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a towering silhouette reflected in the heavens. That figure stood tall, exuding an unparalleled majesty, as torrents of lightning surged toward it, making the figure appear as if a deity had descended upon the earth. It's that kid. He's alive. Oh my heavens. He's absorbing the lightning. As realization dawned, a flurry of exclamations erupted among the crowd. How is this possible? Mu Jiuzhou's pupils constricted, involuntarily staggering backward. Gulme. Chen Wen's fighting spirit soared as he roared against the oncoming lightning. His voice echoed like rolling thunder, resonating throughout the cosmos. Before long, he had pushed his technique to its utmost limits, his breath resonating like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the world. The waves of energy reverberated like the beating of ancient drums from a time long past. Good, bring it on. As the influx of thunder intensified, Chen Wen was suddenly enveloped in an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, while the chaotic sequences gradually responded in kind. Slowly, the once dominant thunder began to wane, and the nine-colored sequence of light began to saturate the entire sky, with celestial phenomena unfolding in layers. Observing the ever-shifting heavens and the increasingly potent aura of Chen Wen, The onlookers had become desensitized. Not only had he ventured alone into the domain of thunder, but he had also absorbed all the lightning. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. So you are here. Chen Yin's eyes suddenly erupted with twin bursts of brilliance. Chapter 43. The overwhelming force of erasure in a moment. A pearl, no larger than an infant's fist, materialized from the fissure in space. Had it not been for Chen Wen's conscious search, its existence would have gone entirely unnoticed, hidden as it was in the depths of obscurity. The orb was entirely black, with only a few strands of dark lightning flickering across its surface. With each tremor, it resembled a pulsating heart. Yet from within, Chen Wen sensed a force far mightier than the thunderous wrath of the heavens. Suddenly, the pearl surged forth, transforming into a flash of lightning that swiftly entered his body. The heavy thunder pearl vanished as quickly as it had appeared. A jolt coursed through Chen Wen. Before he could react, the violent and oppressive energy erupted within him, surging outward with blinding speed. A guttural scream escaped Chen Wen's lips, echoing painfully through the air. Before the eyes of the onlookers, he was rapidly engulfed by the black lightning, exploding into a dazzling display of thunderous sparks. What was happening? The crowd stood in stunned disbelief. Just moments ago, they were reeling from the shock brought on by Chen Wen. Now, everything had shifted. The sky was filled with the sudden eruption of black lightning, leaving no trace of Chen Wen behind. Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Jiuzhou felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. Although he was uncertain of what had transpired, Chen Wen's aura had completely dissipated. In this state, he could hardly believe that Chen Wen could survive. What does it mean that heaven does not forsake humanity? This was it. All that remained was to await the arrival of the divine demon hall. Ultimately, he would emerge as the victor. With this thought, Mu Jiuzhou's previous despair transformed into overwhelming exhilaration. Miss, that fellow's aura has completely vanished. Lulan Levayu inhaled deeply. Lulan Shengshue's demeanor had lost its earlier calmness. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Let us wait and see." Lulan Levayu understood that even Lulan Shengshue could not predict the outcome of this situation. Hence her vague response. Soon, the crowd's attention was once again drawn to the black lightning. The moment it appeared, the very fabric of the surrounding space transformed. The previous gravity-laden thunder formations only elicited feelings of wild ferocity. But now, mere words could not encapsulate the overwhelming sense of destruction that filled the air, as if the entire world was submerged in the depths of a hellish abyss. Being present at the scene, they felt as if they could be obliterated into dust at any moment. Meanwhile, Chen Wen had withstood the onslaught of the heavy thunder, regaining his perception and control over his body. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his chaotic sequence was voraciously absorbing the power of the heavy thunder pearl. In contrast, the pearl no longer exhibited its former arrogance, desperately attempting to reclaim its strength. Yet, faced with the predatory nature of the chaotic sequence, it had no strength left to resist, shrinking into a corner of Chen Wen's being like a forlorn spouse. The prowess of the chaotic sequence was astounding. Chen Wen observed this spectacle with an impulse to laugh out loud. Originally, the heavy thunder pearl had aimed for the source of celestial thunder within him. Now, it had unwittingly wandered into a trap, losing even the hard-earned strength it had regained to the sequence's insatiable craving. With a smirk, Chen Wen thought, "If you don't manage your divine form well, I might just expose all your secrets." Just as he was thoroughly entertained by this turn of events, a scolding feminine voice broke through. Is this the sentience that Sister Xiaozi spoke of? It makes sense why it would hide within the fissure to avoid detection." He mused. "Stop dawdling. I'm on the verge of perishing." The voice insisted once more. Chen Wen refocused his thoughts, asserting, "Mind your tone. Your fate is now at my discretion." The voice seethed with anger. "You little rascal, you're ruthless. What do you want?" "Submit to me," Chen Wen declared. "I've only just regained my life. I cannot become anyone's tool again." The voice retorted defiantly. "Oh, then you may just disappear," Chen Wen replied, activating his physical essence to its utmost limit. "Wait, let us talk this over," the voice cried in a panic. Chen Wen chose not to respond, but instead inquired, "Sister Xiaozi, is there a way to erase its sentience?" "Such cruelty?" Xianhong Xiao hesitated before responding. "Do you think it cruel?" "I do not," Chen Wen replied calmly. It is indeed one of the 10 divine artifacts, but now it is merely a potentially powerful spirit. Besides, it intruded into my body with the intent of draining me dry. Without my chaotic sequence, it wouldn't even have the right to negotiate. If it cannot recognize its own position, then I shall send it on its way. There is a method, but it may damage the future enhancement of the heavy thunder pearl. So you must consider it carefully, Xian Hongxiao cautioned after a moment's deliberation. What kind of damage? Chen Wen inquired, his brow furrowing. The sentience will be aware of the pearl's enhancement trajectory and will consciously attempt to restore its previous strength. Without its presence, any enhancement would rely solely on the pearl's autonomous will. In such a case, whether it can fully recover or regain its former glory is uncertain, Xian Hongxiao explained. Isn't that a form of amusement? Chen Wen smirked slightly. Very well, you suppress it with the sequence. I shall handle the rest. Seeing that Chen Wen had made his decision, Xian Hongxiao ceased to offer further remarks. What are you doing? No, you can't do this. I am willing to submit. I will submit. As Xian Hongxiao unleashed her power upon the heavy thunder pearl, the sentience finally began to fear. It had never anticipated Chen Wen would be so ruthless and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Now, it was filled with regret and trepidation. You have but one chance with me. Since you desire freedom, I shall send you to the heavens. The vast expanse of sky and earth awaits your exploration. Chen Wen stated coolly. No. I regret it. I should not have bargained. As long as you wish, I will wholeheartedly assist you without any ulterior motives. The voice pleaded desperately. Yet, all it received in response was Chen Wen's silence and unwavering resolve. No. The sentience thrashed in a frenzy. But no amount of struggle could alter the grim reality. Outside, the observers remained oblivious to the tumult occurring within the black lightning. As they noted Chen Wen's prolonged stillness, any lingering hope gradually dissipated. After all, with no sign of activity and his aura extinguished, only one conclusion remained. Chen Wen had perished within that tempest of black lightning. At that moment, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy suddenly manifested in the air, sweeping across the entire scene with lightning speed. He has arrived. My master is here. Mu Jiuzhou's eyes brightened as he was swept up in uncontrollable excitement. Chapter 44. The Arrival of Major Forces. Chen Wen's grievous ambush. The atmosphere was charged with the presence of a formidable being at the Heavenly King level. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. A strong individual at this level stood atop the pinnacle of the ancient Yuan realm. Haha, Jiang Taichu, can you still laugh now? Zhao Feng's laughter echoed through the air. Jiang Taichu's demeanor remained unchanged, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. They had awaited this moment, knowing that with an increasing number of arrivals, the toll of death would also rise. In due time, they would uproot these individuals entirely, allowing Chu Tianlong to witness despair firsthand. Soon, an aged figure with white hair and a youthful visage, shrouded in black mist, appeared before the crowd. This elder was none other than Mu Jiuzhou's master, Mu Chongyun, an elder of the reclusive Mu clan. Mu Chongyun's gaze swept across the assembly before settling on Mu Jiuzhou. Upon seeing his tattered clothing and the evident damage to his physique, his brows knitted tightly and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Mu Jiuzhou possessed the heavenly demon ninefold body, with the opportunity for 9 awakenings, each enhancing his power threefold. However, the sole drawback was its exorbitant demands for resources and cultivation. A single misstep could lead to utter failure. Thus, even as an elder of the Mu clan, Mu Chongyun willingly assumed the responsibility of safeguarding Mu Jiuzhou. Yet, he never anticipated that merely attending a tea gathering would lead to such calamity. The training and resources devoted to Mu Jiuzhou by the clan could be rendered futile. As this thought crossed his mind, Mu Chongyun's murderous intent intensified. Who did this? The question hung in the air, and an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, every individual sensing the oppressive aura of his fury. The one who harmed my disciple is already dead, Mu Jiuzhou suddenly spoke. Dead? Mu Chongyun's frown deepened. What does that mean? Master, look above. Mu Jiuzhou pointed towards the sky. Mu Chongyun gazed upward, his pupils constricting in shock. What has happened to the gravity thunder array? And why have the thunderbolts turned black? The more he examined, the more horrified he became. He had previously attempted to subdue this gravity thunder array, but had failed. He recalled that the previous thunder had not possessed the same overwhelming power as these black bolts. A mere glance sent chills down his spine, making his scalp tingle. He was certain that should he approach, he would be obliterated to dust without a trace of resistance. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Mu Chongyun turned to Mu Jiuzhou and inquired, "What transformed the gravity thunder array into this?" Mu Jiuzhou did not conceal the truth and recounted the events in detail. A first-level celestial being? First, he struck down Shimen Zhantian with a single blow. Then, he suppressed my disciple. After accomplishing all of this, he entered the gravity thunder array and forcibly absorbed the thunderbolts. Ultimately, he was annihilated by the black lightning, his very soul reduced to ashes. After absorbing this information, Mu Chongyun felt as though he were listening to an incomprehensible tale. Setting aside the first-level celestial being's ability to eliminate two third-level beings, the notion of entering the gravity thunder array alone was utterly absurd. Yet he knew his disciple would not deceive him in front of so many witnesses. Furthermore, there was no benefit in fabricating such a story. After a lengthy pause, Mu Chongyun finally processed the information and stated, "So, the one who arrived with that young man is you?" He locked his gaze onto the composed Jiang Taichu. Mu Chongyun was aware that Jiang Taichu was the master of the Realm Guardian Hall. While the Realm Guardian Hall was not a significant force, Jiang Taichu himself was exceptionally gifted. Having reached the fourth level of the Heavenly King realm before the age of 35, his personal strength was formidable. They had crossed paths during a previous expedition, engaging in a bout where Mu Chongyun barely managed a stalemate due to his advantage in realm. Of course, he had not utilized his true trump cards, but he was certain Jiang Taichu had refrained from doing so as well. Thus, in terms of pure talent, Jiang Taichu surpassed him. Indeed, Mu Jiuzhou affirmed, "Jiang Taichu is it? I can choose not to act against you, but you must reveal the origins of that young man to me." Mu Chongyun's gaze bore into Jiang Taichu as he spoke. Jiang Taichu regarded Mu Chongyun with a calm glance. "What if I choose not to divulge?" A glimmer of cold light flickered in Mu Chongyun's eyes. "If you do not speak, you shall share the same fate as that young man." Jiang Taichu's expression hardened. "Who do you think you are to threaten me?" Boom! As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, clashing with Mu Chongyun and Appo's imposing presence. The two titanic waves of energy collided, distorting the space around them and transforming the ground into a swirling storm of dust. Is he not at the fourth level of the Heavenly King realm? How has he suddenly ascended to the sixth level? Zhao Feng and Li Yundong's faces shifted dramatically as they stared incredulously at Jiang Taichu. It turned out that Jiang Taichu had not exerted his full strength during their earlier confrontation. Although the difference between two minor realms seemed trivial, it represented an insurmountable chasm for practitioners. Mu Chongyun was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Jiang Taichu had closed the gap in realms after just a few years. Previously, they had been separated by 3 minor realms. If Jiang Taichu were the same age as him, what would the outcome be? As he contemplated this, Mu Chongyun experienced a mix of shock and jealousy, his eyes almost bursting with envy. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, 19 formidable presences surged from the distance. Among them were beings of the Heavenly King realm and the Nirvana realm, each exuding an impressive aura. What is happening? The onlookers stared in astonishment toward the approaching figures. 19 silhouettes sped toward them, rapidly enlarging in their view. Upon witnessing this, the numerous talented youths collectively sighed in relief. Their allies had finally arrived, alleviating their concerns about facing doom here. Truth be told, Chen Wen's earlier display had genuinely frightened them. Even if Chen Wen had perished in that mass of black lightning, they remained anxious, fearing he might suddenly reemerge. "You are indeed a peerless genius, and you do not fall short in comparison to me." With this, Mu Chongyun's tone shifted. "But now, do you still consider it wise to remain silent?" Instantly, all eyes turned toward Jiang Taichu, eager to see how he would respond to such overwhelming opposition. "Rather than speculate about my identity, I might as well disclose it myself." Just as Jiang Taichu was about to respond, Chen Wen's voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place, their pupils widening in shock. They recognized that voice all too well. In unison, they turned to locate the source of the sound. Chapter 45. Have you waited long? I shall send you on your way. Before my eyes stood Chen Wen, suspended in midair. At that moment, He was enveloped in a tempest of black lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura that distorted the surrounding space. He appeared as if he had returned from the depths of hell, a veritable harbinger of death. He was truly alive. How could this be possible? As the crowd discerned Chen Wen's form, their astonishment deepened. Lulan Xingxue was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across her face. Just moments prior, she had thought Chen Wen was doomed. Master, it is him. He is the disciple you sought to kill. Mu Jiuzhou pointed at Chen Wen, his voice a cold snarl. Mu Chongyun ignored Mu Jiuzhou's outburst, focusing instead on locking onto Chen Wen's figure. His aura was profound and boundless, a testament to his realm of the second heaven. He possessed an extraordinary demeanor and an unmistakable presence. Aside from a discrepancy in realms compared to Mu Jiuzhou's claims, he was not vastly different in other respects. No wonder he could defeat Jiuzhou. He indeed had the capability. In mere moments, Mu Chongyun formed a preliminary judgment of Chen Wen. It was evident that, at this moment, Chen Wen had harnessed the power of the Thunder Pearl to achieve a breakthrough. Swish, swish, swish. At that juncture, 19 formidable beings arrived on the scene. Instantly, they sought out their respective disciples. Upon learning the circumstances, their shock mirrored that of Mu Chongyun. Disbelief coursed through them. Their disciples were renowned geniuses within their factions and throughout the ancient Yuan realm, yet they had been bested by a mere second heaven youth, ultimately forced to seek assistance from their elders. The absurdity of it all was staggering, yet it had undeniably transpired. Two pressing realities lay before them: the origins of Chen Wen and the whereabouts of the gravity thunder array in the sky. Had he claimed it? If so, they would not mind keeping Chen Wen here, regardless of his formidable background. They found it hard to believe that anyone behind Chen Wen could afford to offend 20 factions simultaneously. A flurry of thoughts coursed through their minds, leading to a preliminary decision. Observing the peculiar atmosphere, an elder from the Beast God sect spoke. "I am Zhao Hong, the Grand Elder of the Beast God sect. Greetings, Elder Mu." To these individuals, Mu Chongyun's status and strength placed him at the pinnacle. Thus it was only natural for Jiang Taichu to handle the situation. "Ah, it is Brother Zhao. A pleasure to meet you," Mu Chongyun replied with an appropriate bow. "How shall we proceed?" "We shall heed your guidance," Zhao Hong stated. The others remained silent, yet their agreement was palpable. A glimmer of determination flashed in Mu Chongyun's eyes as he spoke. "Since you all place such trust in me, I shall take a bold step." He then turned his gaze toward Chen Wen. "I am Mu Chongyun, an elder of an ancient hidden clan. Might I inquire which faction you hail from?" Chen Wen smirked. The fact that Mu Chongyun could suppress his fury so swiftly was unexpected. However, he had no intention of indulging them. "Who do you think you are to question my identity?" Chen Wen replied languidly. Mu Chongyun's expression hardened. "Boy, do not provoke me. You, who are already a dead man, should speak less." With a slight raising of his eyelids, Chen Wen retorted coldly. "A hidden clan elder, you say? How utterly embarrassing. You seek death, you cur." Mu Chongyun's temper flared, and he lunged toward Chen Wen, unleashing the power of nirvana, tearing through layers of space. Good. Kill him. End him." Upon witnessing his master's assault, Mu Jiuzhou became frenzied, convinced that no matter how strong Chen Wen was, he could not surpass his master. If Chen Wen perished, Mu Jiuzhou would reclaim his title as the foremost in Qingzhou, and no one would dare speak of his previous humiliation. Thundercleave. Chen Wen lifted his eyelids, grasping his hand. Thousands of black thunders coalesced into a massive sword of thunder, radiating an aura of boundless fury and destruction. It was terrifying to behold. Slash! Chen Wen declared coldly, bringing the sword down. The sword's energy surged forth, unyielding and fierce. Boom! With a single strike, Mu Chongyun and Appo's power was thwarted. Simultaneously, he was sent reeling backward, leaving craters in his wake. This cannot be. Mu Chongyun and Appo's pupils quaked with disbelief, especially as the pain in his hand reminded him that he had been forced back. He, the sixth heaven king, had been repulsed. Just moments ago, Jiang Taichu had thwarted his offensive, a fact he had struggled to accept. And now, not only had his attack been blocked, but he had been directly repelled by a mere second heaven youth. This shattered his worldview. How could this be? Zhao Hong and the others were equally astounded. This was their first glimpse of Chen Wen in action, and they had not anticipated his overwhelming strength. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed a second heaven could repel a king. The two realms separated them by vast chasms. In contrast, Chen Wen staggered backward, each step shattering the ground beneath him. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he erupted in a maelstrom of nine-colored light, his hair whipping wildly. Indeed, confronting a king was still a daunting challenge. Suppressing the surge of blood within him, Chen Wen's gaze turned icy. In an instant, he moved like a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before Mu Jiuzhou. No longer the maniac of before, Mu Jiuzhou stared blankly at the unfolding scene. "Have you waited long? I have come to see you off," Chen Wen's voice echoed ominously. Mu Jiuzhou froze, his pupils widening instinctively. As he beheld Chen Wen, he cried out in desperation, "Master, save me! Save me! You dare!" Mu Chongyun bellowed, stepping forward, unleashing a torrent of power that surged like an unstoppable wave. In an instant, the surroundings erupted in a tumultuous storm, the ground exploding into clouds of white dust. Chen Wen seized the terrified Mu Jiuzhou, meeting the oncoming onslaught without flinching. Grasping Jiuzhou, he unleashed a force of unmatched power, the nine-colored sequence transforming into chains that cleaved through the heavens. Boom! In that collision, Mu Jiuzhou was obliterated into a mist of blood, while Chen Wen was sent hurtling backward. Mu Chongyun stood in stunned silence, witnessing his disciple perish before his eyes. And worse, at his own hand. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly hush. They were torn between the shock of Mu Jiuzhou's demise and the awe of Chen Wen's might. The earlier assault from Mu Chongyun had been with full intent, yet the outcome was astonishing. Chen Wen had merely been sent flying, unharmed. This was simply beyond comprehension. "You wretched cur, I shall ensure your demise." After a brief moment of shock, Mu Chongyun surged forward, his murderous intent palpable. Chapter 46. Consumed by rage, the bloodlust rising kill me? Observing the furious charge of Mu Chongyun, Chen Wen's lips curled into a slight smirk. Boom! In an instant, an unparalleled force erupted from within him, sweeping outward and collapsing everything in its vicinity. This power is truly terrifying. The onlookers were left aghast, their faces contorted in shock. "This wretched scoundrel must die. Otherwise, our divine demon hall shall find no peace." Mu Chongyun's eyelids twitched, and the power within him surged once more. A mass of dark demonic energy burst forth from his body, morphing into a monstrous visage in midair, forcefully countering Chen Wen's overwhelming pressure. Mu Chongyun broke through the barrier with a single strike, aiming for Chen Wen's head. In the face of such ferocity, Chen Wen remained unperturbed, calmly activating his chaos sequence body. A nine-colored protective aura instantly radiated around him, ancient inscriptions resonating in the air, reverberating in the hearts of all present. Bang! Mu Chongyun's palm crashed against the aura, the chilling demonic energy swirling around it. Yet, for a moment, even the protective aura stood unbroken. I refused to believe this. Mu Chongyun hesitated briefly before steeling himself, amplifying the power in his palm once again. Boom! With another strike, the aura finally rippled violently, dissipating into nothingness. At that instant, Chen Wen staggered backward several steps, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Conversely, Mu Chongyun was also sent flying by the backlash, leaving a long trail in the air. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Once again, Mu Chongyun had been defeated. That lad is incredibly strong. Lulan Levayu inhaled deeply, involuntarily exclaiming her admiration. Lulan Xingxue remained silent, but one could see her hand, concealed beneath her sleeve, turning pale. At this level, she could also achieve similar feats. However, let us not forget, she was in the 9th layer of life and death realm. This clearly demonstrated Chen Wen's formidable strength. Mu Chongyun had once clashed with her in terms of aura. What does that signify? Even a fool would understand. Seeing his defenses shattered, Chen Wen let out a long sigh. It seems my chaos sequence body still requires growth. After all, it was merely an automatic defensive aura. To withstand 2 strikes from a king-level opponent, what more could one desire? Xian Hongxiao remarked with irritation. Chen Wen smiled gently. I was merely expressing my thoughts, nothing more. You are indeed strong. Mu Chongyun's cold voice echoed once more after he steadied himself. Suddenly, his tone shifted. But if you believe this alone can defeat me, you are gravely mistaken. Today, I shall make you aware that the king level is never to be trifled with by mere celestial beings. Boom! As he spoke, Mu Chongyun's eyes turned blood red. Waves of demonic energy surged violently from his body, rising into the sky and dyeing the clouds crimson. The atmosphere seemed to shift entirely at that moment. The stench of blood, the chill of death, and the weight of darkness pressed upon every heart, suffocating them. Mu Chongyun was serious now. Would that lad be able to withstand it? The crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards Chen Wen. Yet, to their astonishment, even amidst this turmoil, there was no hint of panic on Chen Wen's face. Instead, they sensed a glimmer of excitement within his expression. Yes, excitement, as if he eagerly anticipated the battle ahead. Divine Demon Fulong's seal. Mu Chongyun stepped forward, the surrounding energy boiling once more, akin to a chaotic dance of demons. As he continued to form seals, boundless demonic energy swiftly converged, coalescing into a massive insignia. Ancient and intricate symbols danced across the surface, emanating a cold and violent aura. Interesting. At this moment, Chen Wen moved, chaos overwhelming hand. Stepping forward, he rapidly gathered power within his palm. This wretched scoundrel. Observing Chen Wen's poised stance, Mu Chongyun was filled with rage. From this palm, he sensed an overwhelmingly tyrannical force brewing. Without hesitation, Mu Chongyun struck down with the divine demon Fulong's seal towards Chen Wen. Gulme. Chen Wen's lips curled upwards as he unleashed a colossal hand that obscured the heavens, shattering the surrounding space in an instant. Boom! In a mere moment, the two assaults collided violently. A terrifying force erupted, shattering everything in the vicinity, sending debris scattering through the air. How is this possible? Mu Chongyun's expression shifted dramatically, for his divine demon Fulong's seal had not gained the upper hand. In the next moment, the backlash from their clash surged towards both combatants, swiftly engulfing them. Mu Chongyun's flesh erupted, his spiritual body shattered, as he was forcefully slammed to the ground, causing a massive upheaval. Simultaneously, Chen Wen was also sent flying by the Fulong seal, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The crowd stood in a stupor, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Clearly, they had never anticipated that even with all his might, Mu Chongyun would still find himself at a disadvantage against Chen Wen. Zhao Hong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting drastically. If even Mu Chongyun was not Chen Wen's match, what chance did they have? The answer was painfully evident. They had initially coveted the gravity thunder array that Chen Wen had subdued, but now the mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Noticing the faint signs of his body cracking, Chen Wen furrowed his brows. It seems the gap in realms cannot be continuously withstood, even with an extraordinary physique. Boom! In the next instant, the battered Mu Chongyun surged forth once more. His clothes tattered, blood streaming from his body. He was enveloped in a torrent of demonic power, waves of terrifying energy radiating from him. Clearly, Mu Chongyun was ready to get serious. The onlookers felt a stirring in their hearts. Young master, shall I take over? Jiang Taichu turned to Chen Wen. Chen Wen assessed his condition and replied, very well. With that, he took a step back. In his view, he still had trump cards left. There was no need to exert himself unnecessarily. As Jiang Taichu replaced him, Mu Chongyun's previous calm demeanor vanished. What are you all staring at? Get over here and assist. His furious roar echoed in their ears. Zhao Hong and the others exchanged glances before swiftly reaching a consensus. Just as Mu Chongyun had stated, if they did not unite, death awaited them. After all, Jiang Taichu was not Chen Wen. Moreover, being at full strength, Mu Chongyun was truly not Jiang Taichu's opponent. Swish, swish, swish. Realizing this, they no longer hesitated and swiftly rushed to Mu Chongyun's side. Seeing this, Mu Chongyun's face twisted in rage. Jiang Taichu, since you insist on protecting that wretched scoundrel, then you shall die alongside him. And you, scoundrel, today, if I do not shred you into 1,000 pieces, I shall not quell my boundless fury. In an instant, the atmosphere became suffused with a chilling intent to kill. The crowd fell silent. Though Mu Chongyun's methods were underhanded, was this not the nature of the world? No matter how strong an individual may be, they could not withstand the combined might of so many. Ah, what a pity. Reflecting on this, the crowd could not help but sigh softly. Chapter 47. Defying the realm of kings without defeat. Grudges further intensify. Did you truly believe you were the only one with allies? Jiang Taichu coldly scoffed, then waved his hand. Come forth. As the words fell, 10 figures gradually materialized from the void. A tremor coursed through the crowd, their gazes fixed on newcomers. All 10 were the realm of kings, and their prowess was not markedly inferior to that of Jiang Taichu. Mu Chongyun's arrogance faltered, replaced by an icy chill that seeped into his bones. These newcomers, hidden in the surroundings, had eluded their detection. What did this signify? It could only imply that from the very beginning, Jiang Taichu had foreseen such an eventuality, waiting for them to plunge into the trap, only to be caught unawares. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. Reluctant to admit it, they were likely to face defeat this time. At this juncture, Zhao Hong, who had remained silent, spoke up. Jiang Taichu, do you seriously intend to risk the entire Realm Guardian Palace for the sake of this reckless fool? Do you realize that every force present here is capable of erasing the Realm Guardian Palace from existence? The one who has offended us is he, not you. If you and your allies depart now, we can let bygones be bygones. Think carefully. Do not let your ambition lead to your own ruin. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Jiang Taichu. Just as Zhao Hong asserted, the forces backing them were no less formidable than the Realm Guardian Palace. At present, Jiang Taichu's advantage stemmed merely from an information gap. Even if they were to fall here, the aftermath would be a frenzied retaliation from multiple great powers. In such a scenario, not even the force behind Chen Wen would be guaranteed safety. All eyes were now on Jiang Taichu and his impending choice. He, however, did not respond to Zhao Hong. Instead, he turned to Chen Wen. Young master, the forces have assembled. You. Zhao Hong's countenance darkened, his fury boiling beneath the surface at being disregarded. Chen Wen replied coolly, annihilate them all. What? Annihilate? The crowd gasped in disbelief at Chen Wen's declaration. Very well, Jiang Taichu affirmed, waving his hand. Leave no survivors. Understood, Palace Master. The elders of the Realm Guardian Palace responded in unison, charging forth with fervor. Jiang Taichu followed closely behind. Don't regret this, Jiang Taichu. Stop your whining and die. No. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with frantic cries, and the atmosphere turned grim and lethal. Chen Wen's gaze shifted to the trembling young prodigies before him. It is time for your ascension. You. The faces of the prodigies contorted in horror. Chen Wen's cold voice rang out as he leapt into action. The sight of his movement instilled terror in the hearts of the prodigies. Even Shimin Zhantian and Mu Jiuzhou had been struck down with a single blow. How long could they endure? Observing the fleeing prodigies, a smirk crept across Chen Wen's face as he unleashed a colossal palm strike. The immense force crushed the space around him, obliterating 20 young disciples into a mist of crimson. Having completed this, Chen Wen's hand moved again, drawing the Emperor's sword. A blinding sword light cleaved through half the sky, unleashing chaotic spatial turbulence. No! The remaining disciples screamed in terror as the sword light passed them. You scoundrel! You dare! Jiang Taichu's icy voice cut through the air as he charged toward Zhao Hong. With a swift thrust, another 10 disciples were severed in twain, blood splattering down in a gruesome display. Only 9 of you remain, Chen Wen stated, his voice a chilling whisper to the petrified prodigies. Please don't kill us. We will submit. We will be your loyal dogs. They cried, hastily kneeling and bowing before him in desperation. At that moment, they were utterly paralyzed with fear. The brutality had been too overwhelming. In a mere sweep of his hand and a flick of his sword, 50 young talents had been reduced to 9, their despair palpable. Chen Wen smirked, apologies, but even to be a dog, you lack the qualification. He raised his hand, and with a cold exhalation, another palm struck down, turning the remaining 9 into blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Refinement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 portions of Crimson Destiny Nirvana Liquid and 1 portion of Orange Destiny Nirvana Liquid. Congratulations. You have completed the refinement of the Crimson Soul and achieved a new milestone, earning a Crimson Destiny treasure chest. As the voices echoed in his mind, a smile tugged at Chen Wen's lips. The onlookers involuntarily swallowed hard, witnessing such mercilessness. They had encountered many ruthless individuals, but none had slaughtered nearly 50 people without so much as a blink. At this moment, Chen Wen's image transcended that of a mere demon in their eyes. Miss, that fellow is truly ruthless, Lulan Levayu remarked, her complexion pale. Lulan Xingxue shook her head. No, I actually admire this aspect of him. However, this finality ties a knot that cannot be undone, and the real drama is yet to unfold. What do you mean? Lulan Levayu glanced at her mistress, puzzled. Previously, I too believed him to be a reckless fool, unaware of the greater forces at play. But now, it seems there is more to his actions than meets the eye. Perhaps it was all intentional, Lulan Shengxiu mused. Intentional? Lulan Levayu's confusion deepened. This is merely my conjecture. You need not concern yourself with it, Lulan Shengxiu replied. Her gaze drifting towards Chen Wen's receding figure, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. What grudge do you hold against my fiancé that would drive you to such extremes? Though his situation is peculiar, he is still beyond your provocation. With this thought, Lulan Shengxiu sighed. In truth, she did not harbor a dislike for Chen Wen. Rather, she found some aspects of him admirable. Yet, if she were to choose between the two, her loyalty would undoubtedly lie with her fiancé, not only due to their existing bond, but also for the future they shared. On the other side, the battle involving Jiang Taichu and his faction reached its conclusion. Apart from Zhao Feng and Li Yundong, everyone on Mu Chongyun's side had perished. Conversely, Jiang Taichu's side had lost one elder, with 3 others sustaining injuries. Master, how shall we deal with these two? Jiang Taichu inquired, tossing the 2 incapacitated figures on the ground. Chen Wen's gaze fell upon them. It appears you are not so significant after all. Even after such a prolonged skirmish, no one came to your aid. Zhao Feng's expression shifted. The reinforcements Chen Wen referred to were, of course, the hidden forces of Tianlai Peak, loyal to Chu Tianlong. However, it mattered little. They too were destined to perish. And eliminating these 2 would serve as an interest payment. With that, Chen Wen raised his foot. If we die, Lord Emperor will surely avenge us. Your arrogance will not last. Avenge? Chen Wen scoffed. That useless wretch is probably cowering in some corner. Do not insult our emperor. Zhao Feng and Li Yundong exclaimed, their agitation palpable. The expressions of the surrounding disciples shifted dramatically. The humiliation of their beloved son indeed filled them with indignation. The dog may be faithful, yet its master is not worthy of such loyalty. With that, Chen Wen unhesitatingly brought his foot down. Bang! With a single step, he crushed the skulls of 2 individuals. First, gather all the remaining corpses and nail them to the sacred monument. Second, thoroughly collect the treasures from the Thunderbolt Peak, and you shall divide the spoils among yourselves. Third, ensure that the deceased elder is properly honored, securing a lifetime of peace for his family. The talented youth may enter the Guardian Pavilion for the highest level of training. Yes, Jiang Taichu promptly replied. Chen Wen said nothing further and turned to leave. The bait had been sufficiently laid. Now, he awaited the arrival of a multitude of fish. His intention was clear, to ensure that Chu Tianlong witnessed his own destitution. Meanwhile, Ji Yue and the others stared blankly at Chen Wen's retreating figure, at a loss for words. The situation had escalated beyond control, and no one could intervene. All they could do was pray to remain unscathed. Chapter 48. The Trail of Chu Tianlong and the Acceptance of the Immortal Heritage with the Departure of Chen Wen. The crowd gradually dispersed. The once lively Tianlai Peak now stood in stark desolation. Soon, everything at Tianlai Peak was swept away by Jiang Taichu and his companions, leaving behind nothing but ruins. No one dared to intervene, nor did anyone have the courage to stop them. In a secluded space within the Tianlai Peak range, dozens of men and women sat, each one a formidable figure at the king level, their presence vast like the ocean. However, their expressions were grim. At that moment, an elder named Fu Xiao, seated at the head, spoke with palpable anger. That scoundrel has gone too far. If we cannot reclaim this loss, how shall we face the emperor? He slammed his palm onto the nearby table, shattering it into pieces. Following his outburst, silence enveloped the room. No one dared to respond. In truth, they had been expected to lend their support during the recent battle, but after much deliberation, they chose to refrain from intervening. The ferocity of Jiang Taichu made them wary, uncertain if he had hidden reinforcements. As one of the backup forces for the emperor, they could not allow a momentary lapse of judgment to lead them to destruction. I propose we mobilize the forces of the upper realm in the name of the emperor. Only then can we contend with the powers behind that young man, an elder named Tang Yuan suggested after a brief silence. I believe it is unwise. We can only mobilize the upper realm's forces with the emperor's consent. Otherwise, we cannot bear the responsibility, countered an elder named He Chong, shaking his head. Agreed. Ultimately, The majority sided with He Chang's perspective. Contact has been established. I have reached the Emperor. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, an extremely excited voice rang out. At this declaration, all eyes gleamed with newfound hope. They had attempted to reach Chu Tianlong even before Chen Wen's arrival, but had been unsuccessful. The fact that he had promised to preside over the tea gathering, yet had not appeared, only intensified their foreboding feelings. Now that they finally made contact with Chu Tianlong, a weight had been lifted from their hearts. "Bring it to me, quickly," Fu Xiao urged, his voice urgent. Xiao Shan, not daring to delay, promptly handed the communication talisman to Fu Xiao. Taking a deep breath, Fu Xiao infused his spiritual energy into the talisman. "What is it?" A gentle yet authoritative male voice resonated instantly. "It is the Emperor. He is safe." Fu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Emperor, it is wonderful to hear you are unharmed. I am in a different space and have only just awakened, so it is normal that you could not reach me." Chu Tianlong replied calmly, his tone steady. "That vile person can rest easy," Fu Xiao continued, his voice filled with relief. "Now, tell me what has transpired." Chu Tianlong urged again. Sensing the urgency in Fu Xiao's tone, he understood that there was more to their call than mere concern for his well-being. Tang Yuan straightened, recounting the events of the past few days in detail. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a man cloaked in golden tribulation light, with imperial shadows swirling behind him, bore a cold expression, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. As golden dust cascaded around him, the space warped like a liquid curtain, threatening to collapse at any moment. This man, with his flowing golden hair and strikingly handsome features, exuded a serene yet commanding aura that compelled one to submit. He was none other than Chu Tianlong. After a prolonged moment, Chu Tianlong subdued the tempestuous energy within and calmly stated, "You say this person is named Yi Wuqing and hails from Hidden Force?" "Indeed. This information was obtained from Ji Yue," Fu Xiao responded hastily. "I still require half a month to accept the inheritance and cannot return just yet. Thus, you must unite the forces of Mu Jiuzhou and others in my name. Additionally, I can notify the powers of the upper realm. They must be ready within half a month. After that, I will personally confront that young man." "Understood. I shall fulfill this task," Fu Xiao declared, his excitement barely contained. He had awaited this moment for far too long. "Very well then." With that, Chu Tianlong cut off the connection. He tightened his grip on the talisman, his gaze growing cold. "I care not who you are or if you are intentionally targeting me. I no longer need to heed anyone's whims nor rely on anyone's strength. This time, I shall use you, a disciple of the Hidden Force, as a stepping stone to bolster my return to the Imperial lineage." With that thought, the chill in Chu Tianlong's expression gradually faded, returning to a contemplative silence. This immortal inheritance was of utmost importance to him. Thus, the next half-month must be safeguarded without fail. With this inheritance, combined with his physique and imperial bone, he would possess the means to contend with the top talents upon his return to the upper realm. Simultaneously, in the upper realm's heavenly mandate Imperial Clan, Chen Wen received a communication from Chen Wen. "You say that Chu Tianlong has made contact with his subordinates?" Chen Wen nodded. "Yes. Chu Tianlong is currently in a different space. We attempted to ascertain his location, but time was too short, and we were unsuccessful. When we tried to investigate again, we found we had lost all traces. Thus, I suspect that space can block all forms of detection." "In that brief time, has anyone else contacted him?" Chen Wen inquired pointedly. Chen Wen shook his head. "No, it seems that Chen Wen was indeed correct. They have truly retreated." Chen Wen smirked coldly. "And what of Chen Wen? What is the current situation?" Without hesitation, Chen Wen recounted Chen Wen's recent actions. "Interesting indeed," Chen Wen mused with a light chuckle. "Since Chen Wen wishes to play, let us indulge him. If you can locate Chu Tianlong's position, do not act hastily. Observe how much commotion he can stir." "Understood," Chen Wen replied. "Continue your investigation." With that, Chen Wen severed the connection. Unbeknownst to all of this, Chen Wen returned to his residence and immediately entered the training room. This time, he had not only acquired 6 vials of Heavenly Mandate Nirvana liquid, but also received 2 additional Heavenly Mandate treasure chests. With the one from Zhao Tianlong, he now possessed 7 vials of Heavenly Mandate Nirvana liquid and 3 treasure chests. He was eager to discover the rewards that awaited him this time. With that thought, Chen Wen hurriedly retrieved the 3 heavenly mandate treasure chests. Chapter 49. The Ancient Pill Emperor's Medicine River, Quest for the Elixir of Life Ding. The Crimson Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, you have obtained a vial of Crimson Destiny Nirvana liquid. Would you like to accept? Stunned for a moment, Chen Wen quickly regained his composure. After all, was not the Nirvana liquid one of the most essential items he needed? Without further hesitation, he accepted it. Instantly, the vial of Crimson Destiny Nirvana liquid materialized within his spatial storage. Next, ding! The Orange Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations! You have acquired the alchemical experience of the Ancient Pill Emperor of the Medicine River, accompanied by a tome of the Medicine River Pill Canon. Would you like to accept? The alchemical experience of the Ancient Pill Emperor? This is a remarkable treasure. What is most crucial in alchemy? Undoubtedly, it is experience. With this knowledge, achieving the status of Pill Emperor would merely be a matter of time. Chen Wen felt a surge of excitement. Would you like to accept? Without delay, he responded affirmatively. An influx of information flooded into his mind. Simultaneously, a unique power radiated from within him, swiftly permeating his entire being. Surrounding him was a shimmering red aura, mysterious and ancient. After 3 hours, the tumultuous energy gradually subsided. As Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting red glow vanished. Incredible, Chen Wen whispered, unable to contain his exhilaration. Upon fully assimilating the information, he realized just how extraordinary the Pill Emperor of the Medicine River had been. He became a Pill Sovereign at the age of 25, attained the rank of Pill Saint by 30, began his worldly cultivation at 50, and achieved the status of a quasi-emperor in the path of alchemy at 70. By 90, he had transformed into the legendary Pill Emperor, leaving behind a life of myth before disappearing from the Xianwangstar region. The Medicine River Pill Canon contained not only the supreme alchemical techniques, but also the extensive collection of formulas amassed throughout his life. These formulas, aside from a few he had personally created, were compiled from the vast river of history, encompassing both extant and extinct recipes. This was indeed a monumental gain. Chen Wen smiled broadly, grateful for the warmth gifted by his brother Zhao Tianlong. Gathering his thoughts, he wasted no time and began to form alchemical seals. A series of intricate hand gestures transformed in midair, sparks of fire illuminating the shapes. Rise! Chen Wen flipped his left hand, causing spiritual materials to soar forth and fall into the seals, undergoing a continuous process of refinement. The steps of refining, tempering, blending, and merging unfolded one after another. After half an hour, he vibrated his hands, flames swirling within his grasp, and 6 Dragon Extreme Breakthrough pills took form. The pills, resembling dragon's eyes, gleamed in a golden-brown hue, adorned with intertwining patterns, while wisps of pill clouds ascended. The pill's markings, accompanied by ethereal clouds, were a testament to its quality. To have successfully crafted a sovereign pill on the first attempt, it appeared he was indeed a genius. However, Chen Wen disowned a flaw in his creation. The pinnacle of alchemical success would yield 9 pills, the epitome of excellence. Producing only 6 was suboptimal, attributed not only to his novice attempts, but also to the lack of a superior alchemical furnace and spiritual flame. Such tools would enhance both the success rate and quality of the pills. It seemed he would need to seek out these essential items soon. With that thought, Chen Wen focused again on the Dragon Extreme Breakthrough pill. This ancient spiritual pill, long thought lost, allowed cultivators beneath the Heavenly King realm to break through their bottlenecks without any side effects. However, it could only be consumed once. Any additional doses would yield no effect. Let us test its efficacy first. With that, Chen Wen swallowed the Dragon Extreme Breakthrough pill. The moment the pill entered his core, a surge of potent energy erupted within him, crashing through his body in waves. Goodness, this potency is remarkable. Let us see what benefits you can provide. Without hesitation, Chen Wen activated his cultivation method and pushed his chaotic sequence body to its limits. In an instant, the medicinal energy was drawn in like a lake being rapidly drained. Boom! The explosive surge of his physical power collided upwards, shattering the barriers of his realm. The oppressive force burst forth like a torrent, illuminating the sky with a spectrum of colors. He reached the 3rd heaven human realm. Is that it? Chen Wen felt a rush of bewilderment. his mental state akin to a roller coaster. The legendary Dragon Extreme Breakthrough pill only allowed him to break through a minor realm, far below his expectations. This is quite normal. Your foundational strength exceeds that of an ordinary person by 100-fold. For it to grant you a minor breakthrough is already an incredible feat. The ethereal voice of Xian Hong Xiao interjected. Well, if that's the case, its effectiveness is still significant. Chen Wen smirked at the 5 remaining spiritual pills in his hand. Perhaps the Crimson Destiny Nirvana liquid had given him an illusion, leading him to subconsciously believe that this ancient spiritual pill could yield unimaginable gains. It is essential to remember that the primary function of the Nirvana liquid is to unshackle the sequence constraints, with enhancing 1's cultivation being merely ancillary. Moreover, it continually refines the quality of 1's essence, strengthening personal foundations. Thus, when compared to the Nirvana liquid, the ancient spiritual pill indeed falls short. Nonetheless, as Xian Hong Xiao stated, while it may not compare to the Nirvana liquid, it is still a rare treasure. He should learn to appreciate it. With this realization, Chen Wen's mental state gradually calmed once more. Now, he was unquestionably a pill king. From the experience of the Medicine River, he had acquired a wealth of alchemical knowledge. For instance, ascending beyond the pill king is akin to crossing a vast chasm. One requires not only absolute experience, but also a certain level of cultivation and soul strength. Otherwise, one would be like a child wielding a weapon, unable to utilize it. Next, the final green Destiny treasure chest was the one he had been most eagerly anticipating. Ding! The green Destiny treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, you have acquired a sacred secret technique, the everlasting carefree skill, which can be upgraded to Imperial grade or even higher. This technique is an initial secret method that fuses breathing techniques with the mind, integrating combat and cultivation. Practicing it allows one to merge breathing techniques with the world, achieving the oneness of heaven and earth, with each rise and fall resonating with the might of the heavens and the thunder of tribulations. When cultivated to its limits, one can transcend the confines of the soul, roaming freely to discover the secrets of immortality. Wow, this secret technique is astonishing. Upon learning about it, Chen Wen felt a rush of exhilaration, all tension dissipating. What does everlasting life mean? It is not merely eternal existence, but a transcendence to a realm beyond worldly confines. While the might of the Emperor realm is formidable, they are still not immortal. Thus, one can only begin to fathom the terrifying potential of this secret technique when cultivated to its ultimate extent. Never mind, I shall cultivate it first. Chen Wen suppressed his excitement and hurriedly began his training. Chapter 50. The collective assault on Chen Wen and the return of Chu Tianlong. 3 days had swiftly passed. At this moment, Chen Wen's aura had undergone a profound transformation, becoming reclusive and dense, akin to a surging tide held in check. His breaths echoed like the labored gasps of a bull, resonating with thunderous intensity, causing the surrounding space to tremble in response. The cosmos seemed unified, the heavens merging seamlessly with the earth. Everything felt enigmatic yet entirely natural. After a considerable time, Chen Wen finally opened his eyes, exhaling a long stream of white mist. This technique was indeed powerful, yet exceedingly esoteric. Even after 3 days, he had merely scratched the surface of its profundities. Nevertheless, he felt an immense sense of worth in his endeavors. This secret method not only transformed his breathing patterns, but also seemed to reconstruct his very soul. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that with continued practice, he might unwittingly forge an entirely new path of cultivation. Moreover, this breathing technique could be utilized in combat, thereby enhancing his personal combat prowess. Now, he began to anticipate the magnificent prowess he would achieve upon perfecting this technique. Once he had fully calmed his mind, Chen Wen withdrew from this profound state. The moment that followed was of utmost significance to him. Presently, he possessed 8 drops of the Celestial Destiny Nirvana liquid. The extent of his ultimate breakthrough hinged entirely upon the feedback from this power. With this thought in mind, Chen Wen hesitated no longer. With a mere motion of his hand, the 8 drops of Celestial Destiny Nirvana liquid levitated and swiftly entered his body. The moment these 8 terrifying forces entered, they erupted explosively, resembling a colossal vortex of spiritual energy. Instantly, the chaotic sequence body burst forth, radiating a spectrum of chaotic light. Chains of sequence flew out, intertwining midair and reflecting a myriad of ancient celestial phenomena. Simultaneously, an endless stream of spiritual energy converged and surged into Chen Wen's being. A resounding boom echoed as Chen Wen's body trembled violently, waves of vitality surging forth, and his aura climbed steadily. Outside, chaos had already ensued. Numerous factions descended upon the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden, encircling the vicinity with unyielding resolve. These forces hailed from various realms, their might overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Among them, the convener, Fu Xiao, had emerged from the inner sanctum of the Thunder Peak. At this moment, he appeared exceptionally spirited, with no trace of the earlier fury that had consumed him. "Could it be that we have offended someone again?" murmured one disciple. "Look, even the old man has come out. It's certainly because the Imperial Sun summoned him to deal with that young man." Ah, this is the consequence of excessive arrogance. Offending the Imperial Sun is no trivial matter. Just watch. That young man's fate will be dire. Should have dealt with him sooner. Look at the turmoil we've endured these past few days. Many disciples of the Sacred Land felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the unfolding events. They believed that only with Chen Wen's demise would tranquility return to their sanctuary. Simultaneously, on the Sacred Master Peak, Ji Yue had learned of the situation but merely sighed. In her view, this matter had escalated beyond the Sacred Land's control. It was possible that they might even be implicated. With this thought, she sighed once more. At that moment, Tang Yuan entered, directly taking a seat at the head of the table, his demeanor exuding a sense of superiority. Completely disregarding Ji Yue's status as the Sacred Master, Ji Yue quickly composed herself and inquired, "What brings you here?" Tang Yuan glanced at her, noting the Imperial Sun's inherently benevolent nature, and declared, "Before the Imperial Sun returns, you must arrange everything. Otherwise, if the entire Sacred Land turns to ruins, do not blame us." Ji Yue understood she had no choice. 5 days? She asked. Tang Yuan extended his hand. "Yes, I expect everything to be in order within 5 days." "Very well, I shall comply," Ji Yue responded. "Take care," Tang Yuan remarked, turning to leave with an air of aloofness. Ji Yue leaned back against her chair, feeling a sense of indignation. Why had this predicament fallen upon their sacred land? Meanwhile, at the Saintess Peak, Lulan Levine hurried into the inner hall, exclaiming, "Miss, something grave has occurred outside." Lulan Xingxue, who had been playing chess, set down her pieces and asked, "Your excitement suggests the factions offended by young Master Yi have arrived? How did you guess, miss?" Lulan Levine was taken aback. Lulan Xingxue chuckled softly. "It is not difficult to deduce. But why they not yet made their move?" Lulan Levine suddenly questioned. A smile played on Lulan Xingxue's lips. "Because they await someone." Understanding dawned on Lulan Levine. They were waiting for the return of the Imperial Sun. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lulan Xingxue slowly stood and approached the window, her gaze distant. Indeed, he should return soon. Given his character, this matter will not resolve amicably. "And you, miss? Which side do you believe will triumph?" Lulan Levine inquired, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. "Though young Master Yi may possess his own confidence, the Imperial Clan is not something he can provoke without consequence. Mark my words, the Chen clan will not remain idle," Lulan Xingxue asserted, her tone shifting. "Moreover, he has been evolving rapidly in recent years. He may wield greater power than we anticipate." "Ha ha! I knew the Imperial Sun would not falter." Lulan Levine felt a rush of excitement upon hearing Lulan Xingxue's support for Chu Tianlong. Undoubtedly, she held a stronger affinity for him over Chen Wen. "Enough. I am aware of the situation now. You may leave," Lulan Xingxue instructed. "Understood. I shall take my leave," Lulan Levine responded, exiting the room. "Shall we take action?" An elderly voice inquired after her departure. Lulan Xingxue replied coolly, "What do you think?" "Understood. I shall make the necessary preparations." The aged voice faded into silence. Lulan Xingxue's eyes glimmered with a resolute light. Elsewhere, Jiang Taichu had also become aware of the forces besieging the sacred land. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for everything was under Chen Wen's control. In essence, all their efforts over the past few days had been for this very moment. As 3 days quickly elapsed, the number of factions surrounding the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden had surged to 50. All those offended by Chen Wen had taken their positions. Yet, under Fu Zhao's negotiation, they refrained from making a move, as they were all waiting for Chu Tianlong's return. 2 more days passed, and a figure gradually descended upon the sacred land of the Celestial Maiden. At that moment, Chen Wen also completed his breakthrough. Chapter 51. We await the return of the Divine Prince. The great army advances towards the Celestial Maiden Peak. As Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of light erupted from his pupils, piercing through the ages like a miraculous brilliance. Upon closer inspection, one could observe a 9-colored chaotic aura enveloping him, exuding an air of mystery and ancient wisdom. His terrifying yet restrained presence felt as vast as the deep sea, as if it were gathering the momentum of myriad phenomena. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. Chen Wen exhaled a long, murky breath, and the turbulent energies within and around him converged at that moment. This breakthrough had lasted a full half-month, marking the longest time he had taken from absorbing the nirvana liquid to reaching this new level. Yet, the ultimate gains were immensely satisfying. He had successfully transcended 4 minor realms. At this moment, he stood as an undeniable 6th-tier celestial being. If combined with his breathing combat technique and absolute combat talent, his power could ascend to an unfathomable height. The only regret he harbored was that the 8 drops of nirvana liquid still failed to unshackle the second sequence lock, with not even a hint of impending release. In this moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Xian Hongxiao's words. Indeed, the further one progressed, the more challenging it became to unlock the sequence locks. Nevertheless, considering that if these locks were easily broken, it would render them rather trivial. With this thought, Chen Wen found solace. It was time to emerge from his seclusion. The world outside may have changed dramatically. The prospect of impending events caused a subtle smile to curve his lips. Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate, a figure gradually came into the view of the gathered crowd. This person possessed golden hair, an attractive and scholarly visage, with tranquil eyes concealing tremendous power within. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, as ancient energy surged wildly around, creating an independent field of force. His every gesture emanated an invisible pressure, stemming from his long-held position of authority, subtly overshadowing all in his presence. This individual was none other than Chu Tianlong, returning from a foreign realm. Greetings, Lord Divine Prince. The crowd murmured in unison as Fu Xiao led a throng to the mountain gate. Upon seeing Chu Tianlong, Fu Xiao knelt on one knee and proclaimed solemnly, "We welcome the Divine Prince's return." Tang Yuan and others echoed his sentiments. "We await the return of the Divine Prince." Instantly, the air reverberated with their fervent voices. The Divine Prince has returned. The Divine Prince has returned. The entire sacred ground erupted into a fervor, voices rising in a cacophony. The news spread like wildfire, igniting excitement in every corner as disciples shouted in exhilaration, as if they had long awaited this moment. Furthermore, disciples of the sacred ground rushed towards the mountain gate, eager to greet the Divine Prince upon his arrival. At the same time, on the Holy Maiden Peak, Lu Lan Qing'er hastily entered the inner hall, exclaiming, "Miss, the Divine Prince has returned." Lu Lan Shengxue paused momentarily before nodding. "I am aware. Should we not join the celebration? All the disciples of the sacred ground are heading outside," Lu Lan Qing and Appos urged excitedly. Lu Lan Shengxue and Appos' gaze drifted thoughtfully. "No rush. Let's wait a moment." "What? I do not understand," Lu Lan Qing'er responded, slightly bewildered. Lu Lan Shengxue offered no further explanation. "If you wish, you may go and witness it. There is no need to stay here with me." "Then I shall remain with you, Miss," Lu Lan Qing'er decided, shaking her head after consideration. Lu Lan Shengxue said no more, returning her focus to the chessboard. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, Chu Tianlong regarded Fu Xiao and the others before nodding slightly. "You may rise." "Yes, Divine Prince." Fu Xiao and the others promptly stood. Chu Tianlong's gaze shifted beyond Fu Xiao to a distant group of figures. These individuals bore cold expressions and exuded a fierce aura, all at least of the Heavenly King realm, with several leaders reaching the Holy Sovereign realm. Undoubtedly, these were the forces that had converged from various realms to eliminate Chen Wen. Chu Tianlong clasped his fists, addressing the foremost individuals. Junior Chen Wen pays respects to all esteemed seniors. They honored Chu Tianlong sufficiently, recognizing him as a scion of the celestial destiny Imperial Clan. An elder named Mu Zhongtian returned the gesture, saying, "Divine Prince, there is no need for such formality. We have come for vengeance, and at your invitation. Our clan leader instructed us to comply entirely with your directives regarding this elimination operation." Chu Tianlong nodded, assuring them, "Rest assured, I, Chen Wen, pledge my character to ensure justice for Brother Mu and the others, and will not betray your trust in me." The group nodded in agreement, their previous hostility easing. They were ostensibly here for revenge, but those from powerful factions understood that it was unnecessary to mobilize so many for the elimination of a member of a hidden clan. Their true aim was to forge a connection with the Imperial Clan through this endeavor. At that moment, a throng of disciples surged towards the mountain gate, creating a dark wave of bodies. Upon spotting Chu Tianlong, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Whether prearranged or simply a shared understanding, they collectively knelt, creating a profoundly impactful scene. A resounding voice then echoed, "We beseech the Divine Prince to vanquish that demon, restoring peace to our sacred ground." Witnessing this, Fu Xiao and the others couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Mu Zhongtian and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Chu Tianlong would command such respect within the Celestial Maiden's sacred ground. This mastery of manipulating the hearts of people was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Chu Tianlong made his move, slightly bowing and gesturing for them to rise. "Please, there is no need for such formalities. We are all disciples of the sacred ground and should not stand on ceremony." The disciples remained kneeling, insisting, "We hope the Divine Prince will grant our request and restore tranquility to the sacred ground." Chu Tianlong's demeanor shifted as he asserted, "Maintaining the peace of the sacred ground is our duty as disciples. I, Chen Wen, solemnly agree to your request. We thank the Divine Prince." The disciples exclaimed, their excitement surging. With Chu Tianlong's affirmation, they felt certain of success, knowing that Chen Wen's fate was sealed. "You may rise. There is no need for such formality between us," Chu Tianlong reiterated with a warm smile. This time, the disciples complied. In their eyes, regardless of Chu Tianlong's esteemed position, he remained the Holy Son, not merely the Divine Prince. "Divine Prince, shall we return or directly assault the Celestial Maiden Peak?" Fu Xiao inquired quietly. Chu Tianlong was momentarily taken aback. "That lad has remained at the Celestial Maiden Peak all this time?" "Indeed, he has been meditating," Fu Xiao confirmed with a nod. "No signs of movement?" Chu Tianlong's brows furrowed. Aware that Chu Tianlong was inquiring about Chen Wen's backing forces, Fu Xiao nodded again. "Yes. All operations have been orchestrated by Jiang Taichu." Chu Tianlong then nodded. "Are our people in position?" "All have been concealed in the shadows, awaiting your command, Divine Prince." Fu Xiao replied urgently. "Very well then, let us pay that lad a visit," Chu Tianlong decisively concluded. "Understood," Fu Xiao responded, filled with elation. In truth, he had awaited this moment for a long time. Had it not been for Chu Tianlong's return, he would have already led their forces into battle. Chapter 52. The Coffin Bearers and the Murderous Intent at the same time, within the celestial heights of Tian. Chen Wen had scarcely emerged from his seclusion when he was greeted by the urgent knocking of Jiang Taichu. "Come in," Chen Wen beckoned directly. Jiang Taichu hastily pushed the door open and stepped inside, bowing slightly. "I, Jiang Taichu, have come to pay my respects, my lord." Despite his composure, Jiang Taichu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It had only been a mere half-month. Yet his young master had not only broken through 4 minor realms, but was now radiating a power tenfold that of before. What did this signify? Only a fool would fail to comprehend. "Please, take a seat." Chen Wen gestured, and Jiang Taichu, not daring to refuse, promptly sat at the lowest position. "Chu Tianlong has returned." Jiang Taichu inhaled deeply. Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Finally, he has returned," he mused, a smile gracing his lips. "What shall that rascal do? Does he require any instructions?" Jiang Taichu inquired eagerly. "No need for any action. Simply await their arrival." Chen Wen's tone turned contemplative. "Now they are the anxious ones, not us." "Understood. I shall monitor their movements." Jiang Taichu nodded affirmatively. Chen Wen shook his head lightly, No need for such complexities. Just observe. They're likely already en route to us. Already? Jiang Taichu's body trembled at the thought. Just then, the communication talisman in his possession began to glow. He swiftly turned to Chen Wen. Do not mind me, Chen Wen chuckled. Jiang Taichu, casting aside his reservations, infused the talisman with spiritual energy. Master, Chu Tianlong is leading the various factions towards Tian. A hurried male voice echoed from the talisman. Jiang Taichu's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at Chen Wen, realizing the gravity of the situation. Do not impede them. Allow them to ascend the mountain, Chen Wen declared suddenly. Jiang Taichu quickly relayed the message. Did you hear that? My lord has instructed you to disregard them. Understood, came the relieved response from the talisman. That will suffice. Jiang Taichu concluded, severing the connection. You may return now. Chen Wen waved dismissively. But Jiang Taichu's expression shifted. Chen Wen smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. They lack the capability to harm me. Very well, Jiang Taichu acquiesced, recognizing Chen Wen's determination. Once Jiang Taichu departed, Chen Wen spoke. Uncle, the next phase will require your expertise. Rest assured, my young master. I shall ensure not a single hair on your head is harmed, Chen Nu replied. He then continued. The clan leaders are prepared. Every last one here must perish. A broader smile crept across Chen Wen's face. Everything is in place. We now await our guests to fall into the trap. Meanwhile, within Tian, Lulan Xingxue abruptly stood. Departing? Lulan Luer asked, bewildered. Calculating the time, they should soon arrive at Tian, Lulan Xingxue responded. Tian? Lulan Luer's confusion deepened as she saw Lulan Xingxue stride ahead, prompting her to hastily follow. Others shared similar thoughts, including Ji Yue and Jiang Qingren, who rushed towards Tian, albeit with differing intentions. Ji Yue, as the Holy Master, feared that the clash between the two factions would devastate the sacred land. Conversely, Jiang Qingren and her companions were eager to witness the outcome, firmly believing that Chu Tianlong would emerge victorious, given that a singular faction faced dozens. Moreover, Chu Tianlong's backing came from a destiny-bound Imperial clan. On the opposite side, Chu Tianlong and his coalition had arrived at the foot of Tian, accompanied by a procession of coffin bearers, bearing 88 dark coffins, exactly the number of those Chen Wen had slain and affixed to the sacred tablet. The sight was strikingly ominous. Such audacity, Chu Tianlong mused coldly, surveying the unguarded Tian as if it were an invitation. He had anticipated a host of defenders awaiting them, but was met with this stark tableau. Your Highness, shall I lead the charge? Fu Xiao, perceptive to the tension, suggested. The circumstances raised suspicions of an ambush. Surround Tian. As for leading the charge, I'm not so cowardly. Chu Tianlong waved his hand, exuding unwavering confidence. Go and see to it. Fu Xiao nodded and departed promptly. Let us proceed, Chu Tianlong commanded. Stepping on a Tian, the others, including Mu Zhongtian, followed suit without hesitation. Let us join them. The throng of disciples rallied, trailing closely behind. The atmosphere became dense and foreboding, the air thickening with a menacing presence that pressed upon Tian, causing the surrounding air to tremble like boiling vapor, inducing a sense of suffocation. They have finally arrived. Chen Wen, meditating with eyes closed, slowly opened them, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. With that thought, he rose to his feet. At this moment, Chu Tianlong and his followers reached the entrance of Tian. Observing the unguarded palace, Chu Tianlong's expression darkened. Since his emergence, no one had dared to treat him with such disdain. Today, regardless of Chen Wen's affiliations, he must be subdued. Otherwise, his imperial authority would be in jeopardy. A cold glint of murder flickered through Chu Tianlong's heart. Just then, Lulan Xingxue and her companions arrived, gracefully alighting upon Tian. Chu Tianlong's gaze shifted, settling finally on Lulan Xingxue, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth. A smile reappeared on Chu Tianlong's face as he nodded toward her. Lulan Xingxue reciprocated with a nod, acknowledging his approval. Your servant greets the Imperial Prince, Ji Yue. After a moment's hesitation, approached Chu Tianlong and performed a respectful bow. Chu Tianlong withdrew his gaze to meet Ji Yue's. I have said before, Holy Master, there is no need for such formality. Ji Yue sighed. I shall refrain from further remarks, but I hope the Imperial Prince will preserve the sanctity of our sacred land. Rest assured, the sacred land is also my home. I would not bring ruin upon it, Chu Tianlong assured with a smile. Then I shall express my gratitude here, Your Highness. Ji Yue bowed solemnly before stepping aside with understanding. Set the coffins down, Chu Tianlong commanded abruptly, his tone chilling. Yes, Your Highness, the bearers complied, lowering the dark coffins to the ground. The earth trembled as nearly 70 coffins were laid down, amplifying the already oppressive atmosphere. Chu Tianlong slowly raised his head, his cold gaze fixed upon the grand entrance. Isn't it time for you to come out if you intend to kill me? With these words, the atmosphere thickened with urgency. An impending battle was on the horizon. Upon this reflection, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. With a clang, the previously sealed door swung open. A figure stepped forth into view. Chapter 53. The Celestial Titan, the rebirth of eternity, he has emerged. At that moment, a tremor coursed through the crowd. Chu Tianlong immediately locked onto the figure stepping through the grand entrance. Before him stood Chen Wen, tall and imposing in flowing white robes, his countenance resembling that of a jade ornament. At this moment, Chen Wen exuded an aura that eclipsed all others, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. With each step he took, his serene presence expanded, overwhelming the space around him in mere instants. Observing this, icy glints ignited in Chu Tianlong's eyes, and his own aura surged forth in response. Boom! In an instant, two invisible forces collided fiercely. The space around them erupted into a cloud of dust, and waves of energy surged wildly outward. Hiss! Such terrifying power. The onlookers, gripped by fear, hastily retreated, anxious to avoid being caught in the clash of energies. Chen Wen gradually came to a halt, his gaze locking onto Chu Tianlong. He too was intrigued by Chu Tianlong, for he was a prodigy of remarkable maturity, chosen as the vessel for his imperial bone at the tender age of 10. It was hard to believe he was devoid of any remarkable traits. In his line of sight, Chu Tianlong boasted long golden hair, a strikingly handsome visage, and an imposing stature. At this moment, his eyes were frigid, and a fierce light surged around him, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Above his head, a golden life soul radiated with an ancient and mysterious aura, swirling with extraordinary life patterns. It was faintly observable that this life soul exhibited a tendency to split into 7 colors. No wonder he can bear the weight of my imperial bone's karma. He truly is extraordinary. With this realization, Chen Wen's interest in Chu Tianlong deepened. Soon, the fundamental details of Chu Tianlong appeared before his eyes. Name, Chu Tianlong. Age, 16. Personality, cold, hypocritical, cruel, willing to use any means to achieve his goals. Identity, saint son of the celestial maiden's sacred land, false imperial son. Life soul, golden, physique, celestial titan, supreme imperial immortal bone, realm, ninefold life and death realm. Note, hidden fate, rebirth of eternity, can break through the golden life soul upon awakening memories, achieving legendary destiny. By the heavens, what a marvel! Having absorbed this information, even Chen Wen was taken aback. Not only did he possess a golden destiny, but he also bore a hidden legendary fate. The celestial titan was a top-tier physique, capable of withstanding a strike from an emperor at its peak, an absolute monarch in close combat. Moreover, he was unrestricted by the laws of heaven and earth, perpetually surpassing limits. A being of unfathomable combat prowess. As for the supreme imperial immortal bone, it was destined for greatness, capable of vanquishing immortals at its zenith. When all these elements coalesced, Chu Tianlong undeniably represented a veritable anomaly. Quickly, Chen Wen shifted his focus to Chu Tianlong's realm. He was currently at the 6th heaven-human realm, while Chu Tianlong stood at the 9th life and death realm, an astounding disparity of 13 minor realms. At first glance, the gap appeared vast, especially considering that Chu Tianlong was a paragon among prodigies. However, Chen Wen did not believe himself to be without the capacity to engage in battle. Setting aside his destiny-melting furnace, which could temporarily suppress the power of the destined sun by 10%, his absolute combat talent and the most elite combat breathing technique would also place him in an invulnerable position. It was crucial to note that through his chaotic sequence physique, he could enhance his combat capabilities infinitely within the limits of his physique. With this in mind, Chen Wen felt a clear sense of the impending confrontation. Unbeknownst to Chu Tianlong, his every secret had been unraveled. Yet Chen Wen sensed the pressure emanating from him. The last individual to instill such pressure was Lulan Shengxiue. However, unlike Lulan, who matched him in realm, Chen Wen was merely a humble sixth heaven human realm practitioner. The fact that such a cultivation level could evoke a sense of pressure was not lost on him, even if he were a fool. Additionally, he sensed a peculiar disturbance. The moment Chen Wen appeared, the imperial bone within him trembled, as if yearning to escape his body, a sensation he had never experienced before. Suppressing the anomaly of his imperial bone, Chu Tianlong fixed a cold gaze upon Chen Wen and demanded, "Who are you?" Evidently, after a decade, he had not recognized Chen Wen immediately. "Who am I?" Chen Wen's lips curled into a cold smile. He had not anticipated that Chu Tianlong's first inquiry would be about his identity. Clearly, his presence had aroused suspicion. However, he had no intention of revealing himself so soon. He aimed to gradually dismantle Chu Tianlong, making his identity the final straw that would break the camel's back, making him aware that even possessing his imperial bone would lead to nothing but a futile dream, ending in the most despairing demise. "I'm the one who will kill you," Chen Wen stated coldly. "This how audacious." The crowd was left in shock, unable to fathom Chen Wen's bold declaration. "Kill me?" Chu Tianlong's eyes blazed with murderous intent. With a shift in tone, he added, "No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. If you wish for death, I shall grant it." In that instant, an unmatched force erupted from within Chu Tianlong, golden light radiating fiercely. The air above them shattered, creating a vast arena of life and death. As billowing clouds churned and various phenomena unfolded, gathering myriad forms into a dragon. The dragon's might surged, as if the very essence of calamity compressed millions of miles. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire sky was enveloped by Chu Tianlong's aura, every strand of energy crushed into nothingness. What immense power! This is the strength of an imperial sun. The spectators felt their scalps tingle, breathless in the face of such overwhelming might. Interesting indeed. Chen Wen remained unfazed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he advanced step by step toward Chu Tianlong. With each stride, his aura intensified, the nine-colored sequence of light erupting like a volcano in full force. The golden celestial barrier was sliced apart as if cleaved by a blade, shattered into countless fragments. This wretched dog, as he beheld the approaching power, Chu Tianlong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Such momentum had long surpassed the limits of the life and death realm, let alone the human realm. As Chen Wen stepped within 10 feet of Chu Tianlong, the tumultuous energy reached its zenith. "What are you pretending for?" With a firm step, Chen Wen unleashed his volatile strength, which surged forth like a dam bursting, overwhelming everything in its path. In an instant, the nine-colored sequence of light roared forth like 9 colossal dragons, relentless and unstoppable. With a mighty push, the life and death arena that Chu Tianlong had painstakingly established collapsed into nothingness. Boom! Simultaneously, the entire celestial maiden peak was reduced to ashes, with endless shock waves rippling outward. "Retreat! Quickly, quickly!" The atmosphere was charged with urgency, as the frantic shouts of Ji Yue and others filled the air. Such a powerful clash meant that if they did not retreat promptly, only those above the life and death realm would survive. In the blink of an eye, the vast scene was left with only Chen Wen and Chu Tianlong. The only stark contrast was Chen Wen's composed demeanor, while Chu Tianlong's aura grew increasingly frigid. Chen Wen's prowess had once again shattered Chu Tianlong's understanding. "Who exactly are you?" Chu Tianlong inquired coldly once more. "You talk too much," Chen Wen retorted. With that, he surged forward with an invincible momentum, charging directly at Chu Tianlong. "Engage with me in close combat. You seek death," Chu Tianlong bellowed with a deep voice. As the celestial calamity surged violently within him, while the ethereal form of the Kunpeng manifested outside, transforming into a majestic divine shadow. Chapter 54, Invincible Body? "I will still crush you in the next moment." The figure of Kunpeng trembled violently, and the celestial tribulation light surged forth, transforming into an unmatched pressure that crushed everything in its path. Time and space began to unravel, resulting in a series of deafening explosions. So this is the celestial domination body? Truly, Its reputation is well-deserved. But you're facing me. Chen Wen unleashed the first sequence of shackles, his power erupting in response. An unparalleled wave of force halted the incoming pressure and dispersed it in midair. In a sudden rush, Chen Wen charged toward the oncoming celestial tribulation light. Break, he uttered coldly, raising his hand to deliver a devastating chop. The celestial tribulation light shattered like a membrane, cleaved in two. The nine-colored blade of his hand swiftly penetrated everything, crashing down heavily toward Chu Tianlong. A mere trick, Chu Tianlong scoffed, his celestial domination body shaking violently as if the very heavens were quaking. With a thunderous sound, the descending blade of light was obliterated into nothingness by an overwhelming force. In that moment, Chen Wen had closed the distance, building momentum in midair before delivering a powerful punch. Celestial Dominance Palm. Chu Tianlong, unfazed, raised his hand and unleashed a colossal palm strike. The immense golden light radiated, ancient patterns entwined, emanating a terrifying force. Boom! At that instant, the two attacks collided with tremendous force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered everything around them into a storm of dust. Simultaneously, the backlash from their clash struck both combatants fiercely. Chen Wen felt his body tremble as the nine-colored light surged wildly within him, yet he did not retreat. In contrast, golden light erupted around Chu Tianlong, resembling a torrential downpour of gold. The ground beneath them crumbled once more, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. This bastard. Feeling the impact reverberating through his body, Chu Tianlong's expression darkened. In the same realm, no one had ever matched him in close combat for more than 3 exchanges. Yet now, after just 2 exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. This disbelief was quickly eclipsed by a surge of rage. This is incredibly powerful. Witnessing the unfolding events, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, particularly at Chen Wen. It was evident that Chu Tianlong was fighting seriously, yet he was the one facing losses. This shattered their perceptions. Honestly, they had never anticipated such an outcome. At that moment, Chen Wen made his move. With Chu Tianlong still seething with anger, he charged in with unparalleled ferocity. Without a doubt, Chen Wen intended to clash with Chu Tianlong's physical strength head-on. Only by shattering the aspect in which his opponent took pride could he instill despair. To engage in a physical confrontation with me? Haha, how absurdly misguided. The celestial domination body will undoubtedly suppress all physical forms. Chu Tianlong recognized Chen Wen's intent, but was unafraid. Swish! In an instant, he charged forward, colliding with Chen Wen using pure physical power. As their bodies collided, the earth trembled and the heavens quaked, producing extraordinary phenomena. The 9-colored sequence light clashed with the golden celestial tribulation light in a relentless exchange, ancient symbols flickering as mysterious sounds resonated. Bang! 1 strike. Bang bang. 2 strikes. Bang bang bang. 3 strikes. The two appeared to forget everything else, continuously colliding with one another, both determined to overpower the other with absolute strength. This is utterly outrageous. Observers felt their scalps tingle, hardly daring to breathe. How could that youth be so powerful? The prince had yet to subdue him after such a prolonged engagement. Lulan Levi murmured softly before suddenly looking up at her lady. My lady, the prince should win, right? He can't possibly lose. Lulan Xingxue took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He might not win. What do you mean he might not win? Lulan Levi asked, her mind racing. Bang, bang, bang. With each resounding strike, Chu Tianlong was ultimately sent flying from the last collision. How could I possibly lose? My celestial domination body cannot be defeated. Chu Tianlong's pupils dilated, filled with rage and terror. Invincible body? I shall still crush you. Chen Wen bellowed, transforming into a meteor that struck fiercely against Chu Tianlong. Boom! With that impact, the 9-colored sequence light erupted, shattering Chu Tianlong's defensive powers. In an instant, Chu Tianlong's body crumbled, blood splattering everywhere. The next moment, he was propelled like a bullet, crashing through the mountains behind him, reducing them to dust. This, gasp. The crowd stared in shock at Chen Wen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was the celestial domination body? It is said to be invincible in close combat, with unparalleled physical defense. Yet this seemingly invincible physique was not only shattered in its strongest domain, but also while facing an opponent 13 minor realms below. What manner of monster is this youth? In that instant, the onlookers regarded Chen Wen with increasing awe. He truly lost. How is this possible? Lulan Levaya murmured, her eyes filled with incredulity. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on Chen Wen, especially at the swirling nine-colored sequence light. This astonishing luminescence was something she had never witnessed before, and the power emanating from it sent shivers down her spine. Keep in mind, she possessed the Destiny Empress body, a divine endowment that even the celestial domination body could not rival. Yet even so, she sensed that her divine form might not have the advantage against Chen Wen's physique. Meanwhile, Mu Zhongtian and the others furrowed their brows. They were equally astonished that a mere nameless individual could suppress a prince. They even began to question whether he was truly a prince. My lady, the prince cannot really have lost, can he? Lulan Levayu inhaled deeply. Lulan Xingxue shook her head. His true strength lies not in the celestial domination body, but in that imperial bone. Just watch. He will ultimately prevail. As for that young Master Yi, at that moment, a massive explosion erupted, reducing all remnants to nothingness. A figure enveloped in golden light stepped forth from the chaos. It is the prince. He is unharmed. As they beheld Chu Tanlong, whose injuries had healed except for his disheveled attire, the crowd's pupils constricted. Chu Tianlong slowly raised his head, gazing at Chen Wen. This prince acknowledges that I indeed underestimated you. But next, I will show you that your strength is worthless before me. Before your father, you are nothing. With that, Chen Wen stepped forward, channeling the chaotic heaven-defying hand as he descended. Chapter 55. The flesh shakes the Tao artifact. The Emperor's bone reveals itself in an instant. A colossal hand, obscuring the heavens and the sun, swiftly took form, sending waves of air crashing outward. Chen Wen uttered coldly, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike downward. In that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended, as if it were about to annihilate the entire realm. This secret technique is truly terrifying. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, particularly feeling the crushing force that threatened to shatter their bodies at any moment. Come forth. In the eye of the power vortex, Chu Tianlong remained unfazed. With a deep shout, a stream of light erupted from within him, transforming into a massive ancient map. The map radiated with mysterious Tao rhythms, bursting forth in 4 colors, from which the 4 divine beasts emerged, exuding unmatched divine might. Is this a Tao artifact? Mu Zhongtian and the others' pupils constricted, their eyes filled with astonishment. This is not good. This is the divine beast burial map. Even the composed Jiang Taichu's expression shifted slightly. It was crucial to note that while the divine beast burial map was merely a Tao artifact, it was not inferior to ordinary imperial artifacts. Particularly, this map contained a fragment of the essence of the 4 divine beasts. As long as the host's power was sufficiently strong, the 4 divine beasts could be restored to their peak divine strength, capable of overwhelming any below the Emperor realm. In ancient times, the burial Tao sovereign used this very map to bury countless beings from a vast ancient realm. Countless half-step emperors perished under the suppression of the 4 divine beasts. And thus, the burial Tao sovereign's reputation resounded throughout the ancient world. What he did not anticipate was that Chu Tianlong possessed such a Tao artifact that rivaled imperial artifacts. At this moment, Lulan Xingxue also displayed a look of surprise. Her relationship with Chu Tianlong was quite intimate, as they had joined forces multiple times in exploring relics and fighting side by side. Yet, she had never witnessed him wielding this Tao artifact before. Now, even in the face of Chen Wen, who possessed an imperial artifact, Chu Tianlong could remain unaffected. Once the suppression of the imperial artifact was lifted, his chances of victory increased significantly. With this thought, Lulan Xingxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Break for this prince. Chu Tianlong swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing streams of light upon the burial map, powerfully invoking the might of the divine beasts. The 4 divine beasts roared skyward, their powers clashing against the descending colossal hand. Boom! The 2 attacks collided violently, the divine beast's burial power and the chaotic force exploding into a whirlwind. Crack! Bang! In mere moments, the chaotic hand was unable to withstand the impact and erupted into a blast. Chen Wen was also forced back by the shockwave, blood surging violently around him. Filthy bastard, die for this prince. Witnessing this scene, a chilling killing intent radiated from Chu Tianlong's eyes. As he quickly formed seals again, he directed the burial map toward Chen Wen. His intent was simple. Having gained the upper hand, he aimed to seize the opportunity to eliminate Chen Wen completely. By the time Chen Wen regained his senses, the burial map loomed above him, and the four divine beasts charged toward his vital point. This is finally the end. The onlookers sighed in unison, recognizing that such power, such proximity, and such speed left Chen Wen with no escape. However, this was already sufficient. To have pushed Chu Tianlong to this extent, Chen Wen had indeed proven himself formidable. This is bad. Witnessing this, Jiang Taichu, aware that someone was protecting Chen Wen, began to panic. He understood that if Chen Wen were to perish, the consequences for him would be dire. Without hesitation, he rushed toward Chen Wen's location. Even a mere divine beast dares to kill me. How audacious! Chen Wen's cold shout rang out. Simultaneously, a 9-color divine light erupted around him. His blood, energy, surging like a dragon's breath. Thud, thud, thud. His breathing was fierce, his body resonating like a thunder drum, unrelenting. It was as if the entire world trembled in response. At that moment, Chen Wen embodied a fleshly war god, exuding an overwhelming aura, enveloped in streams of divine light, piercing through the heavens. The suppressed burial map was compelled to slow down under the weight of this terrifying might. How is this possible? Chu Tianlong felt the pressure from the burial map diminish, threatening to shatter the seals he held. Get lost! Chen Wen roared, delivering a powerful punch that struck the burial map. Bang! With a single blow, the phantoms of the four divine beasts were shattered, and the burial map was forcefully sent flying back. Chu Tianlong's pupils dilated in shock as he was propelled backward, the ground collapsing beneath him, reducing everything to dust. This. Gulp! The crowd stared in horror, fear coursing through their veins like electricity. To withstand a Tao artifact with mere flesh and send it flying with a single strike, what manner of monster is this? The most terrifying aspect was that he was merely at the sixth heaven of humanity. Jiang Taichu stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene before him. He knew his young master was strong, but he had never imagined he would be so ferocious. To shake a Tao artifact with flesh. This is utterly absurd. My lady, what on earth did I just witness? That fellow actually managed to shake a Tao artifact with his flesh. Lulan Luer stammered. Lulan Shengxue remained silent, swallowing hard. Not only was Lulan Luer astonished, but she herself was also taken aback. In her estimation, the only way for Chen Wen to escape this deadly predicament was to summon the Imperial Sword. There was no other means. Yet, she never anticipated that Chen Wen would use his flesh to contend with the Tao artifact. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have thought it madness. Undeniably, Chen Wen had once again reshaped her understanding. Meanwhile, Chu Tianlong's previously invincible image began to crumble. Filthy bastard, you are far too arrogant. Chu Tianlong suddenly erupted from the ground, his body enveloped in golden light, a complex seal forming on his brow. Alongside this, a divine silhouette resembling a Kuanpeng appeared behind him, accompanied by the manifestation of an ancient emperor. As the emperor's shadow emerged, the very essence of the world shifted. It was as if an innate suppression had descended, compelling all to bow beneath its tremendous pressure. A glimmer flickered in Chen Wen's eyes as he caught sight of a radiant golden bone shimmering at Chu Tianlong's chest, the imperial, celestial Tao patterns flowing across its surface. Mysterious and ancient. Is this my imperial bone? Indeed extraordinary. No wonder they would risk so much to seize it. A slight smirk crossed Chen Wen and Appo's lips. Am I finally going to use it? Lulan Shengxue mused internally. In her view, the primary reason Chu Tianlong surpassed most prodigies was his possession of this imperial bone. Now, with the enhancement of the imperial bone, the Tao artifact would only grow stronger. This meant Chen Wen was destined for defeat. With this thought, Lulan Shengxue couldn't help but exhale in relief once more. Filthy bastard, how do you wish to die? As Chu Tianlong descended, the heavens trembled. The light of the imperial tribulation piercing through millions of miles, soaring into the heavens. At the same time, an overwhelming force spread outward, annihilating the aura Chen Wen had built. Chen Wen said nothing, instead silently drawing forth the imperial sword. In an instant, imperial power surged forth, and a murderous intent filled the air. Chapter 56. A single sword shatters the Tao artifact, revealing an invincible presence, the Imperial Sword. The fierce murderous intent on Chu Tianlong's face froze. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. But what of having the Imperial Sword? I possess a Tao artifact and Imperial bones sufficient to suppress all Imperial weapons. In an instant, Chu Tianlong's expression darkened with a renewed ferocity. You wretched dog! Even with an Imperial artifact, it cannot save you. With a savage roar, Chu Tianlong swiftly formed hand seals. The Imperial shadow behind him mirrored his movements. Under the dual enhancement of their seals, the burial world map erupted with renewed brilliance, while the powers of the four divine beasts surged dramatically. A divine beast burial ground rapidly took shape in mid-air, with blood-black energy flowing like chains, appearing eerie and chilling. The burial world prison lock. As Chu Tianlong moved his hands, the chains writhed again, intertwining to form a bizarre formation. This formation had no blind spots, entrapping even the powers of heaven and earth within its confines. Seeing the formation take shape, Chu Tianlong showed no hesitation, directing it towards Chen Wen's position. As the formation descended, every trace of energy in Chen Wen's vicinity was obliterated, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. Heaven-slaying sword slash! Chen Wen slowly lifted his eyelids, and a pitch-black formation resembling a black hole filled his vision. Within this formation, not a shred of life remained, only an overwhelming sense of despair. Slash! Chen Wen coldly uttered, unleashing the Imperial might and sword energy suppressed within his blade. The Imperial force surged, and the sword energy cleaved through miles of obstruction. With a single stroke, the formation was severed like a torn curtain, revealing a sliver of sky. The unstoppable sword energy sliced through every barrier, striking heavily upon the burial world map. So swift, Chu Tianlong's pupils widened as he hastily formed seals, channeling the power of his Imperial bones into the burial world map, further amplifying its strength. The burial world map resisted for merely a few breaths before being forcefully cleaved in two by a single sword strike. How is this possible? Watching his Tao artifact being effortlessly severed, Chu Tianlong's face contorted with shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Thud! At that moment, he was also knocked back by the sword strike, shattering the space behind him. BFF. In an instant of stillness, Chu Tianlong could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression remained one of sheer astonishment. That sword not only destroyed his Tao artifact, but nearly shattered the protection of his Imperial bones. It is not an exaggeration to say that had he not possessed Imperial bones, he would have perished from that very strike. A single sword severed a Tao artifact? What manner of monster is this? The onlookers were rendered numb, their eyes wide with terror at the unfolding scene. Mu Chongtian's face changed dramatically. They had come to confront the Imperial Sun, but what they witnessed was something entirely different. The Imperial Sun unleashed his full powers, yet was brutally defeated by an unknown junior. When did the descendants of the Imperial clan become so feeble? At this moment, Lulan Xingxue stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. She had never anticipated such an outcome. A sword severed a Tao artifact. Her scalp prickled in shock. In that instant, her gaze towards Chen Wen transformed completely. Simultaneously, her unwavering confidence in Chu Tianlong's victory began to crumble. Chen Wen slowly raised his sword, a murderous intent radiating from him. Now, it is time for me to speak. How do you wish to die? Chu Tianlong's cold, bloodshot eyes flickered with a sinister light, the deepest reserves of his power stirring within him. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that unleashing that power would invite the wrath of many. Let the forces you summon take action. You are far too weak, Chen Wen stated coldly. Those words shattered the wavering resolve within Chu Tianlong. You wretched dog, you have successfully provoked this Imperial Sun. At that moment, Chu Tianlong rose slowly, his aura growing icy. A chilling presence enveloping the entire sacred land of the Celestial Maiden. What is this aura? The crowd felt a collective shiver as they beheld this transformation in Chu Tianlong. They had never seen him in such a state. Until now, he had always presented a sunny, scholarly demeanor, even as the Imperial Sun, exuding a sense of approachability. But now, they witnessed a Chu Tianlong radiating an ominous and malevolent energy. If they once viewed Chen Wen as a demon for his bloodshed, now Chu Tianlong appeared as a devil, exuding fear from every pore. Seeing this, Chen Wen smirked slightly. At last, your true nature is revealed. No matter how well one disguises themselves, when faced with life and death, their deepest darkness will inevitably surface. This is an unchanging truth, allowing those who idolized him to witness what he truly is. With the imperial bones as the foundation, the myriad manifestations of the sacred land as the array, and the multitude of disciples as the catalyst, the Shura killing formation arises. As Chu Tianlong hastily formed seals, the ethereal image of his imperial bones surged forth, hovering in the air. Simultaneously, the entire sacred land transformed into a bizarre formation, the black-red aura of Shura converging to create a hellish scene. Ghostly figures of the deceased began to rise, clawing their way from the depths of hell. They screamed in agony, as if undergoing unspeakable torment. Look, isn't that Elder He? And Brother Zhao, Sister Yi, Junior Brother Li, and the others. What is happening? How can they be in that formation? Do you think they were killed by the Imperial Sun? I've heard some formations are used to refine people into arrays. As those words echoed, the crowd erupted in chaos. They recalled how each year, numerous elders and disciples from their sacred land mysteriously vanished or perished. Initially, they believed these individuals had fallen to rival forces, but now it seemed they had perished at the hands of their own Imperial Sun. In an instant, the expressions of all disciples facing Chu Tianlong transformed. Damn it! The faces of Ji Yue and others turned cold, while the disciples might merely speculate. The peak masters and elders discerned the truth at a glance. This formation was a remnant left by the first Sacred Lord, a cruel and forbidden array that had long been prohibited due to its brutality. Yet, they never expected that Chu Tianlong not only appropriated the formation, but also refined the elders and disciples of the sacred land within it. Such actions were utterly heinous, deserving of condemnation from both gods and men. In that moment, Chu Tianlong's image crumbled entirely in their hearts. Miss, what is this formation? Why does Lu Er sense a repulsive aura? Lulan Lu Er inquired. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on Chu Tianlong, finally responding. I never thought I would have a day of misjudgment. What? Lulan Lu Er momentarily failed to comprehend. It's nothing, Lulan Xingxue replied, not elaborating. However, her gaze towards Chu Tianlong bore a hint of disappointment. At that moment, the heavens and earth shifted. Boundless spiritual energy surged forth, rapidly infusing into Chu Tianlong's body. His aura soared, swiftly breaking through the bottleneck of the 9th layer of life and death. Yet, Chu Tianlong remained unsatisfied, hastily forming seals once more. Chapter 57. Who are you? The terrified Chu Tianlong come out. Chu Tianlong shouted, and with a mere gesture, the entire heavenly maiden sacred land began to tremble violently. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the heavens, reverberating endlessly in the air. This is bad. Ji Yue's complexion changed dramatically. The disturbance clearly indicated that the dragon vein of their sacred land was being extracted. If Chu Tianlong's actions to summon the people of the sacred land were an affront to its elite, forcibly drawing the power of the sacred land's dragon vein was akin to uprooting it entirely. At this moment, Ji Yue could no longer remain passive. Your Highness, this is excessive. Chu Tianlong suddenly looked up, exuding unmatched arrogance. Excessive? This prince can destroy a mere sacred land without anyone daring to utter a word against it. Get out of my way. If you utter one more word after I deal with this scoundrel, I will eliminate you as well. You. Ji Yue and Apos. S expression turned extremely grim. Yet, considering the situation, she could only swallow her anger and humiliation. Despite Chu Tianlong and Apos' harsh words, they were the undeniable truth. Not only was she powerless, but the entire sacred land was insignificant before the Imperial Clan. The peak masters and disciples present also dared not voice their fury. They realized that the true demon was Chu Tianlong, not Chen Wen. It was a mockery to have once pleaded for Chu Tianlong to eliminate Chen Wen, hoping to restore the sacred land's glory. The real threat to the sacred land had always been Chu Tianlong, not Chen Wen. Luran Xingxue observed everything silently, disappointment deepening. In contrast, Mu Zhongtian and others nodded slightly, satisfied with Chu Tianlong's current state. To them, this was the might that a prince should possess. It was a mere sacred land. Its destruction was trivial. Chu Tianlong coldly withdrew his gaze, intensifying his actions once more. Another dragon roar erupted, an overwhelming pressure surging forth from below, shattering the ground and creating a colossal dust storm. As the momentum reached its peak, a golden dragon-shaped illusion burst forth from the earth. At the moment the dragon figure appeared, it felt as though the heavens and earth were weighed down by an immense burden, making it difficult to breathe. Was this the power of the sacred land's dragon vein? It was truly terrifying. Everyone stood in shock, unable to collect their thoughts. Excellent. Chu Tianlong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he once again formed seals with his hands, manipulating the dragon figure to surge towards him. At the moment the dragon figure entered his body, Chu Tianlong's blood surged violently, his golden hair flying wildly. His realm abruptly broke through the boundary of life and death, ascending into the third level of nirvana. However, it was evident that Chu Tianlong's eyes turned crimson, and his skin flushed, clear signs of the repercussions of forcibly elevating his realm. Yet, at that moment, he cared not. With the Imperial Bone, the killing formation, and a portion of the Dragon Vein's power, he no longer needed to fear Chen Wen. As long as he eliminated Chen Wen, everything would be worth it. With a thunderous step, Chu Tianlong unleashed unmatched power that obliterated everything in his path, turning it to dust. Scoundrel, come and meet your end. Chu Tianlong roared as he charged forward, a tempest of murderous intent surging outwards. In an instant, the sky transformed into a hellscape. Miss, is this the end? Luran Luer inhaled deeply. Luran Xingxue nodded. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this seemed inevitable. As they watched the unfolding scene, a sigh escaped their lips. In truth, they hoped for Chen Wen's victory, but they knew such a possibility was slim. With the support of the Killing Formation and Dragon Vein, Chu Tianlong had become an unstoppable force. Facing the oncoming Killing Formation, Chen Wen coldly declared, "Come forth." Boom! In an instant, endless heavy thunder erupted from Chen Wen's body, rapidly engulfing the heavens and earth in a storm of black lightning. In mere moments, the entire realm transformed into a thunderous battleground. With roaring thunder, serpents rippling through the air as the very fabric of space began to collapse. The Shura killing formation that enveloped the heavens was instantly obliterated upon confronting such a formidable force of thunder, reducing it to ashes. The figures that had been roaring incessantly were also crushed in an instant. It was as if they were bowing before Chen Wen, granting them the greatest liberation. Was this the gravity thunder formation? Chu Tianlong, mid-charge, was forcefully halted. His expression turned ghastly, filled with fury. The gravity thunder formation was his creation. It was now being used against him. This was more painful than death itself. How is this possible? The onlookers were equally stunned. They had not anticipated that Chen Wen not only survived, but had also dismantled the Shura killing formation with such ferocity. All eyes turned toward Chen Wen, who stood at the center of the thunderous domain. At that moment, draped in the heavy thunder, Chen Wen resembled a thunder god descending to the mortal realm, exuding an aura that rivaled the heavens. Under everyone's gaze, he moved, his left hand brushing against the Imperial sword. In an instant, 10,000 bolts of heavy thunder ignited the 3-foot Imperial blade, ascending to the heavens. Endless lightning roared upon the Imperial sword, transforming into serpentine forms of darkness. Heaven-cutting sword. Slay! With a mere flick of his eyelid, Chen Wen brought down the sword towards Chu Tianlong. The Imperial sword, imbued with the essence of the Imperial pearl, concentrated the powers of 2 Imperial paths into a single strike. The sword's aura illuminated the 19 continents, severing the void of the 9 heavens. This is terrible. Chu Tianlong immediately sensed the impending doom, swiftly forming seals with his hands to unleash secret techniques. Yet he found that none could block this strike. How is this possible? Each of his attacks was empowered by the Dragon Vein and Imperial Bone. Chu Tianlong's pupils exploded with disbelief and resentment. Get out here! In the final moment, fear gripped Chu Tianlong, and he hastily summoned his Imperial Bone. The golden Imperial Bone radiated a mystical aura as it emerged. generating a wave of golden light adorned with ancient imperial patterns. Boom! At that moment, the sword fell heavily upon the golden wave. Finally, the sword barely penetrated the wave. As the light wave shattered, the imperial bone trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Swish! Chen Wen moved, instantly appearing before the imperial bone, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You assist the tyrant. Thus, you shall be discarded. With that, he struck down with a single hand, releasing a 9-colored sequence of light. The rampaging power of the imperial bone was instantly reduced to nothingness. The imperial bone dimmed, transforming into a stream of light that entered Chu Tianlong's body. Puff! Chu Tianlong spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of anguish. He had witnessed the impossible, a barehanded destruction of the imperial bone. This moment shattered his very spirit. Chu Tianlong looked up in shock. Who exactly are you? Chen Wen replied nonchalantly. Is the imperial bone useful? Is the imperial bone useful? Chu Tianlong was momentarily at a loss for words. The others were equally dumbfounded. They were more astonished by Chen Wen's overwhelming power. Particularly, Luoran Shengxue felt as if her mind had gone numb. The moment Chen Wen sent the imperial bone flying with a single strike. Her understanding of the world had been irrevocably shattered. A terrifying thought suddenly dawned upon Chu Tianlong, causing his pupils to explode in disbelief. It can't be. It absolutely can't be. How could this boy possibly be him? Yet, the more he denied it, the more the figure of Chen Wen before him conformed to the image of the Chen Wen etched in his memory. In an instant, he was struck with terror. This was, after all, the deepest secret buried within his heart. Have you recalled? Chen Wen's haunting voice shattered Chu Tianlong's reverie. Startled, Chu Tianlong staggered backward a step and then, in a fit of madness, bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Kill him! Kill him!" By the end, Chu Tianlong's roar was a frantic crescendo. Chapter 58. All forces mobilized, urging the emperor to take action after a brief silence. Fu Xiao and his followers swiftly advanced with overwhelming force. In an instant, the venue was filled with newcomers, a terrifying aura of slaughter enveloping the scene, making it difficult to breathe. This is the end. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of the crowd surged to their throats. Initially, they felt a sense of relief upon seeing Chen Wen defeat Chu Tianlong, but they had overlooked the most crucial point. No matter how incompetent Chu Tianlong appeared, he was still the emperor. That identity alone was enough to crush everything. In stark contrast to the crowd's shock, Chen Wen remained unfazed, surveying his surroundings. His gaze fell upon thousands of formidable beings, representatives from various factions. The strongest among them had reached the Saint Realm, while the weakest were the King Realm. If he were truly just from a hidden power, these newcomers would indeed be like a deluge, easily slaughtering him like a mere dog. But he was not. After slowly retracting his gaze, Chen Wen looked at Chu Tianlong. In just 6 short years, you have managed to gather such a formidable force. Your abilities are commendable. However, today, I shall make you witness everything you have built turn to dust. Chu Tianlong's pupils constricted, his fear intensifying. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Eliminate this intruder. Now, Chu Tianlong was utterly terrified, driven by a singular thought, to kill Chen Wen at all costs. It seemed that only this way could his secret remain hidden, allowing him to retain his title as emperor. Kill! Fu Xiao commanded with a wave of his hand. Instantly, over 100 strong fighters surged toward Chen Wen, their murderous intent palpable. Among them were several top-tier kings, and even some from the emperor realm. Others remained on standby, waiting for the forces behind Chen Wen to reveal themselves. Seeing this, the crowd instinctively held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. In stark contrast, Chen Wen slowly raised his eyelids, facing the approaching foes with a calm demeanor. Eliminate them all. As the words left his lips, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly reducing the attackers to ashes. The crowd was left dumbfounded. In a flash, over 100 formidable beings were obliterated. What kind of power is this? Mu Zhongtian and the others watched in horror. The bolts of lightning that had just struck down were so powerful that they too felt the impending threat of death. This indicated that the one who had intervened possessed strength equal to or greater than their own. What are you doing? Continue the assault. After a brief silence, Chu Tianlong shouted in desperation. Yet, the fear in his eyes only grew more pronounced. Advance! Though Mu Zhongtian's group hesitated, Fu Zhao's voice cut through the air with icy authority. Following his command, another 100-strong fighters charged forward, this time even stronger, most of them being from the Emperor realm. Such beings were scarce even in the ancient realms. These were the core of Chu Tianlong and Appo's power, and he had sacrificed much to cultivate and recruit them. Kill! Chen Wen commanded again. In an instant, more bolts of lightning struck down, once again reducing the wave of attackers to mere ashes. Silence fell over the venue, a profound stillness enveloping the scene. At that moment, everyone's gaze toward Chen Wen transformed entirely. Once again, 100 formidable fighters had been annihilated without a moment's notice. Unbelievably exaggerated, utterly terrifying. Chu Tianlong collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with shock. The expressions of Mu Zhongtian and the others also shifted dramatically. Fu Xiao, in particular, trembled uncontrollably. These forces had been summoned by him, yet they were annihilated in an instant, without even a breath of time to react. This overwhelming power left him gasping for air. Continue. Why have you stopped? Chen Wen turned to Chu Tianlong, his tone casual. Chu Tianlong fixed his gaze on Chen Wen, his eyes filled with both terror and unending rage. To him, Chen Wen was merely a failure. Why was he still struggling against fate, seeking to destroy everything he had built? Chen Wen chuckled coldly. I promise to let you witness everything you have established turn to dust. You. Chu Tianlong gritted his teeth, filled with wrath as he glared at Chen Wen. You insolent child, some words should not be uttered lightly. At that moment, Mu Zhongtian, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. He hailed from an ancient hidden clan and was one of the few supreme beings present. Chen Wen slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Mu Zhongtian. The hidden ancient clan, from the Mu family? With a serious expression, Mu Zhongtian declared, I am the grand elder of the Mu clan. And what about you? Care to reveal your identities? Chen Wen's eyes shifted to Shi Minyu and the others. Impudence! Shi Minyu and the others shouted angrily. Chen Wen's nonchalance ignited their fury. Since his debut, no one had dared to provoke them so brazenly, especially not someone of his lowly realm. Impudence? Chen Wen's demeanor shifted dramatically as he retorted. What do you consider yourselves? Very well, Mu Zhongtian said through gritted teeth, his voice laced with disdain. Let this child see what we truly are. Boom! In an instant, dozens of factions stepped forward, shaking the heavens and earth, their formidable presence bearing down on Chen Wen. The atmosphere, already thick with tension, became suffocating. The crowd exchanged glances, as if silently questioning Chen Wen's next move. They understood that, with so many factions against him, even someone backed by hidden powers might not withstand the onslaught. You wish to pressure me with your might? Allow me to show you what true power is. Chen Wen waved his hand. Come forth, all of you. As he spoke, the very atmosphere shifted, the once clear sky transforming into a vast domain of lightning. Figures began to emerge from the tempestuous storm. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared, hovering in mid-air, casting their gaze upon the unfolding scene, their presence locking down all energies. The crowd instinctively looked up, their astonishment quickly morphing into sheer terror. Saint Realm? No, they were all at the Saint Realm. Wait, some were at the Supreme Realm. How could this be possible? This young man was certainly not merely from a hidden power. It was inconceivable that he was just from such a faction. Panic ensued among Mu Zhongtian and the others, especially for Mu Zhongtian and Shi Minyu. Both hailing from hidden powers, they understood the impossibility of mobilizing hundreds of Saint Realm and Supreme Realm beings. Of course, it was not that they lacked such powers. It was simply that they could not be summoned. Like reality, the valuation and the ability to mobilize resources are fundamentally the same concept. It's over. They have dug their own grave. In an instant, Mu Zhongtian and the others reacted, trembling uncontrollably. Miss, could he possibly be from an ancient kingdom or even an imperial lineage? Lulan Luer's face turned pale. Lulan Xingxue did not deny this possibility, though she could not affirm it. Even if he isn't, he must be from something equally formidable. With a sigh, she added, it seems we have all misjudged him. And what of the Emperor? What will he do now? Lulan Luer inquired once more. Lulan Xingxue remained silent this time. Why the silence? Is it your nature to be taciturn? Chen Wen addressed Mu Zhongtian and the others with a leisurely tone. Mu Zhongtian did not respond, but turned to Chu Tianlong. Emperor, why not say something? We came here for you. They earnestly implore the Emperor's son to take action and vanquish their foes. Shimin Yu and the others echoed their cries. In their view, only Chu Tianlong possessed the means to unravel this dire predicament. As long as the Imperial clan intervened, their lives would be spared. Chapter 59. The son of the Emperor? I am but a mere impostor. You expect me to call for help? Chu Tianlong's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately resulting in his silence. At this moment, he had entirely conceded defeat, consumed by a singular thought, to survive at all costs. The fates of those around him mattered, not to Chu Tianlong. What is happening? Observing Chu Tianlong's prolonged silence, the crowd began to murmur in confusion. Logically, one would not expect Chu Tianlong to remain indifferent after such humiliation, especially those like Mu Zhongtian, who had approached him because of his imperial status. Thus, anyone with sense should realize that this was the time to assert themselves in the name of the Emperor's son. Miss, the Emperor's son isn't responding. Lulan Levayu inquired of Lulan Shengxue. With a soft sigh, Lulan Shengxue replied, the Emperor's son holds a unique position. He bears burdens that cannot be voiced. Chen Wen is destined for calamity, a fact scarcely known even in the higher realms, let alone in the ancient Yuan world. Thus, Chu Tianlong's demeanor is, in her view, entirely understandable. What does that mean? Lulan Levayu pressed. Lulan Shengxue refrained from elaborating, assuring her, do not worry, he will not perish. Accepting her mistress's reticence, Lulan Levayu chose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, the expressions of Mu Zhongtian and the others grew increasingly grim. We beseech the Emperor's son to take action against our adversaries. In unison, Mu Zhongtian and his companions called out once more. As time passed, Chu Tianlong continued his silence, leading to a complete despondency among Mu Zhongtian's group. Suddenly, Chen Wen chuckled. It appears your Emperor's son is rather ineffective. At this remark, Mu Zhongtian could no longer contain himself, erupting in a frenzied roar. Are you not the Emperor's son? Where are you? Speak. With a furious curse, he declared, even if I must die, I will drag you down with me. In an instant, Mu Zhongtian charged towards Chu Tianlong with astounding speed, catching everyone off guard. Chen Wen smirked slightly, sensing that the spectacle was about to unfold. Xiaoxue, save me. Xiaoxue, save me. Chu Tianlong cried out, panic-stricken, retreating hastily. Lulan Shengxue sighed softly, urging, Wan Lao, please take action. Despite some disappointment in Chu Tianlong's behavior over the years, her feelings for him remained steadfast. Therefore, she resolved to save him. Just then, in a swift motion, Mu Zhongtian was sent flying backward, spitting blood mid-air. What has happened? Who intervened? The crowd trembled, turning in unison to the source of the disturbance. Their eyes fell upon a stunning woman with flowing silver hair. While described as a woman, she appeared to possess considerable age. Her presence exuded immense power, marking her as a formidable being of the supreme realm. Chen Wen's expression darkened. He had assumed Lulan Shengxue would refrain from intervening, yet she had done just that. Regardless of the reason, they had now become irrevocably opposed. At that moment, Chen Wen slowly turned to Lulan Shengxue, asking, are you certain you wish to involve yourself? The crowd gasped, comprehending the implications. This silver-haired woman was indeed associated with their saintess. However, why would the saintess choose to aid Chu Tianlong? Was it merely due to their friendship? Such a notion was absurd. Lulan Shengxue stepped forth from the crowd, halting near Chen Wen. With a sigh, she stated, on a public level, his imperial lineage shares deep ties with our ancient kingdom, and on a personal level, he is my betrothed. Therefore, today I must ensure his survival. Betrothed? Good heavens! The crowd erupted in astonishment. This revelation had never crossed their minds. So that is why only Chu Tianlong was allowed access to Lulan Shengxue's estate. Came the realization. In the distance, Jiang Taichu was left in disbelief. He knew Chu Tianlong was a fraud. Thus, Lulan Shengxue's actions meant she was aiding a pretender against him. The weight of this revelation was staggering. Chen Wen glared at Lulan Shengxue, his voice cold. Whoever aids him becomes my enemy, and that enemy shall perish. This is my bottom line, my stance, and your final opportunity. Lulan Shengxue shook her head. I do not wish to be adversarial with your forces. You already are, Chen Wen growled, his murderous intent palpable. Lulan Shengxue's expression shifted. She sensed the chilling aura radiating from Chen Wen, the lethal intent behind his words. Yet, she was resolute in protecting Chu Tianlong. Determined, Lulan Shengxue's demeanor hardened. I am aware that your backing is formidable, but it is still insufficient. His lineage is of the Destiny Imperial Clan, and my own ties are to the hidden ancient kingdom. Together, our three powers are unparalleled. Depart now, and I shall act as if nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I will summon the Imperial forces. Should that occur, not only will you fall, but all your allies will perish as well. Remember, this is not a negotiation. It is a command. With that, Lulan Shengxue's tone turned icy and uncompromising. Were it not for the enigmatic nature of Chen Wen, she would have acted decisively without further ado. Unbeknownst to her, however, Chu Tianlong trembled in fear. If he were truly the Emperor's son, none of this would matter. But he was an impostor. Should the Imperial forces arrive, his fate would be sealed. Kill me and my allies too? Huh. Suddenly, Chen Wen erupted in laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Lulan Shengxue furrowed her brow, perplexed by his reaction. Logically, upon the revelation of their identities, Chen Wen should have fled. To exaggerate, even the forces of destiny would bow down before their three powers. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion evident. Moments later, Chen Wen's laughter ceased, replaced by an icy demeanor. You need not summon anyone. I shall come myself. He produced a communication talisman, declaring, brother, sister, someone threatens to destroy me and our family. What are your thoughts? Wait, Chen Wudi's terse response was followed by a disconnection. Brother? Sister? Lulan Shengxue's brow furrowed deeply, an unsettling premonition settling in her heart. Anyone bold enough to rally support at such a critical moment was either foolish or possessed absolute confidence. Clearly, Chen Wen belonged to the latter category. Gradually, the atmosphere grew tense. We shall take our leave. This Emperor's son has no intention of engaging with these misguided individuals. At that moment, Chu Tianlong finally spoke up. Internally, he was more anxious than anyone else. He sensed that the arrival of those two would inevitably expose his true identity. Lulan Shengxue turned sharply, fixing her gaze on Chu Tianlong. What are you afraid of? Afraid? Chu Tianlong forced a strained smile. Why would I fear such a trivial character? Lulan Shengxue scrutinized him for a long while before suggesting, as long as you stand firm, no one here can harm you today. Chu Tianlong's expression stiffened. Surely, upon learning the outcome, you would be the first to seek my demise. Chen Wen watched the unfolding scene with cold, piercing eyes, particularly regarding Lulan Shengxue, whose gaze grew increasingly frigid. At that moment, the atmosphere above began to convulse violently, with boundless thunder raging in the heavens. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged, forcefully tearing the sky asunder, shattering the very constraints of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 60. The Revelation of Chu Tianlong's Identity. Lulan Shengxue's shame and fury. What on earth is happening? In an instant, all gazes were directed upward. Before their eyes lay the violent and shocking spectacle of the sky being torn asunder. They had never witnessed such a scene. Under the astonished stares of the crowd, two figures emerged from the depths of the rift in the heavens, one male and one female. The man was enveloped in magnificent lightning, bearing a radiant sun upon his back, appearing as a deity descended from the heavens, dazzling to the utmost degree. The woman donned fiery armor, wielding a long spear engulfed in flames. Her form and visage perfect in every way, resembling an unparalleled female warrior. At the moment of their appearance, the laws of the heavenly path began to crumble, and various beings let out low growls. The entire world was instantly engulfed in an oppressive silence, with only the sounds of space collapsing echoing around. Could it be that these two individuals are the elder brother and sister of young Master Yi? How terrifying! The crowd gazed at the two figures hovering above, radiating an unparalleled aura, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had encountered numerous prodigies before, but none possessed such an overwhelming presence. This must be the true demeanor of those from the upper realms. At that moment, Lulan Shengxue also recognized the newcomers. Her pupils constricted, and an unprecedented shock coursed through her. She was familiar with these two individuals. One was the infamous primordial tyrant, whose thunderous fists had pierced through all forbidden grounds of the ancient realms, forcing the younger generation to bow their heads. The other was the Red Prison Queen, the most beautiful woman of the ancient realms, who, upon reaching maturity, led her forces to slay millions of foreign enemies, ensuring a century of peace in the domains beyond. If the primordial tyrant was invincible against external foes, then the Red Prison Queen was an absolute sovereign, revered by countless armies across the realms. However, this was not the most critical piece of information. What truly mattered was that both were descendants of the Chen clan. Remembering Chen Wen's earlier transmission, Lulan Shengshue's expression shifted dramatically, her unease intensifying. At this juncture, Chen Hongyan spoke up. Little brother, who claimed they would annihilate my Chen clan. Little brother? So he's indeed the one who summoned them. The crowd turned in unison to look at Chen Wen. But wait, wasn't he surnamed Yi? How then was he connected to the Chen clan? Confusion washed over the crowd, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. Chen Wen smiled languidly. It's her. He gestured towards Lulan Shengxue. Chen Hongyan abruptly turned her head, her icy gaze landing on Lulan Shengxue. How audacious! An invisible killing intent surged forth, causing the space around to fracture as turbulent energies clashed violently. Lulan Shengshue's complexion changed dramatically. In that moment, she sensed imminent death. Boom! Just as the attack neared, Lulan Wanwan intervened, striking out with her palm to barely deflect the onslaught. Spitting blood after dissipating the force, Lulan Wanwan was visibly shaken. Wanwan, are you alright? Lulan Shengxue exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support her. Lulan Wanwan shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Hongyan. How terrifying! That singular thought consumed her. Even as a veteran powerhouse, she had heard the name Chen Hongyan more than once, but never fathomed that this junior could possess such strength. The reputation of the Red Prison Queen was truly well-deserved. You may die now, Chen Hongyan coldly declared, drawing the red lotus punishing spear. The heavens trembled, reverberating with a thunderous roar. In an instant, flames roared forth, incinerating the very essence of the realm into ashes, warping the fabric of space itself. Miss, step back quickly, Lulan Wanwan shouted in alarm, her face painted with fear. This time, Lulan Shengxue did not retreat. Instead, she positioned herself protectively in front of Lulan Wanwan. Mianjia. It's me, Little Snow, the girl you once took to hunt spirit beasts. Little Snow? The realization dawned on Chen Hongyan, her movements pausing as recognition flickered across her face. Yes, that's me. Lulan Shengxue sighed with relief. Annihilate my Chen clan? Such audacity. Chen Hongyan's voice turned icy. Lulan Shengshue's eyes glinted as she hastily replied. Mianjia, there must be a misunderstanding. I spoke those words to protect Chen Wen. Protect Little One? Huh. Chen Hongyan's laughter was cold. Little One, pray tell. How did he protect you? Chen Wen languidly interjected by declaring he would kill me. That's how. What do you have to say now? Chen Hongyan turned sharply to Lulan Shengxue. The truth struck her like a thunderbolt. Though she had suspected something earlier, the confirmation from their interaction shattered her mind. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Mianjia, you must be mistaken. He is surnamed Yi. He is indeed Chen Wen. She pointed accusingly at Chu Tianlong, who lay like a dead dog. This accusation drew everyone's attention, as it echoed their own confusion. The situation had spiraled beyond comprehension. Mistaken? Huh. Chen Hongyan laughed heartily, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. Her laughter soon faded. Do not compare me to someone like you. You may mistake your fiancé, but I shall never mistake my brother. Boom. Mistaken fiancé? Lulan Shengxue suffered another blow, her complexion paling. Who are you? She suddenly shouted at Chu Tianlong, her composure slipping for the first time. I. Chu Tianlong opened his mouth, but ultimately found himself speechless. Chen Hongyan glanced at Lulan Shengxue, her cold laughter resuming. Allow me to enlighten you. His name is Chu Tianlong, a vile creature who, 6 years ago, conspired with foreign enemies to forcibly extract my brother's imperial bone. Furthermore, he impersonated my brother, the imperial prince, to usurp power. With these words, the crowd was thrown into chaos. The implications were explosive. Lulan Shengxue felt her mind reel. Her thoughts a chaotic mess. The one who had been close to her was a fraud? The one she had protected was an imposter? The one she held dear was a counterfeit? In the end, she had sheltered a falsehood to confront her own fiancé? What had she done? Realizing this, Lulan Shengshue's face drained of color, her indignation boiling. Lulan Luer's youthful visage also paled, as she grappled with the revelation that the person she had cherished was nothing but a sham. We have supported a fraud? They had unwittingly shielded a counterfeit to eliminate the true Imperial Prince. What madness was this? Mu Chongtian, Fu Xiao, and others stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and unbridled rage. They had been significant figures in their respective domains, yet they had been so thoroughly deceived by this impostor. At this moment, they felt an overwhelming desire to tear Chu Tianlong apart, their fury unquenchable. Meanwhile, the members of the Holy Land were equally dumbfounded, their minds buzzing. They had never conceived that Chu Tianlong could be a fraud, let alone commit such heinous acts. Merely extracting someone's imperial bone was not enough. He had audaciously posed as someone else to swindle and deceive. Had the true owner not arrived, would the deception have become reality? Such a vile creature deserved a fate worse than death. Furthermore, no one had anticipated that young Master Yi was, in truth, the real Chen Wen, the genuine Imperial Prince. Now, they finally comprehend why Chen Wen exudes such confidence and dares to provoke Chu Tianlong. With such a stature, who would dare to fear? As for Chen Wen's intense opposition towards Chu Tianlong, they can understand it now. If they were in his position, they would undoubtedly take similar actions, perhaps even more extreme. You are courting death. Lulan Xingxue suddenly lifted her head and, with a swift motion, struck her palm towards Chu Tianlong. In that moment, a chilling intent to kill emanated from Lulan Xingxue as boundless fury surged within her. Chapter 61. Enraged by humiliation, how do you wish to die? Chu Tianlong, of course, would not submit easily. He countered with a palm strike of his own. Bang! The collision of their hands unleashed a tremendous force, causing the ground to fracture beneath them. Lulan Xingxue trembled, her murderous intent unwavering, as she charged once more towards Chu Tianlong. In her eyes, killing him was the only way to cleanse the deep humiliation she felt. Who was Lulan Xingxue? Born of an ancient hidden nation, with a lineage that spanned millions of years. Since her emergence, she had relied on her intellect, and nothing escaped her keen observation. Yet now, she found herself ensnared by a counterfeit. Thus, Chu Tianlong's death was imperative. As for their feelings, damn those feelings. In contrast, Chu Tianlong, having just battled Chen Wen, was already struggling to maintain his strength. After exchanging blows with Lulan Xingxue, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood, appearing utterly wretched. Faced with her renewed assault, terror etched across his face as he sensed the chilling intent to kill. He lacked the strength to fully defend against her next strike. No. As the lethal attack drew closer, fear finally gripped him, and his pupils trembled uncontrollably. Bang! Just when Chu Tianlong believed his demise was imminent, Chen Hongmian intervened. A fiery lance descended from above, cleaving the very fabric of the sky. A colossal fire dragon surged into the ground, carving a massive chasm and barricading Lulan Xingxue on the opposite side. Why? Lulan Xingxue stared incredulously at Chen Hongmian, clearly baffled by his decision to save Chu Tianlong. Chen Hongmian coldly declared, "It is not your place to kill him. Step aside." Lulan Xingxue's complexion shifted, overwhelmed by a tide of humiliation and rage. "Step aside." Chen Hongmian's voice sliced through the air, laden with murderous intent. "Miss, perhaps we should retreat for now and await our reinforcements," Lulan Wanwan hastily suggested. Lulan Xingxue's expression fluctuated, but she ultimately ceased her assault, knowing that further entanglement would lead to her own demise at Chen Hongmian's hands. After fixing a fierce glare on Chu Tianlong, she withdrew to the sidelines. "Haha, how ludicrous." Suddenly, Chu Tianlong erupted into maniacal laughter, drawing the attention of all present. Struggling to his feet, he shouted, "You wretched woman! Now you play the innocent? Truly disgusting. Tell me, did I not ask you what you would do if I were not Chen Wen? Did you not say that regardless of my identity, it is me you love, not this facade? Now that you know I am an impostor, you turn to kill me, attempting to absolve yourself of responsibility. I must say, your performance is commendable. You may deceive the world, but you cannot deceive me." As he laughed maniacally, a fresh spurt of blood erupted from Chu Tianlong, adding to his ghastly appearance. "You are speaking nonsense." Lulan Xingxue's face flushed with anger, her body trembling. "Nonsense? Then allow me to crush you further. You have long suspected the truth of my identity. Did you truly think I was oblivious during our interactions? You refrained from probing deeper, hoping to maximize your own benefits by pretending nothing was amiss. Even if my true identity is revealed in the future, you can still attack or retreat, just as you do now. Tell me, have I spoken falsely? Have I slandered you? Have I? Chu Tianlong's voice crescendoed into a furious roar, his demeanor wild yet liberating. You. Lulan Shengxue quivered with rage, her face a deep crimson. Yet ultimately, she found herself at a loss for words. This. The crowd was left speechless, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Thus, it became ambiguous whether Lulan Shengxue's actions stemmed from genuine emotion or merely a fade to evade accountability. Ha! Wretched woman, what pretense of innocence can you muster now? As the onlookers reacted, Chu Tianlong's mania intensified, as if validating his own existence. Xiaowen, how shall we proceed? Chen Hongyan shot a cold glance at Lulan Shengxue before addressing Chen Wen. Chen Wen nodded, stepping forward. When passing by Lulan Shengxue, he did not spare her a glance, treating her as if she were air. Lulan Shengxue's expression shifted once more, lost in her thoughts. As Chen Wen drew closer, Chu Tianlong's earlier bravado faded, and he hastily retreated. The crowd, curious, focused on the unfolding scene, eager to see how Chen Wen would handle Chu Tianlong. Under Chen Wen's oppressive aura, Chu Tianlong could no longer maintain his composure and fell to his knees. At this moment, he was utterly powerless. I am sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me. Esteemed one, Chu Tianlong pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly. His former arrogance vanished. In the face of death, he cast aside all dignity. Witnessing the scene, the crowd felt a profound sense of discomfort, as if they had swallowed something revolting. The person they revered was revealed to be such a character. Especially for Mu Zhongtian and others, they felt an overwhelming sense of regret. They wished they could tear Chu Tianlong apart, right there, cursing their own foolishness for being deceived by such a person. Wrong? Spare you? Chen Wen chuckled coldly. What audacity you have. With that, he brought his foot down upon Chu Tianlong's head, pressing him into the ground. Yet he controlled his strength, ensuring that he did not crush Chu Tianlong to death. After lifting his foot, Chen Wen seized him, raising him effortlessly into the air. In an instant, Chu Tianlong's battered and breathless form was exposed to all. At this moment, Chen Wen made his move again, thrusting his hand into Chu Tianlong's chest. With a violent tug, blood sprayed forth, echoing with Chu Tianlong's anguished screams. Chen Wen extracted a palm-sized, radiant bone, pulsing with imperial essence. Within the reflections of this imperial essence, ethereal figures of emperors materialized, ancient laws pulsating in a mesmerizing dance. So this is the imperial bone? Truly terrifying. It is no wonder Chu Tianlong harbored ulterior motives. It is also evident how he achieved such heights in such a short time. The crowd gasped as they beheld the imperial bone in Chen Wen's grasp, their breaths quickening. The imperial bone has been returned to you. Will you spare me? Chu Tianlong gasped, pleading. Return to you? Chen Wen replied coldly. You are mistaken. I retrieved it myself. There is no question of return. Yes, it was you who retrieved it. Chu Tianlong nodded fervently. With it, you shall soar to greatness, dominating the younger generation and achieving unparalleled strength. Chen Wen's cold smile deepened. I, Chen Wen, possess a bad habit. I never share what belongs to me. If it has aided in wrongdoing, then regardless of its extraordinary nature, it becomes worthless in my eyes. Upon hearing this, Lulan Shengxue's complexion paled slightly. The crowd turned their gazes toward her, understanding the double entendre in Chen Wen's words, clear to anyone not foolish. As he spoke, Chen Wen's power surged, and with a sudden grip, the imperial bone began to shatter. Endless laws erupted in chaos, yet they could not counter the chaotic power, fracturing gradually. At the very end, with a resounding crack, the imperial bone was crushed, scattering golden light in every direction, while the imperial breath roared uncontrollably. How could you? The crowd was left in utter shock, unable to fathom Chen Wen's mercilessness, devoid of any hesitation. That was the imperial bone, a possession that guaranteed one's ascension to becoming a great emperor. Such audacity, such resolve, rendered him invincible. In an instant, Chen Wen once again shattered their worldview. Lulan Shengxue gazed at Chen Wen, her eyes fixated on that formidable figure, standing tall enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Undoubtedly, Chen Wen had once again overturned her understanding. Were she in his position, she could never have done the same. Just as the crowd had surmised. That was indeed the Imperial Bone, a treasure destined to produce a great emperor. Chu Tianlong was equally taken aback. He regarded the Imperial Bone as a precious gem, whereas Chen Wen treated it as mere refuse, effortlessly shattering it. What, then, could be said of all his previous efforts? Answer me one question, and I may grant you a swift demise, Chen Wen said languidly. Still death? I cannot accept such a fate. Chu Tianlong shook his head, declaring, Unless you promise to spare my life, I shall not utter a word. I admire your tenacity, Chen Wen remarked, carelessly tossing Chu Tianlong to the ground. He first crushed Chu Tianlong's spiritual orifice underfoot, then methodically ground his bones and flesh to pulp. A piercing scream erupted from Chu Tianlong, echoing through the venue and sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. How ruthless, was the singular thought shared by the crowd. Chu Tianlong could hardly endure, soon crying out, Stop! Stop! I shall answer. You have no chance left, Chen Wen retorted, ignoring Chu Tianlong's agonized cries and continuing his relentless assault. Chu Tianlong lost consciousness from the pain countless times, only to be jolted awake repeatedly. The ground quickly became stained with crimson, the flesh mingling with the mud, rendering it impossible to distinguish what was what. Only when Chu Tianlong was left gasping for breath did Chen Wen relinquish him to Chen Wudi. Brother, I entrust him to you. Understood, Chen Wudi replied, taking hold of Chu Tianlong and preparing to extract his soul. The most direct and effective method was undoubtedly soul extraction. The onlookers instinctively swallowed hard, witnessing the unfolding scene. Now it is your turn, Chen Wen said, slowly raising his gaze towards Mu Chongtian and the others. Their faces paled drastically, and they fell to their knees, pleading, We were deceived by Chu Tianlong due to our ignorance, and thus committed such a heinous act. We implore the young emperor to spare us. At that moment, genuine regret washed over them. There is no place for ignorance here, Chen Wen coldly scoffed, then ordered, Kill them all. No. Mu Chongtian and the others attempted to plead for mercy, but they were swiftly intimidated by the approaching figures, their desperate cries echoing in vain. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere turned ominous, filled with continuous wails of despair. As figures fell one after another, blood splattered like rain, quickly staining the ground a deep red. The scene was gruesomely bloody. This massacre continued for over 100 breaths, eradicating all representatives from dozens of factions. The inhabitants of the sacred land dared not utter a sound, trembling in fear as they watched. Chen Wen slowly redirected his gaze, locking onto Lulan Xingxue, and demanded, Speak. How do you wish to die? What? The crowd stared at Chen Wen in disbelief. They had not anticipated his seriousness. For when Lulan Xingxue had shielded Chu Tianlong, Chen Wen had declared that anyone aiding him would become his enemy and must perish. Chapter 62. The arrival of the ancient kingdom's sovereign Lulan Xingxue was struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Chen Wen intended to kill her? Was it merely for her defending Chu Tianlong? Was it solely due to his words? Was it all stemming from this misunderstanding? Lulan Wanwan cast a glance at Chen Wen and spoke. Your Majesty, may I be permitted to express a thought? Chen Wen's expression remained frigid, his murderous intent unwavering. Lulan Wanwan inhaled deeply, asserting that the current predicament arose from a genuine misunderstanding. The young lady had been deceived by Chu Tianlong, leading her to this fateful decision. Thus, she too is a victim. Therefore, your treatment of her is profoundly unjust. Chen Wen scoffed coldly, deceived? How utterly ridiculous. Should you not inquire of your lady whether she was truly ignorant and misled, or if she was fully aware from the outset? You might also wish to question her if the situation has escalated due to her indirect actions. Lulan Wanwan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Let us set aside this discussion. Whom she chooses to favor and how she wishes to act is of no concern to me. My rationale for her demise is straightforward. I must eliminate anyone who harbors intentions to kill me repeatedly. Do not attempt to assert that her animosity towards me is solely because of Chu Tianlong. Consider this. If I had not contacted my family and merely offended Chu Tianlong, would her desire to slay me not render me an innocent victim? Would my death not be in vain? Thus, from my perspective, is there any wrongdoing in killing her? By the conclusion of his words, Chen Wen's voice had turned as cold as steel. Lu Lan Wanwan's complexion paled, leaving her utterly speechless. The entire debacle had indeed originated from Chu Tianlong's impersonation. However, had it not been for her lady's willing entrapment, Chu Tianlong would not have exploited the situation. Even as a protector, she could discern this truth. The ultimate reason her lady had gone to such lengths for Chu Tianlong stemmed from their delicate relationship, notwithstanding the influence of two formidable factions. Otherwise, with her lady's disposition, she could have effortlessly used Chen Wen to eliminate Chu Tianlong. Had she succeeded, the engagement would have been rendered null and void. Regarding the veracity of Chu Tianlong's claims, she could not assert with certainty. As for whether her lady had willfully turned a blind eye to Chu Tianlong's masquerade, she remained hesitant to draw conclusions, for her lady's motives often eluded her comprehension. Thus, attributing everything to mere misunderstanding was indeed an unfair assessment. Lu Lan Shengshua's countenance had turned ashen. Chen Wen's words struck deep within her. Although no transgressions had taken place between her and Chu Tianlong, she undeniably leaned toward him and entertained thoughts of complicity. All her actions today were premeditated justifications. The murderous intent she bore toward Chen Wen was equally genuine. Initially, she had underestimated Chen Wen and sought to discern his true intentions, along with the forces backing him. However, as Chen Wen's power gradually slipped beyond her control, the opportunity to act was lost. Throughout this ordeal, she had miscalculated on two fronts. First, she had not anticipated that Chu Tianlong would see through everything and choose to expose her at this precarious moment. Second, she had failed to foresee that Chen Wen was the principal figure involved. It was this oversight that led to the current predicament. Yet even now, she did not believe her actions were wrong. In this world, no one owed anything to anyone. Each person would naturally seek to maximize their own benefits while evading harm. Step aside, or you shall perish. Chen Wen suddenly raised his sword, pointing it at Lu Lan Wanwan, the air thick with lethal intent. Lu Lan Wanwan gazed at Chen Wen, then glanced at Chen Hongyan in the distance, instinctively swallowing hard. The situation had indeed reached a deadlock. One she could not resolve alone. Wan Jia, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Lu Lan Xingxue stepped forward, her composure restored, her wisdom and serenity returning. My lady you, Lu Lan Wanwan began, only to be silenced by Lu Lan Xingxue withdraw. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Lan Wanwan stepped aside. Lu Lan Xingxue faced Chen Wen, taking a deep breath. It is true that I was drawn to Chu Tianlong, and it is equally true that I harbored murderous intent toward you because of him. However, throughout this ordeal, I have merely followed my heart's inclinations, and I harbor no regrets for my actions. If you believe I have caused you harm, I can only apologize and say that you arrived too late. If you wish to take my life today, I shall not submit without a fight. Come, let me witness the extent of your power. With that, Lu Lan Xingxue assumed a stance. Then allow me to show you. Chen Wen's imperial sword trembled, releasing a terrifying wave of sword energy that saturated the atmosphere with a chilling aura. At this juncture, Lu Lan Xingxue's aura sharpened, and a surge of silver power erupted, materializing into a colossal imperial phoenix. Who will prevail? An involuntary hush fell over the crowd, their breaths held. Just as the two were about to engage, an unseen force pierced the void, descending between them and intercepting their impending clash. Simultaneously, this force confined the entire realm, compressing the space to an extent that one felt an overwhelming urge to faint. Who is it? All eyes instinctively turned toward the heavens. They beheld a distorted space, a bottomless rift violently quaking as if on the verge of shattering. It was indeed a terrifying sight. The crowd swallowed hard, their eyes wide with trepidation. Chen Wen's brow furrowed deeply. Within this force, he sensed absolute suppression. In contrast, Lu Lan Xingxue bowed her head slightly, akin to a contrite child. She recognized the visitor immediately, though she had not anticipated that the person she respected most would arrive. Xiaowen, it has been over a decade since we last met. Seeing you grown brings great joy to your great-aunt. An elderly female voice resonated. Great-aunt? Chen Wen's heart stirred. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Hongyan had approached his side. She was the ancient sovereign of the Lu Lan kingdom and Lu Lan Xingxue's grandmother. However, she shared a sisterly bond with Chen Wen's grandmother, their friendship profound. It was said that he owed her a debt of gratitude, During the incident where he was besieged by the forces of destiny, she had come to his aid. Later, it was also she who facilitated the engagement between him and Lulan Xingxue. Her willingness to traverse dimensions to intercede suggested she was here to plead for mercy. You may handle this as you see fit. Whatever decision you make, we shall support you. Understood. Chen Wen nodded, then withdrew his internal power, bowing toward the sky. Xiao Wen pays his respects to Great Aunt. Indeed, in terms of appearance, temperament, and talent, you are more than adequate for my rather unaccomplished granddaughter. We must arrange a time for me to have a thorough conversation with my older sister and express my gratitude for presenting me with such an exceptional grandson-in-law. With that, Ji Qingying chuckled lightly. Lulan Xingxue silently lowered her head, refraining from dissent. To her, the situation had escalated beyond her control. Indeed, from the very beginning, she held a profound admiration for Chen Wen. Particularly after the recent events, her fondness for him only intensified. This sentiment served as the primary rationale for her tacit approval. Observe, this exemplifies the art of conversation. Without explicitly mentioning the act of rescue, a single phrase encapsulated the situation. Ji Qingying insinuated that the fault lay with Lulan Xingxue. Yet, in light of her standing, she chose to overlook the matter. As for the engagement, it would proceed as usual. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at Ji Qingying's adeptness in handling affairs. However, upon reflection, one might conclude that Chen Wen emerged unscathed. The force backing Lulan Xingxue ultimately belonged to a reclusive ancient nation, steeped in millions of years of heritage. In terms of both depth and individual prowess, it rivaled the Destiny Imperial Clan. Should Chen Wen and Lulan Xingxue unite, it would indeed be a formidable alliance. In such a scenario, Chen Wen would find himself traversing the myriad realms with impunity. Moreover, Lulan Xingxue herself was a paragon of wisdom, beauty, and talent, a true gem among mortals. Few could surpass her in the world. Thus, anyone of sound mind would recognize the optimal choice. Just as the situation seemed to reach a conclusion, Chen Wen bowed once more to Ji Qingying, expressing his gratitude for her praise and kindness towards him. However, while this matter may be settled in your eyes, it shall never be resolved in mine. With that, he advanced deliberately towards Lulan Xingxue, each step causing the temperature around him to drop further. Upon nearing her by a mere yard, an icy stillness enveloped the air, a chilling aura akin to a tempest howling around them. Suddenly, Chen Wen produced a marriage contract, raising it defiantly towards Lulan Xingxue. For the sake of my aunt and Appos, as honor, I may spare your life. Yet from this day forth, you shall no longer be my fiancé. Our ties are severed. With that declaration, Chen Wen sliced his finger with a sword, inscribing a bold character of divorce upon the contract. The crimson letters were glaring and stark. Witnessing this scene, Lulan Xingxue's pupils trembled in shock. Blood ceased, and the finger stilled. Chen Wen then forcefully thrust the marriage contract before Lulan Xingxue. You, Lulan Xingxue, are hereby divorced. Chapter 63. So what? I, Chen Wen, will personally erase the threads of fate. You, Lulan Xingxue, have been cast aside. In an instant, the only sound echoing through the hall was Chen Wen's resolute voice. My goodness, what a true man. The crowd stared at Chen Wen, their hearts ignited with an indescribable fervor. To dismiss his wife in front of the ancient ruler of the Lulan kingdom was nothing short of audacious. Faced with the temptations of a hidden ancient power, he simply rejected it. Who else in this world could do such a thing? At that moment, every gaze turned toward Chen when transformed. For reasons unknown, his silhouette appeared taller and more imposing than ever. It was as if, in that instant, his spine could support the heavens themselves. Even Jiang Qingren, who previously harbored some misunderstandings about him, now regarded Chen Wen with newfound admiration. This is what it means to be a true man. In stark contrast, Lulan Xingxue wore an expression of disbelief, her beautiful eyes vacant as they gazed at the marriage contract lying at her feet. To be cast aside was a deeper wound than death itself. Moreover, this humiliation unfolded not only before the entire sacred ground, but also in the presence of her most cherished grandmother. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame and fury. After a long pause, Lulan Xingxue regained her composure, slowly lifting her gaze, her eyes as cold as frost. You have gone too far. And what of it? What does it matter? Chen Wen replied with a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional disturbance. Lulan Xingxue fixed her stare on him, and after a while, she suddenly let out a cold laugh. Just for this, I will ensure that you do not get your wish. From the day we forged our marriage pact, this matter has never been solely up to you and me. You despise me, do you not? Very well. I shall make you feel repulsed for a lifetime. As she spoke, an eerie aura enveloped Lulan Xingxue, giving her the appearance of a bewitching beauty. Chen Wen's brow furrowed sharply. It was evident to anyone with sense that her words carried hidden implications. Was their engagement truly so simple? Just then, Ji Qing interjected. Little one, I did not expect your character to be so resolute. If you could take a step back for the sake of your aunt, I would be quite pleased. However, the fact that little Shui is your fiancée is not merely an agreement between our elders, but a matter of destiny. From the day of her birth, her threads of fate were etched upon the eternal dragon and phoenix stone of the ancient kingdom. You are, in fact, her destined partner, as indicated by the eternal mountain. The moment you forged your marriage pact, your threads of fate became inscribed upon eternity. Thus, your affair cannot be resolved by a mere marriage contract. Ji Qingying then shifted her tone. If you truly mind, I can personally bring little Shui to apologize to you and your family. Lulan Shengxue bit her lip. Her fists clenched beneath her sleeves until they turned white. She viewed her grandmother's every concession as a humiliation, one not just to her, but to her grandmother as well. Wasn't it merely a misunderstanding? Why cling to it so stubbornly? Couldn't a man be a bit magnanimous? Indeed, she harbored feelings for Chu Tianlong and had even confronted him in defense of those feelings. Yet, she had never crossed any lines. Now that both she and her grandmother had bowed their heads, what more did they want from her? Chen Wen did not respond immediately, but turned to Chen Hongyan, asking, Sister, is there no way to resolve this? With a deep breath, Chen Hongyan replied, There is one way, to journey to the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain and personally erase your threads of fate. Outside of that, there is no other method. Understood. Chen Wen nodded, then bowed again to the void, expressing his enduring gratitude for his aunt's past assistance. However, as one lives in this world, there are certain matters that one cannot tolerate. Therefore, I must apologize, aunt, but I cannot yield. With that, Chen Wen performed a deep bow. After completing this, his demeanor shifted. No longer was he humble. In the near future, I will ascend the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain and personally erase my threads of fate. I kindly ask my aunt not to obstruct me, lest I must act disrespectfully. You are being overly presumptuous, Lulan Shengxue shouted, her eyes ablaze with fury, her cold demeanor radiating menace. Chen Wen slowly turned to face her, his voice icy as he declared, You think you have the upper hand, do you? Lulan Shengxue's rage surged, her breath quickening with indignation. Enough! Ji Qingying's cold voice rang out, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing an overwhelming force to descend. Lulan Xingxue trembled, reluctantly retracting her power. Chen Wen shot her a cold glance, but refrained from retaliating. He could afford to show no mercy to Lulan Xingxue, but he had to respect Ji Qingying. Little one, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Ji Qingying's tone shifted throughout history. No one has ever succeeded in erasing their threads of fate on the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain. Those who have harbored such thoughts have all met their demise there. You have a promising future ahead. Is it truly worth it for a fleeting moment of anger? If you retract your statement now, I shall pretend I have not heard it. Chen Wen could sense the subtle shift in Ji Qingying and Appo's tone, hinting at a threat. Yet, having faced death once before, he was unafraid of such intimidation. With that in mind, he raised his head defiantly and declared, So what? If I, Chen Wen, meet my end on the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain, I shall accept it. How bold! The crowd collectively gasped, swallowing hard. Faced with Ji Qingying's threat and the perils of the eternal dragon and phoenix mountain, he remained unwavering. It was clear that Chen Wen embodied the aspirations of all present. Very well. I shall await your arrival in the ancient kingdom. Ji Qingying's voice grew increasingly frigid as she ceased to address him as aunt. Within half a year, I shall go to the Lulan kingdom. Chen Wen retorted firmly, disregarding Ji Qingying's threat. In his view, if reasoning was required, he could engage in that as well. If it came to brute force, then he would prove to be even tougher. Incredible. The crowd could scarcely find words to express their emotions. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, countless spaces fracturing around them. Fragments of space fell like rain. Ancient beings caught in the tumult were reduced to mere blood mist. This tremor persisted for 10 breaths, nearly collapsing the very fabric of existence. Everyone fell to their knees, aghast at the spectacle. Return immediately. Ji Qingying uttered a final command before vanishing. Clearly, she was genuinely enraged. No one had ever dared to treat her with such disrespect, especially not a mere child. Lulan Xingxue fixed her gaze on Chen Wen, stating, "I will await you in the Lulan kingdom, eager to see how you will erase it. In the humiliation of today, I, Lulan Xingxue, shall remember." Chapter 64. The Chaotic Killing Catastrophe. Acquisition of the Golden Destiny Treasure Chest. Remember this. What can you do to me? Chen Wen spoke coldly. Lulan Xingxue's gaze sharpened instantly, her eyes turning increasingly frigid as they bore into Chen Wen. After a brief moment, she suppressed her turbulent emotions and replied icily, "In 6 months, I, Lulan Xingxue, will make you swallow those words." With that, she did not linger, departing with Lulan Wanwan and others. Chen Wen merely chuckled coldly, regarding Lulan Xingxue's fierce words with utter disdain. To him, it was only a matter of time before he set foot in the ancient kingdom of Lulan. By then, no one would be able to obstruct him from severing the ties of fate. As for Lulan Xingxue's defiance, he welcomed it. He truly did not mind ending another life. Once Lulan Xingxue and her companions vanished, Chen Wudi finally approached Chen Wen, dragging along the barely conscious Chu Tianlong. Chen Wen collected his thoughts and inquired, "So what have you discovered?" In his memory, he had only glimpsed a shadow, with no other findings. Chen Wudi shook his head. "Nothing? It seems those individuals are quite cautious." Chen Wen's expression gradually turned icy. "To seek their existence for me? Don't even dream about it." As he spoke, Chu Tianlong released a faint, bitter laugh. "Those people will cling to you like maggots, leaving you with no peace. Just wait. It won't be long before both you and everyone related to you will perish." Ha! Cough. In his manic laughter, Chu Tianlong aggravated his wounds, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, which rendered him even more listless. Chen Wudi cast a cold glance at Chu Tianlong, then tossed him to the ground, saying, "You handle it." Chen Wen did not spare Chu Tianlong a glance, raising his foot and declaring, "Whether I will die remains uncertain, but you certainly will." With that, he stamped down. As death approached, Chu Tianlong was still seized by terror, struggling desperately. Yet Chen Wen offered him no further chance, crushing his body into a mist of blood. In the next moment, a spatial ring flew forth. Chen Wen caught it with one hand and then tossed it into the spatial ring. Refinement complete. Congratulations, you have obtained a bottle of Golden Destiny Nirvana liquid. Congratulations, you have successfully refined the Golden Destiny, achieving a new accomplishment and received a Golden Destiny treasure chest. Congratulations, you have successfully slain 10 children of destiny, achieving a new accomplishment and obtained the supreme divine ability, Chaotic Killing Catastrophe. This ability can be upgraded. Note, this divine ability can transform the chaotic sequence power within into a killing catastrophe form, with a maximum of 99 transformations. Each transformation's power can increase exponentially. When cultivated to perfection, it can wield the forces of heaven and earth to slay all beings, defy reincarnation, and pierce through the ancient. Wow, splendid. As Chen Wen confirmed the details of the chaotic killing catastrophe, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Undoubtedly, this was a force far more formidable than the chaotic overlord's hand. Congratulations, you have successfully refined the rebirth of all ages, triggering a hidden reward, and obtained a card for the ultimate induction technique of all ages. Note, this secret technique can leverage the life force of an individual to trace back to all ages and explore the ultimate future, rendering all associated persons or objects unable to escape. Note, this experiential secret technique can be used directly without the need for cultivation. There's a reward for refining individuals with hidden identities? Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback. Most importantly, this ultimate induction could audaciously trace a person's past and future. Regrettably, it was merely an experiential card, capable of locking onto only one individual, and it had a time limit. Contemplating this, Chen Wen felt a tinge of regret. Meanwhile, in a concealed space of the Chen clan in the upper realm, a seemingly refined and frail, middle-aged man glanced at the individuals below and inquired, "Is everything arranged?" It has been properly arranged. They must have already uncovered clues by now. A figure in black hurriedly responded. Are you certain no flaws were left behind? The man's brow furrowed slightly. The figure in black nodded, affirming there are absolutely no issues. Everything is being carried out precisely as per your guidance. Very well. You may go. The middle-aged man nodded. The subordinate takes his leave. The figure in black acknowledged and then vanished from sight. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered incessantly. He had not anticipated the situation would evolve in such a manner, and it was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chen Wen, you have indeed surprised me, he mused. To be honest, I truly wish to meet you. As he spoke, a strange smile graced his pale face. At that moment, a message talisman in Chen Wudi's hand vibrated. Return. We have unearthed the force behind it. Chen Dao's voice resonated. Unearthed? Chen Wen trembled at the news. Chen Wudi grew serious. Who? How do they find out? The second faction's Chen Biyuan. Chu Tianlong is his illegitimate son. This was uncovered through a decade's worth of clan members' correspondence records. Chen Dao replied coldly. Was there any discovery from probing his memories? Chen Wudi pondered before speaking. He destroyed all related memories, but the evidence is irrefutable. He cannot escape responsibility. Chen Dao confirmed. I will return immediately. I saw that shadow in Chu Tianlong's memories. Chen Wudi promptly made his decision. Bring Xiaowen back with you. Chen Dao instructed. Understood. Chen Wudi readily agreed. After severing the connection, Chen Wudi turned to Chen Wen. What do you think? It went too smoothly. Yet there are no flaws to point out, Chen Wen reflected. Indeed, we shall return and wait for my confirmation. I suspect we might have a better grasp on things. Chen Wudi sighed. He harbored considerable doubts regarding the information provided by his father. However, on the other hand, since his father was so certain, it indicated that there were no loopholes in this matter. Therefore, any suspicion he had could only remain as such. With this thought, Chen Wudi collected his thoughts. Will you return with me? Or, I need to stay here for a few more days. I feel a breakthrough is imminent, Chen Wen replied. Shifting the conversation, I suspect that this return may not be as peaceful as anticipated. Only by honing my strength can I shatter all distractions. Chen Wudi regarded Chen Wen deeply. Very well. If you require a few more days, so be it. Xiao Mian, you wait for Xiaowen. I will return first to assess the situation. Rest assured, no one will harm Xiaowen while I am here, Chen Homian replied. All right. Chen Wudi nodded and took a step forward. Under the watchful eyes of all, he reached out with bare hands, tearing the sky once more and vanishing into the void. This is invincible. The crowd inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with astonishment. Sister, you will handle the aftermath here. I will enter seclusion for a few days. Chen Wen suddenly declared. Yes, go ahead and be at ease, Chen Homian nodded. Ji Yue, perceptive as ever, swiftly approached from a distance. Young master, given the current state, perhaps we should retreat to the Holy Master Peak for seclusion. It is a focal point of spiritual energy where all essence converges, ensuring a steady supply. Very well. Chen Wen did not hesitate, agreeing immediately. Please, this way. Ji Yue promptly led the way. Chen Wen said nothing more, following closely behind. As they watched Chen Wen depart with Ji Yue, the crowd felt as if they were in another world. To put it bluntly, who could have ever anticipated such a conclusion? Most importantly, everything Chen Wen exhibited could only be described with one phrase. It shattered all conventions. They have truly witnessed what constitutes a monster and what embodies dominance. Jiang Taichu glanced at the somewhat dazed Jiang Qingran and spoke languidly. Now you understand the extent of your ignorance, do you not? Yet it is all too late. A man of his caliber, once he returns to the imperial lineage, can have any woman he desires. It would be wise to temper your disposition henceforth. Otherwise, you shall inevitably bring about your own demise. Jiang Qingran opened her mouth to retort, only to find herself utterly speechless. Chapter 65, The Ultimate Tracking Method to Unmask the Puppet Master. Meanwhile, Ji Yue led Chen Wen to the Sacred Lord Peak. Young master, this is my exclusive retreat. Please take a look and see if it suits you, Ji Yue said. Bowing slightly, Chen Wen surveyed the surroundings, noting the cultivation chamber before him, where spiritual energy swirled like mist, visible even to the naked eye. Additionally, the ground was inscribed with a formation, a familiar energy pulsating through it. What formation is this? Chen Wen inquired. Have you recognized it, young master? Ji Yue replied eagerly. This is the Earth Dragon Spirit Capturing Formation, designed to suppress the underground dragon vein. While I cultivate, I absorb the dragon vein's energy that seeps through to nourish my own spiritual power. Of course, if you wish, you may also absorb some of that power. Dragon vein energy, you say? A spark of interest flickered in Chen Wen's eyes. Upon seeing Chen Wen's expression, Ji Yue felt a twinge of unease, sensing that she might have invited trouble. All right, I am quite satisfied with this place, Chen Wen nodded. Ji Yue quickly composed herself. As long as the young master is satisfied, I shall not disturb your cultivation. Yes, you may go about your business, Chen Wen waved her off. Ji Yue nodded and exited the cultivation chamber, but instead of leaving, she took on the responsibility of guarding Chen Wen. After Chen Wen closed the stone door behind him, he found a spot rich in spiritual energy and settled down. In that moment, he resolved to employ the ultimate tracking method, feeling that everything had been too seamless, even failing to glean accurate information from Chu Tianlong's soul. Despite a decade's worth of inquiries, he had suddenly unearthed the puppet master behind it all. Such ease was indeed suspect. With that thought in mind, Chen Wen wasted no time and activated the ultimate tracking method on Chu Tianlong. Instantly, a mysterious aura flowed within him, and a torrent of information from Chu Tianlong surged into his mind. The experiences of Chu Tianlong's past lives unfolded before him like fleeting shadows. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Wen's vision caught sight of a dark figure. How this figure had gained Chu Tianlong's trust and assisted in extracting his imperial bone was laid bare before him. As the timeline stretched further, culminating in Chu Tianlong's demise at his hands, he still found little in the way of leads. Eventually, Chen Wen's expression grew grim. Within all of Chu Tianlong's memories, there was not a shred of useful information. Could it truly be that Chen Beiyuan was the one behind all this? The ultimate tracking method was not limited to glimpsing the target's past. It could also unveil everything related to him. Perhaps he should adopt a different approach, focusing on that dark figure. Anyone discussing the extraction of bones or Chu Tianlong would reveal something. However, this method of investigation was quite taxing on one's spiritual energy, and given his current capabilities, he might not endure for long. As Chen Wen found himself in an impasse, the gentle voice of Xian Hongxiao echoed in his mind. Indeed, why hadn't I considered this sooner? A spark of inspiration lit up Chen Wen's eyes as he pinpointed the dark figure and once again utilized the ultimate tracking method upon him. Instantly, a series of images flooded his vision, revealing a woman conversing with a middle-aged man about Chu Tianlong. These revelations solidified the fact that Chu Tianlong was indeed the illegitimate child of this middle-aged man. Buzz! Soon, Chen Wen felt his spiritual sea tremble violently, an intense pain coursing through his body, inducing a wave of nausea. Continue, he urged, unwilling to relent. In due time, the middle-aged man suddenly discussed the imperial bone with the woman. During this exchange, the name Chen Beiyuan surfaced. According to Chen Beiyuan, it was during a drunken conversation that Chen Baguang recounted an amusing tale about a switcheroo involving a cat. This anecdote had sparked Chen Beiyuan's nefarious thoughts. In Chen Baguang's words, Chu Tianlong, being an illegitimate child, would likely not gain prominence or recognition after entering the clan. If he were to return, assuming Chen Wen's identity, he would not only be the son of the clan leader, but could also act as an infiltrator for their faction. This was a twofold benefit. Upon realizing this, Chen Wen could no longer persevere. He gasped heavily, his eyes burning like crimson, sweat pouring from his brow. Chen Baguang? Chen Wen's gaze grew icy. He was now certain that this individual was the architect of all these schemes, casually discussing amusing tales over drinks, especially one about a switcheroo. If this was not a deliberate manipulation, then he would twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Yet, Chen Baguang was deeply concealed. Even this solitary clue could not condemn him, as a mere drunken slip could absolve him entirely, since the family could not bring him to justice. Chen Wen resolved to take matters into his own hands. Regardless of who you are, I shall not hesitate. With that thought, a murderous intent surged within Chen Wen. After some time, he managed to quell the bloodlust within him. His immediate focus was on cultivation. Only with strength could he accomplish all he desired. He turned his attention to the Golden Destiny treasure chest. Beep. Golden Destiny treasure chest unlocked. Congratulations, you have obtained a drop of Golden Chaos liquid. Note, This liquid is a primordial polymer of the chaos sequence that can maximally repair damage to chaos sequence entities. Upon consumption, you can utilize your absolute combat talent without limit for 1 minute, drastically enhancing your combat prowess. Wow, another splendid item. Chen Wen's eyes brightened once more. Compared to the chaos-killing calamity, which was a growth-type divine ability, this was a timely boon, maximizing benefits in a short span. Unfortunately, its duration was limited to merely 1 minute. Nonetheless, he was eager to discover the extent to which his power could be elevated when completely disregarding his injuries. With that thought, a brilliant light shone in Chen Wen's eyes. Soon, he regained his composure, shifting his focus back to the chaos-killing calamity. The ultimate aim of the chaos-killing calamity was to condense the power of the chaos sequence into a killing calamity, with the potential to reach 99 layers. After thoroughly understanding the cultivation method of the chaos-killing calamity, Chen Wen began his practice. He repeatedly formed seals, feeling the chaotic energy within him surge. Yet, as time passed, he found no sign of the killing calamity coalescing. The first attempt failed. The second attempt also failed. After countless trials, as Chen Wen formed seals once more, the chaotic energy gradually turned a deep crimson. He could see the energy in midair coalescing into a massive calamity cloud, with bloody lightning flashing and visions of death roaring. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the Sacred Lord Peak, annihilating the surrounding energy. What technique is this? The commotion drew everyone's attention, with whispers spreading. Is that coming from young Master Chen? As thoughts raced, everyone rushed towards Sacred Lord Peak. Chen Hongyan's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she darted towards the source of the killing calamity, while Ji Yue remained numbed by the events unfolding. Chapter 66, Continuous Breakthrough. The emergence of the darkened dragon spirit in the very moment the killing calamity manifested, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. It felt as though she were shrouded in a lethal aura, and she sensed that if the ominous clouds of tribulation were to descend upon her, she would not merely suffer injury, but face certain death. Yet, what level of cultivation did she possess? And what of Chen Wen? It could only be said that this creature had transcended all rational understanding. Soon, they arrived at the Sacred Master Peak. As they beheld the gathering storm of slaughter, a pall of disbelief fell over the crowd. Chen Hongyan's lips curled into a slight smile. It appeared that her younger brother had encountered quite an array of fortuitous events. Leaving aside other matters, the divine ability before them was indeed of the highest caliber. Unbeknownst to Chen Wen, the tumult wrought by the chaos-killing calamity was monumental. At this moment, he had successfully condensed the calamity and mastered its application. As he gazed at the ominous clouds above, the seals in his hands gradually dissipated. Only by mastering this divine ability could one truly comprehend its terrifying nature. It was an indiscriminate attack. Once unleashed, it would reduce the entire Sacred Master Peak to ashes. As the dark clouds began to disperse, Ji Yue finally exhaled a long breath, feeling the perspiration that had soaked her back. She had genuinely feared that Chen Wen would take action, for if he did, the Sacred Master Peak would indeed face obliteration. Next, it was time to consume the Nirvana liquid. She hoped it would yield a delightful surprise. A flicker of inspiration struck Chen Wen as a drop of golden, ethereal liquid hovered in his palm. This marked his first experience with such a high-grade Nirvana liquid. With determination, he inhaled deeply and swallowed the golden essence. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous force erupted within him, engulfing every cell as if a volcano had exploded. Yet, this power was not violent. Rather, it was gentle like a celestial rain, imparting a comforting and invigorating sensation. He sprang into action, swiftly channeling the chaos sequence body to draw in this colossal energy. Thud! 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 In that moment, the chaos sequence body pulsated like a war drum, resonating with an ancient and profound melody. It felt as though the very heavens and earth were quaking in unison, rhythmically reverberating. What is happening? At the moment the melody resonated, all but Chen Hongyan were rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground in sheer terror. It was as though an invisible pressure bore down upon them, rendering their struggles futile. Suddenly, the chaos sequence chi erupted from the endless void, transforming into 9-colored sequence shackles that spanned the entire horizon. As the energy reached its zenith, The second sequence shackle within Chen Wen finally began to loosen. Ancient and mysterious chaos sequence chi seeped forth, causing the world to tremble incessantly. The primal energy burst into sparks, radiating outward in concentric circles. Deep within the infinite expanse of the sky, countless strands of chaos chi swirled, summoning ancient phantoms. 9 colossal chaos dragons roared as they dragged a battlefield through the boundless void. This gulp. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the crowd could only tremble in shock, overwhelmed by an unending sense of dread. The scene was so exaggerated that it far surpassed their wildest imaginations. However, the second shackle, though loosened, remained unbroken. Seeing this, Chen Wen sighed in resignation. He had come to understand the truth of what Xian Hongxiao had said. While the first sequence shackle was relatively easy to break, the second was 1,000-fold more challenging. Nonetheless, he did not leave empty-handed, for the loosening of the second shackle unleashed a torrent of energy that surged back into him. In that instant, Chen Wen felt the barriers of his cultivation beginning to yield, waves of power crashing through him. Boom! The spiritual energy in the air rapidly coalesced, pulsating with intensity akin to boiling water. As the energy cascaded downward, the connection between his inner and outer realms finally shattered the confines of his cultivation. 7th layer, human realm. 8th layer, human realm. 9th layer, human realm. 10th layer, human realm. Just as he was on the brink of breaking into the life and death realm, Chen Wen realized that the influx of spiritual energy from the outside had dwindled. No, to be precise, the external supply of energy was insufficient, unable to meet his immediate needs. However, if he were to halt his progress now, he could not foresee when another opportunity for breakthrough would arise. Each opportunity was a rare treasure, elusive and hard to come by. Outside, Chen Hongmian noticed this phenomenon and immediately activated all the energy arrays. She swiftly locked her gaze onto Ji Yue. Ji Yue could only smile wryly and shake her head. "My lord, you are unaware. This is the maximum capacity of our sacred ground." In truth, she too bore unspoken burdens. Their sacred ground, particularly the sacred master peak, gathered spiritual energy exceptionally well. Yet, the amount Chen Wen required in such a short span was far beyond their capacity. But then again, what cultivator seeking to break into the life and death realm required such an extraordinary volume of energy? Even she had not needed so much when she broke through to the king realm. Chen Hongmian's expression darkened suddenly. She had not anticipated that even their vast sacred ground would struggle with such a trivial matter. Yet, it was too late to resort to burning spirit crystals for supplementation. As she sensed the aura emanating from Chen Hongmian, the crowd quaked in fear, prostrating themselves in silence. At that moment, Chen Wen acted decisively, slamming his palm down onto the ground beneath the dragon prison spirit array. In dire circumstances, one must act decisively. If there was not enough power, he would seize the dragon vein to compensate. Roar! The instant Chen Wen's palm struck down, the prison spirit array shattered under the onslaught of chaos sequence power. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens, while a torrent of golden light surged forth like a frenzied beast. In an instant, the surroundings filled with the might of dragons, an oppressive force collapsing layers of space, swiftly spreading throughout the sacred ground above. Not good. Ji You's complexion shifted drastically. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Chen Wen would target the dragon vein, let alone do so in such a violent manner. It was vital to understand that this array was not merely for suppressing the sacred ground's fortunes, but also for restraining the dragon vein beneath. That dragon vein had achieved a level of spiritual transformation. Without the means of confinement, it would be impossible to utilize it for the sacred ground's purposes. Now, with Chen Wen's reckless breach of the array, it was certain he would become the object of the dragon spirit's wrath. At that point, not only would Chen Wen be in peril, but the entire sacred ground could face annihilation. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmian furrowed her brow, gripping the town-suppressing spear tightly. She had clearly noticed that the dragon spirit had been darkened, a consequence of years of resentment from its confinement. Now, if Chen Wen sought to harness its power, he would first need to shatter it. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Yet, she held no absolute confidence in her younger brother's ability to succeed. Chapter 67. Devouring a dragon vein and ascending to the realm of life and death. It was over. In contrast to Chen Homian's relative composure, the disciples and elders present had already closed their eyes in despair. They believed that even if Chen Wen could not defeat the Dragon Vein, Chen Homian would be there to support him. But what about them? They had nothing. Once the holy ground was destroyed, their fate was all but certain. Roar! At that moment, the tumultuous energy of the Dragon Vein coalesced into a towering dragon, its eyes a blood-red hue. As it surged upward, an enormous maw opened wide, unleashing an overwhelming roar that echoed throughout the chamber. The entire Holy Lord's Hall was instantly reduced to ashes, with clouds of dust swirling violently, creating a cacophony of destruction. Bastard! A cold voice rang out from the ruins. Boom! At the same time, the 9-colored air currents surged violently, sweeping aside all obstacles. As a figure enveloped in a myriad of heavy lightning and radiant colors stepped forth. What is this? The crowd trembled in shock, gazing at Chen Wen, who seemed to have returned from the depths of hell, their pupils wide with disbelief. Roar! The dragon spirit locked onto Chen Wen, opening its massive maw once more, unleashing a thunderous roar. A colossal wave of energy, entwined with the golden power of the Dragon Vein, pierced through all barriers, hurtling towards Chen Wen with lethal intent. Chen Wen slowly raised his head, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous aura, as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. The chaotic energy swirling in the air transformed into a calamity of slaughter in an instant. The slaughter calamity expanded at a visible speed, 1 yard, 10 yards, 100 yards, 1,000 yards, until it enveloped the entire Holy Lord's Peak before finally coming to a halt. The crimson thunder roared within the slaughter calamity, and boundless blood conjured a vision of a hell filled with corpses, the terrifying aura of death saturating the sky. Clearly, in a bid to avoid harming innocents, Chen Wen had held back at the last moment. Quickly leave, hurry! Upon witnessing this scene, Ji Yue roared desperately. The crowd, seeing this, dared not linger and scrambled away from the Holy Lord's Peak. Chen Wen uttered coldly. In an instant, the slaughter calamity descended mercilessly. Under the onslaught of the murderous force and crimson thunder, everything on the Holy Lord's Peak was reduced to ashes. The spirit of the Dragon Vein, too, became twisted and riddled with wounds under the oppressive force of slaughter. This, incredible. The onlookers, watching from a distance, were left dumbfounded. It was evident that Chen Wen had become vastly more powerful than he had been before his seclusion. A faint smile appeared on Chen Homian's lips, and her grip on the prison-suppressing spear relaxed. At this moment, Chen Wen moved again, stepping forward to stand before the dragon spirit. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he grasped the dragon spirit in one hand. The chaotic power within his palm surged forth, coursing through the dragon spirit like a current. Bang! In the next instant, the dragon spirit exploded, transforming into pure Dragon Vein energy. Was he actually annihilating the dragon spirit with his bare hands? How terrifying! The crowd felt a fresh wave of dread wash over them. Chen Wen moved once more, swallowing the Dragon Vein energy in one gulp before sitting cross-legged to break through again. Boom! In an instant, an immense surge of power erupted, dispersing the clouds for miles, creating a rift in space as terrifying energy poured forth. The spectators were numbed, their minds blank as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Wen's breakthrough finally arrived. At the moment the barrier to the realm of life and death shattered, 99 celestial manifestations erupted from within him. These celestial forms hovered in midair, each evolving its own path, transforming the internal celestial power into the power of life and death. 99 celestial manifestations? How could this be possible? At this moment, even Chen Homian was taken aback. She was clearly unaware that her younger brother had evolved 99 celestial manifestations during his breakthrough to the celestial realm. It was noteworthy that when she had broken through, she had only manifested 90. Such an event had already caused a stir within their family, drawing the attention of their ancestors. If news of her younger brother's achievement reached back home, the resulting upheaval would be unimaginable, perhaps even beyond her comprehension. Most importantly, no one in the upper realms had ever successfully evolved 99 celestial manifestations. Even a legendary figure had only achieved 96. Realizing this, Chen Homian's gaze toward Chen Wen transformed entirely. Perhaps one day, her younger brother would become the strongest of them all. Time passed, and the 99 celestial manifestations finally completed the transformation of celestial power into life and death power, surrounding them with a domain that resembled an yin-yang symbol of life and death. At this moment, Chen Wen completed his breakthrough, the surging aura within him gradually stabilizing. One layer of the realm of life and death. He had finally succeeded in his breakthrough. Chen Wen exhaled a breath of turbid air before slowly opening his eyes. He could now feel the surging vitality and the tumultuous power within him. It was no exaggeration to say that he could defeat Chu Tianlong with a single strike. And this was without even employing his absolute combat prowess. Had he truly completed the breakthrough? Ji Yue observed Chen Wen from a distance, instinctively swallowing hard. She sensed a threat emanating from him. This indicated that following this breakthrough, Chen Wen had acquired the power to contend with her. Reflecting on this, Ji Yue felt a sense of bewilderment. How had so little time passed since Chen Wen had ascended to the holy ground? Barely a month. This was truly extraordinary. Jiang Taichu, who had been one of Chen Wen's earliest followers, was equally astonished. While he did not feel the same threat as Ji Yue did, he understood that Chen Wen's combat ability was not something one could simply gauge by intuition. If Chen Wen could overpower him, he would not be the least bit surprised. Once Chen Wen retracted the celestial forms floating in the air, his aura also receded. Little one, congratulations on your successful breakthrough. Ji Yue quickly offered her congratulations. The others, witnessing this, did not dare to lag behind and echoed, "We congratulate you, young master, on your successful breakthrough." Chen Wen nodded and descended to the ground. Chen Homian had already approached him, exclaiming, "Not bad. You've truly opened my eyes today." Chen Wen rubbed his nose. "I was merely showing off in front of you." "You?" Chen Homian playfully tapped Chen Wen's forehead before asking, "What are your plans now?" "Elder sister, you can arrange it," Chen Wen replied, fully aware that she was referring to their return to the Imperial Clan. Following this breakthrough, his desire to return to the upper realms intensified. Although the lower realms offered a degree of safety, the lack of spiritual energy and resources ultimately hindered his steady growth. "I'll give you half a day to make arrangements," Chen Hongmian decisively stated. "All right," Chen Wen nodded. Indeed, he needed to make appropriate arrangements for those like Jiang Taichu who had been helpful to him. While one can be heartless at times, one must never be ungrateful. With this thought in mind, Chen Wen made his way towards Jiang Taichu and Ji Yue. Sensing his intentions, both Jiang Taichu and Ji Yue tensed up. Chapter 68. Two choices for you, Jiang Qingren. "I apologize for the inconvenience I have caused you during these days." Chen Wen finally halted before them, addressing Ji Yue. Ji Yue felt a wave of surprise wash over her. No trouble at all. It is an honor for the Holy Land to have you here, young master," she replied hastily. "In that case, I shall stay a while longer," Chen Wen declared earnestly. Ji Yue was momentarily taken aback. She had merely been exchanging pleasantries. Did he truly take her words to heart? Swish, swish, swish. The other elders and disciples turned their gazes toward Ji Yue, seemingly conveying their thoughts. "Why are you being so polite? If you let him stay, the Holy Land might be ruined." As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Chen Wen suddenly chuckled. "I was only jesting. However, it is true that I am not particularly welcomed." "That's not it, it's just..." Ji Yue hurriedly sought to clarify, but Chen Wen interrupted her. "Enough, some matters are understood among us." With that, he shifted the topic. "I have just made a breakthrough and absorbed the dragon vein of your holy land, which I owe you. Now, I present you with two choices. The first is that I will compensate you with a certain amount of spiritual crystals and divine sources. The second is a personal favor for me, which will remain valid indefinitely as long as it does not cross any boundaries." Upon hearing this, Ji Yue was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Chen Wen would proactively mention the dragon vein, let alone offer compensation. To put it bluntly, even if Chen Wen were to obliterate the entire Holy Land, no one would dare utter a word of protest. In that moment, she realized that although Chen Wen was indeed a prince, he was unlike any other. The glances directed at Chen Wen by the others had also shifted. Previously, they had compared Chu Tianlong with Chen Wen, but in hindsight, such comparisons seemed ludicrous. What qualifications did Chu Tianlong have to stand beside Chen Wen? The disparity was far too great. Ji Yue took several deep breaths to compose herself before declaring, I shall choose the second option. Chen Wen raised an eyebrow. Oh, you have made your choice. This personal favor belongs to me alone, not to the Imperial Clan. Ji Yue nodded emphatically. Yes, I desire nothing but your favor, young master. During these days, Chen Wen had showcased a multitude of miracles, shattering her previous understanding. She believed that, given sufficient time, Chen Wen could establish his own Imperial Clan, or perhaps even transcend it. Thus, she was willing to stake her future on him. Very well, Chen Wen nodded. I express my gratitude on behalf of the entire Holy Land. Ji Yue promptly bowed her head. Chen Wen gently lifted her. Rise, your gratitude has been received. Yes, young master. Ji Yue did not refuse and silently stepped aside. Chen Wen's gaze shifted to Jiang Taichu. Old Jiang, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you during this time. No trouble at all. It is my pleasure, Jiang Taichu responded hastily. Chen Wen smiled, appreciating Jiang Taichu's demeanor. He liked that Jiang Taichu understood the nuances of social interactions and could provide emotional value. With that in mind, Chen Wen continued, I offer you two choices as well. The first is a personal favor from me, which will remain valid indefinitely as long as it does not cross any boundaries. The second is to serve as my attendant, with one stipulation, absolute loyalty. Should you harbor even a hint of treachery, I will personally see to your demise. Without a shred of mercy. Thud. Jiang Taichu did not hesitate at all. In full view of everyone, he knelt on the ground. I pledge my loyalty to young Master Chen Wen for all my life. If I have even the slightest disloyalty, may heaven and earth punish me. For him, this was not a matter of choice. He had waited far too long for this moment. Onlookers gazed at Jiang Taichu with envy. After all, he was to become the attendant of a prince, with the potential to return to the Imperial Clan. What does it mean to soar to great heights? This is it. Jiang Qingren watched her brother with a complex expression. Although she did not wish to admit it, she finally understood the saying, opportunities are fleeting. Had she agreed to her brother's proposal back then, would she not now stand beside Chen Wen? With that thought, her clenched fist tightened beneath her sleeve. Since you have chosen the second option, I grant you half a month to handle the affairs of the Guardian Hall, Chen Wen stated, glancing at Jiang Taichu. Afterward, you may come to the Chen clan to find me. I accept the order. Jiang Taichu hurriedly bowed his head. Go. Chen Wen waved his hand. Jiang Taichu stood up and respectfully bowed to Chen Homian in the distance. After completing these formalities, he did not linger and turned to leave. Chen Wen surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on Jiang Qingren. At that moment, she noticed his attention and grew apprehensive. Compared to her initial aversion, her emotions were now far more intricate, teetering between rejection and acceptance. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qingren, Chen Wen had been fixated on the green fate soul above her head all along. In a vast holy land, she remained the sole child of destiny. To act or not to act, Chen Wen's gaze flickered. Seeing that Chen Wen's attention lingered without deviation, Jiang Qingren's palms grew clammy. Ji Yue shot her a frustrated glance. What are you waiting for? Go and present yourself. Jiang Qingren's complexion shifted dramatically, her mind racing with images of Chen Wen's towering figure during battle. Ultimately, she overcame her rationality and stepped out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Chen Wen redirected his gaze to her, a look of intrigue crossing his face. Jiang Qingren's unexpected action had caught him off guard, and he was eager to see what she would do next. When she reached a short distance from Chen Wen, Jiang Qingren paused, took several deep breaths, and finally raised her head. Young master, I hold you in high esteem. I humbly request an opportunity. As these words escaped her lips, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. The implication of her statement was almost explicit. Now, all eyes were on Chen Wen, awaiting his response. Chapter 69. Eventually, a reaction occurred, probing into Chen Bashuan's information under the gaze of the crowd. Chen Wen stepped forward towards Jiang Qingren. Jiang Qingren, feeling an immediate surge of tension, instinctively stiffened. Finally, Chen Wen halted right before her. The distance between them was so close that they could discern each other's unique scent. Just as Jiang Qingren was about to lose her composure, Chen Wen unexpectedly extended his finger, gently lifting her chin. Their eyes locked, and in that fleeting moment, she beheld a profound vortex that seemed capable of absorbing all her emotions. Instantly, two rosy hues blossomed on her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. The shyness of a woman surpasses countless beauties in the world. This was precisely it. A subtle smile graced Chen Wen's lips as he withdrew his finger. In the midst of Jiang Qingren's days, he turned and left without uttering a word. What does this mean? The onlookers were equally bewildered, and Ji Yue wore a face of confusion. Could it be that he found Jiang Qingren unappealing? Yet that did not align with the fact that he had gazed at her more than once. Why? Returning to her senses, Jiang Qingren felt a shift from embarrassment to anger, perceiving herself as humiliated. Chen Wen paused, casting a glance back at her. The unspoken words, "You are unworthy," resonating with force and authority. You. Jiang Qingren was filled with indignation, yet she realized she had no grounds for rebuttal. Get back, Ji Yue interjected sharply, stepping forward to admonish Jiang Qingren. Clenching her lips, Jiang Qingren refrained from retorting, recognizing the wisdom in her restraint. Ji Yue exhaled a sigh of relief, genuinely fearful that Jiang Qingren's impulsiveness would lead to an irretrievable situation. My lord, I apologize for my lack of guidance, Ji Yue said, bowing respectfully towards Chen Wen. He merely cast her a dispassionate glance, asserting, this matter ends here. I do not wish for anyone to take liberties on my behalf. Do you understand? Ji Yue stiffened, promptly responding, understood. Unbeknownst to her, her back had become entirely drenched with sweat. Sister, let us depart, Chen Wen addressed Chen Hongyan, ignoring the crowd's reactions. All right, she nodded, and with a swift motion, she shot a spear into the sky. The heavens shattered like a broken mirror, a vast void opening into the unfathomable depths, revealing terrifying spatial turbulence swirling violently. At the same time, a tremendous pressure from the space above descended, stirring up towering winds, creating a scene of breathtaking awe. Hold on to me. Chen Hongyan turned to Chen Wen. Huh? He momentarily failed to comprehend. Hold on to me, or you'll be flung out into another dimension while traversing space. Understanding dawned. Chen Wen nodded and moved closer to embrace Chen Hongyan. Instantly, a unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and the softness of her form left him feeling quite bashful. With a sidelong glance, Chen Hongyan remarked, Are you really that nervous? She too sensed the rapid beating of Chen Wen's heart and the rise in his body temperature. I am a man, not a eunuch. How could I remain entirely unaffected? Chen Wen found himself at a loss for words. The most critical aspect was that he was not truly Chen Wen. Your hugging posture is all askew. It's as if you're not even embracing me. Chen Hongyan pointed out again. Chen Wen wished to express that if she held him any tighter, he would lose composure. No, as a man, can't you be more straightforward? When Chen Wen remained unresponsive, she took the initiative to encircle his waist with his arms, drawing them closer together. In that instant, they became inseparable, leaving Chen Wen feeling quite numb. Chen Hongyan noticed the shift and felt her cheeks warm slightly. At last, she comprehended why Chen Wen was so hesitant. After casting him a glance, she made no effort to disengage. Are you ready? Let us proceed, she finally stated after regaining her composure. Chen Wen, now steadied, exhaled softly. Let's go. Without further ado, Chen Hongyan wrapped her left arm around Chen Wen and soared towards the rift in the heavens. Ji Yue and the others observed this spectacle, silently acknowledging the intricate relationships within noble families. Soon, Ji Yue turned to Jiang Qingren, offering consolation. Do not dwell on it too much. You shall not encounter him again. Jiang Qingren remained silent, quietly turning away. Watching her retreating figure, Ji Yue sighed. Initially, she had believed Chen Wen genuinely held interest in Jiang Qingren, never anticipating events would unfold in such a manner. She hoped Jiang Qingren would come to her own understanding and not ruin herself further. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Hall, Chen Wudao occupied the main seat, surrounded by a multitude of men and women, among whom was Chen Badao. The aura emanating from these individuals was nothing short of terrifying, exuding an unyielding presence. Having just received word that Xiao Mian and Xiao Wen had returned, Chen Wudao proclaimed, This is a significant event for our Imperial clan and must be treated with utmost formality. Upon hearing this, many in attendance exchanged furtive glances. Chen Wudao then shifted the conversation, declaring that on the day of Xiao Wen's return, everyone, except those in seclusion, must be present. Furthermore, the coming-of-age ceremony would be advanced to 3 days after Xiao Wen's return, inviting representatives from various clans to witness. thus demonstrating that the Chen clan fears no threats from any faction. Whether by fate or calamity, only the Chen clan shall dictate the outcome. Understood? Understood. The assembly responded in unison, not daring to voice any dissent. Very well, then let each of you return to your posts and summon your respective factions. Chen Wudao stated calmly. Yes, they replied before departing one by one. Before long, the Grand Hall was left with only Chen Ba Dao and Chen Wudao. How do you plan to handle Chen Ba Yuan's matter? Chen Wudao inquired first. A murderous intent flickered in Chen Ba Dao's eyes as he replied, kill him. Chen Wudao scrutinized Chen Ba Dao for a moment before saying, be mindful of the repercussions. Do not incite panic among the populace. Chen Ba Dao remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Chen Wudao opted not to press further, saying, Shaowen has returned. Keep a watchful eye, lest some ill-intentioned individuals bring harm. Whoever dares to touch my son, even if I must relinquish my position as clan leader, I will ensure they meet their demise. Chen Ba Dao's voice was cold and resolute, betraying no hint of mercy. You may leave, Chen Wudao sighed, gesturing for him to depart. Without further comment, Chen Ba Dao turned and exited. Sigh. Children grow up, and their fathers cannot control them. Chen Wudao lamented deeply. On the other hand, Chen Wen had already arrived in the upper realm. Before him lay a vast world, brimming with dense spiritual energy as clouds drifted lazily across the sky. And practitioners soared through the air. Beyond the sights, he could sense the intricate rules and heavenly laws of this realm, far more complete than those of the ancient Yuan realm. The refined laws and heavenly principles could directly influence a practitioner's future and ultimate potential. It was no exaggeration to say that even the smallest ant here surpassed those in the lower realm. This is indeed better. I can finally spread my wings. Chen Wen thought, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Ancient realm, I, Chen Wen, have arrived. Lost in his musings, he was abruptly interrupted by Chen Hongyan's voice. Come down. How long do you plan to hold on? Haha, I momentarily forgot. Chen Wen chuckled, hastily releasing his hold. Humph. Chen Hongyan shot him a glance, but chose not to dwell on it further. By the way, sister, do you know Chen Bashuan? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wen decided to inquire about Chen Bashuan's information first. This way, he could prepare in advance. Chen Bashuan? Chen Hongyan suddenly froze, gazing at Chen Wen in astonishment. Why are you asking about him? Chapter 70. Summoning the 100,000 Red Prison Army. Returning to the Imperial Clan, how do you know about Chen Bashuan? Before Chen Wen could respond, Chen Hongyan furrowed her brow and inquired further. Chen Wen maintained his composure, half-jokingly replied, if I were to say that the mastermind behind my troubles is Chen Bashuan, would you believe me, sister? Chen Hongyan's pupils constricted, and after a long pause, she asked, are you serious? Do you believe it? Chen Wen did not answer directly. Chen Hongyan fell silent, then with a flick of her wrist, produced a spirit shuttle. The shuttle was adorned with intricate array symbols, and a terrifying power coursed through it, indicating its extraordinary nature. Once the shuttle stabilized, Chen Hongyan seized Chen Wen and entered it. Before Chen Wen could gather his thoughts, she gripped his shoulder, tilted her head back, and insisted. I will believe what you say. Chen Wen suddenly smiled. In truth, he was also taking a gamble. Fortunately, his sister did not disappoint him. Give me the evidence, and we will report it to the family. Let's take him down. Chen Hongyan spoke coldly. Chen Wen shook his head, admitting, I can't present concrete evidence, but I'm 90% sure he is behind this. He then recounted how he had acquired this information, deliberately omitting any mention of the heavenly Fate Great Furnace. After hearing Chen Wen's account, Chen Hongyan's expression turned icy. What was claimed to be a coincidence was merely a long-prepared scheme. She then shifted the conversation, stating, however, if we don't present evidence, you may not even get past our father and brother. What do you mean? Chen Wen raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that this matter would involve their father and brother. Chen Hongyan glanced at him and explained, did you not wish to know about Chen Bashuan? Strictly speaking, he is our second uncle. Chen Wen looked at Chen Hongyan in astonishment. She sighed before elaborating, within our Chen clan, there are many factions, each with its own strengths and heritage. The faction to which Chen Bashuan belongs was originally weak and had little say in the clan. However, during clan defense battle, their entire faction was nearly wiped out, leaving only a few elderly and infirm members. To take care of them, the family integrated this faction into others. At that time, Chen Baxiang was still young and was taken in by our grandfather. Since he was of a similar age to our father, we have always referred to him as second uncle. Chen Baxiang displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, and his gentle and benevolent nature earned him the respect of the younger generation. Of course, his relationship with our father is much closer than with our aunt and third uncle. By the way, our aunt is also a remnant of that faction, but unlike Chen Baxiang, she is reclusive and rarely appears in public. Additionally, our grandparents favored Chen Baxiang even more than their own son. If everything goes smoothly, he is destined to become the future clan leader. Yet, during a certain trial, he was incapacitated while our father remained unharmed. No one knows what transpired between them during that trial. Our Chen clan invested significant effort to barely restore Chen Baxiang's health, but the cost was his cultivation level, which plummeted, effectively severing his once promising talent. Because of this incident, he lost the qualification to compete for the position of clan leader. Nonetheless, even without that title, he holds a position as a high elder within the clan, second only to our father. One could say he is the first person to attain such a high elder position without relying on cultivation prowess. Truly impressive, Chen Wen mused, recognizing the significance of one's strength within an imperial clan. Chen Baxiang's personal charisma alone commanded the respect of the clan members, underscoring his extraordinary standing among them. He now understood why Chen Hongyuan insisted that without solid evidence, it would be impossible to bring down Chen Baxiang. Given the man's connections and prestige, even their father would be unable to act against him. However, I do not like him at all. He strikes me as quite hypocritical, Chen Hongyuan suddenly added. Humble individuals are often hypocrites, Chen Wen remarked, finding no fault in her observation. Such hypocrisy was usually unconscious and did not evoke disdain. What he feared were those who feigned humility. As for which category Chen Baxiang belonged to, the answer was evident. By the way, from what you just said, does Chen Baxiang have a connection to our brother? Chen Wen pondered before asking. Chen Hongyuan nodded. Our brother is his disciple and even his godson. What? Chen Wen was taken aback. You heard correctly. All of our brother's skills were passed down from him, and Chen Baxiang dotes on our brother considerably. At this point, Chen Hongyuan changed the subject. Because of this, Chen Baxiang's biological son is extremely envious of our brother. Moreover, Chen Baxiang's son is 2 years older than you and is likely to participate in the adult ceremony alongside you. He may even try to make things difficult for you due to his connection with our brother, so be cautious. Chen Wen was unconcerned about any troubles posed by Chen Baxiang's son. Rather, he was troubled by the relationship between his brother and Chen Baxiang. Chen Baxiang was someone he had to confront, but as his sister pointed out, taking down Chen Baxiang would mean facing their father and brother first. Perhaps sensing Chen Wen's dilemma, Chen Hongyuan gently placed her hand on his shoulder, saying, "This is something for you and me to know. Whatever you wish to do next, just proceed. As for our father and brother, they need not be considered. Once everything is set in motion, can they truly blame you?" Chen Wen trembled slightly, gazing at Chen Hongyuan in shock. Clearly, he had not anticipated her unwavering support. "You are my little brother. What is Chen Baxiang compared to you? Of course, I will support you unconditionally." Chen Hongyuan then continued, "I suspect our brother and father share the same sentiment. Ultimately, we shall act first, if necessary. We will stand against the entire family together." Understood. Chen Wen looked at Chen Hongyuan for a long while before nodding earnestly. "All right, you should rest for now. We still have a few days before we reach the clan," Chen Hongyuan said, patting his shoulder. Chen Wen did not refuse, replying, "Okay, just call me when we arrive." Chen Hongyuan nodded, and, without further words, Chen Wen turned and walked toward his room. Once Chen Wen disappeared, Chen Hongyuan's expression turned icy. She took out a communication talisman. Shortly, a cold female voice emanated from the talisman. "Master, gather the 100,000 Red Prison Army and have them rush to the Changshan Imperial Domain, Chen Clan, at the fastest speed." Understood, the voice replied immediately, without inquiring why. Chen Hongyuan severed the connection and coldly declared, "If the Chen clan cannot provide justice, then I, Chen Hongyuan, shall deliver it." On the other side, in his room, Chen Wen's smile had faded. For him, Chen Baxiang must die. If Chen Bidao and Chen Wudi attempted to intervene, he would have to seriously contemplate whether this family was worth his continued loyalty. With that thought, Chen Wen cast aside all distractions and immersed himself in his cultivation. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. and the spirit shuttle finally arrived at the Changsheng Imperial Domain, where the Chen clan resided. Chapter 71. A family reunion. A total lack of respect, little brother. We have arrived. Chen Hongyan gently knocked on the door where Chen Wen was. Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of piercing light darting through. At the same moment, the energy within and around him surged violently, distorting the surrounding space into chaotic currents. With a sigh, Chen Wen expelled a breath of stagnant air before calming the turbulent energies within him. Over the past 5 days, he had consumed hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals and divine sources. Though this did not elevate his realm, it significantly enhanced his strength. It could be said that he was now more than twice as powerful as he had been 5 days prior. Reflecting on this, Chen Wen chose not to linger on it further. After composing himself, he finally opened the door. Before him stood Chen Hongyan, whom he had not seen for 5 days. The moment she laid eyes on him, a flicker of astonishment crossed her features. In this world, few geniuses could truly astonish her, as she herself was an extraordinary talent. Yet in those 5 days, she sensed a remarkable transformation in Chen Wen, one that was qualitatively profound. What a terrifying gift he possessed. At that moment, she had a sudden realization. She had perhaps underestimated her younger brother's potential. It might not be long before the family's dynamics shifted because of him. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Chen Wen inquired. Chen Hongyan collected her thoughts and shook her head. I was just taken aback by your strength. Compared to you, I'm leagues behind. Chen Wen replied half-jokingly. Chen Hongyan laughed. What? Are you eager to surpass your sister already? Indeed, so I can protect you. Chen Wen retorted with a smile. Chen Hongyan paused in surprise, then stood on her toes to tap Chen Wen's forehead. You sweet talker, I like it. Chen Wen did not respond, but instead asked, Is the family here? At once, Chen Hongyan adopted a serious demeanor. Yes, they have arrived. Then let us go, Chen Wen said, his smile returning. All right, Chen Hongyan nodded, leading the way outside. Without hesitation, Chen Wen followed her. Soon, he stepped out of the room, and a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. He beheld a series of ancient and magnificent palaces, encircled by layers of mystical formations, with enigmatic symbols swirling within. High above in the clouds, fearsome spiritual beasts lay coiled, their snores resonating like thunder, stirring the very heart. Clearly, these were the guardian beasts of the Chen clan, their prowess rivaling that of the clan members themselves. Moreover, the entire family exuded a cohesive aura, embodying a unique set of principles. This was the depth of ancient heritage, the very source of the Imperial clan's enduring legacy. As Chen Wen surveyed the vast scale of the Chen clan, his gaze fell upon the gathered relatives, a formidable assembly. His grandfather, Chen Wudao, along with his parents and elder brother, were among them. The restrained excitement was evident on their faces. Alongside them stood numerous elders and younger members, all exuding an air of superiority, their presence alone creating an overwhelming pressure that distorted the surrounding space. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 59. Chen Wen activated his divine perception, instantly recognizing 50 destined children before him, regardless of whether all clan members were present. The emergence of over 50 fated individuals from a single family was indeed extraordinary. This illustrated the immense fortune of the Chen clan. Is it a golden fate? Chen Wen's attention suddenly focused on a pale, middle-aged man. Simultaneously, information about the man appeared before his eyes. Name, Chen Bashuan. Age, 45. Personality, hypocritical, ruthless, adept at patience, unscrupulous in achieving goals. Identity, Grand Elder of the ancient Chen clan, secret identity as the Lord of the 9 Nether Prison. Fate's soul, golden, physique, 9 transformations overlord body, realm, 10th layer heaven king realm. Chen Bashuan, 9 transformations overlord body. Chen Wen's expression gradually turned cold. It is worth noting that the 9 transformations overlord body is an exceedingly rare physique, one that conceals its true power. In ordinary circumstances, it appears as a mundane physical body, capable of deceiving the eyes of others. However, those endowed with such a physique can undergo 9 transformations. When perfected, their body evolves into an overlord body, allowing them not only to attain enlightenment through their physical form, but also to carve out a unique path. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing, Chen Wen mused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Possessing such a physique, Chen Bashuan likely had no fear of being rendered useless from the start. In fact, his prior incapacitation might have been a carefully orchestrated act. What better way to ensure a stable path to growth than to conceal one's true abilities? Yet, this revelation was fortuitous for Chen Wen. Chen Bashuan, due to his past incapacitation, had only reached the 10th layer Heaven King realm. With the support of the Golden Chaos Liquid, defeating Chen Bashuan was not beyond the realm of possibility. As for the 9 transformations Overlord body, he had even less to fear. The chaotic sequence body could suppress all physiques. What are you daydreaming about? Don't keep Grandpa and the others waiting. Chen Homian's voice broke through Chen Wen's thoughts. Right? Chen Wen promptly snapped back to attention. Chen Homian leapt down the spiritual shuttle, and Chen Wen quickly followed suit. The gazes of the crowd settled on Chen Wen, their expressions a mix of curiosity and skepticism. His demeanor and appearance were undeniably impressive, perhaps even exceptional. However, in their eyes, at just 16 years of age and in the first layer of the life and death realm, he still fell short in comparison. Moreover, the rumors surrounding Chen Wen's extraction of divine essence and imperial bone were no secrets within the Chen clan. Thus, in their eyes, he was already perceived as someone without a promising future. Before long, Chen Wen landed gracefully on the ground. Young one, I pay my respects to Grandpa and all the esteemed elders. Facing the scrutinizing gazes, he remained calm and composed, bowing respectfully. His posture was poised, neither servile nor arrogant. Seeing this, both Chen Bashuan and Yi Chenin couldn't help but smile. This son had brought them pride. Despite the large gathering, few were genuinely welcoming. Most were merely eager for a spectacle. In their hearts, they had already formed a biased view of Chen Wen, believing that having not been raised within the Imperial Clan, he must have adopted many uncouth habits from the lower realms. Though such perceptions were harsh, it was how those in high positions regarded those beneath them. Welcome back. Welcome back. Chen Wudao expressed his satisfaction with Chen Wen, repeating the phrase. This must be the young Master One. Indeed a remarkable individual. Your elder brother is truly fortunate. Chen Bashuan remarked suddenly, a warm smile gracing his face, making him quite likable. Chen Wen turned to Chen Bashuan, blinking innocently. And who might you be? At these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Chapter 72. A sudden murder leaves the clan, and Chen Bashuan was taken aback by the audacity of the young man before him, and his smile faltered momentarily. As the crowd processed the situation, many faces turned pale. Not only was Chen Bashuan a hero's descendant, but he had also contributed significantly to the Imperial Clan. The sheer rudeness displayed by Chen Wen, a mere newcomer to the family, was utterly incomprehensible. Chen Badu promptly intervened. Introducing, young one, this is your second uncle, Chen Bashuan. You should apologize at once. Apologize? Huh, Chen Wen retorted, looking at Chen Bashuan. Oh, so you are my second uncle. Surely, I wouldn't mind my rudeness. Chen Badu frowned slightly, clearly puzzled by Chen Wen's demeanor. After their brief previous encounter, Chen Wen had not struck him as someone who would be so brazenly disrespectful. At that moment, Chen Wudao cast a disapproving glance at Chen Wen. The atmosphere grew tense until Chen Bashuan suddenly chuckled. Young Wen speaks truthfully. As a second uncle, I would naturally overlook his impoliteness. Furthermore, I must admit I have my shortcomings and should have introduced myself first. With Chen Bashuan's gracious words, the tension in the air eased somewhat. Chen Wen regarded Chen Bashuan with a faint smile. Just as the introductory information suggested, Chen Bashuan was indeed adept at feigning humility while harboring duplicity. Indeed, the younger generation owe a debt of gratitude to young one. If it weren't for his predicament with a woman, we might not have had the opportunity to return to the clan so soon. Suddenly, a young voice sliced through the air. The crowd turned to see a familiar face from the second faction, a youth named Chen Kuang. Though only 16, Chen Kuang had already reached the 5th level of the life and death realm, making him considerably stronger than Chen Wen. No one expected a junior to openly express dissatisfaction so quickly, especially by publicly ridiculing Chen Wen. Whether this was Chen Kuang's own initiative or orchestrated by someone, it felt akin to a slap across Chen Wen's face. All eyes were now on Chen Wen, eager to see his response. As the clan leader, Chen Badu merely furrowed his brows, but refrained from intervening. Matters among the younger generation were not his to meddle in unless they escalated beyond acceptable limits. otherwise. It would alter the nature of the conflict. Chen Wen turned slowly, striding purposefully towards Chen Kuang. Instead of showing any sign of fear, Chen Kuang wore an amused grin, curious to see what Chen Wen intended to do. When Chen Wen was within 3 feet of him, he suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Chen Kuang's chest. Caught off guard, Chen Kuang had no time to react. He had never imagined that Chen Wen would dare to strike, especially in front of so many prominent figures. The clan's foremost rule strictly forbade private fighting. With a sickening sound, Chen Kuang's shirt ripped apart as he was propelled backward, spitting blood as he crashed against the wall. Chen Wen coldly spat, "You worthless fool. What gives you the right to act so grand before me?" He then surveyed the crowd, adding, "Anyone who wishes to challenge me should do so directly, rather than skulk like a rat in the sewers." The atmosphere darkened as the audience absorbed his words. This brash newcomer not only defied clan rules, but openly challenged their authority. Such audacity was unprecedented. "You're courting death," Chen Kuang roared as he surged forward, his murderous intent palpable. In an instant, Chen Wen reacted, extending his hand to grasp Chen Kuang from afar. All of Chen Kuang's defenses crumbled as Chen Wen's hand descended upon him like a mountain. Panic washed over Chen Kuang's face as he hastily formed seals with his hands, desperately striking against the descending palm. "This is impossible," he exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. In an instant, Chen Wen's hand crushed through all of Chen Kuang's defenses, delivering a devastating blow to his head. An overwhelming force cascaded down upon Chen Kuang, causing his body to explode in a shower of blood. "Stop!" a voice cried out urgently, accompanied by a terrifying pressure aimed at Chen Wen. Chen Wen retorted coldly, drawing his finger like a sword and unleashing a fierce sword chi that swiftly sliced across Chen Kuang's neck. A crimson line appeared, followed by the shocking sight of a severed head soaring through the air. Silence enveloped the scene, a deathly hush falling over the crowd as disbelief settled in. No one dared to fathom that Chen Wen would actually kill someone. "Get back!" At that moment, Chen Hongmian sprang into action, shattering the oppressive aura that threatened to crush them. A terrifying killing intent radiated from Chen Hongmian, piercing the heavens. "You seek death," Chen Bashuan bellowed in fury, his murderous aura surging forth. "Then come at me," Chen Hongmian declared, weapon raised, as his power surged. As the two prepared for battle, Chen Wudao finally spoke up, "Enough. Do you not have any regard for the rules?" "What are the rules? If there were any, my son would not have died." Chen Bashuan roared in outrage. Chen Wudao's voice turned icy. "I shall only say this once. Retreat now." "Fine, but I expect justice from the elder. Let the ironclad laws of the clan be upheld." Chen Bashuan glared at Chen Wen, then retreated. The crowd remained silent, yet their thoughts echoed the same sentiment. They viewed Chen Wen's actions as reckless and audacious, believing that if such behavior continued unchecked, chaos would surely ensue. Chen Wudao's gaze shifted to Chen Wen. "Do you understand that killing in the clan is a capital offense?" "I only know that if someone seeks to kill me, I must eliminate them first," Chen Wen replied coolly. "You twist the truth. Who is truly the aggressor?" Chen Bashuan exclaimed, his anger boiling over. Unfazed, Chen Wen responded, "The witnesses are not blind. Your son harbored murderous intent first. I acted only in self-defense. If he had not provoked me, would I have harmed him?" Chen Bashuan shouted again. Chen Wen calmly retorted, "Had he not strutted around like a peacock, I would not have had to deal with him. Is that your justification for this?" Chen Bashuan seethed, his fury intensifying. With a shrug, Chen Wen replied, "That is of no concern to me. My only principle is to view life and death with indifference. If you oppose me, then I shall fight until the end. If you continue to resist, I will fight to the death." By the end of his declaration, Chen Wen's voice was as cold as steel. The crowd's expressions shifted, their mouths twitching in disbelief. They perceived Chen Wen as utterly reckless and audacious. Yet, they found themselves unable to refute his claims. For Chen Kuang had indeed initiated the confrontation. However, they pondered, if everyone acted in such a manner, would the entire clan not descend into chaos? "You are spouting nonsense." Chen Bidu's fury reached its peak. In the next instant, he glared at Chen Wudao and Chen Bidu, his eyes ablaze. "Look at this. This is the welcome we extend to our kin. Tell me, does he even regard the clan, his elders, or the rules?" Today, I, Chen Wen, declare that if the clan cannot provide justice, I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 73, Kneel and Apologize. Present the supreme elixir as Chen Batsong's words echoed in the air. The power within him surged wildly, sweeping away the clouds and enveloping the entire scene in an overwhelming force. Those of weaker cultivation felt as if they were suffocating under the weight of his intent. It was evident that Chen Bakong was deadly serious. At that moment, Chen Wudi emerged from the crowd, advancing step by step towards Chen Wen, eventually halting beside Chen Hongyan. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. In the next instant, they struck. Chen Wudi's hands crackled with immense lightning, the furious thunder racing forth and dominating the heavens. Chen Hongyan wielded the suppression spear, its crimson flames roaring and instantly incinerating the surrounding air into ashes. In a heartbeat, these two terrifying forces collided with Chen Bakong from a distance, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the very fabric of the space around them. "Move and you die," they shouted in unison, the murderous intent palpable. Chen Batsong's eyelids twitched violently, and he bellowed coldly, "Very well. It seems this family of three believes they are above the law. Today, I, Chen Bakong, shall see what you three can do to kill me." "They're not three, but four," came a haunting voice from Yi Chenyan. The crowd trembled at her words. If Chen Hongyan and Chen Wudi's actions were mere skirmishes, Yi Chenyan's involvement transformed the situation entirely. She was the matriarch of the Chen clan. Chen Batsong's expression shifted dramatically. With the combined might of Chen Wudi and Chen Hongyan, he still held confidence in his ability to suppress them. But Yi Chenyan was a different matter. She was his equal, notorious for her unpredictable madness. Why did Chen Hongyan take command under a feminine guise, standing guard on the boundaries? It was a legacy passed down from Yi Chenyan. One could say that Chen Hongyan was a younger version of her. "I care not who you are. Those who harm my children must die." Yi Chenyan stepped forward towards Chen Hongyan and the others, her icy voice resonating in everyone's ears. In an instant, the atmosphere grew heavy with a sense of impending doom. Chen Bakong glared at Yi Chenyan, questioning whether she would disregard the clan's ironclad rules as the matriarch. Yi Chenyan slowly raised her head, retorting, "If you wish to discuss rules, clean your own mess first." "You," Chen Bakong began to retort, but Yi Chenyan interrupted. "Silence. Did I allow you to speak?" Her gaze swept across the crowd, her authority unmistakable. "First, my son was never informed that he could not act against the clan. Therefore, his actions were justifiable. Second, during the initial strike, he did not intend to kill. It was Yi Kwang who first harbored murderous intent. Thus he deserved his fate. Third, the clan expressly forbids elders from intervening in the disputes of a younger generation. Yet you, Chen Bakong, have repeatedly violated this rule. So it is you who shall face the consequences." The crowd was left in stunned silence. How could it be that in an instant, Chen Bakong was found guilty of a capital offense, while Chen Wen, the one who had actually committed murder, was deemed innocent? This family was indeed ruthless and eloquent to an astonishing degree. "You are twisting the truth." Chen Batsong's finger trembled as he pointed at Yi Chenyan. Yi Chenyan regarded him coolly. "Whether or not I am twisting the truth will be reported to the Elder Council. In due time, the truth will be revealed." She continued, "If you insist on resorting to violence, I do not mind sending you on your way." Chen Batsong's expression darkened. If this matter were reported, the most Chen Wen would face was confinement. As Yi Chenyan had stated, he had ample justification for his actions, both in the initial strike and the subsequent lethal blow. Conversely, Chen Batsong's actions were indisputable and exposed his murderous intent. Should the higher authorities decide to act, he would not only face execution, but also suffer severe consequences. A cold sweat broke out over him as the realization hit. This was no mere accident, but a carefully orchestrated trap. From the very beginning, Chen Wen had plotted his escape route, waiting for him to fall into the snare. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. Chen Wen was undoubtedly playing him for a fool. As he turned to look at Chen Wen, he was met with a composed face, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This boy was clearly manipulating the situation, and the realization ignited a fury within Chen Bakong, one that nearly drove him to the brink of madness. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Chen Baxiang interjected, "Look at the chaos this has caused." Old Song, you truly cannot change your impulsive nature. He shifted the conversation. Sister-in-law, I understand your maternal instincts, but Old Song also has a son he cares for deeply. How about we settle this matter amicably? Chen Bakong remained tight-lipped, his silence speaking volumes. Yi Chen replied coolly, this matter cannot be settled by my word alone. It requires my son's decision. She turned to Chen Wen. What do you say? Chen Wen smiled and said, I'm not one to take advantage of my position. Here's what I propose. Let him forfeit his cultivation, and we shall consider this matter resolved. The crowd was struck with a wave of disbelief. What a remarkable thing to say. Not want to take advantage. Yet such a proposal was anything but merciful. Chen Baxiang's face twitched as he processed Chen Wen's audacity, which even he, a master of pretense, could not ignore. Forcing someone to forfeit their cultivation was a fate worse than death for Chen Bakong. Chen Bakong was about to explode with rage when Chen Baxiang shot him a warning glance, silencing him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Baxiang addressed the situation. Old Song, your actions have indeed crossed the line. However, let us negotiate the terms of his forfeiture. If it's not a matter of life and death, I can agree to it on his behalf. Chen Wen regarded Chen Baxiang thoughtfully before replying. First, I require him to kneel and apologize in front of the entire clan. Second, I want the supreme elixir he possesses. At this, Chen Baxiang's expression shifted. The first demand was an affront to Chen Batsong's dignity, but the second struck at his very essence. The supreme elixir had cost Chen Bakong considerable effort to procure. Moreover, Chen Wen's precise knowledge of the supreme elixir suggested that Yi Chen had subtly guided him. Thus, whether or not Chen Bakong wanted to, he would have to comply, lest he face the relentless pursuit of Yi Chen. Realizing this, Chen Baxiang cast a deep glance at Chen Wen. The entire situation had stemmed from this young man, and if he was indeed the mastermind behind it all, then he was far more formidable than anyone had anticipated. Yet, amidst this realization, Chen Baxiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. Before he had even made his move, he had already tasted the depths of his opponent's cunning. The situation was growing increasingly intriguing. With his thoughts gathered, Chen Baxiang turned to Chen Wen once more. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Chapter 74. I have killed, and I demand the supreme medicine indeed. Simply self-destructing my cultivation will suffice, Chen Wen stated calmly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chen Baxiang inhaled deeply, turning to the seething Chen Batsong and urged, agree to his terms. Absolutely not. Chen Batsong instinctively roared. You think you can toy with me? If you wish to die, I shall gladly assist you. With that, Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings, declaring, let's see who dares to intervene on your behalf. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Chen, pressing down upon Chen Batsong. Chen Batsong's expression shifted once more. At this moment, Chen Baxiang spoke again, agreed to him. Brother Xian, how can I possibly agree to this? Seeing Chen Batsong still unwilling to comply, Chen Baxiang sighed. If you are truly dissatisfied, then I shall not involve myself any further. Chen Batsong's countenance fluctuated, his eyes gradually suffused with crimson. Yet, under Chen Baxiang's gaze, he clenched his teeth and begrudgingly uttered, fine, I agree. Upon hearing this, Chen Baxiang slowly withdrew his gaze. You truly agree? The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Under the scrutiny of all, Chen Batsong gradually lowered his proud head and said to Chen Wen, I apologize. Kneel. Chen Wen coldly regarded Chen Batsong. Do not overstep your bounds. Chen Batsong suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blood-red. Chen Wen remained unperturbed, retorting, yes, I am indeed overstepping. What do you do about it? Chen Batsong's anger surged, the suppressed killing intent raging within his chest. However, ultimately, he slowly bent his knee, kneeling before the incredulous eyes of the crowd. Is this sufficient? Chen Batsong glared intensely at Chen Wen, the murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Apologize, Chen Wen stood his ground. Fine, I shall remember this day. Chen Batsong will not forget it. After a fierce roar filled with suppressed malice, he articulated each word with difficulty. I apologize. What do you intend to do? Chen Batsong suddenly turned to Yi Chen, his face betraying shock. Yi Chen had placed a hand upon his shoulder, her formidable strength binding him before he could react. Simultaneously, Chen Wen struck. With a single stroke, he aimed for Chen Batsong's head. The sword's aura surged, the chaotic power flashing past. Thud! Shinba Song's head rolled to the ground. Chen Wen calmly retracted his spiritual sword and remarked, "I have changed my mind." Though softly spoken, his words thundered like a clap of thunder, piercing each individual's eardrums. The audience stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend. What did it mean to say, "I have changed my mind"? A mere newcomer dared to mock his kin, treating life as a trivial matter. How could he be so audacious? Little one, this is excessive. Shinba Xian suppressed his fury. Chen Wen's actions not only provoked the family's ironclad rules, but also slapped Shinba Xian in the face. Since his rise, no one had ever dared to disrespect him so brazenly. Chen Wen glanced at Shinba Xian and replied coolly, time and again, he has revealed his murderous intent. I have given him face, haven ti. Chen Wen, may lack many virtues, but I never hesitate to strike when necessary. You. Shinba Xian suddenly found himself at a loss for retort. Indeed, Shinba Song had not shown his killing intent just once. However, considering the humiliation inflicted, could he expect a warm welcome? That was quite frankly impossible. At this juncture, Yi Chunyin interjected, "This is my judgment as the matriarch. A punishment for one who disobeys and repeatedly harbors murderous intent. Should the elders deem this execution unjust, they are welcome to strip me of my title." This declaration left many in the crowd dumbfounded. This family truly knew how to spin a tale. Originally, Shinba Song had been cast as the wrongdoer. Now, he had been labeled a repeat offender of murderous intent, and he had lost his life. Where could one seek justice now? In the next moment, Yi Chunyin coldly continued, "There was Chen Yuan before, and now Shinba Song. Do you truly believe my faction is without power?" As her words fell, an overwhelming killing intent surged forth, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Several elders from his second faction shifted uneasily. The incident involving Chen Yuan was not a secret within the clan. Consequently, members of the second faction distanced themselves from him, seeking to avoid repercussions. After all, the current strength of the Chen clan lay predominantly with the Patriarch's faction. Under unnecessary circumstances, no one would wish to offend them. Shinba Yuan had been summarily abandoned. Continuing, Yi Chunyin asserted, "I will make it clear today, this matter is not concluded. Regardless of who has been manipulating events from the shadows, I will investigate thoroughly until every involved party is unearthed." Upon hearing this, many faces paled. Among them, a young man in the crowd clenched his hands tightly concealed within his sleeves. It was evident to all that Chun Kuang had been acting under orders. Now that Yi Chunyin was determined to pursue this, trouble was undoubtedly brewing. It was clear that before long, the clan would once again be engulfed in chaos. Very well, let today's events conclude here, but I do not wish to see a repeat of this incident. As many expressed unease, Chen Wu Dao spoke, his words solidifying the matter. Yi Chunyin exchanged a glance with her father-in-law, but did not oppose. At the very least, her objective had been achieved. As the matriarch, no one understood better than her the importance of knowing when to stop. Within a large family, to gain benefits, one must first secure the right to demand concessions. With a collective sigh of relief, many in the crowd felt a weight lift. However, several gazes lingered on Yi Chunyin and Chen Wen, their expressions uncertain. The duo had unwittingly staged an impressive performance. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's focus remained fixed on Chen Wen, his brow furrowed. Before Chen Wen's return, he had long wished to meet him. Now that they had met, he found himself outmaneuvered thrice, unable to retaliate. The only solace was that he remained hidden, avoiding exposure. This allowed him ample time and space to manipulate the situation. With that thought, Chen Xian let out a breath of relief. Enough, everyone disperse. Little one, come with me, Chen Wu Dao stated once more. No one dared to challenge him. Even without his intervention, they had no desire to linger. It was evident that few harbored goodwill towards Chen Wen. In a large family, those most favored were those who were exceptionally talented yet adhered to the rules. Unfortunately, Chen Wen was neither. As members of the second faction prepared to collect Chen Ba Song's remains, Chen Wen's voice rang out. Wait. Chen Ba Hong glared coldly at Chen Wen. What? Are we not even permitted to collect the body? Chen Wen did not respond but stepped forward to Chen Ba Song and Appo's side, extending his hand to retrieve a spatial ring. Do not overreach, Chen Ba Hong and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. The spatial ring, carried by Chen Ba-Song, undoubtedly contained valuable items. Chen Ba-Hong's willingness to collect the body stemmed from both familial ties and the treasures within. Chen Wen calmly stored the spatial ring, casting a glance at Chen Ba-Hong. What issue could there be in collecting spoils of war? Surely you do not abstain from doing so? This young man was utterly shameless. Observing Chen Wen's demeanor, the crowd felt a surge of indignation. You. All right. Chen Bong, will remember this. With gritted teeth, Chen Bong uttered this phrase before cradling Chen Bakong and departing. You must remember to carry the spatial ring with you, Chen Wen remarked nonchalantly. Let's go. Suddenly, Chen Bong halted, and with a fierce roar, he expressed his resolve. The others lingered for no longer, casting a profound glance at Chen Wen before sequentially taking their leave. Chen Baxiang approached Chen Wen with measured steps, a smile adorning his face. Little one, you have truly opened your second uncle's eyes today. Speak your desire. I shall bestow upon you a gift for our meeting. A gift? Chen Wen chuckled. Then I shall ensure to take full advantage of this opportunity. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. Chen Hongmian had been observing Chen Wen's every move. Upon witnessing this exchange, she understood that Chen Baxiang would likely suffer considerable losses. Chapter 75. The siblings unite to acquire the ancient royal pill, then I shall not hold back, Chen Wen stated, casting a glance at Chen Baxuan. Chen Baxuan chuckled. If you are courteous to your second uncle, that would indeed be treating me as an outsider. Feigning contemplation, Chen Wen replied, Second uncle, you are aware of my predicament. Having just returned to the clan, I'm already being targeted. If I linger any longer, my personal safety may well be at risk. Thus, I do not require extravagant gifts. A mere imperial artifact or a royal pill will suffice. If that is too much to ask, a pill that could elevate my cultivation by 1 or 2 realms would also be acceptable. The expression on Chen Baxuan's face darkened, his lips twitching in disbelief. You brat, you truly dare to make such demands. And you speak so casually about it, as if I were a fool. The faces of Chen Bideo and the others were equally expressive. Only Chen Hongmian stifled her laughter, nearly bursting with amusement. This is indeed my little brother, splendidly bold. Chen Wen forced a harmless grin. Second uncle, my request should not be unreasonable, right? Unreasonable? You dare to say it's not? Chen Baxuan could only manage a strained smile. Little one, my capabilities are limited, and I truly cannot provide such gifts. This time, Chen Baxuan was not exaggerating. While the Qin clan could indeed offer imperial artifacts and pills, they were not distributed indiscriminately. Such rewards were typically reserved for those who had rendered significant contributions or exhibited immense potential. As for Chen Baxuan, despite his considerable standing, he could not afford to bestow such favors, especially upon someone he was scheming against. Oh, since you have your constraints, then let it be, Chen Wen said, shifting the topic. In truth, I am not overly concerned with gifts. You need not feel bound by your previous words. Chen Baxuan's lips twitched once more. You claim not to care, yet why do you still insist on mentioning it? You are truly placing me in a precarious position. Second uncle is not one to go back on his word. You truly do not understand him well. As Chen Baxuan simmered with indignation, Chen Hongmian suddenly interjected, her words pushing him to the brink. Second uncle, I recall you recently acquired an ancient royal pill known as the Xianlong Badgeton. Why not gift it to my little brother? Although this royal pill was not an imperial pill, it would serve my brother well. Moreover, it has stringent requirements for consumption, making it less suitable for you, second uncle. Chen Baxuan's countenance darkened, the smile on his lips nearly cracking under pressure. If Chen Hongmian's previous remark had nudged him toward the edge of a cliff, this one had undoubtedly sent him tumbling over. What was the Xianlong Badgeton? It was a precious ancient royal pill he had labored tirelessly to acquire. Although it was merely a royal pill, it far surpassed ordinary sacred pills. Most importantly, this elixir not only enhanced physical constitution, but also facilitated a rapid transformation, maximizing one's potential. As a possessor of the 9-turn dominant body, he could exploit the pill's full capabilities. While losing this pill would not entirely extinguish his chances of breaking through with a 9-turn dominant body, gifting it to Chen Wen would be more painful than a slap to the face. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Chen Bideo discerned Chen Baxuan's predicament and interjected, Little one, come with me to see grandfather. He has been waiting impatiently. You all may return for now and make arrangements for little Wen's accommodations. Very well. Then the gift from second uncle is unnecessary. I appreciate your goodwill, Chen Wen remarked, seemingly oblivious to his father's intentions, reiterating to Chen Bashuan once more before departing. Damn! Chen Bashuan nearly erupted with curses. Chen Badeo shot Chen Wen a disapproving glance, as if to say, "Are you genuinely incapable of understanding my words? Or are you merely pretending?" Chen Bashuan realized that if he did not respond, he would be at a disadvantage, particularly in the eyes of Chen Badeo and Yi Chenin. Until he achieved his objective, he had to maintain his fade. With this in mind, Chen Bashuan resolved that, indeed, Chen Hongyan was right. The Xianlong Badgeton held little value for him. Since it was suitable for little one, he would gift it to him as a token of his unclely affection. Thus, Chen Bashuan handed a quaint pill box to Chen Wen. Children are merely playing. How could you take it seriously, Xian? Chen Badeo immediately interjected. With a smile, Chen Bashuan placed the pill box in Chen Wen's hands. This is a token from your uncle. What business is it of yours, elder brother? You. Chen Badeo shook his head in resignation, then shot Chen Wen another glare. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and thank your second uncle. Chen Wen quickly mustered a smile. Thank you, second uncle. I will certainly make good use of this elixir and not let you down. Of course, I expect you to utilize it well. I want you to truly comprehend its formidable nature. With that thought, a chill gradually enveloped Chen Wen's heart. That is good, that is good. Chen Bashuan patted Chen Wen's hand encouragingly. Father, let us go. Chen Wen raised the pill box in his hand. Observing Chen Wen's actions, Chen Bashuan felt his composure begin to fray. Chen Badeo said nothing further, leading Chen Wen toward the place where Chen Wudao resided. As he watched Chen Wen's retreating figure, Chen Bashuan maintained a facade of insincerity, yet a murderous intent simmered within him. Everything expended today would soon be repaid 1,000-fold. Before long, Chen Wen accompanied Chen Badeo to a solemn and ancient palace. Upon entering, he discovered that everything inside was far simpler than he had imagined, exuding an air of profound simplicity. Please, take a seat. Chen Wudao gestured for them to sit. Once he saw his father seated, Chen Wen took a place beside him. With Chen Bashuan and the others, he could afford to be audacious and irreverent. However, before his grandfather, he held nothing but respect. How does it feel to be home? Chen Wudao inquired. Chen Wen responded, It feels wonderful. I have received so many gifts upon my return. Chen Wudao regarded Chen Wen for a moment before continuing, such as the nature of a large family. You performed admirably today. However, remember this. One must always know when to stop. Otherwise, you will only find yourself teetering on the brink of disaster. At that point, there will be no way to retreat. Do you understand? Grandson will keep this in mind. Chen Wen recognized that Chen Wudao's words were a warning, so he refrained from arguing. Yet sometimes, certain matters left him no room for negotiation. Just as with Chen Bashuan, he had resolved that no matter the circumstances, he must eliminate him. No pleas for mercy would change that. Chapter 76. The angry Chen Bashuan. Chen Wudi left dumbfounded regarding the matter of the betrothal. Is it certain that there is no room for negotiation? Chen Wudao cast a glance at Chen Wen before speaking. Chen Wen narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an unusual undertone. Has someone from the ancient kingdom of Lulan come to persuade us? The issue lies in the fact that your grandmother and mother hold a fondness for Lulan Xingxiu, coupled with your grandmother's relationship with Ji Qingying, which inevitably leads to some opinions on this matter. Chen Wudao sighed softly. I see. It is these two who harbor discontent towards him. No wonder my grandmother did not come to welcome him. The crux of the matter lies here. A flicker of realization crossed Chen Wen's mind. Grandfather, you are also a man. You know that some things can be endured, while others simply cannot. Therefore, I can only express my apologies to grandmother and mother. Chen Wudao regarded Chen Wen deeply. Since you have made up your mind, then act according to your thoughts. Remember, as long as you do not endanger the Chen clan, I will support you in all your endeavors. Thank you, grandfather. Chen Wen immediately responded with utmost seriousness. You may leave now. Someone will take you to your residence. Chen Wudao waved his hand dismissively. Yes, grandfather. Chen Wen acknowledged and turned to exit the hall. After Chen Wen departed, Chen Wudao spoke again. Have we confirmed the matter regarding Chen Baxgang? It is confirmed. Xiao Di saw Chen Baxgang's background in that boy's memory. Everything was orchestrated by him from the shadows. Chen Badeo spoke in a low voice. Chen Wudao let out a sigh. Handle this discreetly. The coming-of-age ceremony is in 3 days. Do not let others mock us. Chen Budao's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately relented. Understood. I shall take note. I know you wish to seek justice for Xiao Wen and set an example. However, the family's reputation and the relationships between factions must not be disregarded, as you, as the clan leader, must understand. Chen Wudao sighed again. Understood. Chen Budao replied, though his tone sounded stiff. Chen Wudao glanced at Chen Budao, but chose not to say anything further. Meanwhile, Chen Bashuan returned to his residence. At that moment, a strikingly handsome yet defiant youth stood before him, with a piercing gaze. This youth was none other than Chen Bashuan's son, Chen Guchen. Chen Bashuan's demeanor turned cold, devoid of the gentleness he had shown outside. Who permitted you to act on your own? Chen Guchen felt a chill run down his spine under his father's gaze and could only lower his head. Father, I acknowledge my mistake. Mistake? This is beyond mere error. You nearly implicated me as well. Chen Bashuan's fury surged again. In that situation, how could you ever think of giving orders? Where's your mind? How could I? Chen Bashuan have spawned such a fool? In a fit of rage, Chen Bashuan smashed the table beside him to smithereens. Chen Guchen's rebellious spirit flared in response. Yes, I am foolish, but isn't that a result of your favoritism towards Chen Wudi? Have you ever cared for my well-being? If outsiders were to see, they might believe he's your true son. Now you demand something from me. What right do you have? Chen Bashuan trembled with anger, disappointment etched upon his face. He had nurtured Chen Wudi merely to have him play a role at a critical moment. This was something anyone could discern. Yet now, his biological son had turned this into a reproach against him. Disappointment consumed him, an endless well of disappointment. What do you mean by you? Have I struck a nerve? Chen Guchen's madness intensified. I cannot stand Chen Wudi and his entire family. Had it not been for Chen Budao, you would have been the clan leader, and I would have been the young clan leader. Chen Wudi would have been a non-factor. I declare this. If I cannot deal with Chen Wudi, then let us eliminate that Chen Wen and make them taste the bitterness of losing a loved one. Chen Bashuan's anger subsided slightly, and he fixed his gaze intently on Chen Guchen. What do you intend to do? I told you not to act. Did you not hear me? I will repeat myself. Chen Wen cannot die now, at least not in the short term. Do you understand? As he spoke, a chilling aura laden with murderous intent bore down upon Chen Guchen. In an instant, a chilling howl swept through the surroundings, sending shivers down spines. Chen Guchen's heart raced. He had never seen such a terrifying side of his father. I understand. Chen Guchen stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Seeing Chen Guchen respond, Chen Bashuan retracted his imposing presence. If you truly cannot accept this, you may challenge him openly at the coming-of-age ceremony. Test his strength to the best of your ability. Do you understand? Understood. I will do as you say. Chen Guchen dared not show any signs of defiance. You may leave now. Chen Bashuan waved his hand. His son bowed and exited. Is it wise to let young master go? That boy who can kill Chu Tianlong is certainly not simple. A man in dark attire whispered, if my son cannot surpass a mere impostor, he might as well perish. Chen Bashuan's tone shifted. You know Chen Guchen's temperament. Merely suppressing him will only cause greater backlash. Rather than harboring this uncertain factor, it would be better to let him pursue a goal. This way, he will feel more at ease. Furthermore, we can gauge that boy's current condition and formulate corresponding strategies. Understood. The man in dark attire nodded and vanished once more. Chen Bashuan's expression hardened as he declared coldly, my possessions are not so easily taken. Before long, you shall pay back 100-fold. Meanwhile, Chen Wen had already arrived at the residence prepared for him, accompanied by the servants. The palace before him could only be described with one word, opulent to the utmost degree. Yi Qinyun and others had long been waiting outside the hall and immediately approached Chen Wen upon his arrival. Kulme, let me show you around and see if it meets your satisfaction. If not, we can change it. Yi Qinyun exclaimed, pulling Chen Wen along. Chen Wen felt an overwhelming warmth. Then I shall take a good look. Let's go. Chen Homian joined from the other side, wrapping her arm around Chen Wen's left. Chen Wudi observed the three and suddenly felt like an outsider. Brother, let us go. Chen Wen turned to Chen Wudi. You all go ahead. I will sit in the hall for a while. Chen Wudi contemplated before replying. Go on, do not mind this wooden block. Yes, he knows nothing of taste. With that, the two dragged Chen Wen inside. Chen Wudi was left dumbfounded, as if a chill had swept through him. I was merely being polite, and yet you two truly abandoned me. Damn it. Chapter 77. The Ritual of Adulthood and the Great World Divine Tree. After an hour, Chen Wen came to a halt. The expanse was overwhelming. As long as it is arranged by you, Mother, I am entirely content. Very well. Should you find discomfort in your dwelling later, do express it to me, she replied. Noticing Chen Wen's waning interest, Yi Chenin refrained from pressing further. Mother, thank you, Chen Wen suddenly spoke up. Yi Chenin was momentarily taken aback, yet she smiled warmly. Oh, my child, why the formality with me? By chance, an important thought struck Chen Wen. Has the date for the coming-of-age ceremony been set? Yi Chenin's smile faded as she replied. I was just about to discuss this with you. Cool me. Let's sit in the inner hall. With that, Yi Chenin took Chen Wen by the hand and led him toward the inner chamber. Soon, the four of them were seated within. After a glance at Chen Wen, Yi Chenin spoke. This upcoming ceremony will be the most grand and vibrant we have seen in years. Strictly speaking, those of you age 16 are not typically eligible to participate. However, due to your unique circumstances, the clan has made an exception. Furthermore, the clan intends to utilize this occasion to announce your return. Expect numerous factions to attend, and inevitably, some will harbor ill intentions towards you. Regardless of the situation, your foremost priority must be to safeguard yourself. We shall handle the rest. Understood, Chen Wen nodded. In truth, he had anticipated this scenario, so it did not take him by surprise. The specific proceedings of the ceremony remained a closely guarded secret, to be revealed only on the day itself. However, the main objective of the ceremony is to establish the rank of the heirs. Thus, the infusion of imperial energy to cleanse the bloodline is essential. This step is of great significance, as it will influence one's future. It is what distinguishes the heirs of the imperial family from others, and the competition will be fierce. Remember, by whatever means necessary, you must absorb as much imperial energy as possible. Only then can you secure a higher rank among the heirs and access greater resources. Imperial energy cleansing my bloodline? Now that piques my interest, Chen Wen remarked, a slight smile playing on his lips. I assure you, I will not disappoint. That is good to hear, Yi Chenin said with a nod of approval. Yet soon, another thought crossed her mind. I suspect the kingdom of Lulan will also send representatives. Is it Lulan Xingxue? Chen Wen inquired, raising an eyebrow. Yi Chenin shook her head. It should be the monarch and queen of the Lulan kingdom, attending in the guise of observers. They are likely coming due to the marriage contract, Chen Hongmian interjected with a cold smile. Yi Chenin did not deny this, adding, there is no need for you to be overly confrontational. Treat them as elders. You know me, Mother. I'm not one to hold grudges. Chen Wen replied with a light chuckle. Indeed, you speak boldly, Chen Wudi scoffed lightly. Yi Chenin maintained a gentle smile. As long as you exercise discretion, I have no concerns. With that, she shifted the conversation. We shall not intrude any longer. Do not hesitate to reach out should you need anything. Rest assured, I will not be polite, Chen Wen replied with a grin. Yi Chenin said nothing more, rising from her seat. Chen Hongmian and Chen Wudi nodded toward Chen Wen before following suit. Once the three departed, Chen Wen's smile gradually faded. The upcoming coming-of-age ceremony in 3 days was destined to be tumultuous. Even if no one targeted him, he had no intention of letting matters rest. At the very least, he intended to eliminate Chen Bashuan before the eyes of all, regardless of the forces he wielded behind the scenes or his standing within the Chen clan. He would not let them deter him. With this resolve, Chen Wen did not linger, turning to enter the cultivation chamber. As soon as he settled, he retrieved the spatial ring obtained from Chen Bashuan. He was eager to discover its contents, particularly the coveted supreme herb. According to his mother, this herb, known as the 9-sun suspended wood root, was nurtured by the essence of the sun and moon and the marrow of the earth over millennia. It was said that one could scarcely find another such root in the upper realm. In terms of rarity, it rivaled the Dao herbs and even the imperial herbs. This was precisely why she had gone to great lengths to secure it from Chen Bashuan. Moreover, it possessed an exceedingly rare property upon absorption. It could enhance the vitality of the human body and potentially bestow a regenerative ability. Wasn't that precisely what he lacked after utilizing his absolute powers? If he succeeded in acquiring such a talent, would it not allow him to wield his full strength without reservation? The thought alone sent Chen Wen into a fervor as he immersed his soul within the spatial ring. Instantly, Everything within the ring unfolded before his eyes. Crystalline essences, divine sources, and numerous spiritual materials lay serenely within. Yet, these were hardly of consequence compared to what his parents had provided, merely trifles in comparison. After a cursory glance, Chen Wen's attention fixated on an ancient stone box adorned with intricate, archaic symbols, unmistakably extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, he opened the stone box. Before him lay a piece of blackened wood, approximately the length of 3 fingers. Its surface bore golden sun patterns, releasing a gentle warmth that filled the box. Is this the 9-sun suspended wood root? Chen Wen gazed intently at the wood, inhaling deeply once more. That is no mere 9-sun suspended wood root, a voice. That of Xianhong Xiao resonated softly, tinged with astonishment. What is it then? Chen Wen asked, curiosity piqued. It is a fragment of the great world divine tree-S root. Judging by the aura emanating from it, it retains a faint essence of life, Xianhong Xiao explained. The great world divine tree? Chen Wen gasped, his mind racing. As a fervent admirer of fantasy literature in his past life, he understood the significance of such a tree. The Shanhai Jing recorded 3 divine trees, Fusong, Jinmu, and Ruomu. Each possessed unique powers, serving as monumental entities. However, the connection between this great world divine tree and those legendary trees remained uncertain. At that moment, Xianhong Xiao spoke again. Legend has it that the great world divine tree is the source of all things, the genesis of life. When chaos first unfurled, it bore life in the name of creation, ultimately giving rise to a vast world. Possessing it allows one not only to cultivate their own world within, but also to harness the powers contained therein. Imagine, you alone are a great world. Who could stand against you then? Additionally, the great world divine tree itself possesses divine might, bestowing unimaginable power upon its host. In that instant, Chen Wen could think of only one word: incredible. What kind of situation would arise if you were to possess the great world divine tree? With excitement bubbling within him, he pressed, Elder, do you have a way to revive it and plant it within me? Chapter 78. The divine tree of the great world and the emergence of the Imperial list. The chaotic serial energy within you can inherently nurture the divine tree of the great world. This is a unique advantage. As for whether it will succeed, that depends on your fortune, Xianhong Xiao thoughtfully articulated. Chen Wen's eyes brightened instantly. What must I do? It's quite simple, Xianhong Xiao replied. First, you must infuse the chaotic serial energy into the roots of the divine tree. Once it has fully assimilated into chaos, you will then guide it into your spiritual cavity. After that, you merely need to continue nurturing it with the chaotic serial energy until it takes root and sprouts within the cavity. I understand, Chen Wen said, not hesitating to mobilize the chaotic serial energy within him, gradually injecting it into the roots of the divine tree. The moment the chaotic serial energy surged forth, the roots seemed to come alive, actively absorbing the energy. Oh, what a spectacle, Chen Wen thought, suddenly inspired, releasing the restraints and allowing the tree to draw from him. Initially, he had anticipated a prolonged struggle, but the process was proving to be smoother than he had imagined. As time passed, the roots of the divine tree exhibited significant changes under the continuous absorption of chaotic serial energy. The most striking feature was the emergence of fissures on the once withered roots, as if shedding an old skin. The previously simple patterns on the surface began to evolve into increasingly intricate designs, exuding an aura that grew more ancient and mysterious. Particularly, a unique essence seemed to emanate from the vast expanse of time and space. A radiant white light blossomed forth, sacred and flawless. However, Chen Wen's expression soon turned pale, as he felt an overwhelming drain. The chaotic serial energy required by the roots of the divine tree was far greater than he had anticipated. Most alarmingly, he discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The roots seemed to cling to his palm like a magnet, refusing to be shaken off no matter how vigorously he tried. Sister Xiao, you must think of a way. I'm on the verge of being drained, Chen Wen exclaimed urgently. Xianhong Xiao responded calmly, do not panic. With the current strength of your chaotic serial body, it is sufficient to sustain the tree's absorption. You only need to worry about whether it can come back to life and be sequentially guided into the spiritual cavity. Fine, I will endure a little longer. Chen Wen took a deep breath and settled into silence once more. Time drifted by, and half an hour passed. Chen Wen's lips had turned completely pale, his eyes darkening, and beads of sweat poured from his forehead. Upon closer inspection, one would notice his body trembled violently, as if he had been emptied out repeatedly, reaching a state of utter exhaustion. Sister Xiao, you truly need to devise a plan. Look at me. I'm shaking. He could no longer contain his urgency. Xianhong Xiao remained composed. A man must not admit defeat. It's merely a matter of being emptied dozens of times. As cultivators, we have faced far greater challenges. Chen Wen felt numb. While others might revel in their experiences, I am merely tormented. How can this be compared? Yet, he found himself unable to retort. Just as he reached his limit, the roots of the divine tree finally exhibited a transformation. The increasingly intricate divine patterns began to interconnect, forming a complete divine insignia. The entire root gradually morphed, resembling a flowing stream of chaos. Now, whether we can successfully guide it into the spiritual cavity depends on this moment, Xianhong Xiao urged. Chen Wen was shaken, discarding all distractions and focusing intensely. He calmed his mind, allowing his thoughts to flow, wrapping his soul around the roots before gradually guiding them into his body. Xianhong Xiao's voice echoed once more. Chen Wen said nothing, meticulously following her instructions, extending his soul to envelop the roots. Perhaps due to the nurturing of the chaotic serial energy, the roots offered no resistance upon contact, allowing themselves to be enveloped. Excellent. The first step is successfully completed. Chen Wen restrained his excitement and continued to channel his soul, guiding the roots incrementally into his body. The roots offered no struggle, yielding to the soul's guidance, swiftly transforming into a stream of light that entered his spiritual cavity. Now channel the chaotic serial energy to help the roots acclimate to the environment of the spiritual cavity, Xianhong Xiao instructed again. Understood. At this point, Chen Wen no longer cared about being drained. He once more mobilized the chaotic serial energy within the cavity. However, he remained vigilant, simultaneously absorbing divine essence and spiritual crystals. Only by achieving a virtuous cycle could he sustain himself. Continuing in this manner, the fate of the roots sprouting depended on the forthcoming changes. As Xianhong Xiao shifted her tone, she cautioned, "Remember, regardless of what happens, you must persevere, for this is your only opportunity. Should you fail, the roots will lose all vitality, and your efforts will be in vain. Rest assured, having come this far, even if it dies, I shall resurrect it." Chen Wen gritted his teeth defiantly. With those words, he accelerated the pace of absorbing spiritual crystals and divine essence, while simultaneously hastening the release of chaotic serial energy. Concurrently, the outside world grew increasingly lively, for the adult ceremony was merely a day away. The younger members of the Chen clan were returning from various realms, some having ventured into secret realms, others having undergone trials in the lower realms. Due to Chen Wen's breach of convention, this adult ceremony permitted participation from 3 age brackets. The eldest was 18, while the youngest was 16. In a family as prominent as the Chen clan, a mere 2-year difference could be significant. Consequently, many younger members harbored considerable grievances against Chen Wen. Had it not been for him, their adulthood ceremony would have been 2 years later, allowing them to return with even greater strength. Simultaneously, numerous prominent families from the ancient realm had been invited to witness the event. Many understood that this was primarily a statement from the Chen clan to the outside world. Thus, they could not afford to show disrespect and sent representatives to witness the occasion. As another day passed, only one night remained until the adult ceremony. At this juncture, the Chen clan also announced the latest imperial list. First place, Chen Tianming, second Nirvana realm, 17 years old. Second place, Chen Tiandu, first Nirvana realm, 18 years old. Third place, Chen Zai, 10th life and death realm, 18 years old. Fourth place, Chen Guchen, 9th life and death realm, 16 years old. Fifth place, Chen Guyuan, 8th life and death realm, 17 years old. Sixth place, Chen Qingxue, 8th life and death realm, 17 years old. Seventh place, Chen Qingming, 8th life and death realm, 16 years old. Eighth place, Chen Zhu, 8th life and death realm, 18 years old. Ninth place, Chen Zi, 8th life and death realm, 16 years old. 10th place, Chen Feng, 8th life and death realm, 18 years old. The Imperial List, also known as the supplementary list of candidates for the emperors, was curated by the clan elders through various assessments. These 10 individuals were the seed contestants for the upcoming adult ceremony. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, they would likely be the top 10 candidates for the emperor's designation. Upon the announcement of the Imperial List, the Chen clan stirred with excitement. Many younger members began to inquire with their elders about the listed candidates. Simultaneously, the roots of the divine tree that Chen Wen was nurturing experienced a momentous breakthrough. A delicate breath of vitality emanates from the surface of the sacred tree's roots. Chapter 79. The breakthrough and the commencement of the rite of passage. Is it finally happening? Chen Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he instinctively intensified the infusion of chaotic energy into the root of the divine tree. Before long, the root began to radiate vitality. Circles of divine patterns emerged, emanating a soft, greenish hue. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if all of creation had suddenly awakened. Soon, the entire root of the divine tree was enveloped in a luminous white aura, while the pale green glow rippled across the light, resembling waves on a tranquil surface. Has it come to life? Chen Wen stared in awe, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Within this white circle, he sensed an ancient and mysterious power. Could this be the divine strength of the great world tree? The verdant glow exuded a rich vitality, as if all lifelessness could be revived through its nurturing essence. Does this mean that even if I suffer tremendous damage, I can survive without relying on the absolute fire seed? At this thought, Chen Wen's eyes gleamed with hope. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Xian Hongxiao remarked, "Strictly speaking, what you envision is accurate. However, the great world tree has merely begun to sprout, and the assistance it provides is far more limited than you might imagine. Its true strength lies in its ability to create a realm within your body. Once you possess a world as a foundation, your chaotic form will unleash unimaginable power. You could say that you would become invincible across the expanse of time." Incredible. Is it really that formidable? Chen Wen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. By the way, didn't you mention that its divine power could be harnessed? How do I utilize it? He inquired eagerly. Xian Hongxiao replied calmly, "You need only to stimulate the root of the divine tree, but I advise against attempting it lightly. While the divine power is potent, it places a significant burden on your body. Moreover, the vitality bestowed by the divine tree cannot be restored under the expenditure of divine energy. You must find your own means to recover. So it awaits my command. Everything in existence comes at a cost," Chen Wen mused resignedly. "Enough. You have half a day left. Hurry and absorb the power from the divine tree's root, and see how much you can elevate yourself," Xian Hongxiao urged. "Understood," Chen Wen acknowledged, immediately beginning to draw in the energy coursing through him. The power from the divine tree was far purer and gentler than he had anticipated, allowing him to absorb it with ease. Boom! The moment the energy fully integrated into his body, an unimaginable force repeatedly struck against his bottleneck. In an instant, Chen Wen felt the barrier to his realm loosen, waves of energy surging upward. Boom! The spiritual energy in the air rapidly converged, pulsating violently as if boiling like water. At the moment the energy cascaded downwards, the connection between the inner and outer realms shattered the confines of his bottleneck. Second life and death realm. Third life and death realm. In quick succession, Chen Wen broke through two minor realms, and the turbulent energy within him gradually subsided. At this point, the aura radiating from him was more than triple that of the first life and death realm. He had already been invincible among those of the same realm. Now, with an increase of over 3 times his power, one could only imagine how formidable he had become. Moreover, he possessed the innate talent for absolute combat power, along with a drop of chaotic liquid that could infinitely enhance his strength within a minute. He now held unwavering confidence in defeating Chen Bashuan, even if the latter had numerous hidden cards up his sleeve. With this thought, Chen Wen exhaled a breath of relief. At last, he felt truly assured. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Chen Wen promptly withdrew from his reverie. He realized that in the span of 3 days, he had consumed nearly 5 million units of divine source and spiritual crystals. Had he not previously acquired a substantial amount, he could hardly have fathomed such a scenario. The cost of nurturing the sprouting divine tree had indeed been immense, yet it was all worthwhile. Brushing off the dust from his clothing, Chen Wen stood up and walked outside. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Chen Hongyan. Little brother you, Just as Chen Hongyan began to speak, she noticed that in these 3 days, Chen Wen had elevated himself by 2 minor realms. If Chen Wen's strength were lacking, such a rapid ascension would be insignificant. However, with his ability to transform into 99 celestial figures, who would dare to question his prowess? It seemed she had underestimated her little brother's potential. Is the rite of passage about to commence? Chen Wen inquired. Chen Hongyan snapped back to reality. Yes. The grand venue has gathered everyone. You're the last one. All right, I'll change into another outfit, Chen Wen replied, turning to head back into his room. Before long, he emerged, fully attired. Chen Hongyan was momentarily taken aback. Clad in a white robe, Chen Wen embodied the very essence of elegance and charm. Even having encountered many remarkable individuals, she found it difficult to identify anyone who could surpass him. What is the matter? Chen Wen asked, noticing Chen Hongyan's momentary daze. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Chen Hongyan adopted a serious tone. Before we head to the grand venue, take a look at this. With a wave of her hand, a shimmering screen appeared in midair, displaying the Emperor's ranking. Intrigued, Chen Wen gazed at the information of the top 10 individuals. What is the Emperor's ranking? He asked. The 10 strongest participants in the rite of passage, though some may be hiding their true strength, Chen Hongyan explained. The strongest 10? Chen Wen's interest peaked as he focused on the first name, Chen Tianming. At 17 years of age, he was at the 2nd Nirvana realm, truly remarkable. Notably, his fiancée, he was merely 18 and at the 10th life and death realm. Yet, one must remember that sometimes realm does not dictate capability. There are always those whose power exceeds their level. Chen Tianming is exceptionally strong, often referred to as another Chen Wudi. He possesses a natural imperial physique and destiny, a favored child of fate. From a young age, he exhibited an invincible demeanor, and in 10 years, he dominated the younger generation of his realm in a mere 5. After returning 2 years early, he has been training in the upper realm's imperial ancient realm, but has remained low-key. To this day, no one knows the extent of his strength. Additionally, he is currently the most watched star of the clan, with many voices suggesting he should receive training on par with his elder brother. Thus, if all goes as expected, your greatest rival will be him. Furthermore, he belongs to the 2nd faction, and since you returned, you have already slapped their face. He may very well seek to restore their honor. Chen Tianming, huh? The most closely watched star? Chen Wen mused to himself. It appeared that this rite of passage would be far more thrilling than he had anticipated, and a smile crept onto his lips. Those familiar with him would surely recognize that his interest had been thoroughly piqued. Chapter 80. The Focus of Attention. The innate protagonist Chen Tianming. After gathering his thoughts, Chen Wen finally spoke. I will be cautious. All right, I shall say no more. Chen Hongyan glanced at Chen Wen and stepped outside first. Without hesitation, Chen Wen followed closely behind. However, they had not gone far when Chen Hongyan suddenly halted. By the way, if you wish to make a scene at the grand ceremony, feel free to proceed. I will handle everything. Chen Wen was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Chen Hongyan's implication, which was merely concerning Chen Badeo. Undoubtedly, having such a sister was indeed his greatest fortune. Reflecting on this, Chen Wen couldn't help but chuckle softly and nodded emphatically. All right, let us go. Upon receiving Chen Wen's response, Chen Hongyan said nothing further and quickly made her way toward the venue. Meanwhile, at the grand venue, the vast space was already teeming with people. Various formidable spiritual beasts and flying apparatuses hovered above. Numerous cultivators from the Changshan Emperor domain had also arrived, settling into their seats amidst a cacophony of voices. The high platform was now filled with representatives from various families, with Chen Badeo and Yi Chenin seated at the center, presiding over the grand ceremony. Not far from Chen Hongyan sat a pair of middle-aged individuals whose expressions were less than pleasant. Dressed in opulent attire, they exuded an air of nobility and were strikingly handsome. The middle-aged man, possessing a regal demeanor, commanded attention with every movement, a clear result of prolonged power. This couple was none other than the monarch and queen of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. The man was named Lulan Yutian, and the woman, Emo Shengxue, whose name was a combination of both their names, signifying how dearly they cherished their daughter, Lulan Shengxue. As time passed, an array of murmurs began to rise in the crowd. However, They dared not speak too loudly, instead whispering about Chen Wen's tardiness. At this moment, Emo Xingxue could no longer restrain herself and addressed Chen Bideo. It seems your son's stature is even more remarkable than rumored, Chen Patriarch. In our respective factions, we are also notable figures, yet we have been left waiting for quite some time. Chen Bideo furrowed his brow, fully aware that Emo Xingxue's words carried an underlying meaning. Her mention of high stature was a veiled reference to Chen Wen's prior engagement with Lulan Xingxue. Nonetheless, it was indeed Chen Wen who had arrived late, so even if he felt displeasure, he could not chastise Emo Xingxue for her impoliteness. With this in mind, Chen Bideo replied, I apologize for the delay, esteemed guests. My son is at fault. When the banquet commences, I will raise a toast to all of you, and I hope for your understanding. Emo Xingxue shot a glance at Chen Bideo. Although still somewhat indignant, she chose not to pursue the matter further. As the queen of a nation, she was not foolish. Some issues required only a brief mention. Dwelling on them would only reflect poorly on her. Furthermore, the Chen clan belonged to the Imperial lineage and was among the most esteemed factions within the Tianming power. While Lulan's strength was commendable, a direct conflict with the Chen clan would ultimately lead to their own detriment. Dear Chen, you exaggerate. As cultivators, it is not uncommon for us to miss the appointed time during our training. As for the toast, there is truly no need. It has been far too long since we gathered. If you truly have the time, let us indulge in a hearty drink once the banquet begins, spoke Lulan Yutian, addressing the assembly of dignitaries on the high platform. Indeed, we must have a grand feast. Others echoed in agreement. Very well. Then I shall gladly accompany you in this revelry. Chen Bideo laughed heartily. Meanwhile, at the center of the grand venue, over 1,000 young disciples had gathered for the coming adult ceremony. Among them, 10 stood at the forefront, akin to stars surrounding the moon. Notably, one youth donned a pure white robe, his strikingly handsome features radiating an extraordinary aura. Seated at the center, he was enveloped in an aura that created a circular space around him, with no one daring to approach. It was as if an invisible force repelled those nearby. Yet, curiously, there was no discernible fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him, resembling an ordinary mortal. A peculiar mark adorned the youth's brow, with tendrils of dark energy swirling within it, enhancing his already striking appearance with an enigmatic allure that rendered him even more untouchable. This youth was none other than the supernova Chen Tianming, as referred to by Chen Hongyan. The second and third figures, Chen Tiandu and Chen Zai, were undoubtedly remarkable within the Chen clan, yet they paled in comparison to Chen Tianming's brilliance. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Tianming's radiance emanated from within, rather than relying on mere appearance or power. Some individuals are simply born to be protagonists, and Chen Tianming exemplified this notion. The gaze of both the attendees and the Chen clan's higher-ups was predominantly fixed upon Chen Tianming. In their eyes, such a prodigy, provided he did not meet an untimely end, was destined to become another top-tier talent, overshadowing the younger generation. Who is that young man in white? Inquired a middle-aged man named Ying Long. He hailed from the Shi Huang clan, an ancient royal family of the Great Qin. The Shi Huang faction and Tianming faction were of equal standing, with the ancient royal family of the Great Qin being the most powerful among them. Upon hearing this, the individuals on the high platform turned their attention to Chen Bideo, clearly intrigued by Chen Tianming. Sometimes, when one cannot extinguish such a glaring talent, it is better to seek alternative avenues, such as forging connections, arranging marriages, or recognizing kinship. For these powerful factions, such investments were quite commonplace. Chen Bideo chuckled lightly. His name is Chen Tianming, our clan supernova. What thoughts do you have, brothering? Is there a proposal for a betrothal? My youngest daughter is of similar age. Ying Long did not disguise his intentions. In his view, a genius of Chen Tianming's caliber, born into an imperial lineage, was the most suitable candidate for a marriage alliance. Chen Bideo burst into laughter. If we can ally through marriage with your esteemed family, it would indeed be an honor for our clan and a blessing for my daughter. However, any engagement must be contingent upon his personal wishes, as it has always been our clan's tradition. Then it is settled, Ying Long declared decisively. He believed that Chen Tianming would undoubtedly agree, as long as the Chen clan had no objections. Chen Bideo remained silent. As the patriarch of the Chen clan, He naturally wished to foster closer ties with the great Qin royal family. Yet, as the leader of a faction, he was reluctant to see such a development unfold. After all, Chen Tianming ultimately belonged to the second faction, and should this faction gain the support of the great Qin royal family, the internal dynamics of the clan would be further disrupted. Moreover, recent tensions between Chen Wen and the ancient kingdom of Lulan had already stirred the waters. The representatives from other factions exchanged glances, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. They recognized the implications of a potential alliance between the Chen clan and the great Qin royal family. In contrast to the concerns of the other factions, Lulan Yutian and Mo Shangshue's expressions darkened slightly. While they had initially taken a liking to Chen Tianming, they were acutely aware that, regardless of Yinglong's early overtures, an alliance between Chen Tianming and Lulan Xingxue was unlikely. Nevertheless, Chen Wen and Lulan Xingxue have yet to annul their engagement. In their eyes, Chen Wen's aspiration to ascend the eternal dragon and Phoenix Mountain to erase the threat of fate is a task more daunting than climbing to the heavens. Ultimately, these two individuals are destined to be united, an immutable truth. However, after witnessing Chen Tianming, their dissatisfaction with Chen Wen has intensified. At that moment, a wave of fervent cheers erupted, announcing the arrival of Chen Wen. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, turning in unison to gaze at Chen Wen's presence. Chapter 81. Ancestor's Blessing. The Emperor's aura before my eyes stands Chen Wen, clad in a flowing white robe, his countenance resembling jade, exuding an air of nobility. At this moment, his aura radiates magnificently, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, emanating a touch of wickedness that instantly eclipses all around him. In comparison to the throngs gathered around Chen Tianming, the only disparity between them lies in their cultivation levels. However, in terms of presence and appearance, Chen Wen effortlessly surpasses Chen Tianming. Alas, this lad possesses an appearance so refined that it stirs an envious fire within me. I have never felt such jealousy towards another. What a strikingly handsome youth he is. How could one be blessed with such looks? Yet what use is beauty? Can it fill one's stomach or bridge the chasm in cultivation? Ultimately, he remains a mere, trifling figure at the third level of the death realm. Perhaps you have not heard? This young man is exceedingly arrogant. Upon his return, he has managed to offend the Chen clan's second faction gravely. Does Chen Tianming realize that the white-robed youth at the heart of the gathering is precisely that? With Chen Tianming present, do you believe this youth will emerge unscathed from today as grand ceremony? Moreover, the reason the Chen clan has exceptionally permitted 16 and 17-year-olds to participate in this gathering is due to this very individual. It is essential to understand that within such family ceremonies, the earlier one participates, the greater the disadvantage becomes. It is likely that many already harbor a deep-seated hatred for this youth. Mark my words, should he dare to step onto the stage, he will undoubtedly become the target of hostility. The outcome is all too predictable. Alas, what a pity. In an instant, many sighed softly. Meanwhile, the various factions on the high platform also turned their gazes toward Chen Wen, particularly Yinglong and Lulan Yutian, who were aware that Chen Wen had defeated a counterfeit at the 9th level of the Death Realm, using his prowess at the 6th level. As for Chu Tianlong's strength, they were not well informed. However, based on what Lulan Xingxue described, judged by the standards of the lower realms, Chu Tianlong is indeed quite remarkable. Nonetheless, they did not place much weight on this, for no matter how high the standards of the lower realms, they still pale in comparison to those of the upper realms. Furthermore, individuals who venture from the upper realms to the lower realms often find their powers suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Consequently, the disparities between geniuses from the lower realms and those from the upper realms become even more pronounced. However, upon witnessing Chen Wen, they were left astonished. In less than half a month, he had ascended 7 minor realms, which is indeed extraordinary. Yet, they quickly shook their heads. Rapid breakthroughs in such a short time are not necessarily a good sign. If not driven by impatience for quick success, it often indicates a weak foundation. In either case, their perception of Chen Wen had diminished. Among those who felt astonished were Chun Ba Dao and Yi Chenyan. Only they knew the true stability of Chen Wen's foundation and whether he was indeed striving for quick success. Presently, a singular thought permeated their minds. At this adult ceremony, their son would likely outshine all and captivate the attention of everyone present. Brother Chen, this must be your son, Ying Long remarked once more. Chen Badao gently pressed his lips together and replied with a smile, apologies for making Brother Ying and everyone else laugh. At 16, to reach the third level of the Death Realm without relying on family support is indeed quite commendable, Ying Long said languidly. As for whether Chen Wen was strong or exceptional, Ying Long refrained from comment, merely stating it was remarkable, such is the charm of language. Yet, it was evident that Ying Long's impression of Chen Wen was rather mediocre. I believe others shared a similar sentiment. A 16-year-old at the third level of the Death Realm may be considered a top genius in the lower realms, but in the eyes of the upper realms' prominent factions, this merely qualifies as acceptable. As for his future, that remains to be seen. I'm quite pleased with this young son. Chen Badao laughed heartily. Ying Long smiled, but said nothing. Mo Chan Shui merely curled her lips. The others shared similar expressions, all responding with laughter. In their eyes, Chen Badao, as protective nature as a father, was understandable. After all, it was his own son, and he could hardly belittle him in front of others. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Wen was making his way toward the very center of the gathering. The other youths attending the ceremony turned their gazes toward him, their expressions a mix of scrutiny, inquiry, disdain, coldness, and even hostility. Chen Wen's gaze swept across these individuals. 10 sons of destiny stood tall, among them a green and a blue destiny. Could this be a golden destiny? His gaze finally settled on the white-robed youth seated at the center. At this sight, his eyes gleamed with a flicker of excitement. To encounter a golden destiny so soon was unexpected. It seems this youth hails from a prominent family. In an instant, the basic information of the white-robed youth flashed before his eyes. Name, Chen Tanming. Age, 17. Character, composed, aloof, ruthless. Identity, descendant of the ancient realm's Chen clan, son of the great elder of the second faction, king of the Imperial Ancient Realm. Destiny soul, golden. Physique, emperor's body, born with imperial fate. Realm, second level of the Nirvana realm. Goodness. A 17-year-old at the second level of the Nirvana realm is truly remarkable. As for the emperor's body, it is an exceedingly formidable physique, exuding an innate imperial might. Coupled with the innate imperial fate, it bestows upon its bearer an aura of royalty. Individuals with such a fate can establish their own factions, gathering the faith of the populace. When the power of belief accumulates to a certain level, they can dictate the world with a single word, determining life and death at will. Moreover, the amplification of individual strength through the power of belief is exceptionally pronounced, akin to possessing a cheat code. From the information, it is evident that Chen Tianming has already established his own faction and possesses a measure of belief power. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. As this thought crossed his mind, a fiery determination ignited within Chen Wen's eyes. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny upon him, Chen Tianming, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. 2 invisible beams of light pierced through everything, focusing intently on Chen Wen. Chen Wen remained utterly composed, calmly meeting Chen Tianming's gaze, even curling his lips slightly. A flicker of unusual light danced in Chen Tianming's indifferent pupils, but it vanished in an instant. In his eyes, Chen Wen indeed possessed a courage and aura distinct from others, yet it still fell woefully short. The thought flickered and was gone, as he slowly closed his eyes once more, revealing no hint of disturbance. Do you look down upon me? How amusing this has become. My anticipation for this grand ceremony grows ever stronger, Chen Wen mused, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just then, Chen Baxian rose from the high platform. First and foremost, today marks the annual adult ceremony of the Chen clan. On behalf of the Chen clan, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed guests. With that, he clasped his fists in greeting to the assembly. Now that everyone has arrived, I hereby announce the commencement of the adult ceremony. Let us invoke the blessings of our ancestors, calling upon Imperial Aura to bestow its baptism upon our clan's descendants. As these words fell, the assembled youths stirred with excitement. They had toiled for this day, eager to discover whether they would soar like dragons or sink like worms, and their fortunes would soon be revealed. Chapter 82. That little stability. Just for Mother to play with the first-place 9 well-prepared array masters responded in unison and proceeded to an ancient altar. The altar featured 9 positions, each adorned with corresponding array symbols. These symbols interconnected, converging at the very center of the altar. As the 9 individuals continuously formed seals, an ancient aura began to surge, and the array diagram flickered to life. Rise! At the simultaneous command of the 9 array masters, they pressed their palms firmly against the designated points. A thunderous rumble erupted as the altar trembled violently, shaking the entire venue. We, the descendants, beseech our ancestors to bestow their blessings and aid our clan's youth in their coming-of-age ceremony. The 9 array masters altered their formation once more, kneeling at the array points and praying towards the heavens. Granted, shortly thereafter, an ancient voice resounded, echoing as if transcending through the eons. As the words fell, 9 beams of light erupted from the altar, merging with the fortunes of the Chen clan. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth shifted dramatically, and boundless golden light began to swirl forth. In a fleeting moment, the entirety of the Chen clan's territory was enveloped by this radiant flow. A formidable imperial aura pressing heavily upon the hearts of every cultivator present. As the luminous waves spread, ancient divine figures began to materialize, overlooking the realm. This was indeed the protection of the Chen clan's ancestors, truly extraordinary. Suddenly, the grand hall fell into a profound silence. Even though everyone understood these divine apparitions were but remnants of the past, none dared to show negligence. The ancestral shadows had been summoned, and the coming-of-age ceremony could commence at any moment. At this juncture, a middle-aged man named Chen Wen addressed Chen Baidu and others. Chen Wen nodded and reiterated the rules before the Imperial Aura baptism. The duration of the baptism is merely 15 minutes. The extent of one's gains depends solely on individual capability. During this period, all means may be employed to seize the descending Imperial Aura, but inflicting harm upon others is strictly prohibited. Should anyone willfully violate this, they will face immediate disqualification or, in severe cases, execution. Do you all understand? Upon hearing this, Chen Wen raised his voice. Understood, the assembled youths replied in unison. Chen Wen's lips curled into a slight smirk. For him, the method mattered little. The objective was simply to act. However, he was genuinely intrigued by this Imperial Aura baptism. According to his sister, it pertained to one's future potential, perhaps even offering a chance to reverse fate. This was precisely why the annual coming-of-age ceremonies were conducted with such grandeur. Very well. You may take your places and await the descent of the Imperial Aura, Chen Wen nodded and stated. As these words were spoken, the previously murmuring youths adjusted their demeanor and flocked towards the center. In the face of the Imperial Aura baptism, they paid no heed to whether they were near Chen Tianming. They understood that the center position promised the greatest quantity of Imperial Aura. Chen Tianming cast a glance at the youths, his gaze remaining indifferent, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. To him, even if they occupied his position, they posed no threat. This was the essence of Chen Tianming and Appos, as confidence and pride. Chen Wen, however, chose not to move towards the center, opting instead to sit quietly at the edge. At first glance, the Grand Hall appeared to be divided into 2 factions, and Chen Wen's solitary figure seemed rather pitiable. Observing this, many spectators shook their heads in disdain. To them, it appeared that he had already been isolated before the event had even begun. There was no need to watch further. As for the outcome of the Imperial Aura baptism, the ultimate victor was undoubtedly destined to be Chen Tianming. On the platform, representatives from various factions observed the unfolding scene. Although they shared similar sentiments, they refrained from stating them openly. After all, Chen Wen was still the son of Chen Baidu, and a modicum of respect was warranted. Since everyone seems so bored watching, how about we play some bets for entertainment? At that moment, Emo Chenyu suddenly suggested. Foolish. Lulan Yutian frowned. He recognized that his wife was attempting to create an opportunity for their daughter, hence her suggestion. However, he believed it was not a wise proposal. It could very well lead to a situation where he found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Yet, having spoken, there was no turning back. He could only hope that his wife would recognize the limits and refrain from escalating matters. Oh, what kind of betting are we talking about? Ying Long inquired. Let this Imperial Aura baptism serve as the wager, with the target being Chen Wen. You may place your bets freely. If you guess correctly, I shall return threefold. If incorrect, Well, that would be unfortunate, Emo Chinyu replied languidly. Ha ha, this is indeed entertaining, Yinglong laughed heartily. Others also expressed interest. In their eyes, betting on Chen Tianming held no uncertainty. He was bound to acquire the most imperial aura. However, if the winner were Chen Wen, the situation would become significantly more intriguing. Given Chen Bidu's protective nature, he would never allow his son to finish last. Thus, regardless of Chen Wen's abilities, he would not leave empty-handed. I'll set the tone. One sacred artifact, betting that my esteemed nephew can secure a place in the top 10, Yinglong declared suddenly. For him, a sacred artifact held little value in the eyes of the ancient Qin royal family. Therefore, even if he lost, it would merely be considered a gesture of support for Chen Wen, owing to his ties with Chen Bidu. Of course, he was also keen to observe the dynamics between Emo Chinyu and Chen Bidu, and he had no qualms about adding fuel to the fire. Upon witnessing Yinglong's move, other factions followed suit, each pledging a sacred artifact in hopes of seeing Chen Wen enter the top 10. As expected, Lulan Yotian's expression gradually darkened. However, Emo Chinyu had different intentions. She sought to irritate Chen Bidu. Though she could not confront him directly, she aimed to find fault in minor details, convinced that Chen Bidu would not dare to retaliate in such circumstances. Indeed, as Emo Chinyu had anticipated, Chen Bidu remained silent. In this setting, surrounded by clan leaders, he found it inappropriate to argue with a woman, as it concerned the dignity of an imperial clan. I wager an imperial artifact, betting my son will secure first place. Yi Qinyang's voice suddenly rang out, cold as steel. At this declaration, all the representatives were taken aback, gazing at Yi Qinyang in astonishment. Not only was she wagering an imperial artifact, but she was also betting on Chen Wen to take first place. Were it not for a fit of temper, they would find it hard to believe. In their eyes, what merit did Chen Wen possess to claim the top position? Now, the Lulan royal family found themselves in a precarious position. Emo Chinyu's expression shifted dramatically, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Ye Chengyang Philipput headhunt, slamming an imperial spear onto the table. The commotion instantly drew everyone in Appo's attention. What is happening? Is a fight about to break out? Confusion filled the hearts of the onlookers as they stared at the unfolding scene. Lulan Yutian took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Sister-in-law, Little Snow, is just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Yi Qinyang disregarded Lulan Yotian's words and instead slammed her hand on the table, declaring loudly, Little stability. Mother wagers an imperial weapon that you will acquire the most imperial aura. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, both Lulan Yutian and Emo Chinyu's expressions sank entirely. To them, it was evident that Yi Qinyang had no intention of holding back. Wagering an imperial weapon on Chen Wen for first place? How dare she? The audience fell into stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. Chen Wen slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Lulan Yutian and Emo Chinyu. Before he spoke casually, that little one, let Mother fetch a first place to have some fun. A first place for Mother, just for fun? Good heavens. Can you not boast for once? Madness. Both of these women are utterly insane. Once again, the crowd was left in utter astonishment, their senses dulled by the sheer absurdity. Chapter 83. The Battle for Imperial Energy. One person dominates the 9 doubts, good son. Yi Qinyang exclaimed, visibly stirred. She then turned to Emo Chinyu, saying, the Imperial artifact is right here. You may take it. It turned out that the one who initiated the bidding was none other than the Queen Mother of the ancient Lulan Kingdom. I wondered who had the audacity to act so boldly. Observing Yi Qinyang's actions, the crowd began to react. Now, it was up to Emo Chinyu to muster the courage to accept. It must be noted that this was an imperial artifact, specifically, the life artifact of the Chen clan matriarch. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Emo Chinyu took a deep breath and said, Sister Yin, I was merely joking. Please take it back. What do you mean take it back? I'm not so weak as to lose even an imperial artifact. Yi Qinyang retorted coldly. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Emo Chinyu insisted, Sister Yin, let it go. Let this be my fault. Yi Qinyang smashed the table in frustration, exclaiming, damn it. Why act innocent now? Where were you before? With her words, the atmosphere grew tense as Emo Chinyu fell silent, contemplating Yi Qinyang's resolve. She decisively stored the imperial spear away. The two women, unwilling to yield, escalated the standoff. Lulan Yudian remained quiet, but it was evident that he was displeased. Chen Wen maintained a calm smile throughout, fully aware of his wife's temperament. She had always been fiercely protective. For her children, she would not hesitate to sacrifice even 10 Imperial artifacts without a second thought. Chen Wen observed everything with keen interest, a subtle smile playing on his lips. While others might be unclear about the feud, he understood it thoroughly. Regardless of Chen Wen's capabilities, the more strained their relationship became, the more advantageous it was for him. As long as he played the role of the hidden observer, he would surely achieve his objectives. Let us commence. Chen Wen finally broke the heavy silence. Good. Chen Wen responded, turning to address the gathered disciples. The Imperial energy cleansing begins now. Please prepare yourselves. With this proclamation, the atmosphere stirred with excitement. This was not merely a contest among disciples. It was a clash between two formidable factions. They were eager to see how Chen Wen would perform under the pressure of Chen Tianming's oversight. The 9 formation masters immediately began to form seals. As their handprints struck the altar, the protective divine shadows in the air began to stir, resonating in unison. A golden vortex gradually formed in the sky, its imperial energy swirling within, ancient and mysterious. At the moment the imperial energy manifested, Chen Tianming and his companions felt the latent power within their bloodlines stirring. It seemed as if the very essence of their blood was poised to burst forth. What a remarkable treasure, they thought in unison. In contrast to the boiling bloodlines of Chen Tianming and the others, Chen Wen felt an overwhelming sensation of comfort enveloping him. Meanwhile, the chaos sequence body and the great world divine tree were already craving the energy, almost ready to seize it. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the disciples, the vortex of imperial energy finally surged downward like a column of air, enveloping the thousands of disciples below. At last, it had begun. The spectators on the high platform fixated their attention on the unfolding scene. Chen Wen and Yi Chenyan and Apos' gazes were firmly set on Chen Wen, while figures like Yinglong and Mo Chenxue focused on Chen Tianming. The former admired Chen Tianming and sought further evaluation, as he had intentions of marrying his daughter to him. The latter simply hoped that Chen Tianming would clinch the first place, delivering a resounding blow to Yi Chenyan's pride, making her realize the consequences of her arrogance. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Wen and Chen Tianming were wholly absorbed in the absorption of imperial energy. The instant the energy made contact, Chen Wen felt a surge of warmth explode within his body, as if every cell and drop of blood was igniting. Yet, this energy soon transformed into a series of thunderous beats, battering against his body, as if attempting to obliterate him into ash. Is this the power of imperial energy? Such a terrifying force. Chen Wen inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. This is precisely the intensity one seeks. In a moment of clarity, Chen Wen activated 2 powerful techniques, the Supreme Chaos and the Eternal Leisure technique. Simultaneously, he fully unleashed his chaos sequence body and the seed of the great world divine tree. With all 4 forces combined, his rate of absorbing imperial energy reached its zenith. Initially, the imperial energy enveloping each individual was evenly distributed, but the amount one could absorb depended entirely on their capabilities. However, under Chen Wen's full activation, the energy stream began to divide. Look, what is that? A wave of urgent exclamations rippled through the crowd. Swiftly, all eyes were drawn to Chen Wen's actions, astonished. Yet, even in their amazement, they dared not jump to conclusions, as the spectacle was simply too outrageous. As Chen Wen continued to absorb the energy, the division of the energy stream transformed from an even split to a 46-54 ratio, then to a 37-63 ratio. Good heavens, this is truly happening. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonished cries. In that moment, their suspicions were confirmed. Chen Wen was absorbing imperial energy at an astonishing rate, even siphoning it from others. How is this possible? Mo Chenxue suddenly stood, disbelief etched across her face. Undoubtedly, she was the most invested in the outcome of this event. Thus, upon witnessing this spectacle, she instinctively rose to her feet. Good. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to Mo Chenxue's incredulity, Yi Chenyan raised her arms in triumph. Meanwhile, Chen Wen and Apos' absorption rate accelerated further. The The once 37-63 ratio quickly morphed into 28-72. Within mere moments, it transformed to 19-81, and the gap continued to widen. The sheer volume of Imperial energy pouring into Chen Wen's being was staggering. 90 of it was now his. What did that imply? It was crucial to note that the more Imperial energy one absorbed, the more advantageous it would be for their future. The most apparent benefit was the purification of the Imperial bloodlines within each disciple. The purer the bloodline, the greater the ancestral legacy one could inherit. Excellent. At this moment, even Chen Badayo, who had maintained his composure, could no longer contain himself. The elders of the Qin clan were equally stunned into silence. They had always believed that Chen Tianming would be the one to seize the top position, even petitioning for an increased allocation of Imperial energy for this event. Yet now, it appeared that the tide was turning in favor of Chen Wen. They were left wondering how Chen Wen had managed such a feat, this kid. It seems I've underestimated him, Chen Bajuan mused, a cold glint in his eyes. At that moment, those immersed in absorbing the Imperial energy realized that their share had vanished. Shock soon morphed into fury as they grasped that the Imperial energy meant for them had been commandeered by Chen Wen. Unbridled audacity. Chen Tianming suddenly opened his eyes, his voice cold and commanding as he felt the power of fear surging within him. Chapter 84. The more you swallow, the more you regurgitate. This matter seems to have escalated. Chen Tianming's cold voice echoed through the scene, causing everyone to tremble. They were unaware of the means by which Chen Wen had seized the Imperial energy, but now it was evident that Chen Wen had thoroughly enraged Chen Tianming. Well, it should be this way. Mo Qinxue instantly perked up, secretly cheering for Chen Tianming's actions. At this moment, she no longer cared about Yi Qinyang's dignity. She knew that if Chen Wen secured the first position, not only would she be humiliated, but she would also have to surrender 3 pieces of Imperial artifacts to Yi Qinyang. Those were 3 Imperial artifacts, even as the queen of the ancient Lulan kingdom. She could not afford to explain that. The criticism she would face was unimaginable. Ying Long's eyes brightened. Whether Chen Wen won or lost was of little concern to him. What he truly wished to witness was Chen Tianming showcasing his prowess and dominating the ceremony, emerging as the victor. Thus, seeing Chen Tianming take action at this moment filled him with anticipation, for it was often at such times that an individual's strengths would be highlighted. At this moment, Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Tianming, he coldly uttered, "Scram." What? I can't believe it. The crowd was stunned, their minds blown. Did they just hear him tell Chen Tianming to scram? How dare Chen Wen be so audacious? Fine, you have successfully provoked me. Chen Tianming's voice turned icy as he declared, "Today, whatever Imperial energy you have swallowed, I will make you regurgitate it all." As he spoke, he swiftly formed seals, and a massive golden vortex gradually appeared behind him. At the vortex's end, an enormous shadow of a monarch slowly descended, enveloped in endless golden light. The Imperial swallowing technique. This was one of his greatest trump cards, capable of devouring all forces and converting them for his own use. It was precisely because of this technique that he had managed to break through to the second level of the Nirvana realm in such a short time. As the Imperial swallowing technique reached its zenith, a tremendous suction enveloped the air currents, resembling a colossal suction cup. The Imperial energy was instantly drawn in like a raging torrent at astonishing speed. The originally 1-to-9 ratio of energy columns swiftly transformed into 2-to-8, 3-to-7, 4-to-6, 5-to-5. In mere moments, Chen Tianming seized absolute control, becoming the most dazzling presence in the venue. My goodness, how fast! Oh heavens! So this is the true speed of Chen Tianming. It's clear now who the victor is. As the crowd beheld the scene, they were utterly astonished. They witnessed Chen Wen reduce to a mere clown seeking attention. On the high platform, both Mo Qinxue and Ying Long wore subtle smiles. Ah, what a relief. Especially for Mo Qinxue. Her tightly clenched fists had completely relaxed. At this moment, she no longer worried about potentially losing 3 Imperial artifacts. Simultaneously, she could not help but glance at Yi Qinyang, seeking a sense of superiority over her. What does this mean? Upon noticing Yi Qinyang's unchanged expression, her smile froze. To her, at such a critical juncture, any normal person would begin to fret. Yet the reality was that Yi Qinyang still wore a smile. Was this family truly lacking a sense of reality? Is this their only capability? Huh, utterly laughable. Chen Wen gazed at Chen Tianming's movements and spoke languidly. His voice was not loud, yet in the silence of the venue, it rang out with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing this, the crowd was bewildered. How could he dare to speak so arrogantly at such a moment? Was he not merely a clown seeking attention? Yinglong's brows furrowed slightly. While he had not held a strong opinion about Chen Wen, he certainly did not harbor any dislike for him. However, Chen Wen had now succeeded in instilling a sense of aversion. Sometimes, arrogance is not necessarily a flaw, but to remain so boastful in such a situation is truly dismal. How embarrassing. Emo Qinxue let out a cold laugh in her heart. At that moment, her impression of Chen Wen diminished even further. As for Lulan Yutian, though he remained silent, he subtly shook his head. You are courting disaster. Chen Tianming's eyes locked on Chen Wen, two sharp beams of light piercing through. Had it not been for the rule against striking, Chen Wen would have been reduced to a mere mist of blood long ago. Since his emergence, no one had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect. However, Chen Wen had now entered his list of targets, and given the opportunity, he would ensure to eliminate him at the first chance. Allow me to teach you a lesson about what it means to swallow something and then regurgitate it all. Chen Wen coldly spat at Chen Tianming, his overwhelming aura fully unleashed. Boom! In an instant, the fourth level of suction reached its zenith, while simultaneously, the Tianming Great Furnace joined in. The Tianming Great Shield blocked all celestial secrets and human prying, allowing his chaotic sequence to remain undetected despite its incredible prowess. Nine-colored light erupted from his body, swiftly piercing through everything and reaching the heavens above. In mid-air, it transformed into an enormous hand, obscuring the sun and bathing the entire venue in a cascade of nine-colored brilliance. Deep within the nine-colored radiance, a pearly glow emanated, revealing a faint illusion of a divine tree. Everything was shrouded in mystery and brilliance. The vortex constructed by the Imperial swallowing technique now appeared dim and powerless, its once terrifying suction feeling feeble and futile. What kind of technique is this? As they witnessed the scene before them, the mocking expressions on everyone's faces vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. The intensity of their shock far surpassed what Chen Tianming had previously instilled in them. How is this possible? Emo Chanchue's smile faltered, her pupils shaking with disbelief. Yinglong stared intently, rendered speechless. How could this be happening? Why is it unable to move? In contrast to the astonishment of others, Chen Tianming was the one most acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure. The moment the giant hand took shape, he felt an absolute suppression. No matter how he activated the Imperial swallowing technique, he could not draw even a fraction of the Imperial energy suspended in the air. It was as if that energy had been bound. In that moment, Chen Tianming finally felt a twinge of panic. Come to me, all of you, Chen Wen shouted, the currents of energy within and outside him surging violently. As the giant hand grasped, it not only seized all the Imperial energy, but also forcibly extracted the energy that Chen Tianming had absorbed into the vortex. What does it mean to regurgitate everything you swallowed? This is it. No way, are you serious? The crowd watched in shock, their scalps tingling. Just moments ago, they had thought Chen Wen was merely boasting. Now, he had turned every word he uttered into reality. At this moment, they had truly become the clowns. Damn it, come back to me, come back to me. As he witnessed the vast amount of Imperial energy he had absorbed being forcibly taken away, Chen Tianming went into a frenzy, his eyes ablaze with crimson rage. Chapter 85. 1 against 1,000. I will take them all at first glance. Chen Tianming was no longer the calm individual he once was. Instead, he appeared utterly frantic. In stark contrast to Chen Wen, the disparity was evident. The spectators exchanged glances, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. It could be said that the illusion surrounding Chen Tianming was beginning to fracture. Yinglong's expression darkened significantly, his clenched fist hidden beneath his sleeve tightening unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that Chen Wen's strike would be so brutal, leaving his face swollen and bruised. Useless. Utterly useless. These thoughts plagued him. At that moment, Emo Qinxue could no longer contain herself, glaring at Chen Tianming while internally screaming in frustration. Meanwhile, the elders of the Chen clan regarded one another in silence, their hopes dashed as their once promising candidate crumbled before their eyes. It was evident that Chen Tianming had been thoroughly crushed in this first round. All they could do now was hope that he would not disappoint them further in the upcoming rounds, for if he did, their proposed, nurturing suggestions would likely be rendered futile. Yet, Chen Tianming, a remarkable talent in his own right, quickly regained his composure. The Emperor body was fully activated. Fight back, he roared. He swiftly formed seals, channeling the Emperor devouring technique to unleash the full potential of his Emperor body. A unique Imperial aura radiated from him, golden light swirling rapidly across his surface. As his strength reached its zenith, a colossal Imperial phantom emerged, looming over the realm. With the suppression of the Emperor body, the Imperial energy swirling in the vortex ceased its depletion. It's done. Chen Tianming's eyes sparkled, and a fervent hope ignited within him. The onlookers were equally taken aback by this transformation. Return to me, Chen Tianming bellowed, intensifying the release of his internal power to amplify the vortex's suction with the Imperial Phantom support. This commotion immediately captured everyone's attention, and they began to anticipate a reversal of fortunes. In their eyes, Chen Tianming was destined to be the chosen one. If such an individual were to be utterly subdued by Chen Wen, their entire worldview would collapse. Still struggling? Then I shall bestow upon you despair. Chen Wen scoffed coldly, similarly amplifying his power as the rhythm of thunder echoed from within him. Boom! The giant hand, ensnared in 9-colored radiant streams, erupted with a force akin to breath, continuously surging forth. The hand's suction intensified, forcibly drawing in the suppressed Imperial energy, uprooting it entirely without leaving a trace. I refuse to believe it. Return. Chen Tianming was once again engulfed in despair, his furious roars laced with bloodshot eyes. Yet, the response was that of the giant hand's crushing grip, which shattered the devouring vortex and rendered the Imperial Phantom into nothingness. No. Chen Tianming was left in utter shock, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The unfolding events were clearly beyond his expectations. It is crucial to note that the devouring vortex was a manifestation of his Emperor devouring technique, and the Imperial Phantom was an embodiment of his Emperor body. Though this did not represent his true strength, it was certainly not something a mere, trifling figure at the third level of life and death could dismantle. Yet now all of this had indeed transpired. How is this possible? Ing Long and the others could hardly believe their eyes. They had witnessed many extraordinary events, yet nothing as outrageous as this. What methods had Chen Wen employed to achieve such a feat? At this moment, they were genuinely eager to uncover the truth. It's over. Everything is finished. Mo Chinshua slumped helplessly against her chair, her eyes filled with despair. All her stakes had culminated in this moment, and she had lost everything. She realized that she was not merely losing face for the ancient country of Lulan, but also 3 Imperial spears. She could easily foresee the fury that would erupt from the higher-ups of the ancient nation once they learned of this debacle. Chen Tianming slowly sank back into his seat, fixating on Chen Wen with bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. Yet, he understood that he could not act recklessly. If he violated the rules, Chen Badeo and Yi Chenin would undoubtedly intervene, leaving him with no escape. But as he watched Chen Wen voraciously absorb Imperial energy, jealousy consumed him, igniting an impulse to annihilate everything. No, he must not succeed. It cannot be allowed. Chen Tianming's heart seethed with rage. If I cannot do it alone, I shall rally all the disciples to unite. Even if Chen Wen's method of absorbing Imperial energy defied nature, could he truly withstand the might of 1,000? With this thought, Chen Tianming finally devised a plan. At that moment, all his pride was shattered. In the past, he would have scorned such a course of action. He had always believed that given enough time, even the most gifted would eventually be trodden beneath his feet. Do not remain idle. Do you wish to witness all the Imperial energy being siphoned away by that brat? Chen Tianming suddenly turned, roaring at Chen Tiandu and the others. Chen Tiandu and his companions were struck with a jolt. Soon, the shock in their eyes transformed into profound indignation. Indeed, the Imperial energy belonged to all of them. Why should it be monopolized by that wretched boy? If they left this round empty-handed, what significance would their participation in the adult ceremony hold? No, this cannot be allowed to stand. Let us do this. If one person's strength is insufficient, let us combine the strength of 1,000. With this resolve, Chen Tiandu and his companions finally committed themselves, once more channeling their energy to absorb. Witnessing all the disciples spring into action, Chen Tianming activated the Emperor Devouring technique once more. In an instant, thousands of absorbing techniques converged upon a stream of energy pouring towards Chen Wen, desperately tearing at it, intent on turning the tide. However, they soon discovered that even with the combined strength of 1,000, they could not shake the grip of that immense hand. Upon realizing this, Chen Tianming's expression darkened, and the indignation on Chen Tiandu's face gradually solidified into disbelief. This was the combined strength of 1,000. Yet they could not seize even a fragment of imperial energy from Chen Wen. What manner of monster was he? What arcane method had he employed? Unleash your full power. Give it everything you've got. Chen Tianming continued to resist, bellowing in frustration. Chen Tiandu and the others took a deep breath and once more intensified their output. Yet, after several moments, the outcome remained unchanged. Instead, their repeated adjustments had led to considerable energy depletion. What it meant to have the will, but lack the power, was finally made clear to them in that moment. Suddenly, Chen Tianming, overwhelmed by rage, coughed up another mouthful of blood. The next moment, he lashed out at those behind him. Useless. All you are utterly useless. We are the failures. Yet what are you? Chen Tiandu and the others bore expressions of deep discomfort, yet they dared not retort, instead harboring their grievances in silence. Looking at the unraveling Chen Tianming, the spectators found themselves at a loss for words. However, it was not entirely his fault. Anyone in his position would surely lose their composure. A once prominent figure, he not only faced a crushing defeat himself, but also witnessed his entire cohort falter alongside him. In such circumstances, who could remain composed? With this in mind, their gazes shifted towards Chen Wen, who appeared to be an insatiable abyss, absorbing every ounce of imperial energy without fail, regardless of its abundance. In that moment, their perception of Chen Wen underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 86. One person causes the altar to collapse. The ancestor's statue shatters him. Why does it still feel a bit slow? At this rate, how much can I absorb in another quarter of an hour? No, I must increase the absorption speed. Chen Wen furrowed his brows and intensified his breathing technique once more. In an instant, the rate of absorbing imperial energy surged again, causing the very heavens and earth to change color. Goodness, it could be even faster. What kind of monster is this? The crowd was once again left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Ah, that feels good. As Chen Wen felt every cell in his body brimming with imperial energy, he let out a long sigh of relief. Boom! After several breaths, the entire venue suddenly trembled. Everyone felt a jolt, momentarily unsure of what had transpired. What is that? With cries of alarm echoing, the onlookers turned their gazes towards the source. Before their eyes, the ancient altar began to crack, with large amounts of imperial energy seeping out through the fissures. The 9 formation masters could no longer control the formation points, desperately suppressing them to prevent the altar from completely collapsing. Meanwhile, the protective divine shadow in midair had already begun to dim, showing signs of fading. However, Chen Wen remained blissfully unaware, continuing to absorb the imperial energy in copious amounts. The crowd was not composed of fools. They quickly realized what was occurring. Chen Wen's rate of absorption was simply too immense, surpassing the altar's capacity. Yet, as Chen Wen's absorption speed accelerated, the altar could no longer withstand the strain, leading to its imminent collapse. But upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. At such an absorption rate, even the sturdiest altar would crumble. This is bad. Chen Baidu suddenly stood up, his expression drastically altered. As the clan leader, he had seen much in his time and presided over numerous adult ceremonies. However, he had never witnessed a disciple capable of collapsing the altar in such a manner. It should be noted that this altar had been established by the joint efforts of their ancestors, fortified with terrifying formation diagrams. It was imperative to intervene, even if the beneficiary were his own son. Otherwise, if the altar truly crumbled, what would become of future adult ceremonies? With this thought, Chen Baidu made a decisive resolution. But before he could act, a voice of fury erupted from deep within the Chen clan, piercing through everyone's eardrums. What on earth have you done? Why is the statue of our ancestor shattered? Why? As these words resonated, the crowd was engulfed in terror. The overwhelming aura that descended crushed every ounce of spirit present, the invisible pressure akin to a blade at their throats. They believed that with a mere thought, that individual could obliterate their very souls. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, figures surged forth from the depths of the Chen clan. Among them was Chen Wudao. They all bowed deeply, addressing the Supreme Ancestor. Your descendants pay their respects. Supreme Ancestor, my foot. The Ancestor's statue has shattered. What have you all done? The Supreme Ancestor roared, his fury unabated. Chen Wudao and the others were bewildered, sweat beading on their foreheads under the Supreme Ancestor's oppressive presence. In truth, they were equally in the dark regarding what had transpired. Chen Baidu grew anxious, hastily turning to Yi Chenin. Find a way to make Xiao Wen stop. I will go and apologize. Understood. Yi Chenin nodded quickly. After leaving a few words, Chen Baidu rushed to where Chen Wudao and the others were. Young man, Chen Baidu, I have come to meet the Supreme Ancestor. You are the current clan leader? The Supreme Ancestor spoke in a low tone. Yes, yes, Chen Baidu responded repeatedly. Is this how you govern the Chen clan? If you are incompetent, immediately step down. The Supreme Ancestor thundered, showing no mercy. What on earth happened? Chen Wudao urgently asked Chen Baidu. The other senior elders also turned their gazes towards Chen Baidu. Taking a deep breath, he explained, Today is the day for our clan's young disciples to participate in the adult ceremony. Due to excessive absorption of Imperial energy, the altar has collapsed. Furthermore, since the Ancestor's statue and the protective divine shadow are one entity, this led to the shattering of the statue. Is that even possible? Chen Wudao and the others were taken aback. They knew what an adult ceremony entailed and had presided over many such events. Yet they had never encountered a situation like this. Moreover, the altar had enough Imperial energy for over 10,000 disciples to absorb simultaneously. However, I have already sent someone to halt the process. This situation will no longer continue. Please rest assured, Supreme Ancestor, Chen Baidu quickly added. The Supreme Ancestor fell silent for a moment before asking, Are there many eligible young disciples in our clan this year? 1,030, Chen Baidu replied truthfully. Do you think I'm a fool? Can over 1,000 disciples drain an entire year's worth of Imperial energy? The Supreme Ancestor's tone turned icy once more. Chen Baidu had anticipated this and promptly activated a recording stone. The recording stone was a precious artifact capable of capturing images. And these scenes had already been recorded when the adult ceremony commenced. In an instant, the images of Chen Wen's absorption of Imperial energy were laid bare before Chen Wudao and the others. As they finished viewing the footage, silence enveloped the crowd, their faces reflecting an indescribable shock. For Chen Baidu had not lied. The shattering of the Ancestor statue was indeed due to insufficient Imperial energy. And this was all because one person had drained the altar, causing its collapse. It was no exaggeration to say this was a historical anomaly. Who is this child? The Supreme Ancestor inhaled deeply, visibly shaken, taking a long time to regain composure. Chen Wen, the son of this boy, Chen Baidu hurriedly answered, growing anxious. Indeed, nurture him well, the Supreme Ancestor advised. Chen Wudao and the others were taken aback. It was rare for the Supreme Ancestor to utter a word of praise, and even fewer had received such acknowledgement, especially at such a young age. Not even the likes of Chen Wudi had achieved this. That single commendation echoed in the ears of everyone present, eliciting a spectrum of expressions: envy, jealousy, and even resentment. Among the most visibly affected were 4 individuals. One was Mo Chinxue, gritting her teeth. The more outstanding Chen Wen became, the more her daughter's shortcomings were highlighted. It felt like a slap to her face. The second was Ying Long, experiencing a mix of emotions. Initially, he had favored Chen Tianming, but now the one he had backed was utterly crushed. Perhaps he needed to reconsider the matter of a union. The third was Chen Baxiwen, who concealed his disdain for Chen Wen the most. Now, with Chen Wen's astonishing rise, this news was far from welcome. The greater the protection Chen Wen received, the more he needed to recalibrate his plans. Above all, he must not allow Chen Wen to flourish. Lastly, there was Chen Tianming, whose feelings towards Chen Wen were a volatile mix of murderous intent and frenzied jealousy. Had it not been for Chen Wen, he would have captured the Supreme Ancestor's favor and reaped the vast Imperial energy. Chen Wen had snatched everything that rightfully belonged to him. No matter what, he would ensure Chen Wen relinquished it all. Understood. I will not let the young one disappoint the Supreme Ancestor's expectations. Chen Wen replied promptly. The Supreme Ancestor acknowledged, retracting his divine consciousness. Phew! Chen Wen let out a long sigh of relief. Soon, he straightened his posture. Young man has paid respects to all the esteemed elders. No need for excessive formalities. Chen Wen and the others replied. May I inquire if the esteemed elders would like to witness the adult ceremony together? Chen Wen offered after a moment's thought. Chen Wen and the others exchanged glances before stating, No need. Our sudden involvement would only disrupt the existing balance. We trust you will manage splendidly. The young man then proceeded onward. Chen Wen replied affirmatively, solemnly bowing in respect. Go ahead. Chen Wen gestured with his hand. Without further ado, Chen Wen soared towards the main assembly. It seems our Chen clan is about to unveil another unparalleled genius, an elder sighed contemplatively. Old Dao, this is your grandson. Can you truly refrain from keeping an eye on him? Another elder teased. Chen Wen surveyed the crowd before responding. I merely stated I would not attend. Not that I would not pay attention. Haha, indeed, that is quite true. Coincidentally, I too am eager to witness what unfolds next. The elder laughed heartily. The others shared knowing smiles, equally intrigued by the forthcoming events. It is worth noting that this individual single-handedly shattered the altar. Should we miss this opportunity, we may never encounter another like him again. Chapter 87. Still consumed. The entire clan bewildered simultaneously. Yi Chenyan had been transmitting messages to Chen Wen, yet she received no response for an extended period. However, she hesitated to act forcefully, fearing it might lead her son to madness. He was still indulging in his desires. If this continued, the ancestors would be drained dry. The elders of the Chen clan were growing increasingly anxious. Yet, with Yi Chenyan standing in their way, they dared not rush forward to intervene. Sister-in-law, why not think of another way? Chen Bashuan inhaled deeply, nearly suggesting that Yi Chenyan intervene forcefully. What? If he goes mad, you'll take responsibility? Yi Chenyan shot him a cold glare. Whether he would descend into madness was uncertain. However, if this persisted, none of the people here would survive. The elders were in a state of confusion. Chen Bashuan managed a forced smile. If this continued, the revered ancestors would have to intervene. At that point, we would not only face punishment, but the very foundation of our clan could be jeopardized. Yi Chenyan fell silent, contemplating before deciding to approach Chen Wen. Just then, Chen Wen slowly opened his eyes. Mother, is there something you need? Hearing her son's transmission, Yi Chenyan quickly replied, My son, you must cease this at once. Is it time already? Chen Wen asked, unable to suppress his surprise. According to his calculations, only 3/4 of the allotted time had passed. Yi Chenyan shook her head. It's not about time. If you continue, both the altar and the ancestral statue will be shattered by you. Chen Wen immediately turned his attention to the altar, which was visibly cracked, with 9 formation masters struggling to hold it together. As for the protective divine shadow hovering above, it had already become faint, on the verge of vanishing entirely. Upon witnessing this, Chen Wen instinctively halted his actions, feeling a deep sigh within him. As a member of the Chen clan, he understood well that he must never prioritize personal gain over the clan's interests. What a pity. With this thought, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Why the sigh? The others were rendered speechless. They had seen those who benefited while feigning humility, but never had they encountered someone so shameless. Nevertheless, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chen Wen understood the importance of moderation. Otherwise, it would have been an embarrassment for everyone present. Chen Wen chose not to say more, slowly closing his eyes once again, meticulously sensing the changes within his body. The most pronounced transformation was within his physical cells, pulsating with vitality, each cell vibrating like a thunderous drum. He felt that his physical strength had increased to at least 3 times its previous capacity. All these changes stemmed from the transformation of the chaotic sequence. Yet, even so, the second sequence shackles remained unbroken. The implications of breaking this second shackle were beyond his estimation. Moreover, within his spiritual orifice, a small bud had begun to sprout from the roots of the divine tree, indicating a trend of growth. The changes in this tender sprout also signified a shift in power, most notably the divine energy emanating from it, which had become even more ancient and potent. This wave of gains was monumental. A smile involuntarily graced Chen Wen's lips. With this in mind, he gradually restrained the overwhelming power within and suppressed the surging vitality. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Tianming had been watching closely, his gaze deep and chilling, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait to strike. Taking a deep breath, Chen Wen finally opened his eyes. The onlookers were at a loss for words, no longer daring to underestimate him. Regardless of how he absorbed the Imperial energy, this ability was unparalleled in the present company. Even Chen Tianming, a supernova in his own right, had been thoroughly outclassed in this round. Seeing Chen Wen's condition, Yi Chenyan felt a sense of relief. At least her sudden intervention had not resulted in any adverse consequences. Upon returning to her seat, she turned to the visibly distressed Mo Qinxue and said, "You've lost. Prepare 3 Imperial artifacts." She added coldly, "and return my Imperial spear." At her words, the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. She was certainly showing no mercy. The crowd exchanged glances, contemplating the situation. Yet, given that Mo Qinxue had initiated the wager, even involving her son, it was hardly surprising that Yi Chenyan was not inclined to be gracious. "Hand over the spear," Lulan Yutian said to Mo Qinxue, evidently sensing the shift in the atmosphere and wishing to mediate. Mo Qinxue clenched her silver teeth and placed the Imperial spear into Lulan Yutian's hands. "Sister-in-law, this is your spear. Please take care of it." Lulan Yutian handed it over to Yi Chenyan. Without even glancing at Lulan Yutian, Yi Chenyan coldly replied, "I want her to return it personally." "Sister," Lulan Yutian attempted to interject, but was abruptly cut off by Yi Chenyan. "This matter is non-negotiable." Lulan Yutian's smile gradually faded as he stared at Yi Chenyan for a long while before finally handing the Imperial spear back to Mo Qinxue. Mo Qinxue realized that without a stance, she could not salvage the situation. Taking a deep breath, she raised the Imperial spear with both hands and offered it to Yi Chenyan. "Sister Yin, this matter was indeed my little sister's fault. I hope you won't take offense. Today, witnessing Xiao Wen's growth brings me joy as an elder, and I am genuinely happy for you, Sister Yin." Yi Chenyan grasped the Imperial spear and coldly remarked, "Your admiration for my son is unwarranted. Keep it for your own enjoyment." With that, she disregarded Mo Qinxue's displeasure and returned to her seat. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Mo Qinxue felt a mix of humiliation and fury, yet she could not express her anger at that moment. "Since sister-in-law has spoken, we shall say no more," Lulan Yutian said, pulling Mo Qinxue to sit down, though his expression was exceptionally grim. Having returned, Qin Bashuan had remained silent throughout the entire ordeal. It was not just his wife. He too found Mo Qinxue intolerable. While it was understandable to defend one's daughter and harbor resentment was human, it was unacceptable to be repeatedly unruly. Just because others chose silence did not mean she had the right to act with impunity. Now, after being publicly humiliated, she sought to smooth things over. Why hadn't she done so earlier? Regardless of her daughter's right or wrong, given her character, he would never allow his son to marry her daughter. With this thought, Qin Bashuan turned to Chen Badeo and said, "Let us proceed to the next round." "All right." Chen Badeo nodded, having regained his composure, appearing as the fair and impartial host. He stood up, addressing the assembly. "The first round of the Imperial Energy Baptism concludes here. Next, we will proceed to the second round, testing bloodline purity. If you did not perform well in the first round, now is your chance to shine in the second." He shifted his tone. "This round will significantly determine the order of the Imperial titles. The closer your title is to the front, the more resources and support you will receive. So strive hard. Do not leave any regrets behind." Chapter 88. A Fate of Rivals and the Imperial Blood of 9th Rank. Once these words were spoken, all the disciples stirred with renewed fervor. Indeed, the first round did not encompass the entirety of their abilities. The purity of bloodline in this second round was of paramount importance. While Imperial energy could refine bloodlines to a certain extent, if one's bloodline purity was inherently low, no amount of Imperial energy could remedy that. This fundamental essence could not be altered by external forces. With this realization, their previous despondence dissipated. Chen Tianming shared a similar sentiment. He gradually stood up, regaining the calm and aloof demeanor he had previously displayed. Although he had suffered defeat in the first round, he was resolute that the second round would yield a different outcome. Bloodline purity, indeed. A subtle smile graced Chen Wen's lips. He too was eager to ascertain the level of the imperial blood he possessed. Chen Bashuan surveyed the assembled disciples before speaking. Summoned the imperial bloodstone pillars. Yes, replied 9 array masters, who promptly formed hand seals. Soon, 9 black stone pillars rose majestically within the vast venue. These pillars were adorned with crimson patterns, reminiscent of flowing lava. Even from a distance, one could sense an enigmatic aura emanating from these swirling energies. Once the imperial blood pillars stood tall, Chen Bashuan continued. These 9 pillars are designed to measure your bloodline purity. Do you see the crimson imperial patterns? Simply place your palm upon the stone pillar and channel your own blood energy. The patterns will illuminate in response. There are a total of 11 colors corresponding to the purity levels, ranging from 1 to 11. The first rank signifies the lowest purity, while the 11th rank denotes the highest. At this point, Chen Bashuan shifted his tone. There are 1,030 disciples participating in this adult ceremony. You will be divided into 9 groups based on the order of the distribution of number plates. Each group will comprise 114 individuals. As for the 4 who receive white plates, they may choose any imperial blood pillar for testing, but must wait for those with numbered plates to complete their tests first. The results will be meticulously recorded by designated elders and publicly announced after the ceremony concludes. Are there any questions? No, the disciples responded in unison, their eagerness palpable. Very well, distribute the number plates, Chen Bashuan commanded with a nod. The elder overseeing the proceedings wasted no time, distributing the plates among the disciples below. Chen Wen drew a plate from one elder's hand, revealing it to be a white plate. Oh, what luck! I've drawn one of the rare white plates. Chen Wen remarked with a slight smirk. He did not dwell on the outcome, as it mattered little to him whether he went first or last. Before long, all the disciples had received their plates and gathered beneath their respective imperial blood pillars. Chen Bashuan cast a sweeping glance over the disciples and then declared, "Now, proceed." At his instruction, the disciples sprang into action, swiftly dividing into 9 groups, each heading towards their designated stone pillars. Soon, only 4 individuals remained: Chen Wen, Chen Tianming, Chen Zai, and Chen Tiandu. Upon witnessing this, the previously noisy venue erupted into a frenzy. Were the odds of them all converging here? Those elders must be doing this on purpose. How delightful. The top 3 from the celestial rankings, plus a dark horse. Who do you think will take first place? Chen Tianming, without a doubt. His cultivation and talent are evident. Ah, but have you forgotten what just transpired? Chen Tianming was utterly crushed. This is different. This round tests bloodline purity, rendering any absorption techniques ineffective. Only time will tell. Your bluster means little until we witness the results. As the commotion continued, the powerful figures on the high platform displayed keen interest. Bloodline purity was a reflection of personal foundation rather than external techniques, making the outcome unpredictable. Their perspective had shifted. They no longer underestimated Chen Wen, who was now regarded as a talent on par with Chen Tianming. The 4 individuals at the center exchanged glances. Their eyes ignited with fierce determination. Apart from Chen Wen, the remaining 3 were resolute in their belief that they were not inferior to one another. Meanwhile, Chen Tianming's cold, bloodthirsty gaze settled on Chen Wen, his intent clear, to trample Chen Wen in this round of testing. At that moment, Chen Bashuan's voice resonated once more. The testing shall commence. Disciples, please approach the Imperial Bloodstone testing platform in order. The disciples collectively inhaled deeply and began their procession toward the testing platform. As all 4 placed their hands upon the imperial blood pillars, the pillars trembled. In an instant, the imperial patterns surged to life, radiating brilliance. Chen Guha, 18 years old, 3-rank purity of imperial blood. Chen Gen, 17 years old, 4-rank purity of imperial blood. Chen Zihan, 16 years old, 2-rank purity of imperial blood. Chen Tianfeng, 18 years old, 5-rank purity of imperial blood. Ancient inscriptions echoed from the pillars, resonating throughout the venue. Very good, you may step down. The elder at the testing platform nodded in approval. Thank you, elder, the 4 disciples replied, quietly descending from the platform. With their example set, the remaining disciples were a mix of anxious anticipation and eagerness. This test was pivotal to their fates. Who would not wish for a higher bloodline purity? Especially as descendants of the Imperial Clan, bloodline purity held significant weight. As time passed, The brilliance upon the Imperial Bloodstone flickered continuously. A 16-year-old girl named Chen Qingming elevated the atmosphere to new heights with her 8-rank bloodline purity, just 3 ranks shy of the highest level. Among the numerous talents within the Chen clan, achieving an 8-rank purity warranted special attention. However, her record was soon eclipsed by Chen Guchun, also 16 years of age, whose bloodline purity reached an astonishing 9 ranks. The gray light enveloped the heavens, stirring ancient energies with an aura of terror. 9-rank purity, remarkable. It appears we have yet another dark horse. He should undoubtedly secure a place within the top 5. As the crowd erupted in admiration, a subtle smile curled Chen Guchun's lips. He had awaited this moment for far too long. While he may not rival the likes of Chen Wudi, how many such prodigies existed within the Chen clan? Watch closely. This is merely the beginning. I, Chen Guchun, have even greater feats to unveil. Chen Bashuan regarded his son's performance with a faint smile of approval. Excellent, keep striving. The testing elder, suppressing his excitement, remarked, well done. Chen Guchun, with an air of defiance, raised an eyebrow, disregarding the elder's praise as he stepped down from the platform. The elder's smile faltered, yet he chose to remain silent. Many spectators observed this exchange, shaking their heads in private disapproval. Though his talent is impressive, his temperament leaves much to be desired. The testing proceeded uninterrupted. Yet in the end, no one managed to surpass Chen Guchun's record. The purity of a 9-tiered emperor's blood remains unrivaled. All eyes are now fixated on the 4 remaining contenders in the arena. This is the moment they have eagerly anticipated. Chapter 89. What do you have to fight me with? On another day, representatives from the Imperial Clan arrived. Under the gaze of the crowd, the only woman, Chen Zai, took a deep breath before speaking. Since no one has stepped forward, allow me to make the first move. With that, she walked toward the high platform. At around 18 years old, she has indeed reached the 10th level of life and death, Ing Long remarked thoughtfully. It is an honor to receive your praise, Brother Ing. Chen Badeo replied with a hearty laugh. I merely speak the truth. It is indeed commendable, Ing Long stated, shaking his head slightly. Chen Badeo smiled, but chose not to respond further. At this moment, Chen Zai had reached the Imperial Bloodstone pillar. She took another deep breath and slowly placed her hand on the stone. As she activated the blood energy within her, a surge of power flowed into the pillar. The Imperial patterns flickered intensely, and a burst of black light erupted, filling the entire space. Chen Zai, 18 years old, with an 8-grade purity of Imperial blood. An ancient resonance echoed. Only 8 grade? Chen Zai's expression darkened, a profound sense of disappointment washing over her. While 8 grade may be considered top tier among the younger generation, she felt it fell short of her expectations. In her view, her innate talent should have warranted at least a 9-grade purity. The Son of Heaven ranked 3rd and yet only achieved 8 grade? This is rather unexpected. Is 8 grade truly inadequate? Look around. Only 2 have achieved it among thousands of disciples. A voice countered. Perhaps our expectations were too lofty, Chen Zai thought as she felt a tightness in her chest upon hearing the discussions. However, within moments, her fighting spirit reignited. What if it is 8 grade? Even without relying on Imperial blood, I can still reach the pinnacle. With this resolve, she walked down from the testing platform with her head held high. This girl is quite remarkable, Ing Long remarked once more. If he had previously offered flattery, this time it was a genuine commendation of Chen Zai's character. Indeed, she is quite impressive. Chen Badeo nodded solemnly, clearly in agreement with Ing Long observing the situation. Chen Tiandu exchanged glances with Chen Tianming and Chen Wen before deciding to approach the high platform. As the second ranked on the Son of Heaven list, he felt a sense of reluctance. Yet both Chen Tianming and Chen Wen had reasons for surpassing him. Now, he could only place his hopes on the bloodline test. Only by excelling here could he stand on equal footing with Chen Wen and Chen Tianming. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the Imperial Bloodstone pillar. Following Chen Zai's example, the onlookers refrained from rushing to conclusions. After all, until the results were revealed, anything was possible. Under their watchful eyes, Chen Tiandu placed his palm firmly on the pillar without hesitation. With a sudden surge of blood energy, the Imperial patterns flickered rapidly, their colors shifting continuously. Ultimately, gray burst forth, enveloping the entire sky. Chen Tiandu, 18 years old, With a 9-grade purity of Imperial blood, the ancient resonance resounded once more. Excellent! Chen Tiandu roared internally, as if to disperse the oppressive weight on his heart. The venue fell into a profound silence. While the difference between 9-grade and 8-grade may seem slight, that single grade represented a significant chasm. Even within the Chen clan, a 9-grade purity bloodline was a noteworthy achievement, heralding boundless potential for Chen Tiandu. Very commendable. You are one of the two with 9-grade purity. Keep up the good work, the testing elder praised. I shall continue to strive diligently. Chen Tiandu replied earnestly. All right, you may step down. The elder smiled, clearly satisfied with Chen Tiandu's attitude. Once Chen Tiandu exited the testing platform, the crowd's demeanor became taut with anticipation, for the main event was about to unfold. They eagerly awaited the moment to see who would emerge superior. The prodigious Chen Tianming, hailed as a supernova since childhood, or the dominant Chen Wen, who had already made waves in the first round. Of course, they were most curious about how Chen Wen, having absorbed such vast imperial energy, would elevate his bloodline purity. Would another unparalleled talent with 11 grade emerge, or even surpass that, reaching a phenomenon of ancestral return? Their excitement was palpable, as Chen Wen remained motionless for an extended period. Chen Tianming's expression gradually grew cold. To him, being outperformed by Chen Wen would signify a profound defeat. A faint smile lingered on Chen Wen's lips. He was well aware of Chen Tianming's apprehensions, yet he had no intention of fulfilling Chen Tianming's wishes. With both of them hesitating, the testing elder intervened, stating, "If neither of you wishes to go first, we shall follow the results from the first round. Chen Wen, as the first, has the right to choose." Chen Wen glanced at Chen Tianming and replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, I shall go last. The more powerful contenders always take the stage last. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Tianming?" "You." Chen Tianming recognized the mockery in Chen Wen's words. In an instant, the suppressed rage surged within him, nearly consuming his rationality. "Ah, Brother Tianming, why does your expression appear so grim?" Chen Wen feigned ignorance, eliciting incredulity from the audience. "How utterly shameless," the crowd murmured, unsure of Chen Tianming's feelings. But they imagined they would be utterly infuriated in his position. With gritted teeth, Chen Tianming felt a growing intensity in his gaze. But the last vestiges of reason urged him to remain composed. Otherwise, he would be the one to face humiliation. After several deep breaths, he managed to suppress his fury and silently turned to approach the testing platform. "Oh, you truly have a remarkable ability to endure. But that only makes it more entertaining." Chen Wen smirked, his lips curling into a devilish arc. At that moment, the crowd's attention shifted back to Chen Tianming. They were eager to discover whether he could stage a dramatic comeback. Ying Long, too, began to feel a sense of tension. He held hope for Chen Tianming. If Chen Tianming could surpass Chen Wen at this juncture, the gap from the first round would be bridged. Upon reaching the Imperial Bloodstone Pillar, Chen Tianming did not act immediately. Instead, he focused on calming himself to achieve the optimal state for the test. He understood better than anyone that this was his final opportunity. Should he falter against Chen Wen, all his efforts over the past 17 years would dissolve into nothing. Chen Tianming had always aspired to be the foremost among his peers. After adjusting himself to the best condition, he exhaled a long breath. He raised his hand, allowing his palm to glide over the golden imperial aura, as blood energy surged within, manifesting astonishing phenomena. Boom! As his vital energy reached its zenith, Chen Tianming struck the stone pillar with a resounding force. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from the imperial patterns, soaring into the heavens, accompanied by the echoes of ancient resonance. The colors rapidly ascended, transforming into silver, bursting forth in the skies above. Silence. The entire venue fell into a deathly stillness. What does silver signify? It denotes 10-grade purity, merely a fraction away from 11 grade. Within the entire Chen clan, those possessing 10-grade imperial blood are now at the core of the hierarchy, each endowed with unique imperial legacies. It is no exaggeration to assert that as long as these young prodigies do not falter, while ascending to the realm of the great emperor may not be guaranteed. Achieving the Dao certification is a foregone conclusion. All the elders of the Chen clan on the high platform gazed at this scene with palpable excitement. The majority of them were drawn here by the remarkable Chen Tianming. At this moment, Chen Tianming has finally validated his worth. The previously stern-faced Ying Long also broke into a smile. The purity of the 10th rank Emperor blood is indeed extraordinary. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Chen Wen began to chuckle softly. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Chen Tianming stepped forward, unleashing his pent-up fury as he shouted at Chen Wen, "Will you possess to contend with me now?" In an instant, all eyes turned towards Chen Wen. The enmity between the two had been witnessed by many, who were eager to see whether Chen Wen could respond to Chen Tianming. After all, we are discussing the 10th rank Emperor blood purity. Surpassing it is exceedingly arduous. In response to Chen Tianming's provocation, Chen Wen moved, striding purposefully toward the testing platform. "Ha ha ha! How could we miss such a spectacle?" echoed a jubilant voice from above. The Tianming Imperial Clan, alongside the Dragon Clan elder Long Ao Han, has come to extend our congratulations. At that moment, the air resonated with laughter. The mention of the Tianming Imperial Clan and the Dragon Clan sent shockwaves through the crowd. It is well known that the Chen and Dragon clans have long been at odds, and such a visit of congratulations clearly hinted at ill intentions. Chen Wen paused, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the newcomers. Chapter 90. If I can tread upon you once, I can tread upon you again before my eyes. A magnificent celestial carriage swiftly approached from a distance. The billowing clouds parted dramatically, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "Let them in," Chen Bad-Dao commanded calmly, his voice betraying no significant emotion. It was anticipated that there would be unwelcome visitors when the Chen clan extended invitations to various powerful factions for the adult ceremony. Now, he was eager to discern their intentions. Soon, the ethereal carriage came to a halt above the grand assembly. Under the gaze of the crowd, a middle-aged man emerged first. He was rather handsome, though his demeanor was somewhat effeminate, exuding a chilling aura. Notably, he bore some resemblance to the late Long Ao Tian, suggesting a significant connection between them. Following him was a youth, around 16 or 17 years of age. Clad in green, his elongated eyes radiated aggression. Most strikingly, his aura was profound and enduring, imparting a sense of formidable strength and unfathomable depth. Is that the third layer of nirvana? An existence even stronger than Chen Tianming? Instantly, all attention was drawn to the green-clad youth, particularly that of the Chen clan's younger generation, whose expressions subtly shifted. Internally, they might engage in rivalry, reluctant to fall behind. Yet externally, they never forgot their identity as members of the Chen clan, naturally striving to uphold its honor. Now, with this youth from the Dragon Clan surpassing Chen Tianming at the same age, it was a blatant affront to the Chen clan's pride. Chen Tianming, too, observed this scene, his gaze fixated on the green-clad youth, his expression altering slightly. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, he felt a palpable pressure emanating from the youth. If a confrontation were to ensue, he lacked absolute confidence in prevailing against him. Contemplating this, he unconsciously tightened his hand hidden within his sleeve. At that moment, Long Ao Han, accompanied by the green-clad youth, descended from the celestial carriage and approached Chen Bad-Dao with measured steps. "Honorable clan leader," Long Ao Tian greeted with a cupped fist gesture. "I have heard of your grand adult ceremony, which is truly a spectacle. I, Long Ao Han, have come to partake in a toast of water wine. If my presence is presumptuous, I beg your forgiveness." Chen Bad-Dao rose and reciprocated the gesture. "Brother Han, you are most welcome in our Chen clan." Long Ao Tian's smile remained intact. "Xiao Chen, why not greet the clan leader?" "I am Long Ruo Chen. Greetings to the clan leader." The youth, Long Ruo Chen, promptly bowed, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Had one not been aware of their less than favorable intentions, one might easily mistake their visit as a congratulatory gesture. Indeed, Chen Bad-Dao nodded. Offering no further commentary, Long Ao Han interjected, "This is our Dragon Clan's top performer at the adult ceremony, Long Ruo Chen. He has come to engage with your clan's top talent, to understand that there are always greater heights beyond one's own." While this was certainly a commendable initiative, Chen Bad-Dao replied with a light chuckle, "However, we have only just begun. You may need to wait a while." "Haha, fortuitously. I too wish to witness the prowess of your noble youths." Long Ao Han laughed heartily. "Bring forth seats," Chen Bad-Dao instructed, and soon, Long Ao Han was seated on the elevated platform, with Long Ruo Chen standing beside him. adhering to the custom that juniors do not share the same table as their elders. This must be your esteemed son, truly impressive. Long Ao Han remarked as he settled in. Chen Bad, Dao's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, Brother Han, do you have any insights to share? Insights may be too strong a term. It is merely that your son evokes admiration. Long Ao Han replied with a gentle smile. Changing the subject, he continued. As fortune would have it, I arrived just in time to see your son take the stage. To have a third layer of life and death realm as the final act is remarkable. I must observe closely. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those representing various factions shifted dramatically. Long Ao Han's words carried a double entendre. While they seemed to praise, they also hinted that if Chen Wen faltered, it would become a source of ridicule, much to Long Ao Han's delight. Chen Bad Dao did not yield to Long Ao Han's provocations. My son may lack certain merits, but he has a penchant for delivering defeats. Many have found their pride shattered at his hands. Haha, then I eagerly anticipate the spectacle, Long Ao Han replied, his laughter gradually cooling into a more solemn demeanor. Proceed. Chen Bad Dao gestured towards Chen Baxian. Chen Baxian nodded and announced, those who have yet to complete the test, please continue. With his words, the crowd's focus once again converged sharply on Chen Wen. The previously subdued atmosphere grew heavy with tension. For them, the arrival of Long Ao Han and Long Ruo Chen was merely an interlude. The main event remained a rivalry between Chen Wen and Chen Tianming. Chen Wen collected his thoughts and advanced toward the nearest testing platform. As he stepped onto the stage, he brushed past Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming slowly turned his head, his icy gaze fixed on Chen Wen. I concede the first round, but in this round, what will you use to compete with me? At this moment, Chen Tianming exuded unprecedented confidence and fervor. How will you respond, Chen Wen? The onlookers were captivated, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama. Chen Wen lifted his gaze, coolly declaring, if I can tread upon you once, I can tread upon you again. In this world, no one can rise after being trampled by me. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, their pupils constricting in astonishment. That proclamation, in this world, no one can rise after being trampled by me, exhibited an audacious arrogance.